Chapter 799, Allies. Li Huang's eyes widened in shock as he read Shun Binyo's explanation. He gazed at the wall of faces in front of him and the white tassels in between them. He never thought the Lion Dance Palace was an entire entity and not the name of a sect. Wait, does that mean the Lion Dance Palace is cultivating the Tao of fusion? Li Huang stared at the numerous legs underneath the white cloth of the lion dances before realizing what it meant for them to cultivate the Tao of fusion. According to Shun Binyo's description, the Lion Dance Palace was most likely a fusion of both their bodies and minds. They had a hive mind, and the entire hive mind was the Lion Dance Palace. The techniques of a regular sect either amplify or destroy other sects' techniques, but the Lion Dance Palace is different. They can complement anything with no risk of backlash. They can merge other people into their bodies and vice versa, regardless of their sect. The righteous become even more righteous, and the evil become even more evil. Li Huang now understood why Zhang Tan had 2 lion dances on the side while he performed the Nuo opera. Suddenly, a man's flattened face on the left stared at Li Huang with lantern-like eyes. The red and white light was unnerving. The left lantern of the lion dance slowly shifted upwards, revealing a circular dark hole in its place. Several dried monkey-like black arms extended from the hole and placed themselves in such a way that made them resemble the eyelashes of the lion dance. Several eyes, both big and small, filled up the empty eye socket and stared at Li Huang. Li Huang thought that something as horrific as them were most likely worshipping something even more horrific. He had no idea what the entity that the lion dance worshipped would look like. "I've touched you once." Several voices overlapped with each other as they spoke. Li Huang recalled the night when he became something inhuman on Qingqiu's plains. "Yes, all thanks to you. Thank you for letting me go that night." Li Huang waved his arm to brush it off. "I've touched you once. Your body was stuck with cause and effect. That was why I let you go. It seems that it was fated to be." The wall of faces started to shake. 3 lion dances and a single dragon dance appeared out from the wall. As they crawled out, they took something black and sticky with them. The black goo had tentacles. When the goo got out, it quickly moved into the darkness, but Li Huang's keen vision saw what it actually was. It was none other than the black taijuis. Li Huang now knew why the black tai sui appeared in Qingqiu. It was because they were related to the Lion Dance Palace. Shen Baiyu turned to Li Huang. "Daoistly, since everyone is here, we can depart now." "No, wait, I need to go back first. Before I went to the crematorium, I left my daughter behind in the city." Li Huang swiftly returned to the city. Li Sui was currently walking happily on the main streets. Even though she was happy that she could help her father, she still preferred to walk on the streets when there was a celebration. She loved seeing things that she hadn't seen before. But as she walked, she slowly lowered the candied fruits in her hands. Many people were crying, and very few were smiling. Even those who weren't crying had a solemn look on their faces. Are they sad? Is it because a lot of people died? The somber atmosphere also dampened Li Sui's mood. "I don't want them to be sad. I want to do something." Li Sui recalled something and approached a blacksmith. When she returned outside, she was holding a bucket of molten metal. "Time to strike the tree flowers. Strike tree flowers. Everyone, come and look." After attracting a crowd, Li Sui used a wooden ladle to scoop out some molten metal before throwing it at the city wall. The molten metal splashed everywhere. Even though it was daytime, the sparks from the molten metal still dazzled the crowds. Li Sui started working harder after seeing that the crowd were reacting to her performance. She wasn't that good at doing so, and a lot of molten metal fell onto her body, but she didn't mind it. She soon finished her bucket, and everyone's expression slowly turned back to normal. They scattered after her performance, their worry and sadness returning after Li Sui's temporary distraction ended. Li Sui seeing them leaving the place made Li Sui feel sad as well. Did it not work? Of course not. Striking tree flowers is not enough to make them happy. Li Sui turned around and saw a handsome man in front of her. He had an identification plate on his waist, and she remembered that her father also had one. "My father is not happy. Everyone is not happy." Li Sui squatted down near her pail. The man squatted down and gently peeled off the cool metal on her back. "I have a method to make your father and everyone else happy, but it would take quite some time." "What plan? Who are you?" Li Sui turned to look at the man and saw that he was smiling lightly as he patted her head. "Remember your choice right now. You are simple, but your potential is huge. Do not hesitate when you have the chance to do something that only you can do. But I'm certain that you won't hesitate as well." Li Sui grumbled because she didn't want anyone touching her head except for her father. But she was shocked when she tried to use her tentacles to remove the man's hand. Her tentacles phased through the hand. The man didn't have a body. Sway sway. Someone shouted, and with that, the man in front of Li Sui disappeared like bubbles. Father, someone was here just now. Did you see? It's a guy. Li Sui ran towards Li Huolong in a panic as she explained what happened just now. Someone was beside you just now? Li Huolong frowned. He never saw anyone just now. Did you become a strayed one too? Li Huolong answered her with hesitation. Li Sui had eaten his flesh for a long time and had indeed obtained part of his cultivation to control the truth. She might be turning into what he once was. But then he thought that might not be the case. His illusions were created from times when he experienced strong emotional trauma. Li Sui hadn't gone through such experiences, so how would she create illusions? Li Huolong stared at Shun Binyo's palanquin before dragging Li Sui towards it. Let's ignore the illusion for now. Once everything is over, I will help you figure out a way to deal with it. We have something more important to do. Let's go. Father, where are we going? To the sea. Chapter 800c. A massive ship sailed on the azure sea. Li Huolong stared at the waves while occasionally checking the shimmer mirror. Captain, are you sure we are heading in the right direction? He looked at the man with dark skin and calloused feet. I've been sailing for more than 40 years. My ship will navigate flawlessly as long as you give the right coordinates. Just then, a muffled cry came from the bottom of the deck, sounding excruciatingly painful. But the captain ignored the screaming from the Audiobook sect. He continued his work without acknowledging them. When he turned around, a single mahjong tile with the Hongzhong pattern could be seen at the back of his neck. The captain was not the only one with the mark. Li Huolong had tricked the entire ship's crew into turning them into his pieces. Li Huolong didn't want to employ any random group of people because he feared that there could be spies from the Dharma sect. That was why he used the sitting Oblivion Dao's tricks. After confirming they were sailing in the right direction, Li Huolong walked down from the deck and entered the cabin. He had just entered when he saw Li Sui meditating with her legs crossed. What are you doing? Father, didn't you say I turned into a strayed one? I'm learning from you to cultivate the truth. I want to become as strong as you. The surroundings did not change, so it was clear that Li Sui did not succeed, but Li Huolong was still touched by her actions. He patted her shoulders. Cultivate well. We can solve it together if you encounter any problems. Also, did the illusion of the man appear again? Li Sui shook her head as she placed her legs down. No, he only appeared once. Only once, Li Huolong pondered. It didn't sound like an illusion created by being a strayed one, so it wasn't a major issue. Don't worry, it's just an illusion. I have several of them, which have been following me for a few years. Even if you end up with illusions too, it won't affect you. At most, they would just be annoying. All right, father. I won't worry too much about it. Li Sui beamed as she squinted her eyes. Sorry for dragging you into this. It's all right. Li Sui hugged Li Huolong and snuggled into his embrace. Father, I want to help you. I want to protect you and make sure you don't die. As Li Huolong was patting her head, one of the Audiobook sect members interrupted them. Taoist Li, Elder Shun is calling you. He let go of Li Sui before following the person down deeper into the other cabins. The cabins in which the Audiobook sect were staying was covered in the stench of blood. They also drew various runes using blood, but Li Huolong was used to it. He approached Shin Benyu. Is something wrong? Does Taoist Li know who we're facing? Who are the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas? Li Huolong briefly explained what he had experienced at Yang Xiaohai's old home. From the captives, we've learned that we are most likely facing the deities that the boat people worshipped. I've seen it once before, and it seems it controls water. The Dragon King's heavenly Tao appears to control water and could forcibly change someone's 10 emotions and 8 sufferings. You should prepare yourself. But Shin Benyu shook her head. They didn't exist in the past. We knew about the boat people's faith, but most were merely superstitious. They only prayed to calm themselves before they went out to the sea. It seems that an impostor took over and proclaimed themselves as the boat people's deity. Is it a Xiaoman from another world? Did they come from beyond the Baiyu capital? Li Huolong wasn't surprised since he had a similar conjecture. Shin Benyu shook her head again. The sacrificial god hasn't answered us in a long time. I do not know what to do. We should be careful this time. No matter who these Dragon Kings are, we should be careful since the Dharma sect recruited them. You can't die anyways. What are you afraid of? Aren't you ashamed to call yourself the Audiobook sect? Li Huolong did not hold back. Also, we are not fighting against them head-on. We only need to take away their tribute. The mission shouldn't be that dangerous. Once we are down there, I will steal their tribute while all of you suppress the Dragon King and the others. I'm worried, not afraid. There are too many variables. Taoistly, do you not see them? Do you really think this is a coincidence? And what good is it for us to be worried? You are worried, and yet you wanted me to owe you a favor to do this? You wouldn't have accepted it if you were that worried. Li Huang wanted to scold her further, but the captain's voice came from above the deck. Sir, we are here. We've reached the place. I will listen to you once this is over. Shin Baiyu took a bag of metal thorns and opened her mouth. She dumped the contents of the bag into her mouth covered in blisters and ulcers before chewing on the steel thorns forcefully. 4 Jing's sect members walked over and carried her palanquin. They followed Li Huang up to the deck. Everyone gathered at the top of the deck. They saw that the ocean was still the same, but Li Huang sensed danger. He felt gazes coming from the bottom of the ship. Something had noticed them. Li Huang opened his mouth and swallowed Li Sui before waving his arm. The Ao Jing sect members jumped into the sea like dumplings into boiling water. Li Huang jumped into the icy water and took a deep breath. The briny sea water surged into his lung and suffocated him. Li Huang instinctively struggled as his breathing became rapid and his body turned rigid. The suffocating feeling intensified until it reached a peak. Li Huang quickly got used to the sensation of drowning. Under normal circumstances, he would have drowned to death. However, with the heavenly Tao of death gone, he couldn't die. That was why he could dive into the water without any hesitation. Several black tentacles with suction cups and hooks appeared out from Li Huang's body. He swam swiftly in the oceanic current. Li Huang looked at the others. He saw the Lion Dance Palace had fused into a blob before transforming into a fish-like being. Densely layered palms covered in white tassels were arranged into the fins. As for the Ao Jing sect, they had turned the water around them into a bloody red color. Li Huang pointed to the deep, dark ocean, and everyone descended even further. Chapter 801, Dragon King Temple. The cold seawater surrounded Li Huang as he slowly descended. The pressure of the water slowly increased and pressed on him. It felt as if 2 walls were slowly crushing his body from both the front and the back. However, this was not an issue for him since death had disappeared. He slowly sank as the surface grew further away from him. The waters around him turned darker as he descended. His visibility decreased, making it harder for him to detect any danger. In the dark ocean, Li Huang slowly sank into the depths as the darkness seemed to stretch on endlessly before him. He suddenly stopped and stared at the murky depths around him. He fished out 3 pieces of glowing rocks from the inside of his clothes before throwing them towards the front. The green light dispelled the darkness, revealing a dense group of boat people with fish scale tattoos and water monkeys. One was human, and the other was an evil entity, yet there wasn't much difference between the 2 groups this deep underwater. Kill them. Li Huang charged into the group of boat people as each of Li Sui's tentacles held onto a torture tool. The sharp blades of the torture tools sliced up the boat people easily. The Ao Jing sect and the Lion Dance Palace did the same. The Lion Dance Palace swallowed a lot of the boat people before leaving behind a massive writhing pile of twisted flesh. As death had vanished, neither they nor their enemies could die, so it was pointless to prolong their fight. Li Huang was not here to kill them. He observed the glowing rocks descending, revealing a large crevice at the bottom. Li Huang ushered Li Sui's tentacles to work hard to swim after the rocks. This is the Dragon King Temple. Follow me quickly before the Dharma sect comes. Soon the battlefield shifted towards the crevice. Under Li Huang's guidance, everyone swam towards the 3 sinking glowing rocks. Li Huang had taken the initiative for the assault this time. The glowing rocks weren't bright, but in the dark ocean, they were like 3 miniature green suns that lit up the crevice. Li Huang saw several human and fish skeletons littered on the uneven rocks. Li Huang thought this was where the boat people and the water monkeys buried their dead, but as he swam downwards, he realized he was wrong. The skeletons weren't scattered randomly, but arranged in a specific pattern. Someone had deliberately placed them to form a mural on the walls. Is that a human? The bones were arranged in the shape of a massive human taller than a mountain. The light coming from the glowing rocks wasn't enough to illuminate it. Li Huang could only rely on his memories and piece together the sections he had seen with the light coming from the glowing rocks to form a vague image of the man. Whoosh! Li Huang suddenly sensed danger and quickly shifted sideways. He barely avoided a dark shadow zipping past him. Hair. Li Huang couldn't make out what it was. He only saw something as large as a house disappearing in the darkness. As he approached, the resistance he encountered started becoming fiercer. Something other than the boat people and the water monkeys was underwater. There appeared to be even more entities worshipping the Dragon King in the Dragon King Temple. Father, look. There's a temple in the stomach of the bone man on the wall. A temple in that thing's stomach? I'm looking for the Dragon King Temple, not an organ temple. Li Huolong looked down when he heard Li Sui's warning. He saw an eerie temple lodged into the wall of the crevice, and its location was exactly at where the liver of the man made from bones on the wall would be. He read the words on the rusted signage and realized it was exactly what he had been looking for. Just then, the intense water pressure crushed the 3 glowing rocks and plunged everything into darkness again. The moment the light disappeared, numerous shadowy objects swam up from the crevice, and as they did, the surrounding currents grew fiercer. In the darkness, all Li Huolong could see were shimmering scales. Li Huolong didn't know what those things were, but he knew they would try to stop him from approaching the Dragon King Temple. Li Huolong turned towards the direction in which the stench of blood was the heaviest before shouting, "Hey, do your job. Is this the limit of what the Ao Jing sect can do?" Right then, he heard the Ao Jing sect all shout at the same time. Wooden liver. Many of them used the 5 elements intercalation simultaneously as a dense mat of maggots burrowed into the flesh of the shadowy figures. The maggots made the surrounding waters murkier. They shared the pain as howls from men and beasts alike resounded in the dark water. Under the protection of the white tassel and maggots, Li Huolong approached the Dragon King Temple, which was shrouded in darkness. Li Huolong fished out 3 more glowing rocks and threw them towards the Dragon King Temple. A horrific scene unfolded in front of his eyes as he saw numerous headless corpses floating upside down in the Dragon King Temple. They were neatly arranged in the water. "I don't care what those are. It's your job to buy time for me. I will go take the offerings and finish this early," Li Huolong shouted. Dense layers of maggots and white tassels surged into the Dragon King Temple. Under their protection, Li Huolong projected his image and swam into the temple with the tentacles. One of the headless corpses splayed open its limbs and flew towards him like a starfish, but a palm formed from maggots intercepted the corpse and dragged it away. As the obstacles were cleared away, Li Huolong soon found a massive table filled with offerings. On one of the white jade plates were 2 entire dragon veins. The heads of the dragon veins, the Emperor of the Anxi Kingdom and the Emperor of the Luo Sha Kingdom, had been pierced by corals and forced to kneel towards something on the wall. Faint golden lights were peeling off from the dragon veins like golden foil as they drifted towards the wall. Li Huolong followed the path of the light and stared at the wall. He was certain that the Dragon King was not a dragon, even though it looked like it. The thing on the wall looked more like a ball of whiskers covered in dragon scales and dragon claws. What is that bizarre thing? Li Huolong was running out of time. He quickly swam over and grabbed the 2 dragon veins before tying them together and dragging them out of the Dragon King Temple. But when the 2 dragon veins left the table, the entire Dragon King Temple started shaking vigorously, accompanied by the spread of a horrifying aura. Li Huolong turned around and stared warily at the mural on the wall. But the mural did not move. It was something else that moved. Chapter 802, Ao Mojie. Li Huolong sensed that the tremor and the terrifying aura were becoming stronger. The currents began to swirl chaotically. He understood what was happening and shouted at everyone, "Get out! The temple is sinking." The Dragon King Temple had fallen off from the wall and was sinking deeper. They were already quite deep in the crevice. Li Huolong had no idea where he would reach if he sank even deeper. The terrifying aura also came from the bottom of the crevice. Sensing that the temple was sinking, the Ao Jing sect and the Lion Dance Palace tried to swim out of the temple under Li Huolong's lead. But the headless corpses, boat people, and water monkeys were all surging into the temple to block them from escaping. Both sides clashed intensely as they fought in the temple. Bam! The black tiles of the temple roof blasted apart as Li Huolong's body, now stuck together with the Lion Dance Palace, blasted upwards from the temple as they escaped through the hole in the roof. He didn't dare to stop as he continued to swim upwards. Halfway through, he looked back down and saw the horrifying aura coming from the darkness below. The darkness was impenetrable, even with the presence of light. Hot currents blasted upwards in a rhythmic pattern, almost as if the darkness itself was breathing. The Dragon King Temple sank into the darkness and disappeared forever. Li Huolong sighed in relief when he saw the darkness did not chase after him. He was glad that he managed to make it out alive at the last moment. or he would have been trapped in the stomach of that evil entity. He then looked upwards. Their fight had altered almost everything in the ocean surrounding them. He barely saw any empty patches of water on top of him as innumerable evil entities surrounded them from above like a blanket. Li Huang looked down at the two dragon veins covered in maggots before charging upwards at the evil entities. He wanted to break through the blanket of flesh. Even though he didn't know what they were or where they came from, he had to admit they were terrifying. But even then, they were no match for Li Huang. He was no longer the naive and weak Taoist who had just exited the Zephyr Temple. Several rifts shot forward and cut up the flesh of every entity in the path. The strange fluid leaking out from the rift mutated everything it touched. The amalgamation of flesh, white tassels, and maggots was even more terrifying. It was like a shark that consumed everything it touched. To it, flesh was nothing more than wet paper. They charged upwards and reached the depth where the Dragon King Temple had previously been. Li Huang thought they were almost at the surface when the evil entities in front of him suddenly parted ways. They revealed the murky surface before a large shadow covered it. Something massive, one larger than a mountain, was sinking towards them. Be careful. Something as big as a mountain is coming. Li Huang warned his comrades and readied himself for combat. But as it got closer, Li Huang realized that he had been mistaken. This isn't something as big as a mountain. It's an actual fucking mountain. Dodge. But it was too late. There were no more paths to evade the mountain. It was a crevice, and there was nowhere to hide. At the last moment, Li Huang swam towards the mountain and extended his arms towards it. Stand behind me. When his hands touched the mountain, the rock turned soft and became white tofu. Li Huang destroyed the tofu easily before revealing the next layer of rocks. He continued to use his cultivation to turn them into tofu as he tunneled through the mountain. With Li Huang carving up a tunnel in the mountain by turning the place he touched into tofu, the Lion Dance Palace, and the Ao Jing sect members were unharmed. Li Huang dug through the entire mountain and successfully survived being crushed by the mountain. Li Huang heard a massive crashing noise coming from down below in the crevice and thought that the mountain had most likely fallen into the darkness down there. He wasn't sure what the darkness was, but he was certain the mountain would hit it. However, his happiness was short-lived as a terrifying chill came from below. Suddenly, with a warm current surging from below, a large mass of dragon scales covering a lump of rotting flesh surged towards Li Huang. Li Huang fought back and sent several rifts towards it. The lump crashed into the rift and broke it apart like glass. The rift, which had been incomparably sharp, was destroyed just like that. Li Huang shifted his body and barely avoided it. He steadied himself and saw what it was. He had seen it before. It was the mural in the Dragon King Temple just now, Ao Mojie. It's actually below us. There's a Xiaoman below us. Li Huang saw the lump of dragon scale flesh swimming towards him again. Sensing that Li Huang was being attacked, the maggots and white tassels swiftly attacked Ao Mojie, but none of them worked. Both the maggots and white tassels stopped moving the moment they touched Ao Mojie's body. Li Huang realized what was happening when he saw the scene. Be careful. It absorbed the dragon chi, and normal techniques are useless. Li Huang had once seen the dragon vein destroying the rifts coming from the spine sword and understood that the thing in front of him was going to be hard to fight. Ao Mojie immediately charged towards him again. Li Huang barely dodged it with his tentacles. Just as the two zipped past each other, Li Huang extended his arms and grabbed one of the dragon scales. He ripped it off the lump of flesh, but a strange triangular head grew from behind the dragon scale and bit Li Huang's hands with its two singular fangs. Li Huang grabbed the head and crushed it with his fingers. He took a deep breath and stared at the lump of flesh. Both the Ao Jing sect and the Lion Dance Palace are worthless here now. He threw the dragon veins towards the back. Take them and run. I will stop it. Chapter 803, Dragon Vein. Li Huang had no intention of fighting the being to the death. This was especially true because death had disappeared. Killing the being would be difficult. He hadn't forgotten the reason he was here. It would be a waste of time to try and kill the lump of flesh in front of him. I will stall it for at least the length it takes for an incense stick to burn. So swim as far as you can. We will meet again in Sea Chi. Li Huang swung his tentacles hard as he charged toward the being. He got close before he swung the spine sword again to send a rift towards the being. This time, the rift was not intended to attack Ao Mojie, but to ambush it. Li Huang swiftly vanished into the rift. The rift then splintered against Ao Mojie. Li Huolong disappeared from the dark depths of the ocean. Ao Mojie saw Li Huolong disappearing and didn't stand idly by. It opened the eyes surrounding its body and expelled a hot current from its intestines, propelling itself forward and upward towards the location of Shun Baiyu and the rest of the group. Just then, a rift suddenly materialized out of thin air, revealing a sharp blade that stabbed Ao Mojie. As quickly as it had appeared, the blade vanished once more. Right after the sword vanished, it reappeared and stabbed Ao Mojie again. This cycle continued, with the sword repeatedly stabbing him until his blood stained the water all around. Li Huolong stabbed it one final time. Unable to endure any longer, he fell out of the rift. Even though his cultivation of the truth was strong, the strange liquid from the Qi kingdom altered his body. His body bulged outwards, and 6 twisting limbs sprawled out from underneath his robes. The limbs all ended in a crab-like pincer. There were 4 thin white stems on his forehead, each with a flower-like structure. 8 green whiskers hung beneath his chin, surrounded by sparse white hair that extended to his neck, concealing a strange little head that had sprouted there. However, the transformation was temporary. Li Huolong quickly returned back to normal after he used his cultivation. Just then, the small, shrinking head on his neck said, "Li Huolong, what is the meaning of this? You promised me." Li Huolong did not look back. He tore off the small head forcefully. "Umph, and you believe my words? To think that you would call yourself Hong Zhong of the sitting Oblivion Tao. I lied. I've already had enough illusions by my side. Compared to Shizi's plan, I'm more worried about what you would do behind my back." Li Huolong threw the little head away and faced Ao Mojie again. Despite risking his life to attack Ao Mojie, his attacks had barely worked on the house-sized being. But Li Huolong did not give up. He was here to buy time and not fight to his death. Through the compound eyes growing on the back of his neck, Li Huolong saw that Shun Baiyu and the others had reached the surface. Li Huolong then sliced off his compound eyes before charging towards Ao Mojie again. Having discovered the 2 dragon veins, he had partially achieved his goal. His mission would be completed after he stalled for more time, but it seemed like Ao Mojie didn't want to fight Li Huolong. The scales on its body vibrated as it called for the boat people to gather around it. A high-pitched noise coupled with warm currents spread out far and wide. The cry reached the ears of both the boat people and water monkeys, prompting each of them to grab a dragon scale and devour a handful of Ao Mojie's flesh. Afterward, they placed the dragon scales on their faces and shielded their eyes. The aura they gave off was now very different. While they still looked the same, Li Huolong sensed something was fundamentally different. They surrounded Li Huolong as he tried to use his cultivation of the truth to stop them, but it was futile. It seemed like they had obtained some dragon qi. Li Huolong knew something was wrong when he saw more and more dragon scales being distributed. Ao Mojie had an abnormal amount of dragon qi. It didn't completely absorb the 2 dragon veins, so where is it getting so much dragon qi from? Li Huolong had fought against a dragon vein before, but Ao Mojie was very different from the one he had fought before. When the boat people and water monkeys arranged themselves in a massive snake-like formation with their eyes covered by the dragon scales, Li Huolong finally realized what was happening. You didn't rob the dragon qi. It's your own dragon qi. You are not a Siming. There's not a single Siming as weak as you. You are a dragon vein from their world. Isn't that right? You're not stealing the dragon qi. You're reinforcing yourself with it. Ao Mojie had no intention of answering. It swam along with the massive array of boat people and sea monkeys like a dragon swimming in the water. Li Huolong stared at Ao Mojie without fear. Simings from another world, and now dragon veins from the other world. Why are you here? You have your own place, so why are you here to steal ours? Against the reinforced Ao Mojie, Li Huolong was suppressed throughout the fight. Fortunately, Li Huolong couldn't die under any circumstances since death was gone. He was still questioning Ao Mojie even at this point. Why? Why come and steal our heavenly Daos? Don't you have death in your world? Or do you think it's fun to have 2 heavenly Daos of death? Li Huolong stopped when he said that. He recalled the door god that tried to recruit him last time and realized that he had just hit the nail on the head. Li Huolong was in a daze, so Ao Mojie seized the chance to attack and cut him in half. However, the black tentacles soon stitched Li Huolong back to normal. I understand now. I finally understand. There's no death in your world. There's no rot in your world. There's no pain in your world. There's also no lies in your world. You wanted them. You crave for rot, pain, lies, and even death because you don't have them. He saw Majia's eyes shifting slightly. Li Huolong smiled as he drew his spine sword. But, don't you dare try to take them away. As long as I am alive, you will not take our heavenly Daos. I want to see what will happen if I kill you. A portion of our time disappeared every time one of our dragon veins was destroyed. So let's see what will happen to your world if I kill you here. Chapter 804 Destroy. Li Huolong cut the water monkey in front of him in half, its flesh ripping apart audibly. As the battle dragged on, both Li Huolong and his allies suffered severe injuries. But it wasn't over. There were too many enemies that had obtained dragon chi. Li Huolong was surrounded by enemies and encircled by the dragon vein. Due to the disappearance of death, no one could fatally harm the other. Li Huolong understood that dragging things on was worthless, but his efforts would be in vain if they dismembered him. The small fries weren't the problem. It was the dragon vein called Mojie. Li Huolong calculated his distance with the dragon vein before taking a deep breath of water and swinging his spine sword. The rift appeared once more, and Li Huolong slipped into it using his tentacles. The briny smell of seawater was exchanged by the shimmering, strange liquid. Li Huolong's heart was filled with despair as his flesh began mutating. Li Huolong endured it and charged towards where Mojie would be. Since he couldn't do anything in the Liang Kingdom, he had to find a way to deal with it from the Qi Kingdom instead. As long as he could align himself with the position of the dragon vein in the Qi Kingdom, he could appear directly in the stomach of Mojie. Time was ticking. Li Huolong acted swiftly as he approached Mojie's location in the Liang Kingdom. His swimming speed increased thanks to the strange fins that were growing out of his tentacles. You think you can escape if you don't materialize me? I've always been in your body, and I am Li Huolong. A strange diminutive face appeared on Li Huolong's neck and struggled to grow outwards. You are already a part of me, or else you wouldn't have thought of lying to me with your usual demeanor. Scram, I don't have time to waste on you, Li Huolong said. He shaved off the skin on his neck, but he soon saw a new face appearing. Rubbish. Without me, you are just a pile of gullible rubbish that anyone could deceive. Stop fighting, a third voice rang out. Another head popped up in between them. This time it was the old monk trying to block them from fighting. The old monk was not the only head that was growing on the back of his body like a strange tumor. Jin Shanjiao, Qiu Qibao, and Peng Longting were all growing on his back with faces of fear, unease, and anger. Fuck, Li Huolong cursed. With the heads on his back, Li Huolong swiftly reached Mojie. He found the correct location and swung the spine sword, only for the rift to shatter when it appeared. He was too close. The rift touched Mojie the moment it formed, causing it to shatter. I refuse to believe that I will die here. Li Huolong swung the spine sword rapidly as numerous rifts shot out. Finally, after he tried shooting out the rifts from numerous angles, he found a particular angle that allowed the rift to stay up for a short period. Li Huolong knew that it was his chance. The rift could sustain itself for a while, meaning that Mojie's body was hollow inside. There was a space in there that he could fit himself in. When he shot out another rift, he projected his body and slipped through it immediately. He had just come out from the other side when he felt his body was burning up. It appeared to be the stomach of Mojie. Die! Li Huolong yelled. He stabbed the spine sword forward, and a splash of burning liquid splattered on his face. He tasted it and realized it was blood. Li Huolong perked up immediately. He controlled the tentacles around him and sliced up his surroundings with his torture tools. Blood flowed out from the wounds and covered him. The seawater couldn't drown him, so naturally, he couldn't drown in the blood either. As Li Huolong carved out more and more wounds, the space around him started to shake. How is it? You must have never felt this before, right? This is the pain that you lack on the other side. You better savor it. Li Huolong stabbed his sword downwards and carved out a table-sized chunk of flesh. His allies and enemies were fighting on the outside, but Li Huolong's battle was fought inside. He refused to get out until he dismembered Mojie. He was busy carving out the flesh when a hole in Mojie's stomach suddenly appeared. A water monkey with a dragon scale covering its face swam from outside the hole and charged towards Li Huolong. This was just the start. As Li Huolong cut the water monkey in half, more and more of them surged into the stomach. They were trying to stop Li Huolong from harming the dragon vein any further. And thus a bitter battle began, this time inside of Mojie's stomach. Still, it was much easier for Li Huolong to fight inside there. He was fighting inside of Mojie after all, so Mojie couldn't do much. Victory was his. Blood and seawater merged together and turned the area murky. The lack of light didn't help at all either. Li Huang was in the middle of ripping out the head of one of the evil entities when a chaotic turbulence erupted in the bloody water to his left. A massive ashen-white being, as big as a tree truck, crashed into Li Huang. The being was slimy and smooth on the outside until it revealed its spiral mouth. The evil entity shot something out from its snout. It was so fast that Li Huang only saw a blur in the dark when it crashed into him and sent him flying. The stomach wall suddenly opened up, and Li Huang was shot out of Mojia's stomach. Li Huang steadied himself in the cold seawater and was surrounded once more by the enemies cloaked in dragon chi. However, things had changed. Mojie had sustained a severe injury. Its body was dented and dehydrated, with numerous small wounds across the surface of its body. It wriggled around, yet it couldn't heal itself. The flesh on the outside was rotting, but the interior of Mojie was completely different. It was mismatched. Staring at the strange beings entering Mojie's body, Li Huang asked with uncertainty, "Your appearance, is it not what it was in the past? Is it because of the lack of death? Is that why your appearance slowly changed to what it is now?" Mojie ignored him. Its worshippers shielded Mojie as they charged towards Li Huang. Countless beings, all with a dragon scale covering their faces, were charging towards him. Li Huang was going to use the same trick again. However, before he could, a large portion of the evil entities were knocked away by a fleshy blob covered in white tassels. "That's the Lion Dance Palace. What are you doing here?" Li Huang couldn't understand what was happening when the blob of flesh covered in white tassels attached themselves to him. Chapter 805 Arise. "What are you doing here? I thought I told you to run." Li Huang tried to push the blob of flesh away. "Help you. Deal with them first." The Lion Dance Palace uttered those words before increasing the speed of its fusion with Li Huang. The white tassels and flesh started to force themselves into Li Huang's body and take over Li Sui's space. Li Sui had no choice but to move most of her tentacles into Li Huang's mouth. It was not over yet. Li Huang's body bulked up as his organs shifted around. It wasn't only him. The four strange tumor-like heads on his back were shifted around too. Li Huang had changed. His red robes covered in strange runes were the only thing that hadn't changed. Xianpin's robes were somehow enchanted, fitting Li Huang's body no matter what. It didn't matter that the Lion Dance Palace had enlarged his body. In just a few breaths, in the dark depths of the ocean, Li Huang had transformed into a monster several stories tall. He was still wearing his red Taoist robes, even though he was now several stories tall. The black tentacles were hanging down from his mouth, and the sensory organs on his face had shifted slightly. After sensing the change in his aura, the boat people, water monkeys, and the other evil entities became wary of Li Huang. Li Huang felt as if he had grown a lot of eyes in this form. Each white tassel gave him a line of sight. He could even feel the white tassels inside the box that Puppy had stashed away for himself. It wasn't just his vision, his body had changed too. He couldn't quite describe the way it felt. The Lion Dance Palace wasn't assimilating with him. It was fusing with him. Li Huang experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he had the power to control every aspect of his own body. Suddenly, one of Li Huang's eyes rolled down to the back of his left hands. Mojie is running away. Li Huang was going to move when numerous white tassels sprouted out of his body and moved like a fin. The evil entities tried to block Li Huang as the Lion Dance Palace's voice came from inside his mind. "A sword made from a live strayed one is very unique. Try using it. We can block the current danger with it right now." Li Huang reached behind his back with his disjointed right arm and shoved his hands into his flesh before pulling out his own spine. A bloody spine-like sword appeared in his hand. He swung it around his body, and everything in the path of the attack was pushed back. Li Huang also realized that even if his sword didn't touch them, the evil entities' bodies all became elongated beyond what was reasonable. He no longer needed to be wary of their encirclement. He quickly swam to chase after Mojie. Mojie tried to run, but it was too late. Just as it had almost reached the bottom of the sea, Li Huang caught it. Shatter! Li Huang swung his spine sword down hard and split Mojie's rotting body in half. But it wasn't over. Li Huang swung his sword again and again. Rotten flesh floated around in the area as he continued his assault. After torturing it to the point of being unrecognizable, Li Huang tied Mojie up in a knot. He then swung the entire thing towards the wall of the crevice before pulling out a boulder larger than his own body and smashing Mojie with it. The dust settled, and Mojie was flattened into a meat paste. Everything became quiet as Li Huolong looked at the flesh floating upwards. Li Huolong slowly swam upwards while the lion dance palace slowly detached itself from his body. Li Huolong broke through the surface of the water and stood on it. He winced in pain as he forced his facial sensory organs back to where they belonged. His body slowly turned back to normal, and the foreheads on his back slowly withered away. Li Huolong looked down at the lion dance palace hiding under the surface of the sea before asking, "What's going on? I thought I told you to go first. Why did you come back?" Mojie's flattened flesh floated up to the surface, and Li Huolong kicked it away. Due to the disappearance of death, Mojie was still alive, though the condition it was in was no different from being dead. He wanted to take back 2 dragon veins, but now he had 3. It was a surprising harvest. "We can't go." "Why not?" Li Huolong thought he had misheard. He turned around and looked at the lion dance palace again. "The Dharma sect has surrounded us. All 12 of their grand witches are here." Baiyu frowned as she surfaced from the water too. Her engorged abdomen was now flat and flaccid. She exposed a large hole on her abdomen where her flesh had been pulverized. The Jing sect members were behind her, but many of them were missing. Even the 2 dragon veins had disappeared. "What's going on?" Li Huolong was frustrated as he looked at the horizon. He soon saw numerous ships of different sizes. Behind the ships were large waves and torrential rain. As the boats got closer, Li Huolong saw someone unexpected in front of him. It was Xianpin. Xianpin was wearing his red Taoist robes as he stood at the bow of the ship. "Li Huolong, surrender. You are finished. We have kept you occupied here while the Li Kingdom fights back on the other front. Victory has been decided. Everything is over. You've lost to us." Li Huolong stared at Xianpin with an incredulous expression. "Are you stupid? I'm wearing Xianpin's robes. Who are you to try and imitate Xianpin?" The Xianpin on the bow of the ship shook his head slowly. "I just faked my death. I defected to the Li Kingdom a long time ago." He continued, "I've told them the secrets of the Surveillance Bureau. Everything is over." Just as he said that, several azure gourds were thrown from the ship into the water. The strange black liquid slowly spread and formed a large circle around Li Huolong. The strange liquid slowly made its way towards Li Huolong. At the same time, 12 individuals, each wearing a veil with the word "witch," appeared at the bow of the ship. All of them had a black cloth tied to their shoulders. Even though they were very far away, Li Huolong could still feel how special they were. It was as if they were much heavier than the others that caused even space to distort around them. "Umph. Grand Witch." Li Huolong spat out some blood. "Dream on if you want me to surrender. Victory has yet to be decided." Li Huolong's face contorted in pain and blood sprayed out from his nose. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his brain started expanding. Arise. A massive bronze tree shot up from the depths of the ocean. It pierced the flattened Mojie on its crown and towered behind Li Huolong. Chapter 806, Ascend. What is that thing?" Baiyu stared at the bronze tree behind Li Huolong in shock. Mojie, now nothing more than a flattened piece of meat, was impaled on the massive tree. Its broken flesh rained down from the impact as it landed on the tree branches on the lower levels. The bronze tree that had been emitting a golden light was now covered by a layer of flesh. It was both bizarre and incredible to see. This was the dragon-slaying, god-killing array. Even though he was surrounded, Li Huolong still had one last card to play. He was well aware that fighting in this place would be futile. Not only was he uncertain of his ability to defeat the 12 Grand Witches, but he also couldn't kill them since death was no longer present. Since they would act in the mortal realm, Li Huolong just needed to ascend and fight up there instead. The 12 Grand Witches were flustered and charged towards him as they stepped on the strange, iridescent liquid. But Li Huolong had materialized the bronze tree, so it was too late to destroy the dragon-slaying, god-killing array. Sway. Hands. Li Sui sprouted 4 tentacles from Li Huolong's armpits. Under his guidance, the 4 tentacles split and became 4 arms instead. Li Huolong recalled what Xianpin did to activate the array, copying his movements from memory. As the array started, the skies beneath the dark clouds split apart. A dark rift appeared and was gradually being pulled apart by invisible hands. Li Huolong saw the path to the Baiyu capital. Li Sui extended her head out of Li Huolong's robes using one of her tentacles. She held the bronze coin sword with her left tentacle and 3 talismans on her right tentacle. As the tentacles moved swiftly, she impaled the 3 talismans using the bronze coin sword and started chanting according to Li Huolong's instructions. "Walk barefoot, step on the heavenly gates with haste. The dark aura of the demons approaches Nanyang. As Li Sui chanted, Li Huawang, the Lion Dance Palace, and the remaining Ao Jing sect members all grew dragon scales and claws, and their bodies started to grow. 2 twisted dragon horns grew out from Li Huawang's forehead. They grew longer, and blood trailed down his face. Ao Mojie, the dragon vein that was impaled onto the bronze tree, slowly dried up. It looked like it was on the verge of death. If death hadn't disappeared, it might have really died. Just then, the Dharma sect attacked. The seas around them were completely black, and a large wave crashed into Li Huawang and the rest. The wave didn't do anything. They remained unscathed as the wave retreated. Thanks to the Dragon Chi, a once formidable technique had become utterly ineffective against them. The dark clouds had been split in half, and a dark circle rotated slowly above Li Huawang. It was incredibly far, but the horrific aura emanating from it made everyone want to run. The oxtail gate is open. Let's go. Peng Longting appeared beside Li Huawang and threw him high up towards the black rift in the air. The 12 grand witches also flew upward, trying to intercept him. Li Huawang smiled when he saw their frantic actions. They panicked the moment they realized I was going to the Baiyu capital to nip this in the bud. That also indirectly proved that his method was correct. He needed to head upwards to deal with the issue from the root. Several artifacts and techniques crashed into Li Huawang's body, but the Dragon Chi shielded him from all harm without fail. One of the Grand Witches tried to block Li Huawang from the front when a dragon dance imitating a real dragon appeared from below and wrapped the Grand Witch around its body. Go! We will stop them. Baiyu stood at the crown of the bronze tree. She removed her clothes, skin, and finally her flesh. Each layer of hers was connected by the blood vessels. She bathed herself in the pain and took out a book, the Ascension volume. I owe you guys one. Li Huawang shouted. Peng Longting appeared once more before throwing Li Huawang towards the black rift. With the Lion Dance Palace and the Ao Jing sect buying him time, he flew faster and faster as he approached Oxtail Gate. Faster. Faster. I need to be faster. He barely entered the rift in the skies when it sealed up. Rain poured down once more. After passing through the clouds, Li Huawang continued flying upwards into the star-filled skies. He crossed through the stars and saw some familiar faces. They were the strangely mutated horrors that he had seen once before. He saw the flesh Bodhisattva still siphoning something from its surroundings with a pink tentacle wriggling at the front of its body. He saw a dull, ash-red maggot with slime covering its body. There were incense sticks stuck all over it, and it expanded and contracted rhythmically. He also saw the god of happiness and the immortal families. Li Huawang came here once before, but this time it was different. All of them scattered and made way for Li Huawang after seeing him. He wasn't certain if they were afraid of him or the dragon chi on his body. Li Huawang sped up because this was not the Baiyu capital. He reached the deep part of the stars and saw a chaotic, colorless jade plate suspended in the air. The jade plate was suspended by something hiding in the depths of the darkness, wriggling and moving. The mountain-sized jade plate bobbed from time to time. There were 3 large contorted words on it. Oxtail Gate. But this time, it was different. Li Huawang saw that the 2 serpents holding the gate were gone. There were also several cracks on the jade plate. Something black was trying to take over the Baiyu capital. Li Huawang realized that even the Oxtail Gate was affected. His heart sank. He shuddered whenever he thought the Oxtail Gate could shatter and spill unspeakable horrors into the mortal realm. Thankfully, I'm still not too late. I'm here now. He looked inside the jade plate and saw nothing but primal chaos. Li Huawang wasn't sure what would happen if he entered now, but he was clear that he had to do it one way or another. Everyone hang on. I'm here to help. Li Huawang shouted into the jade plate to notify the Simings before running into the Oxtail Gate. Chapter 807, Mental Image. Where are we going? Li Huawang walked down an illuminated corridor, his hands handcuffed as a nurse escorted him. They were following behind Yidonglai. Somewhere nice. You will know when you see it, Yidonglai said without turning around. Li Huawang had been in the hospital for quite some time, and his hair had grown to the point where it almost covered his eyes. Through his bangs, Li Huawang stared at the back of Yidonglai's head. I wonder what Siming he is. He should be a Siming, right? Why isn't he helping me escape if he's on my side? They reached their destination, while Li Huawang continued making assumptions. The nurse stood guard at the entrance while Li Huawang followed Yidonglai into the room. It was a simple room with several stools, a table of sand, and several cupboards filled with random knickknacks. Wait, a sand table. Li Huawang looked at the square table. Blue boards surrounded the edge of the tables, while yellow sand filled the top. Li Huang looked at the table and then checked the cupboards. He saw various little models placed in them. There were miniature humans, animals, trees, flowers, grass, cars, boats, flying objects, stones, and monsters. Li Huang had a sudden realization. Oh, I understand now. You want me to make a miniature scene? I will have to place those objects in the sand table as a way to express my inner world. Oh, so you know about it? In that case, there's no need to explain. You can start when you are ready. Yi Donglai took out a key and unlocked Li Huang's handcuffs. Li Huang rubbed his wrists and frowned. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid that I will go crazy and kill you? Li Huang, you still have the time to joke with me? You don't seem desperate enough. Did you know that your mom cried for a very long time yesterday when she called me? Yi Donglai sat on the opposite side of the sand table after he saw Li Huang's bitter face. Li Huang was also clenching his fist in pain. You are already a regular here. I won't explain much to you either. If you want to get discharged quicker, you have to follow the treatment plan. There's no other way here. Yi Donglai tapped the edge of the table with his pen and placed a small human figurine in the center of the sand table. Imagine that this is you. What would you do next? Don't think too deeply and just follow your heart. Li Huang looked at the figurine with a complicated look on his face. He stood silently as he contemplated before he approached the cupboards. He returned with an armful of figurines and models. Li Huang picked up the human figurine in the middle of the sand table and contemplated a little before placing it back. He then started placing different models and figurines onto the sand table. Yi Donglai frowned as Li Huang placed more and more figurines onto the sand table. What is he thinking? Why is his mental image so weird? He placed several figurines next to each other. But why are they planted upside down into the sand? Li Huang stopped. Yi Donglai stared at the sand table and was unsure of what to say. Li Huang had used the monster figurines the most, but they weren't standing on their legs. Instead, they were either planted upside down or clumped together in a group. Li Huang also dug a large pit in the sand. These things, are they related to you? Yi Donglai pointed at the human figurines at the edge of the pits. Li Huang shook his head and said nothing. Yi Donglai stared at Li Huang before he extended his right arm and grabbed the little figurine that represented Li Huang. He then hovered the figurine at the top of the monsters before making a gesture of tossing the human figurine into the pit that was being observed by the monsters. Yi Donglai observed Li Huang's face cautiously as he did that. He wanted to detect any changes in Li Huang's expression. He did the same gesture a few times before he noticed that Li Huang was staring at him with a weirded-out gaze. Are you all right? I've already set it up. I want to go back if there's nothing else to do. Wait, don't be hasty. We are just getting started. Yi Donglai placed the figurine representing Li Huang into Li Huang's hands before taking out all of the figurines in the miniature scene. He then reset the sand table. Come, continue. I want to see what else you will make. Li Huang sighed and did it again. The miniature scene remained largely unchanged, except for one difference. The figurine representing Li Huang was now positioned closer to one of the upside-down monsters. Yi Donglai pushed the Li Huang figurine forward until it touched the monster. What about this? Is it better? It's better if you say that it's better. Do we need to continue? Yes, Yi Donglai said, placing the figurine back into Li Huang's palms. Li Huang soon finished the third miniature scene. This time, the little figurine was buried in the sand with two monsters at the side. Yi Donglai somehow understood something and started taking notes. Don't look at me. Continue. Don't stop until I tell you to. Li Huang continued to place the figurines. The little Li Huang figurine was sometimes in the pit and sometimes at the edge, but the two monsters continued to be by his side. On the 12th iteration, the figurine was placed on the head of the monsters. Continue, don't stop. Yi Donglai placed the figurine back in Li Huang's hands. This time, Li Huang placed the figurine on the board at the edge of the table as he stared at Yi Donglai. Yi Donglai asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "It means that I've had enough." Li Huang punched the sand table, and the monsters were sent flying. Even the little plastic figurine of himself fell to the ground. Yi Donglai, do you think it's fun to play with me? You only need the patient to arrange the miniscape once if you want to learn of their inner heart. The rules are dead. We are alive. Everyone has a different method in doing this. Li Huang endured his frustration and started arranging the miniature scene again. Since you're already frustrated, we can stop here for today. Go back now. It should be time for your meal too. Hearing this, Li Huang stood up and approached the door. He came to a halt at the doorway. Yi Donglai, I will go along with your treatment plan, but I have one condition. If my mother calls you again, just tell her that my treatment is progressing smoothly and that I will be discharged soon. Chapter 808 Dream. Li Huang wolfed down his meal inside the brightly lit canteen of the White Tower prison. He was still thinking about what had happened just now. Shizi is smart. He knows that he can't fight against the Simings. He has no choice but to work with me to get what he needs. He's just someone that I can kill at any time now. Li Huang was distracted and choked on something while his face turned red. He stood up and clenched his throat with his hands. Someone suddenly patted his back forcefully, causing him to regurgitate what he had eaten just now. Li Huang braced himself and looked at the messy table. He saw a small plastic figurine amidst his vomit. The plastic figurine lay there silently and stared at him with the beady eyes. This is... Li Huang wiped his mouth and picked up the plastic figurine. He inspected it under the LED light and realized that it was the very same plastic figurine that Yi Donglai had given to him at the sand table just now. Li Huang was trying to figure out why the figurine appeared in his food when he saw the figurine opening its mouth to shout at him. Jizai, 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 don't get distracted. Li Huang sat up from his bed out of shock. He panted as cold sweat poured out from his body. He glanced around and realized what had happened. It was just a dream? Li Huang sighed in relief and looked at the clock on the wall. It was only 3 in the morning. Li Huang frowned and massaged his temples. He grumbled and complained about Yi Donglai's treatment plan. It included the miniature scene, which subsequently gave him that nightmare. Jizai. Li Huang turned around and saw the little plastic figurine somehow glowing and standing atop his bedpost. Bam! Li Huang smashed his head to the wall and woke himself up from the intense pain. He looked around him and found that the little figurine was not anywhere. He then realized that it was another dream. He had dreamed within a dream. Thinking back about what had happened, Li Huang pressed his head in pain and lay back down on the bed. Shit. To think that the figurine could glow in the dark. Li Huang rolled around in the bed, but he couldn't sleep at all. He ended up staying up all night. The breakfast at White Tower Prison today was plain congee and buns. Though the buns were made using old flour, they were still tasty and chewy. Li Huang, who was tired from the lack of sleep, took his plain breakfast and sat in a corner. Damn that Yi Donglai. Why does he want me to go and play with the sand table? My mind's a mess now. Li Huang stared at the other patients and thought to himself, I've already sent Shizi out. As long as he manages to speak with Zhao Lei, Qing Wanglai and the others should come rescue me soon. I pray that Qing Wanglai's contact will help me get out of here legally. I hope they don't try to resort to a jailbreak. Li Huang didn't care that the 3 ancient ones were using him as a pawn. He didn't mind as long as the trouble could be taken care of. But I think the Simings from the Dharma sect could find me first. I hope that Qing Wanglai and the others aren't too late. Li Huang stared at his surroundings as he thought about it. Even though he was back in this place, he still knew how to tread carefully. He was thinking about what to do when someone approached him. Why are you back here? What happened outside? Is everything all right? It was a familiar face. She was Zhao Ting, the girl with depression. It seemed like she was doing much better after receiving treatment. She even came to greet Li Huang on her own accord. Another youth followed her and greeted Li Huang. It was Wei Shirley, the man with mania. His fingers still twitched occasionally. You are back? Why? Did you relapse? Behind Wei Shirley was a large youth. It was the one that Li Huang had helped before. Brother here. Apple. Li Huang frowned and was wary of them. Even though he knew them, he couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't harm him. Li Huang looked at the apple on the table and didn't take it. He still remembered how it felt to have a needle stabbing into his tongue. It's nothing. Just a small issue. I can get out again once I'm done with it. Li Huang left after tossing them those words. He had no desire to make friends there or involve them in his life, regardless of their opinion of him. Li Huang walked outside and stood behind the wire mesh. He looked outside and saw the 18-sided die that he had thrown out was gone. With a sense of satisfaction, he made his way back inside. He was soon called by a nurse and escorted back to the room with the sand table. Yi Donglai had been waiting for him. Feeling better today? Let's finish this early so you can rest. Yi Donglai tapped the table with his pen. The little figurine was already in the middle of the sand table. Li Huang wanted to explain something to Yi Donglai, but he ultimately said, I need to go to the toilet. Yi Donglai nodded. Go. Third door on the left. Do you need tissues? Li Huang ignored him and entered the toilet. He turned on the tap and splashed his face with cold water. Who does Yi Donglai represent? Can I trust him? Can I explain everything that I've encountered to him? Yi Donglai was different from Li Huang. He had helped Li Huolong before and hadn't harmed him so far, but Li Huolong didn't want to leave his fate in someone else's hands. More importantly, Li Huolong was afraid that Yi Donglai was part of the laws. He had once angered the laws and was punished severely because of that. He feared something grave would happen if he angered them again. He kept thinking before deciding on continuing to observe the situation once more. He chose to wait for the three ancient ones to come and rescue him. Li Huolong calmed down and returned to the room. He sat down on the plastic stool and reached for the plastic figurine in the middle. 5 enormous fingers, even larger than mountains, exerted pressure on the figurine, causing space-time to warp and emitting a resounding boom. All right, let's start. Chapter 809, Baiyu Capital. Where are they? Li Huolong floated around in Baiyu Capital and stared at the empty space around him. The various beings, the Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas, and the gods, were gone. The once populated Baiyu Capital was surprisingly vast and quiet. Li Huolong was here to help. He thought that the war in the Baiyu Capital was intense, but apparently, that was not the case. He couldn't find the Simings at all. He did find several dangerous things, but he wasn't sure if they were the Simings trying to invade Baiyu Capital. Tentacles wriggled around his body, pushing him around in the empty space to search for clues. Li Huolong still recalled how fast the Dharma sect was acting down there. This place shouldn't have been this calm. Jizai, come out. I'm here. Where are you? What's going on? This wasn't what he had expected. It was not what Xian Pin had seen when he was out here. Xian Pin wouldn't have died if it was this calm up here. Jizai, Baiyu. Li Huolong continued to shout, but there was no response. Was I mistaken? Should I head back? Li Huolong was thinking about that when he felt a mirror appearing below him. He touched the mirror gently. In the next instant, he saw himself being reflected in the mirror. His reflection was staring at him through the lake at Cowheart Village. Li Huolong himself rarely goes there. In the blink of an eye, he caught sight of his own reflection in the mirror. Surprisingly, his mirrored self was gazing back at him through the lake at Cowheart Village, a place he rarely visited. Jizai. His reflection spoke from the other side of the mirror. Li Huolong was so startled that he let go of the mirror. Li Huolong raised and looked at his trembling hands. I'm Jizai. I become Jizai the moment I reach Baiyu Capital. Li Huolong was filled with confusion as he realized that he had transformed into the very Siming that he had once resented. The disbelief washed over him as he reached out to touch the mirror once more. The familiar voice echoed from the other side once again. The Li Huolong on the other side was very angry. Hey, speak. Why aren't you speaking? The natural disaster this time is different. In the past, the sun disappeared and everything stopped decaying. But now death is gone. Li Huolong let go of the mirror and his reflection paused. His reflection was waiting for him to answer. Li Huolong looked at the scene in front of him with shock. He had said the exact same words previously. He was talking to his past self now. He was Jizai. The moment Li Huolong understood what was happening, more mirrors appeared below him. Each mirror represented the different times that Li Huolong had been trying to find Jizai. Some of them had happened in the past, while others had yet to happen. He stared at his past and future self before he realized something. Only the mortal realm had time. There was no concept of time here in the Baiyu Capital. In this place, the past was the future. There were no distinctions between them. Simings, beings without past nor futures. As Li Huolong vaguely remembered what Zhuge Yuan had written on his fan, the surrounding space changed again. The space around him became very cramped as more and more mirrors appeared. Some of the scenes happened in the past, and others happened in the future. The Baiyu Capital was a place without the concept of time, so everything occurred within the present. Something is moving. Li Huolong snarled and swung the tentacles covered in dragon scales around him. He barely missed the beings around him. His surroundings slowly became more chaotic, and Li Huolong found what he was looking for, the Simings. They were back. They were fighting. The heavenly Daos clashed against each other. The Baiyu Capital was torn apart and then stitched back together, again and again. Li Huolong was currently stuck in a small pocket dimension, and his surroundings became increasingly dangerous. He hadn't figured out why the Imperial Preceptor and the others blinded themselves before coming here, but now everything had become clear. Those with eyesight would stare too far into the Baiyu Capital and would know too much to focus, just like what was happening to him now. Li Huolong's pupils darted around as he stared deep into the Baiyu Capital and saw the things in the past. He witnessed the unfolding of the past and why Danual went mad. He also observed the heavenly Daos that shouldn't have existed creeping in. The heavenly Daos were still here, But the heavenly Daos that were not from this world had caused Anua to go crazy. The world had gone crazy. As more Simings appeared, more details stemming from different time frames forced themselves into Li Huolong's mind. They continued to push into Li Huolong, forcing out the things that were supposed to be his from inside his body. Li Huolong dug out his eyeballs and felt his surroundings finally return to normal. He could finally focus on what he needed to do. Despite losing his eyes, he retained other organs to perceive his surroundings, along with 6 dragon whiskers. Although his range of perception had diminished, he could still sense everything in his vicinity. He could still hear the Siming's voices, smell them, and taste them. He felt Baiyu. He felt death. He even felt rot. They were fighting against something sticky, a sticky heavenly Tao that was foreign to the Baiyu capital. The heavenly Daos were glued together, cycling out one after another. The sticky heavenly Tao were laws that didn't exist in this world. They were trying to consume Baiyu capital. Li Huolong had lost his eyesight, so he wasn't sure what they looked like, but he was confident that they were just a large black mass. Li Huolong felt that suns were colliding above him as the Simings fought. Li Huolong wanted to help. He was Ji Zai, the Siming of bewilderment, but he wasn't sure what he could do given the intensity of the fight. No, it shouldn't be like this. Li Huolong ducked and weaved while attacking whenever a gap presented itself. Shinpin and the others were up here. They should have killed Godyu. He seized an opportunity and jumped out from the little pocket that he was in. He floated in the space and swung both arms forcefully. Die. Nothing happened. Jizai was somehow thrown back. He didn't have the qualifications to join in the fight. If not for dragon chi on his body, even looking at them for a moment would have been lethal. Chapter 8:10 Heavenly Tao. Why? Why are my powers useless here? Li Huolong persistently attempted to utilize his powers, both on the Simings and in the vacant space before him, yet nothing happened. Unless I don't have the heavenly Tao of truth and heavenly Tao of lies. Li Huolong looked down and saw the vast arrays of mirrors with his reflection once more. Jizai started searching the mirrors for clues to see if anything similar had happened before. He suddenly lifted his hands, and a specific mirror floated towards him. The Li Huolong inside the mirror was different, with a lotus root as his head. Is that so? Do you really think that I'm fine? How would you explain Beifeng's words, then? Why do I feel that you've instigated it? Jizai listened to Li Huolong and wasn't sure how to respond. He had said those exact same words once, but he had forgotten what Jizai had answered. He paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts before addressing Li Huolong in the mirror. It's because something happened, and we need your help. Help? How may I help you? Why are you acting as if I were your twisted one? Jizai wasn't sure what to feel about himself when he heard his past self. There's no reason to differentiate between ourselves. I am you, and you are me. We have the same heavenly Tao. Li Huolong rubbed his temples. Flesh had started growing on his lotus root head. The denouement has come. Can't I even live in peace? Jizai looked up at the chaotic battlefield and said anxiously, You chose this, and my choice is your choice, so you should not complain. Fine. Tell me what to do. The sitting oblivion Tao has been annihilated, so this is our golden opportunity. I need your help snatching away Inyang Dolao's heavenly Daos of truth and lies. Jizai needed them to join in the fight. The Li Huolong in the mirror was outraged and almost laughed because of how absurd the suggestion was. You need my help doing that? I'm just an ordinary person. How can I snatch those away? How can I help you deal with a Siming with 2 heavenly Daos? Also, aren't you responsible for the heavenly Tao of bewilderment? Are your hands not full just taking care of your own heavenly Tao? Why do you need more heavenly Daos to the extent that you've actually considered robbing a Siming for it? I'm tired. I'm really tired. Can't I rest for a few years? An intense pressure shot downwards. Even though Jizai was covered in the dragon chi, he was still thrown away from the impact. Jizai, now currently upside down, quickly said to the mirror, I'm not the one seeking trouble here. I am simply trying to protect myself. Don't forget that helping me equals helping yourself. If anything were to happen to me, what had happened would change. Protect? Li Huolong was shocked. He stared at Jizai and asked nervously, Did something happen at the Baiyu capital? No. Even if something had happened, how could that event be significant enough to harm you? A Siming. You'll know the answer if you think about the reason why the Surveillance Bureau wanted the Sacred Mountain Ghost Eye. You should also think about why Shai Zi even came up with such a complicated plan to obtain the Dragon Vein. Something major is happening, and they can feel it. How about you? Don't tell me that you don't feel anything. Is it God you're? Li Huolong asked seriously. Jizai smiled bitterly when he sensed the chaos above him. If it were just God Yuer, it would be easy to handle. This was not about God Yuer's singular heavenly Tao. It was a war between Simings. Who could it be other than God Yuer? Who are they? Where did they come from? And what do they want? Li Huolong repeatedly asked questions from the mirror, causing Jizai to grow increasingly irritated. After conversing for a while, Jizai finally recalled what happened to the Li Huolong behind the mirror. This conversation took place when he had just defeated Shaizi. At that time, his head had burst, and he had temporarily used a lotus root to substitute his head. I can't tell you that, as they'll immediately learn of your existence the moment you learn of their existence. In addition, even your future self did not tell your present self. Li Huolong was confused. He had no idea what Jizai was talking about. You want me to help you snatch Doulao's heavenly Daos, but you haven't told me how to do that. What do I need to do? You can probably do it through Beifeng. Find Beifeng and Doulao's Twisted One. Kill them and leave the rest to me, said Jizai. Jizai smashed the mirrors with both hands after having said that. Moments later, the Li Huolong from the other side of the mirror shouted angrily. What? You could have told me that earlier. The Surveillance Bureau just captured Beifeng. They are never going to let me make contact with Beifeng. Jizai slowly raised his head and felt the minute changes around him. He slowly felt that the beings above him weren't as large as previously thought. He felt his distance between them slowly becoming smaller. Truth and lies. I've obtained both of the heavenly Daos. Jizai shouted out what was destined to happen as he raised both arms and pushed away the darkness in front of one of the Simings. A lot of information flowed into him the moment he touched it. All of the Simings were currently connected by an umbilical cord and acted as one. Each of them shared each other's heavenly Daos. That was how all of them could feel pain, truth, and falsehoods. They were now one, and they were stuck together in the Baiyu capital. The umbilical cord was the Tao of fusion. The connected Simings acting as one were Denua. Do you think this is better? Yi Donglai frowned and observed the sand table. Several figurines were tied together into a ball with white yarn. The ball of figurines was placed in the middle of the sand, and the little figurine representing Li Huolong was also placed in the ball. There was another ball in front of this ball. Various monster figurines were tied together with a black yarn. Yi Donglai pushed his glasses up and looked at the silent Li Huolong. And then? What happened? Why do you think you are one of them? Li Huolong coughed gently and didn't answer. He used his right hand to pick up the ball of figurines tied together with the white yarn. He pondered shortly before winding up his arm and throwing the ball towards the black ball on the sand table. Both balls collided, and their yarns snapped. Various figurines and monster figurines flew high up into the air. Chapter 811, Siming. Li Huolong was dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown. He sat on a bench in the exercise yard and stared silently at the barbed wire fence in the distance. He was waiting for Shai Zi to contact Doulao. At that moment, someone next to him gently bumped into him and passed him a small piece of paper. Li Huolong reached out and unfolded the crumpled note. He read the contents as a slight smile appeared on his lips. Has it finally arrived? Just then, Li Huolong saw his black motorcycle flash by on the overpass in the distance. What are you looking at? Why can't I see it? A bald patient leaned over and asked Li Huolong in confusion. Li Huolong sneered. You're not a Siming, so of course you can't see it. Bed number 13. Come here. Dr. E is looking for you. Li Huolong stood up and walked toward the sandplay therapy room. Yi Donglai was already waiting there. Li Huolong, based on my observations of your mental state these past few days, I must say your issues are quite serious. Yi Donglai adjusted his glasses. Have you really not experienced any hallucinations recently? No. Li Huolong sat back down in front of the sand table. You should reconsider it. Did you take your medication today? Maybe you have experienced them, but didn't realize it. Li Huolong looked at the empty sand table, searching for something. Where's the little figurine? No. Today we're doing something different. Those figures don't represent you. Yi Donglai pointed his pen at the wall of models. Today, you decide which model represents you. Whatever you choose will be you. Li Huolong glanced at the door, walked over to the model cabinet, and began to choose. First, he picked up a ferocious monster, then a human figure. He threaded a rope through them and bound them tightly, back to back. Suddenly, he thought of something. He reached into the drawer on the left, then took out 2 magnets stuck together and tied them together. The rope rose high and made Jizai fly off the ground. Fortunately, the other Simings pulled it back, preventing it from flying away. Get away. Jizai changed his opponent's truths and falsehoods. However, No matter how many times he altered them to be falsehoods, they always returned with their bodies spread from various angles. Their heavenly Tao let them metamorphose. No contact was needed. Just knowing of its existence was enough to become part of it. This heavenly Tao was too strange, clearly not originating from the Baiyu capital. It was from outside, and there were 16 others like it. Voices traveled through the rope into Li Huowang's ears. You need eyes to see the 5 purities. Heaven and earth are born together. Just stripping away their shells is useless. You need to see their hearts. Eyes. I'm blind now. How the hell am I supposed to have eyes? Li Huowang removed the extra metamorphosed parts of his body and shouted, Who will give me eyes? I need to see them. Eyes. The heavenly Taos of truth and lies are not enough. I still need eyes. Li Huowang shouted with all his might. You have eyes. They're with you. Find them carefully. I don't have them. Li Huowang frantically searched for mirrors while he dodged the attacks. No matter how strange his reflections were, he never found the eyes he wanted. You do. Look closely, don't just focus on one side. Li Huowang quickly altered reality and evaded the enemy's attacks. He suddenly lifted his body. Give me eyes. His body shuddered, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He saw them. The eyes had arrived. Li Huowang put down the model he was holding. I want to go to the bathroom. Yi Donglai nodded. All right, go ahead. At that moment, a phone call came in, which Yi Donglai quickly answered. Soon, a furious expression appeared on his face. What did you say? Transfer hospitals now? Do you have any idea how unwell this guy is right now? Don't tell me about these. His treatment has just started, so transferring is absolutely impossible. No matter who you send, it's not happening. Don't forget that the White Tower Hospital isn't private. After he hung up the phone, Yi Donglai sat back down at the sand table. He noticed a drop of blood on the ground. He frowned, walked to the model cabinet, and looked at the chaotic model Li Huowang had assembled. A few drops of blood had stained the table. What's going on? Did Li Huowang cut himself on the model? He used his pen to straighten the peculiar model. Suddenly, on the back of the model, a terrifyingly bloodshot eyeball appeared and stared at Yi Donglai. The eyeball had just been gouged out. It was Li Huowang's left eye. At that moment, Li Huowang's left eye was tightly bound to the model with a rope. Just a moment ago, he had gouged out his own eye. Yi Donglai felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately turned and rushed outside. Orderlies. As he left, the eyeball on the model slowly slid down from the model to the edge of the table, then toward the ground. Upon reaching a lower point, numerous tendrils swiftly attached themselves to the flesh behind the eye, seamlessly intertwining them together. Father, do you see it coming? Amidst the chaos, Li Sui held up the eyeball and asked loudly. I can see. I can finally see. Li Huowang gazed at them in the distance and made out even more details. The lost divisions had not vanished. They were in their bodies, twisted into something more suited to them, their 3 souls and 7 spirits. With these divisions, they could come to the Baiyu capital. Those missing divisions had been transformed into shells. Finally, Li Huowang took a deep breath and raised his hands toward a division in the distance. The missing divisions were returning to their rightful places. Li Huowang intended to forcibly take their 3 souls and 7 spirits away. Rip! One of their shells shattered. It vanished without its 3 souls and 7 spirits, never to reappear in Baiyu capital. Li Huowang saw that it was effective, so he immediately seized the opportunity and continued his actions. However, it was apparent that they did not plan to stand by and let Li Huowang attack. Some things overlapped with each other, and it would take Li Huowang a long time to remove their shells. The situation seemed to reach a stalemate once again. Chapter 8:12, Dragon Chi. This time, Jizai was not fighting alone. When the other Simings saw his movements, they immediately came to help. The umbilical cords behind him pulsed continuously, which caused Li Huowang's body to grow larger and more deformed. However, Li Huowang soon noticed a mirror appear out of nowhere before him. As he grew stronger, the mirror also grew stronger. What kind of heavenly Tao is this? As Li Huowang shouted, he saw his reflection in the mirror reach into its mouth and pull Li Sui out. Li Sui's tentacles twisted continuously, but it was useless. How dare you touch my daughter? Li Huowang squeezed with both hands and caused the opponent's body to flicker like a faulty screen. In the end, they still failed. The scales on Li Sui's body shone with a golden light, and the reflection of Li Huowang in the mirror released its grip. The opponent's actions made Li Huowang realize their weakness. Their heavenly Tao was ineffective against Dragon Chi. Li Huolong charged forward without hesitation. With the dragon qi coursing through him, he slammed into them. He watched the opponent's body fall apart from the impact, and a smile appeared on Li Huolong's face. The advantage was theirs, and they were going to win. The entanglement between different heavenly Daos was not crucial. The key was the dragon qi from Immortal. As Li Huolong thought this, the entire Baiyu capital began to crack. Li Sui raised the eyeball high and moved it up and down to see what was outside the cracked Baiyu capital. Li Huolong could only see one side of it, but there was clearly more than just one side. He heard strange sounds. Ancient moss is 3 feet thick. Stepping on it feels like thin cotton. Stooping out from beneath it, touching the gas, mushrooms are fresh. The old sandalwood trees twist together in momentum. Ride a phoenix to pluck its flowers. Your touch will turn into ancient smoke. Li Huolong suddenly understood what it was, a greater siming. Li Huolong also finally understood that everything before was just a prelude to bring this thing into the Baiyu capital. This thing was the key. It must not be allowed to come over. Li Huolong rushed forward recklessly and pulled on either side with his hands, desperately trying to close the cracked Baiyu capital. However, no matter how hard Li Huolong tried, the crack continued to widen. From behind, a mass of blackness rapidly approached him to try to stop him. However, some Simings on his side rushed over to block them. Li Huolong's body was stretched longer and longer like a rope. No matter how long he stretched, he refused to let go. Dragon Qi. A familiar voice sounded in his ear. It was Shai Zi, who drifted past Li Huolong's eyeball like a speck of dust. The word Shai Zi was about to say appeared in Li Huolong's mind. Use Dragon Qi to sew it up. Use your heavenly Daos of truth and lies along with your flesh and blood to mend the sky. Li Huolong's flesh rapidly stitched up the Baiyu capital, and the crack was continuously healing. Just as it was about to fully recover, it stopped. The dragon qi was insufficient. Father, take this. It's from my body. A surge of dragon qi flowed into Li Huolong's body and helped the cracked Baiyu capital to recover a little. However, Li Sui's form began to waver as she gave away the dragon qi from her body. Everything about her was being torn apart by the Baiyu capital, and she was about to die. Wait, wait. Li Huolong cried out in despair. He wanted to push the dragon qi back, but Li Sui had already left his body. Father, I'm sorry. I've always been so useless. I could only help this little. If only I could have done more for you. Li Sui, come back. Li Huolong shouted in agony, while Li Sui's body gradually began to disintegrate. It finally collapsed powerlessly and fell downward. Ah! The crack in the Baiyu capital rapidly healed with Li Huolong's flesh and blood and stitched it together. However, a slight pulse from the other side caused the healed gap to start to tear open again. Li Huolong thought of his daughter and felt as if his heart was being gouged with knives. As his body cracked, extreme pain filled his entire being. The power of Bahui surged through the umbilical cords and caused his body to swell even more. And yet, it was still not enough. Mending the Baiyu capital would require more dragon qi. At this critical moment, Li Huolong sensed a dense dragon qi. He looked down and saw a 6-clawed golden dragon and a group of mutated dragon people emerge from the darkness. It was Xianpin. They twisted and turned amidst the chaos, as though they were searching for something. I'm here, Li Huolong shouted. Xianpin and the others found their direction and crashed directly into Li Huolong's body. A massive influx of dragon qi poured into Li Huolong, and his heavenly Daos of truth and lies instantly had a medium. He quickly stitched the two sides together and pushed forcefully, which caused the cracked Baiyu capital to instantly close up. Once the Baiyu capital was without cracks, Li Huolong's body fell along with everything inside him. He did not disappear, but he saw that his eyes and heavenly Daos of truth and lies were all above him. That was Ji Zai, who was still fighting afterward. Thump! Li Huolong slammed heavily into the cold seawater from a great height. This might have been perilous for other mortals, but not for Li Huolong. After some time, he emerged from the water and made his way to the shore. His mouth hung open as he let out a desperate, lifeless howl. Tears and saliva mixed together, cascading down and dripping continuously to the ground. Li Sui was dead. The evil being that had followed him for so long was gone. He had initially kept this being by his side to avoid obstacles. Somewhere along the way, they had developed a bond akin to family ties. Yet now it was gone. Are you okay? What happened? A hand reached over to help Li Huolong up. Li Huolong heard the voice, looked up excitedly, and saw Xianpin's familiar face. Not bad at all, truly amazing. Because of you, We finally won this time. Perhaps, maybe. Li Huolong suddenly pounced on Xianpin and forcefully tore off his red Taoist robes. A handsome young man's face appeared before Li Huolong, one he had never seen before. The young man looked at Li Huolong's emotional face with a hint of bitterness. Actually, I didn't want this body either. 160 years ago, when I fell from the sky, I accidentally crushed him to death. As Xianpin spoke, his face began to change. It eventually returned to the cute girl's appearance from before, except her demeanor was now like that of a dignified lady rather than the young girl Li Sui once was. Xianpin awkwardly reached out and patted Li Huolong on the shoulder, who stood there in a daze. It's been so long since I called you that. I suddenly find it hard to say. Father, are you okay? I wanted to find you when I fell from above, but I realized there was no sun or moon in the sky. Since I fell more than 100 years ago, I had to wait for you to return. I actually wanted to reunite with you sooner, but then I remembered that you lacked dragon chi before I came down, so I thought of a way to send. Before Xianpin could finish speaking, Li Huolong pounced forward and hugged her tightly in his arms. Chapter 813 Death. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of war drums accompanied by howling wind kept resounding. With the drum beats, the massive formation of soldiers advanced step by step. As the drum beats quickened, their speed also increased. Everyone exhaled and inhaled in unison as if tens of thousands of soldiers moved as one body. Hundreds of followers of the Dharma sect stood opposite them. They pulled gigantic statues of Buddha and waved towering soul banners as they surged toward them like wild beasts. When the two sides clashed, the battlefield's center became a grinding stone of flesh and blood, continuously devouring everything and spitting out fragments and remains. Most importantly, these remains were still alive. When battles no longer resulted in death, everything inevitably became more extreme. The Dharma sect followers with stone statues inserted in their heads chanted as they charged at rows of White Lotus followers. Their bodies were already broken, but they stood up again and endured the pain through stitches and the purple talismans on their foreheads. Their hands were gone, replaced by rusted blades tied to their bones. They had completely transformed into beasts and livestock. The Grand Witch said that the enemy caused all their pain. As long as they killed them, Sir Arrogant Stone would mercifully grant everyone peace. They didn't have much power, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. They would keep getting back up unless they were torn into pieces. Amidst the blood and gore, the two sides fought for days and nights until they were completely drained of strength. At that point, each person was filled with despair and numbness, moving purely on instinct. Everyone dragged their exhausted bodies and slowly left the decaying battlefield. They forced themselves to make it back to their lines before finally succumbing to exhaustion, collapsing into a heap. Bai Lingmiao, covered in blood and grime, staggered through the battlefield. They wouldn't die, and once they regained their strength, they would stand up again. Bai Lingmiao had already exhausted all her tears 2 days ago. She was extremely tired and could only let the White Lotus followers, who still had a little strength, return to the halls to sleep. Her mind was buzzing as if it was no longer her own. Everything felt too tragic. She looked at the distant, pulsating ground of flesh. Her heart was devoid of any fluctuations now. She had experienced far too much during this time. Just then, a group of people in black robes quietly walked through the crowd. They moved as silently as possible to avoid waking anyone. They crouched by each person and left a trace of red behind. Soon, they reached Bai Lingmiao and placed the same red traces beside her and the people behind her. The teachings of Ao Jing shall endure, and pain shall persist. Bai Lingmiao picked it in her hands and realized that the trace of red was the profound records. The followers of Ao Jing's sect were attempting to distribute the profound records to everyone, in preparation for an even more ruthless battlefield. Bai Lingmiao's lips trembled slightly. She wanted to say something, but ultimately kept quiet. If the pain-inducing profound records could bring an end to everything sooner, she had no right to stop what was happening. A disheveled young man rushed from among the corpses to Bai Lingmiao, then knelt and continuously bowed to her. "Saintess, please help my grandfather. I'm begging you." Bai Lingmiao gently lifted him up and followed him to the nearby tents. Many people lay in disorder inside the tents. They wore no armor and weren't soldiers. These were laborers who fell to the ground like logs. Since they wouldn't die of sickness or cold now, they could sleep anywhere they wanted. After walking a while, the young man suddenly turned and rushed toward a black humanoid mass by the gutter. As the black mass buzzed and dispersed, Bai Bai Lingmiao realized it was a living person who was previously covered by a thick layer of flies. It was an old man covered in age spots. His head was sunken, his belly was leaking, and a hole in his temple had white maggots crawling within. In ordinary times, he would have died long ago. Now, he remained alive and coughed with all his strength. The itch in his throat did not ease no matter how much he coughed. The young man wiped his tears. "Saintus, please help my grandfather. He's so tired, but he can't sleep. He's so hungry, but he can't eat. Whatever he eats leaks out." Bai Lingmiao looked at the intestines that had slipped into the gutter. Bai Lingmiao realized she couldn't do anything now that death was gone, even if she wanted to. The old man was old, and he should have died of old age long ago. This was his fate, and no divine power she wielded could reverse it. Bai Lingmiao sat by the old man and watched his pain with compassion. She silently recited the White Lotus Sutra in her heart. She knew it was useless, but it was the only thing she could do at this moment. As Bai Lingmiao's heart filled with compassion, the suffering old man gradually stopped moving under everyone's shocked gazes. Soon, black flies swarmed and crawled into the old man's mouth. Dead? Really dead? The saintess can kill. The heavenly mater has manifested. Really dead. Finally, I can die too. Hope gradually appeared in everyone's eyes and seemed to spread outwards. The crowd began to gather around Bai Lingmiao, their eyes filled with anticipation and reverence as they kowtowed towards her. Bai Lingmiao looked at her hands in shock. Has the heavenly Tao of death returned? When she looked at the kneeling half-body before her, Bai Lingmiao quickly realized that the heavenly Tao of death had not returned. She had merely gained the power to grant death. Bai Lingmiao understood what it meant. There was death on their side, but not on the enemy's side, providing a massive boost in morale. Pain was no longer eternal. They could die whenever they wanted. As the news of the White Lotus followers spread, everyone's spirits lifted despite their extreme exhaustion. More people witnessed Bai Lingmiao granting the release of death to those who should have passed away long ago. The once lifeless camp buzzed with vitality. Without death, there was no life. Only death could bring life. Chapter 8:14, Perish. After a brief rest, the drum sounds resumed, and the flesh mill started turning once again. But this time, it was completely different from before. On Bai Lingmiao's side, everyone was extremely excited, attempting to receive fatal injuries so they could die with the saintess's blessing. A group of chicken feet men, wearing veils on their faces, noticed something was amiss. They attempted to surround Bai Lingmiao. The White Lotus followers were not to be underestimated. They quickly formed an array with Bai Lingmiao at the center. Meanwhile, on the other side, something began to bulge beneath the ground of flesh, stealthily moving toward Bai Lingmiao. Before it could get closer, a streak of red descended from the sky and slammed into the bulge. Foul-smelling blood quickly seeped out of the soil with a squelch. Li Huang stepped forward and crushed a head beneath him. He wiped the blood off his face with his hand. I made it in time. When they saw him, the nearby Dharma sect followers roared in anger. They changed direction and rushed toward Li Huang. Huh! Li Huang opened his arms and pushed outward. Within several meters centered around him, the Dharma sect followers were crushed into an indistinguishable pulp of flesh and blood. After clearing the area, Li Huang found himself facing 3 grand witches. Above them, blood started dripping incessantly. Li Huang looked at them and laughed happily. You are all finished. The next moment, Li Sui appeared behind them. The father and daughter simultaneously exerted their strength and charged toward the 3 grand witches. Just as they collided, a low rumble of thunder echoed from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Li Huang twisted his throttle sharply and rode his motorcycle high over a pile of debris. He landed heavily on Orange Owl's unfinished asphalt road. Dark red blood seeped through the cracks in his helmet and dripped down his bulletproof vest to the ground. Deep in Orange Isle, he heard gunshots and engine noises. Soon, he saw the enemy, the projections of the foreign Simings. They were engaged in combat. Li Huang pulled out a military knife and slashed it forcefully into the motorcycle's front. It's time to cut off their retreat and beat them. His motorcycle hummed as its speed approached the limit of 320. Someone emerged from the side and attempted to block him. Li Huang twisted the throttle, making his motorcycle collide with them and directly rip them into 2. Amidst the rain of blood, he charged into the enemy like a bowling ball and caused a storm of flesh and blood. The enemy clearly didn't expect Li Huang to suddenly join the fray, causing chaos. They had assumed he was stuck in the psychiatric hospital. Li Huang braved the hail of bullets and broke through to Wu Qi's RV. He leaned against the vehicle. "I'm here to help you." "Cut the crap. The situation is dire. I don't know what's going on with these guys. They've gone mad." Chen Hongyu replied grimly. "Where's the 3 pure ones?" Li Huang wiped the blood off his helmet and asked the others. "Who?" "Qing Wanglai. He said he went to find you. But since you came back, who knows where he went?" Zhao Lei said with a grimace. Li Huang glanced at the encirclement in the distance and the enemies hiding behind the car cover, quickly making up his mind. Without hesitation, Li Huang climbed onto Wu Qi's RV and quickly turned the steering wheel to charge toward the encirclement ahead. He stepped firmly on the accelerator, though all the glass was shattered. The vehicle was under constant fire, causing the tires to burst and the hood to smoke and catch fire. Boom! The RV slammed into their black car and caused the vehicle to explode, sending flames soaring into the sky. While everyone ran clear from the raging flames, Li Huang, who was currently engulfed in the fire, charged out of the blaze with twin knives and directly sliced off an enemy's head. Li Huang was going to rush toward the next person, but a towering figure appeared before him. He raised his foot and kicked hard at Li Huang's stomach, causing him to slam against the charred car frame. "What the heck kind of projection are you?" Li Huang yelled angrily. He endured the sharp pain in his abdomen and charged with his knife toward the figure. The opponent sprayed Li Huang's chest with a machine gun, and more blood seeped from the cracks of his helmet. Li Huang staggered and fell, but he flung the dagger forcefully, embedding it into the opponent's chest. "Come on, again." Li Huang struggled to stand and looked at the corpses on the ground. The others finally began to retreat, gradually fading into the darkness of the unfinished buildings. "Ha ha, we won. You'll never take over our world." Li Huang laughed out loud. Yeah, you won. 2 burly orderlies, with a cigarette in each of their mouths, walked past the charred car frames and bullet-ridden walls. They carried a wheeled stretcher to Li Huang's side. "It's New Year's. Stop running around and make us search everywhere," they complained as they lifted Li Huang onto the stretcher, firmly tied him, and then carried him toward the distant ambulance. Li Huang was momentarily stunned, but then he smiled. As the Simings over there vanished, their segments of history vanished, just like Doulao did before. This meant that his side had truly won this time. "What did you win? If you mean pulling your eye out and scaring me, then you really won," Yi Donglai said helplessly. "Li Huang, that's your eye? Did you ever think about what that means? You'll only have one eye from now on. What were you thinking?" At this moment, Li Huang was in good spirits. "Haha, you wouldn't understand." He turned his gaze toward the sand table before him. The sand table was filled with people. Their voices annoyed Li Huang. "Shut up." He waved his hand and toppled the models on the sand table. Suddenly, the chaotic battlefield fell silent. All the Dharma sect followers stopped in their tracks, looking confused. The next moment, a gentle breeze blew by. All the Dharma sect followers, regardless of rank, from the grand witches to the lowest novices, simultaneously leaned back and fell straight to the ground. In the entire Nanping, including in Shi, occupied by the Dharma sect, all the followers lay flat on the ground silently. The Li Kingdom had fallen. Chapter 8:15 1. We won. Li Huang stood in place and stared blankly at the Dharma sect followers lying scattered on the ground. He walked over and checked someone's pulse. He was shocked to find that the person wasn't breathing at all. They were all dead. There was a loud clattering noise as the earth crumbled. The enormous Buddha statue, which had been dragged to the center of the battlefield by the followers of the Dharma sect, started to crack and eventually crumbled into scattered fragments. We won. Excited shouts spread endlessly like a tsunami that reached everyone's ears. The cries of excitement echoed through the sky, filled with exhilaration. They lost themselves in ecstasy as they pounded the ground with their fists. They had won. Their enemies had been defeated, and the fear of a dreadful destiny akin to that of the great Qi no longer burdened their hearts. Many people even tossed their weapons high into the sky. If death hadn't disappeared, that alone would have killed many people. We've won. Finally won. Li Huang smiled as he glanced around, and his gaze finally settled on Xianpin. "Li Sui, how did I do as a tall guy?" Li Sui gently nodded. She approached Li Huang, reached out to open his abdomen, and crawled inside. "Father, let's go home." "Yeah, go home." Li Huang nodded. He felt elated as he headed off the battlefield. "It seems we really won up above. Only then could we win so easily down here." The corners of Li Huang's mouth lifted slightly as he listened to the cheers around. "Li Sui, What do you think I should do next? Li Sui didn't answer. She just extended 2 tentacles from his navel, wrapping them around Li Huolang's left hand and gently shaking it. Li Huolang approached a group of White Lotus Sect devotees who were zealously kneeling on the ground and kowtowing toward Bai Ling Miao amidst the crowd. They were calling for the manifestation of the heavenly mater. Miao Miao. We won. Let's go home. Li Huolang shouted. Bai Ling Miao smiled and shook her head slightly among the dense crowd of White Lotus believers. She discreetly pointed at the believers around her. Okay. Li Huolang smiled and nodded, then pointed towards Cowheart Village and strode towards that direction. Just as he stepped off the battlefield, he saw Huangfu Tiangang, the imperial preceptor of Great Liang, flash by, standing on a sword in the sky. Where is Xianpin? His Majesty commands Xianpin to return to the Great Liang immediately. Li Huolang paused for a moment before finally reaching out to gently pat his abdomen. Go on. Sui Sui had grown up and now had her own matters to attend to. Li Huolang's abdomen slowly opened and her dense tentacles poured out. Li Huolang took off his red Taoist robe and draped it over Li Sui's sticky body. Li Sui nodded at him, then quickly retracted her body into the earth and vanished completely. Li Huolang looked at the ground where Li Sui had vanished, then smiled again. He happily turned his head to shout at the monk beside him. Monk, did you see that? We won. We really won. The monk also nodded vigorously. Yes, Taoist. You won and saved many people, which is a great deed. You can become a Buddha now. Jin Shanjiao also dragged his broken body over and muttered excitedly to Li Huolang. We won. Ha ha. Qiu Qibao held her rotten child and laughed hysterically as she circled Li Huolang. Humph. Peng Longting watched the farce unfold atop her horse as she slowly followed along. Li Huolang left the bustling scene with the company of these illusions. Taoist. Is it really you? Taoist. A voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar sounded behind Li Huolang. Li Huolang paused. He slowly turned around and saw an old monk smiling at him. It was the monk, the one who always wanted to do good deeds. Li Huolang turned his head to look at the illusion beside him, which looked exactly like the old monk. Taoist, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come too. Did you come to help with the fight? The monk held his prayer beads and asked Li Huolang curiously. Li Huolang glanced between the 2 monks and finally stared wide-eyed at the real one. You're not dead. Huh? What are you talking about? Of course I'm not dead, the monk said matter-of-factly. The illusion of the monk began to flicker. Wasn't I working at Righteous Monastery before? After you left, I kept moving stones there, all the way until now. Then there was a war, and I heard I could do good deeds, so I came to help with the masters. I did a lot of work along the way, but I can't tell if they're considered good deeds. You're still alive? Li Huolang slowly turned his head and looked at the illusion of the identical monk beside him. If he's still alive, then who are you? Who are all of you? Li Huolang's mind was in chaos. He had always believed these illusions were the souls he kept around with the power of his strayed one just before they died. He had believed this for so long, yet now he realized that he was wrong. The illusionary monk glanced at the real monk, who was identical to himself. He looked at Li Huolang with a complicated expression. Taoist, if he's the real monk, then we're probably all fake. Jin Shanjiao and Peng Longting also began to flicker alongside him. Nonsense. Peng Longting jumped off her horse and approached Li Huolang. Can't you see? We're not the original us. We're just parts of you. You're not cultivating the truth. You're just cultivating lies. These words struck Li Huolang like a thunderbolt. Peng Longting, Jin Shanjiao, and the monk all quickly became transparent. After seeing this many times, the illusionary monk walked up to Li Huolang as if he knew his own ending. Taoist, I'm sorry. I couldn't help you much during this time. I was only able to recite Amit Ba. Still, I think that even if it's not useful, you should always have a good heart. Otherwise, how can you become a Buddha? The monk said, then completely vanished. Next was Jin Shanjiao. He said nothing but reached out and gave Li Huolang a thumbs up as he smiled happily. Jin Shanjiao was about to say something, but Peng Longting bumped into him and caused his body to scatter like smoke. Kid, you're a man. I tried to kill you before, but you ended up killing me, which is fair. Our debt is settled. Li Huolang stood there in a daze as he watched the illusions around him disappear one by one. Finally, only Qiu Qibao remained as she danced crazily with her child. This. Li Huolang looked at the empty surroundings while a flood of distress suddenly surged into his heart. The self-deception that he had always believed in had finally crumbled. Li Huang staggered backward with a twisted expression. The monk hurried to support him, only to be pushed away by Li Huang. Shizi, what do you mean by this? Somebody gently tapped on the sounder of the monk, and he immediately froze. The one who tapped him had an 18-sided die on his head. Nothing. I helped you, and so naturally, you should help me. I couldn't come down from above, so I used your deception to come down. You can't go back on your word. What the hell do you want? Li Huang looked at Shizi with a gaze that could kill. As he stared, Shizi's body gradually shrank. For now, I want nothing. I just want to stay alive. Shizi snapped his fingers, and he stopped shrinking. Li Huang, you surprised me. I originally thought the sky would collapse, but you held it up. When I took the dragon vein, I had just been thinking of picking up the pieces after the sky cracked. As expected of Ji's eyes twisted one, everything is uncertain with you around. Don't worry, you've already patched the sky, so I don't need to work against you. Isn't that right, Xianpin? The red-robed Xianpin walked between Li Huang and Shizi. She glanced at Shizi and then reached out with 6 hands to embrace and support Li Huang. She gently whispered to him as she slowly retreated. Shizi turned around to look at Huangfu Tiangang, who had suddenly appeared. He reached into his bosom, pulled out a fortune mask, and handed it over. Huangfu Tiangang harumphed, his face ashen. He waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Wait. Shizi reached for his 18-sided die head, took out a die with 6 sides, and offered it again to Huangfu Tiangang. This time, Huangfu Tiangang didn't leave. He hesitated for a moment before reaching out to accept it. It was the 12th lunar month. On the 24th, they dusted and cleaned the house. On the 25th, they ground tofu, then slaughtered pigs and cut meat on the 26th. On the 27th, they slaughtered chickens and went to the market. On the 28th, they made rice cakes and steamed buns, then pasted window decorations. With red paper decorations on the windows, the air filled with the sweet scent of snacks. After the heavy snow, the flavor of the new year had arrived in Cowheart Village. It wasn't just Cowheart Village. The Great Liang, Ho Shu, Qingxiu, and Siqi also tried to be as lively as possible. It was as though they wanted to wash away the past sorrows with the joy of the new year. Li Huang stood on the 2nd floor of the Bai family courtyard, watching smiling children run freely in the snow. The room was cold, and the stove was not lit. He stood there as though waiting for something and stayed there until nightfall. The white snow in the air slowly fell and landed on his black hair, forming a thin layer. Li Huang caught sight of the dazzling fireworks illuminating the sky above the distant wall, while the white lotus flags swayed gracefully between the houses. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Chapter 816, Li Sui. Father! Father, where are you? Li Sui shouted in panic as she looked around at the unfamiliar forest. The leaves were completely red. She had never come here with her father before, so she didn't know where she was. This was the first time she had been genuinely separated from Li Huang. Most of her tentacles were already broken, and her body had been torn apart. She was both afraid and in pain. She looked down and saw that she was crushing a young man. The impact from her fall had crushed him, and he was vomiting blood. She had seen him before. It was the same young man who talked to her before she left. Li Sui didn't have the time to ponder why he was here. In the end, she confirmed that he was dead and then ate his organs. Afterward, she wore his skin to recover her frail body. She felt her body slowly getting better thanks to the nourishment from her food, but her situation was still perilous. She looked up and saw the hole in the sky had been grafted over. She couldn't go back even if she wanted to. Without Dragon Chi, she would be dead when she flew up there. She called for help, but no one came to her rescue. Li Sui had no choice but to cheer herself up. It's all right. Father is busy up there. He will come down soon once he's done. I can wait for him here. Li Sui pushed her eyeballs out of her eye sockets and raised them high in the air to look at the sky. She stared at the sky for an entire day, but she still didn't see Li Huang falling from the sky. Although she may have been naive, she was smart enough to realize that something was amiss. Unless, as Li Sui worried, she remembered what Li Huang was going through before she fell down. Li Sui regained her motivation and started running down a dirt path. My father said he needs Dragon Chi. I need to go and help him obtain some. The big emperor has Dragon Chi. I need to find him and ask him to send Dragon Chi to my father. Li Sui said as several tentacles sprouted out from her body. Li Huang had never hidden anything from her, so she remembered what he had said even though she hadn't understood it. Li Sui perked up upon seeing track marks of carriage wheels on the dirt path. She earnestly followed the tracks. She noticed a carriage up ahead and quickly approached it. She jumped up and grabbed the reins, then turned to face the astonished carriage driver. "Where is the war? I want to go there." The driver stammered when he saw Li Sui. There's no war. I don't think there's a war here. Impossible. So many people died. Isn't this place Nanping?" Li Sui suddenly panicked. Somehow, the situation wasn't unfolding as she had remembered. Nanping. I never heard of that place. This is the Great Qi. The sound of footsteps snapped Li Sui out of her reminiscence. She looked out from the window and saw several children running excitedly in an alleyway. One of the children had vitiligo. Despite her condition, she made an effort to keep pace with the others. She was holding a lit incense stick in her right hand. They ran around and soon found their target at the entrance of the village, a fresh pile of cow poop. "I don't think this is a good thing to do. My dad said we needed to take the cow poop home and plaster it onto the walls to make biscuits." "What? Who cares? Blasting them away is much more fun than collecting them." "Everyone, stand back. I'm going to light it up." One of the older children placed a red firecracker into the poop before taking the incense stick from the younger child and lighting it up. Sparks flew and everyone scattered. Those who didn't manage to run out of the blast radius in time would be peppered in cow poop. Even so, there was an undeniable sense of excitement among all of them as they saw the cow poop getting blasted apart by the firecrackers. All of them laughed happily. A child's happiness was always so simple. Li Huang, who had been soaking in the sun's rays at the top of the roof, saw everything. Why are there so many children in the village now? And of all things, why are they playing with cow poop? Li Huang lifted his finger when he saw the children lighting one of the firecrackers up again. The firecracker, which was supposed to explode, became silent. As the children took out another firecracker and circled around the cow poop, Li Huang let his finger down. The previous firecracker exploded and covered all of the children in cow poop as they cried. Li Huang chuckled gleefully when someone overshadowed him from the back. "Want to sit down for a bit? Taking in the sun's rays during winter is pretty comfy." Li Huang patted the spot to his left. Li Sui, who was now wearing Xianpin's red robes, sat beside Li Huang. "Father, there's something I need to do in the surveillance bureau. I have to go back now, so I won't be accompanying you and Mother." "Does the surveillance bureau not celebrate the New Year? At least go back after the Lantern Festival." 2. Li Sui replied. "The Dharma sect might have been eradicated, but the divisions haven't returned yet. The surveillance bureau in Nanping needs to be rebuilt too. Also, Li Huang looked at his daughter. The Sitting Oblivion Dao is back. We have a lot of work to do." Sitting Oblivion Dao. Li Huang's killing intent leaked out. "Leave it to me. Father, there's no need to do that. The Sitting Oblivion Dao will never be exterminated as long as the Heavenly Dao of Lies exists. We just need to knock them down a peg if they go overboard. But they are the Sitting Oblivion Dao. I don't think it's rational to destroy the Heavenly Dao of Truth and the Heavenly Dao of Lies just because we want to exterminate the Sitting Oblivion Dao. The Sitting Oblivion Dao will exist for as long as they exist." Li Huang frowned at those words. The Heavenly Daos must exist, including the most dangerous and useless ones. The world would be in chaos if even one of them were gone, especially since Li Huang himself was controlling the Heavenly Daos of Truth and Lies. Li Sui continued, "You are technically a Sitting Oblivion Dao member too. You can't kill yourself to remove the Sitting Oblivion Dao permanently, right?" "You were talking about Shaizi, not me." Li Huang frowned when he recalled that unkillable pest. "I always wondered what his plan was, but I never thought he had a plan to use my lies to bring himself back to life." Li Sui was surprisingly calm in the face of Li Huang's reaction. "Father, the Sitting Oblivion Dao is indeed a hassle, but it's just a small issue." "Small issue? Don't forget that they almost stole the Liang Kingdom's Dragon Vein. They wouldn't be able to do so. They almost succeeded because I let them do it. If not, we wouldn't have Jizai. This is part of the cause and effect, after all." Li Huang looked at Li Sui with displeasure. Sui, why do I think that you are speaking out for him? 1. Not the kind of biscuits they would eat. They plaster the poop onto the wall and use the sunlight to dry them. The dried poop biscuits can then be used as fuel to burn wood since they are rich in fiber. 2. The 15th day of the new year, which is also the day signaling the end of the celebrations. Chapter 817, Red Packet. Li Sui bent her body forward and snuggled against Li Huang. "It's not like that. It's just that Shai Zi is very smart. He knows that causing trouble now would benefit no one. Also, he knows that it would be detrimental to him if anything were to happen to Denua." Li Huang reflected on the name. Denua, is Denua the name of this world? Denua is also our name. Everything in this world, the seas, the land, and every grain of sand, is part of Denua. What about the Simings? Are the Simings part of Denua? Denua is the greater Siming. Greater Siming. A greater Siming does not have the past and the future. Li Huolong sighed. If we are part of Denua, then what about them? What about Godyur? What are they? Li Huolong tried to recall the beings outside of Baiyu capital. They had tried to tear Baiyu capital in half, but no matter how hard he tried to remember, he could not come up with anything. Suddenly, the skies almost split apart. The small crack in the sky trembled as it threatened to open. It was alive. Don't think about it. Just carry on. A low shout snapped Li Huolong out of it. The voice sounded like him and Ji Zai at the same time. Li Huolong smacked his head and looked around. Nothing had changed, as if it had been an illusion. Li Sui explained, I don't know what it's called on the other side, but the surveillance bureau called it Fu Xingtian. Why is it called Fu Xingtian? Is there any special reason? 1. The name was passed down in the surveillance bureau. Those before me called it Fu Xingtian, so we continued to use that name. Li Huolong then looked at Li Sui. Since you already knew all that, why didn't you tell me? Why were you letting me guess what was happening? Father, I didn't dare to tell you. I feared that revealing what was happening might alter the course of the future. We would have been in trouble if Ji Zai had disappeared because of that. Li Huolong wanted to make a snarky remark, but he stopped himself. Ji Zai was his past self. He would become Ji Zai if he entered the Baiyu capital. Also, why did you give yourself the name Xian Pin? Xian is one thing, but what does Pin mean? Father, Xian is the color black. As for Pin, it holds the meaning of a female beast. For example, a pin chicken doesn't call the dawn, means that a hen doesn't crow like a rooster does. There's no other meaning. Li Huolong was embarrassed. He might have deduced Xian Pin's identity if he had known the meaning of Xian Pin's name. Li Huolong sighed. Sui, you've grown a lot. You are now taller and wiser than me. His daughter was now 160 years old. Even though Li Sui had constantly been changing, he felt that she was very different now. Li Huolong also felt empty now that Li Sui was not constantly by his side. Father, no matter how much I changed, you're still my father. Li Sui said, pointing at a faraway alley. Inside the alley was none other than Lu Xiaocai, pulling along his crazed father towards their home. Look, even if Lu Zhuangyuan can't remember or recognize anyone, he will always be Lu Xiaocai's father. Li Huolong nodded and gently pulled on Li Sui's tentacles. You've worked hard for the past 100 years. You have done a lot to ensure the peace of the world today. If you hadn't come in time, all of this might have ended differently. Although Li Sui never mentioned it, Li Huolong was aware that she had patiently waited for 160 years just to send him the Dragon Chi. He was fully conscious of how long that was and the excruciating pain that accompanied such a lengthy wait. Father, when I was young, I believed you were everything, but every child must eventually leave their home. In the past, whenever I encountered problems, I hid inside of you. I was certain that you could handle anything. However, when I ventured out into the real world, I began to truly grow up. I didn't merely wait for 160 years. It was also an important part of my life. I matured and became Xian Pin, chief of the Liang Kingdom's Surveillance Bureau. As the chief, it is my responsibility to protect Denua. When Li Huolong heard what Li Sui told him, he felt a complex feeling in his heart. His daughter had grown up, and he was also experiencing what it felt like to be a father, much like a father does when his daughter gets married. Li Huolong glanced at the kitchen filled with smoke and turned to Li Sui, saying, I know you're busy, but could you at least stay for lunch? All right, I will go and help my mother. Li Sui phased downwards from the roof. It was the second day of the new year, and the warm meal was quickly finished. Li Huolong held onto a de-feathered live chicken and snapped its neck before tearing it in half to present it to Li Sui. Eat this. I know you like eating raw food. Eat something nice before you go. Li Sui declined Li Huolong's offer. Father, I don't need to eat that now. I can now easily control my nature as a black Tai Sui. Then, Li Huolong looked at his arm. Father, here, eat this. Li Sui stretched out 2 tentacles from her robe and grabbed some chopsticks. She then picked up the braised ribs and placed them in Li Huolong's bowl. Li Huolong only gave up on tearing off his limb to feed Li Sui when Bai Ling Miao kicked his legs gently under the table. Here, eat this instead. Li Huolong picked up a large piece of duck meat and placed it in Li Sui's bowl. Xian Pin's large body slowly shrunk before the familiar little girl's body walked out from the robes. The 3 of them sat and ate their meal. It was a rare occasion where they felt like a family. While the three of them were savoring their meals, the courtyard door suddenly swung open. Puppy, who was now in new clothes, entered with his wife and their daughter in tow. Laughter filled the air as they made their way inside. Senior Li, Happy New Year. I'm here to visit you. May you be prosperous and have good luck in your endeavors. Puppy greeted Li Huowang and then gently picked up his daughter, placing her near Li Huowang. Nan, say hello to your Uncle Li. Hello, Uncle, she stammered, her voice fading into silence out of shyness. Puppy was also staring at Li Huowang without a word. Bai Ling Miao took out some money wrapped in red cloth, too, out of her clothes, and passed it to Nan. It's impressive how well your daughter can express herself at such a young age. She will grow into a fine young woman in the future. Seeing that his mission had been accomplished, Puppy smiled with joy. He took his daughter and readied himself to visit the others. Senior Li, now that times are peaceful again, you should hurry up and have children. If you don't, you'll only be handing out money during the new year. He turned to his daughter. Nan, let Daddy hold on to the red packet for you. I will return the money when you get married. Just then, Li Sui blocked Puppy's path. Uncle Puppy, I wish you a happy new year. I wish that your blessings will be as vast as the eastern seas and your lifespan as long as the southern mountains. Uncle, Puppy. Puppy was shocked and caught in a daze as Li Sui extended her arms and took back the red packet. 1. Fu Xingtian can be literally translated as prosperity births the heavens. 2. A red packet. It contains money in it. In folklore, red packet money is used to ward off evil beasts that devour children. Nowadays, it's a way for elders to pass on blessings to children. Chapter 8:18 Storyteller. Li Huowang brought Bai Ling Miao along to send off Li Sui after their lunch. They were now at the entrance of Cowheart Village. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me using your illusions. I will rush there as soon as I can, Li Huowang said. Father, don't worry. I will always tell you if something requires your attention. Good. Then let me know if someone bullies you as well. Father, I don't think anyone in the Liang Kingdom could bully me now. I will leave first. Li Sui disappeared instantly like a popping bubble. Li Huowang exhaled a white wisp of breath as he gazed at the village blanketed in snow. He held on to Bai Ling Miao's hands as they walked back. I forgot to tell her to write to us once in a while. Senior Li, I think she would still write even if you didn't tell her. Next time, should we still call her Sui Sui? It feels very strange to call her Xianpin. Li Huowang shook his head. It's fine if we call her Sui Sui at home, but we should still refer to her as Xianpin outside. We can't embarrass her since she's the chief of the surveillance bureau. Also, isn't my other name Xianyang? One's Yang and one Ing. I think the name Xianpin fits our daughter well. That's true. Bai Ling Miao nodded. Senior Li, don't try to feed Sui Sui your flesh next time. She's no longer the same little child that we know of. Li Huowang looked at the spot where Li Sui had disappeared. She waited 160 years just to fulfill her promise. I just wanted to find a way to thank her. We don't have to be this formal since we're a family. You would have done the same if you had been in the same situation. Li Huowang nodded and held onto her hands. The two of them walked silently in the snow-covered village. They had almost reached their estate when Li Huowang asked, You'll be leaving soon as well, won't you? As the saintess of the White Lotus sect, you're about as busy as Sui Sui, right? As Bai Ling Miao was going to say something, Li Huowang stopped her. Go. Have a safe journey. Li Huowang tried to let go of her hand, but Bai Ling Miao held on. After some time, she loosened her grip. Death is still missing. I have to perform a ceremony to pray for the Heavenly Mater's blessing and return death to the world. I will come back once I'm done. All right. Li Huowang wasn't worried about it. The Heavenly Mater had indeed obtained the heavenly Tao of death. The natural disaster would soon come to pass. There's so many devotees in the White Lotus sect nowadays. Don't hesitate to bring Sui Sui and me into your business if someone tries to usurp your position. We will make sure that they think twice before they act. Don't worry. I was chosen by the Heavenly Mater. Trying to usurp my position would be equivalent to betraying the Heavenly Mater. Those who worship her would never do so. Upon hearing that, Li Huowang suddenly raised his head and shouted into the skies. You better be honest and don't pull off any tricks. I will smash your golden lotus if you dare to do so. I always honor my promises. Bai Ling Miao pushed his back lightly before quietly whispering for the Heavenly Mater to forgive his outburst. Soon, the devotees of the White Lotus sect with white donkeys tattooed on their backs carried a large palanquin into the village. Bai Ling Miao entered the palanquin before they left Cowheart Village. Li Huowang entered his estate and saw that the busy estate was now empty. Even his numerous illusions had dwindled, leaving only Qiu Qibao behind. The others already left, so why are you still here? You should be fake too, Li Huang asked Qiu Qibao. However, Qiu Qibao ignored him and silently ran into the kitchen. She tried to pick up the leftover food on the plates. Her dirty hands phased through the plates repeatedly, but she kept trying. Seemingly out of nowhere, she managed to grab a large braised pig trotter. She was briefly shocked, but then she jumped with joy and quickly stuffed the trotter into her mouth, devouring it eagerly. Li Huang stood behind her, staring at the sad scene before him. Qiu Qibao's belly gradually expanded as she indulged in the meal, yet she showed no signs of stopping. Li Huang waved his hands, causing Qiu Qibao to once again transform into an illusion. She then sat in a pot and held onto her rotten child as she cried. Li Huang left her and walked away. He had just taken 2 steps outside when he met Zhao Wu. Happy New Year, Senior Li. Where are you going? Heading out for a walk. It's the New Year. Don't you think it's inauspicious to carry that around you? Zhao Wu pointed at Li Huang's spine sword. Li Huang pondered a little before he removed it and passed it to Zhao Wu. Help me put it back in my house. As Zhao Wu barely opened his mouth to reply, Li Huang walked past him toward the outside of the village. With every step he took, the ground folded and slid under him. It was as if he took 100 steps with a single step. He walked for a brief moment before reaching the town beside Cowheart Village. But Li Huang had forgotten it was the 2nd day of the new year. At this time, almost everyone was visiting their family. The streets were empty except for the place where the White Lotus sect was recruiting devotees. Think about it carefully. Who is the Heavenly Mater? What is the Heavenly Mater? Heavenly means death. One, think carefully. How strong must the Heavenly Mater be to hold the reins of death? Do you not believe us? You can also enjoy your afterlife in the void home after your death. Li Huang walked past them and heard the storyteller's voice in one of the tea shops. The storytellers wished to advise everyone to choose the middle path. Everyone will face their karma, whether they are kind or evil, for such is the path of life. Today, please allow this young one to talk about the person with a majestic and regal appearance. He is above the Dharma and commands the heavens, the saints, and the universe. He illuminates the heavens and heeds the lessons of heaven. He had the ability to create all things and saved countless lives. He is none other than the merciful Zhuge Yuan. Everyone, please listen to me closely. The storyteller threw a piece of wood onto the table to catch everyone's attention. The voices in the tea shop quieted down. Li Huang turned and entered the tea shop. Li Huang had just sat down when a waiter placed the teapot on his head and poured a cup of tea for Li Huang from a meter away. Dear customer, you are just in time. We've just opened during the new year, so there's a promotion going on. The boss says you can drink as much tea as you want for 20 coins. We would even throw in 2 plates of cakes for each customer. Another waiter appeared and served 2 plates of small cakes to Li Huang. 1. The Chinese Roswu Sung mean without life, i.e. dead. Chapter 819, Qi Kingdom. Dear customer, here are some pomegranates and begonia cake for you. Please enjoy the meal and call us when you need more tea. Li Huang took a sip of tea and continued to listen to the storyteller. Saint Zhuge Yuan stood on the walls of Yu Capital and shook his bar mace. He glared, and the cowardly Dharma sect members dropped like flies. All of them got scared to death. When they heard the story, the customers whistled and clapped. Some of the richer ones even threw some money onto the stage. This is interesting. To think that the storyteller would turn into a story itself. Upon hearing that, Li Huang turned to his left. He saw a middle-aged man with a black mustache sitting there. Do you know Zhuge Yuan? Sure, I'm from the Qi Kingdom, the man replied, lifting his empty teacup and calling out to a waiter. Excuse me, waiter. Coming. Please hold still. A long teapot spout extended from the 2nd floor and poured down a thin stream of tea from the top. The tea fell accurately into the customer's teacup and filled it perfectly. You know who Zhuge Yuan is, yet you can still stomach this story? Sigh, I have nothing to do anyway. My family and relatives are all dead, and I don't have anyone to visit. I just came here to pass the time listening to stories. Look around you. I think many of the people here are from the Qi Kingdom. Li Huang looked at the customers and nodded. Even though this guy is telling some rubbish story, it's still undeniable that Zhuge Yuan saved the Qi Kingdom. Who knows if it's true? I believe the monks are embellishing the details to deceive others into giving them alms, the man remarked casually before lifting his cup and starting to drink his tea. He almost choked on his hot tea as he coughed. His face was red from the choking. Li Huang ate a cake and slowly chewed on it. He savored the sweetness as he listened to the story. The storyteller began to exaggerate his story, going as far as claiming that Zhuge Yuan carved out the heavens themselves. Li Huang couldn't bear it anymore and decided to leave. "Dear sir, please come and visit again soon. The price is right, and we serve the best of the best for just 20 coins. When Li Huang heard the waiter say that, he reached into his pockets and placed 20 brand new coins on the table before leaving. He suddenly realized that the man from the Qi kingdom beside him had disappeared. Li Huang hadn't noticed the man's departure. Li Huang left as he pondered. He's probably not just someone ordinary. I wonder what kind of background he has. He walked around the village and found that there was nothing he could do, so he decided to head back. I should just focus on cultivating. The troubles were over, but it was still beneficial to become stronger. Li Huang returned to the village and entered the familiar cave at the back of the village. He closed his eyes and focused. The more he cultivated, the more the difficulty spiked. Still, he wasn't in a rush. He took his time, gradually pushing the primordial breath within him with his inner sight. He didn't know how long he was cultivating, but he saw that it was already nighttime when he opened his eyes. Li Huang was heading back to the Bai family estate when he walked past Puppy's house. Puppy held onto a bowl as he walked out. "Senior Li, where have you been? We thought you ran away somewhere again." Did I leave for a long time?" Li Huang was confused. "Yeah, we last saw each other on the second day of the New Year's. It's now the Lantern Festival." 1. Puppy gave Li Huang his bowl of glutinous rice balls. It bobbed around in the sweet soup. "What? I've been cultivating for so long." An intense drowsiness overtook his mind, lasting only a short moment before being replaced by an intense feeling of hunger. Without any hesitation, Li Huang ate the bowl of glutinous rice balls. He ate and drank his fill before slipping onto the ground and falling asleep. He slept for 3 nights before waking up again, and he felt that the world was spinning when he did. The others who had been taking care of him circled around. Puppy said, "Senior Li, maybe you should bring someone to accompany you when you go and cultivate. Next time, you could easily end up accidentally starving yourself." "I would have been fine if you said nothing." Li Huang kicked off his blanket and drank his tea. He only looked at everyone after he finished his drink. The people around him were Puppy, Zhao Wu, Yang Xiaohai, and Lu Xiaocai. "Where's Xiaoman?" "She's with the Saintess of the White Lotus Sect. Don't you know that?" "All right, fine. I understand now. You can go back now." Li Huang needed to think up a plan to prevent something like this from happening again. They didn't leave, confusing Li Huang. "Is something wrong?" "Something happened, but it's not anything major." "Senior Li, do you remember how we accepted a group of refugees from the Qi Kingdom?" "Yes, I still remember." "What about them?" "They are gone." "Gone? What do you mean?" "They just disappeared into thin air." "Thankfully, none of our people are gone." "Only the people from the Qi Kingdom disappeared? Since when?" "Since the evening of the second day of the new year." Li Huang frowned. He recalled the man who had abruptly disappeared right next to him in the tea shop. Did only the people staying in the village disappear? What about the other places? "We asked the peddlers, and they told us that the people of the Qi Kingdom and other places were also gone. We sent a letter to Gao Zhijian, but we have no clue if he could do anything about it." "How could they just disappear like that? What happened?" Li Huang frowned and stared at the stars in the skies. "Wait, unless..." Li Huang suddenly remembered something. He took the spine sword beside his bed and swung it. A single rift flew above Cowheart Village. It was different this time. The strange liquid was gone. Li Huang saw light from the other side of the rift. "I knew it." Li Huang swung another rift and then jumped into it, propelling himself with his window. He reached the Qi Kingdom and was shocked to find that it had been restored. The grass on the ground was already an inch long. "Who's there?" Li Huang suddenly turned around to find a shocked Qi Kingdom resident chewing on the grass. 1. Also the 15th day of the new year. Chapter 8:20 Shangjing. Eat slowly. Don't choke on it. Li Huang frowned and stared at the man wolfing down his meal. The man in front of Li Huang almost choked on the sweet potato in his hands. It was as if he was the embodiment of a hungry ghost. Li Huang barely recognized the man due to how disheveled he was. He inspected closely and recognized the man in front of him was none other than Yo San, the Qi Kingdom refugee who had previously sneaked into the kitchen for food. Nyosan appeared to have been staying in Cowheart Village, which is why Li Huang saw him when he entered the rift. Nyosan shook his head with his cheeks stuffed with sweet potato. He then drank from the puddle beside him. He washed the food down his throat and smiled at Li Huang before he started eating the other food that Li Huolong had brought for him. This time, he spoke as he chewed on his food. He mumbled, "I dare not eat slowly. Food is life right now." Nielsen cried as he said, "Foster father, what just happened to us? I finally became the head of Cowheart Village's militia force and finally obtained 4 mu of land to plant my crops. The good days were coming for me. I was enjoying myself when I was suddenly transported back. Look at this barren place. There's nothing but grass here. How can I survive?" Nielsen crunched on the sweet potato out of spite after he complained. Li Huolong looked around and asked, "What happened to the others? Were the other people from the Qi Kingdom sent back here too?" "Yes. We had nothing to eat even if we were together, so everyone scattered to find food. We began digging out the roots of the grass to satisfy our hunger. Some of the weaker ones already died from starvation as well." "Died from starvation?" Li Huolong was shocked to learn that death was still in the Qi Kingdom. "Did you encounter any danger? Like the Dharma sect or the strange water that causes people to grow extra limbs?" The Qi Kingdom appeared to have been restored to normal, but Li Huolong wasn't sure. The Qi Kingdom was massive. It would be a headache if his enemies lurked in some obscure corner of this world. "Danger? There's nothing here. The biggest danger is that there's nothing here." Neo-san was startled when he saw Li Huolong frowning before he begged earnestly, "Foster father, could you send me back? Please take mercy on me and send me back. I will kowtow to you." Neo-san kneeled and started kowtowing to Li Huolong. "Stand up," Li Huolong said as Neo-san shot upward like a zombie. "The Qi Kingdom is your true home. Where else can you go? Stay here," Neo-san shouted. "But my wife is from the Liang Kingdom. She's also pregnant with our baby. If I have to stay here, doesn't that mean that I won't see them again? You can't go back at all. You would be sent back here if I tried to send you to the Liang Kingdom, but I should be able to bring your wife here. However, the Qi Kingdom is now a desolate place. Do you really want your wife to suffer with you?" Neo-san stopped being emotional as he gave up. "Then, that's fine. Wait." Li Huolong looked at Neo-san as an uneasy thought came to his mind. If everyone from the Qi Kingdom is here, what happened to Gao Zhijian? Gao Zhijian was the Qi Kingdom's dragon vein, but he was now attached to the Liang Kingdom. Which side would he be on? Sensing that something might be wrong, Li Huolong created another rift and returned to the Liang Kingdom. He didn't bother explaining to Puppy and everyone else. He gave them some simple instructions before running toward Shangjing. With his cultivation, he arrived at Shangjing 2 days later. It was as bustling as ever. The city itself had not been affected by the things that had happened. Because this might affect the dragon vein of the Liang Kingdom, Li Huolong took no chances and went straight toward the palace despite his disheveled face. Gao Zhijian must have given them instructions beforehand because none of the guards stopped Li Huolong. In fact, there were very few gazes on Li Huolong himself. Gao Zhijian was already sitting on his throne when Li Huolong saw him once more. Gao Zhijian had changed a little compared to last time. He had a beard, and his face was plumper now. He looked much more commanding. "Why are you here?" Xian Pin's red robes floated up from the floor. Li Huolong explained, and Xian Pin shook her head. Since Fu Xingtian has been repelled, its effect on the Qi Kingdom was naturally dispelled. "This is good news. There's no reason to be worried." Xian Pin saw that Li Huolong was looking at Gao Zhijian with worry before explaining further. "There's no need to worry about the Emperor. Since he's attached to the dragon vein of the Liang Kingdom, he no longer has any connections to the Qi Kingdom." Li Huolong sighed in relief. He was happy that his thoughts were wrong. He refused to take any chances since this was related to the dragon vein. "As long as everything's fine. I thought we might have some new troubles again. Since it's good news for us, you can just continue with your work." Li Huolong yawned and turned back. "Senior Li, it's been a long journey for you to reach here. How about having a meal with us? I didn't have time to return even during the new year." Gao Zhijian's words made Li Huolong turn around. He looked at Gao Zhijian before stepping back. "I think we don't have to do that, Your Majesty. You are busy too." Gao Zhijian, however, insisted. He sat up from his throne and pulled Li Huolong towards the back palaces. Soon, Li Huolong was seated in front of a table with 108 dishes. Shark fin crab soup, braised chicken with mushroom, ham enveloped in fish bladder, shark skin chicken soup, false panther placenta, steamed camel hump, and civet steamed with pear slices. Li Huolong had never even heard of some of the dishes. This was the first time he had witnessed the extravagance of the royal family. Li Huolong had no intention of being reserved in front of Gao Zhijian. He eagerly devoured the food while listening to Gao Zhijian introduce his children. "Senior Li, this is my eldest son. He is naturally also the prince," Gao Zhijian said. handing the plump little prince to Li Huang. The plump little prince was handed to Li Huang. Chapter 821, Emperor. Li Huang looked at the little boy with innocent, wide eyes in Gao Zhijian's arms. Picking up his chopsticks, Li Huang dipped them into the vegetable broth before guiding them toward the boy's mouth. The old eunuch nearby was about to step forward and stop him, but a single glance from Gao Zhijian made him retreat. The chubby little prince licked the vegetable broth, only to find it tasted spicy. He immediately scrunched up his face like a steamed bun and began crying loudly. Both men exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere returned to what it once was. How are things in the village? Gao Zhijian handed the crying child to the eunuch beside him and asked Li Huang. Not bad. With the silver you sent, how bad could it get? Li Huang said as he picked up a piece of camel hump with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. I heard that son Baiyu brought his family from Qingqiu to our village. Gao Zhijian asked before picking up a steamed bun, dipping it in the braised pork sauce, and chewing on it. Li Huang shook his head. He didn't. The grass in Qingqiu had turned yellow, and he was worried he wouldn't survive there, so he thought about it. Later on, the grass turned green again, so he stayed in Qingqiu with his people to continue herding sheep. I reckon they wouldn't come to Cowheart village unless absolutely necessary. The people from Qingqiu might not be used to a farming lifestyle. Gao Zhijian nodded and raised his tiger head wine cup. The eunuch quickly poured him some wine. Senior Li, let's drink. Li Huang shook his head. I don't drink. I get drunk easily. Besides, it doesn't taste good. Gao Zhijian laughed and leisurely downed the wine. He closed his eyes as he set the cup on the table. Wine isn't about the taste. Sometimes, when your heart is troubled and your mind is jumbled, a pot of wine can calm your heart and mind, allowing you to get a good night's sleep. You're troubled? Isn't the Dharma sect gone? What's there to worry about? Li Huang asked as he drank the milky yellow croaker soup. After rushing all the way here, he was very hungry and decided to eat his fill before he slept. Of course. A good emperor has troubles, but a bad one doesn't worry about them. Gao Zhijian raised his cup again and drank, his face slightly flushed. Senior Li, now that everything is settled down, what do you plan to do next? What else can I do? I'm a Taoist, aren't I? Li Huang said, patting his red Taoist robes. Of course, a Taoist cultivates immortality. Who knows? One day, I might really ascend to heaven and become an immortal. Gao Zhijian laughed heartily. Ha ha. Senior Li, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten you were a Taoist priest. What? Do you think I'm a fake Taoist priest? Li Huang also laughed. Real? You're definitely real. Gao Zhijian turned to the old eunuch. Bring a Taoist register for Senior Li. My Senior Li must be a true Taoist priest. Li Huang smiled faintly. Pouring himself some wine, he gently clinked his bowl with Gao Zhijian's cup before raising his head and drinking it. Gao Zhijian's smile widened as he grabbed the wine jug from the eunuch and personally poured wine for Li Huang. With the delicious food and fine wine, their harmony deepened, reminiscent of their journey to the Great Liang back when they had left the Zephyr Temple. After eating and drinking heartily, Li Huang began to feel drowsy. He had ways to avoid getting drunk, but chose not to use them. All right, that's enough for today, Li Huang said as he put his arm around Gao Zhijian's shoulder. Li Huang yawned. Do you have a place to sleep? I'm exhausted. Of course. Gao Zhijian turned to the eunuchs. Take Senior Li to the sleeping quarters. Li Huang staggered as he turned around. Two eunuchs supported him on his way to his room. Just as they were about to reach the door, Li Huang suddenly remembered something and turned back. This drinking almost made me forget the important matter. He tapped his head. What was it again? Oh, right. The people in the Great Qi have no food. Don't forget to allocate grain for disaster relief. As Li Huang reached the main hall door, Gao Zhijian called out from behind him. Senior Li, while I can promise you many things, I'm afraid I can't promise you this. Li Huang almost thought he had misheard. He turned around and saw Gao Zhijian with three heads overlapping each other. What did you just say? I said I can't do it. I can't provide disaster relief for the Great Qi. Oh, you mean you can't go to the Great Qi? No problem. Just prepare the supplies, and I'll take them. Senior Li, I'm the emperor of the Great Liang. Why should I waste the hard-earned grain of my people on disaster relief for the Great Qi? Li Huang pushed away the eunuch supporting him, and the eunuch staggered. What do you mean? The Great Qi has nothing now. They're starving and eating grass. He had thought this was a trivial matter, but it was quite the opposite. What does it matter to me if they eat grass? They don't pay taxes or provide labor for the Great Liang. Many people died in the Great Qi. It won't take much grain to feed those who are alive. Great Qi is twice the size of Great Liang. There are still many people alive, Gao Zhijian replied resolutely. Li Huang now saw this completely different side of Gao Zhijian. He sighed softly and softened his tone. I know that. We don't need to help everyone. Just make sure they don't starve to death. We can send them some seeds to get them through this tough time. No, the Great Liang is still recovering. Every grain of food is valuable and cannot be wasted. Gao Zhijian. Li Huang jumped onto the table and towered over him. His hand instinctively gripped his sword hilt. In an instant, Li Huang was surrounded. Stand down. Gao Zhijian looked up directly at Li Huang without flinching. Li Huang gradually released his grip on the sword. It's fine. It's fine, Li Huang said, forcing a smile as he patted Gao Zhijian on the shoulder. You're right. You're a good emperor for the Great Liang, not for the Great Qi. If you don't help, then I will. I'm now the emperor of the Great Qi. I'll take care of them. Li Huang took the crown from Gao Zhijian's head and placed it on his own head. Without another word, he sliced open a rift with his spine sword and jumped through it. Chapter 8:22 Grain. Li Huang walked through the Great Qi with a heavy expression as he observed everything around him. This wasn't as Niu-san had described, where there was nothing but grass. At least in the capital of the Great Liang, capital, there were still countless ruins and broken walls. Li Huang had used the spine sword to travel from Shangjing, so he naturally arrived in Great Qi's capital city since Shangjing was built on top of the Great Qi's capital. A person blocked Li Huang's path, lying motionless on the ground like a corpse. This person appeared to be overweight. Though several days of starvation hadn't turned her into a skeleton, drinking too much water had caused her body to swell considerably. As Li Huang stepped over her, she suddenly moved and shakily raised her blackened fingernails toward him. Her cracked, pale lips trembled as she tried to say something. Before Li Huang could do anything, her raised hand fell back down. She had starved to death. Xiao Qibao was terrified by the scene. She wailed as she ran away while holding onto her rotten child. Li Huang clenched his fists tightly, but he gradually relaxed them and continued to stride forward. This wasn't the first person he had seen starve to death, and it probably wouldn't be the last. The capital of the Great Qi was filled with people collapsing from hunger. Li Huang knew the most immediate thing he should do was transport grain from the Great Liang to save as many people as possible. However, saving all of the Great Qi couldn't be done this way. If he couldn't turn the situation around, bringing grain would be useless, no matter how much he brought. Disaster relief wasn't just about providing food. It also required the organizational capability to integrate all the refugees from the Great Qi. When Li Huang arrived at a temple and saw monks distributing porridge, he knew he had found the people he had been looking for, the monks of the righteous monastery. He noticed something was off as he approached. If there's nothing left, where did the porridge come from? He hurried to the porridge stall, only to discover that what was being distributed wasn't plain porridge or mixed grain porridge. It was meat soup. At that moment, a monk emerged from the city, pushing a wheelbarrow filled with various dead bodies. It included the woman who had just starved to death before him. Amit Ba, Benefactor Li, it's been a while. Chan Du, the abbot of the righteous monastery, said from behind Li Huang. Li Huang turned around and looked at him with a shocked expression. Are you all eating people? Benefactor Li, your words are mistaken. These are just dead bodies. In the eyes of Buddha, the flesh is merely a vessel. Moreover, the monks of righteous monastery chant sutras and strike wooden fish to offer prayers before cooking them. Besides, there's no food anywhere now. As monks, we must be compassionate. We can't let others starve to death just because of some taboo against the dead. Li Huang stood there in silence for a long time. He ignored the large pot beside him, then turned and walked toward the righteous monastery. Under these circumstances, if he told them not to eat human flesh, it would be akin to asking them to eat cake when there was no bread. They were just trying to survive. Thanks to the monks' maintenance, the righteous monastery was relatively intact compared to the rest of the capital. It was still habitable, at least on the surface. The monks inside didn't appear emaciated from hunger and looked relatively healthy. Li Huang sat down on a stone bench above a newly sprouted sapling. He got straight to the point with Chan Du. This can't go on. Without food, the remaining people will eventually starve to death. The righteous monastery's religion used to be the Great Qi's state religion, right? After all of your good deeds, shouldn't you should still have some influence? Why does Benefactor Li ask this? To save people. I can't stand seeing others starve to death any longer. Li Huang laid out his plan to Chandu. Use the righteous monastery's influence to gather as many survivors as possible. I'll bring as much grain and seeds as I can. We'll plant them together and have a unified distribution. There must be some officials amongst the survivors, right? They're good at managing things, so set them to work. The sooner we restore Great Qi's government, the sooner we can turn this dire situation around. Amitba, benefactorly, you are truly compassionate. On behalf of the people of Great Qi, I thank you. Chandu bowed to Li Huang. Enough with the talk. Let's get to work. People are dying every moment. Li Huang stood up and pulled out the spine sword to return to the Great Liang, but Chandu blocked his path. Seniorly, it said that you've achieved great success in cultivating truth. Can you create grain out of nothing? Li Huang sighed. Do you think that's possible? Do you think I'm a Siming? I don't know if I'll be able to do that in the future, but right now, I can't. I do have the ability to create food, Li Huang said. He looked at the stone table in front of him, and then the stone expanded and transformed into a pile of white buns. The sight of the white buns immediately drew the monks' attention and caused them to salivate. These things are edible and taste good, but once I stop maintaining my truth cultivation, they'll turn back into stone. As Li Huang thought about it, the buns instantly became solid black rocks. I can't constantly keep thinking about these foods being real. It's slow and won't save many people. With the time required to spend on that, I could bring several bags of grain from Great Liang instead. I'm not just trying to save a few people or even a group of them. I'm trying to save all of the Great Qi, Li Huang said. He drew the spine sword and returned to Shangjing. Upon his return, he wasted no time and dashed into a store to start buying grain. The shopkeeper thought he had landed a big customer and was overjoyed. However, an old eunuch with his golden whisk also walked in. Master Li, if you use gold created through truth cultivation to buy grain, that would be considered fraud, wouldn't it? He continued. This grain is the result of the hard work of our people, meant to fill their bellies. It wouldn't be quite fair if you were to take it and give it to the Great Qi for nothing, would it? Li Huang sneered. Who said I'm going to cheat? I have my own money. I even have a courtyard in Shangjing. If I sold it, don't you think I could afford enough grain? Of course, although grain is expensive now, real estate in Shangjing is worth a lot. But what if the money from selling your house runs out? Li Huang stood before the eunuch and said, I also have a strayed one's corpse in Shangjing. Is that enough? Now get lost. The eunuch took 2 steps back, bowed respectfully to Li Huang, and then turned to leave the store. Li Huang turned around while still enraged. He had scared the shopkeeper so much that he was trembling. What are you looking at? Get your workers to load the grain. I'm going to get the land deed. Chapter 823, Mother. 6-year-old Miao Hohat lay in bed. Her head felt dizzy and foggy. She was simply too hungry. At first, she cried loudly out of hunger, begging her mother to find food. After 2 days, she couldn't cry anymore. Her eyes were filled with hunger, and her mind was consumed by a single thought, finding something to eat. There were people in the city, and her mother had carried her around while searching for food. Although she had money, she couldn't find any food. They had heard there was guanine clay 1 to eat outside the city, so Miao Hohat had gone there with her mother. However, too many people were digging by the river, and the 2 of them couldn't squeeze in. They managed to dig up some grass roots, which ran out eventually. There were grass roots in other places, but by then, the lack of food had weakened them too much to walk that far. After being hungry for more than 10 days, she became numb. Her stomach no longer growled, and she needed a stick just to walk. Mother, I'm hungry. Miao Hohat weakly called to the woman lying on the ground beside her, but she didn't respond. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She looked around, then used her fingernails to scrape off some white wall plaster before chewing on it. Her mother had forbidden her from eating that. However, she was simply too hungry. The wall plaster tasted bitter and absorbed moisture. After just a few bites, her mouth felt dry. Hohat picked up a stick from the ground and shakily approached the water jar. She leaned forward into the moss-covered jar and scooped with a gourd ladle, yet didn't get a single drop of water. She turned back and weakly called out to the woman on the ground. Mother, the water's gone too. Hohat still got no response from her mother. She leaned on her stick to walk over and push her mother with all her strength. Hohat started to panic when her mother still didn't respond. She had seen adults suddenly stop moving and then never speak again. In her panic, she hurried to the door to call for help. Master. Hohat imitated her mother and called out to a monk who was pushing a wheelbarrow. Master, my mother won't move. Can you help her? The monk walked into her house. After a while, he carried her mother out, placed her in the wheelbarrow, and left. Master, where are you taking my mother? Can you wake her up? Hohat followed behind the wheelbarrow with her stick for support. Hohat walked slowly, but the kind-hearted monk would wait for her whenever she was about to fall behind. More and more people were piled onto the wheelbarrow. Finally, Hohat followed the monk into a temple. Her mother had told her about this place. It was the place where people prayed to the Buddha, and her mother had prayed there before she got pregnant with her. The monks here were good people, giving out meat soup daily. Her mother had once been lucky enough to get a bowl, but she gave all of it to Hohat without taking a sip herself. The soup had been delicious, and she had licked the bowl clean. Master, where are you taking my mother? Hohat was in a state of panic when she saw her mother disappear into the temple. She started crying helplessly, feeling something was wrong. After a while, the monk who had pushed the wheelbarrow returned, picked her up, and carried her into the temple. The monk placed her on a stone bench. Be good. Wait here, and you'll soon have something to eat. Hohat thought she was being good, so she waited as the monk instructed. Before long, the monk came out of a red building with a bowl full of meat soup. Hohat reached out her hands to take it just as another monk ran over and whispered something to him. The monk looked at her with a complicated expression and repeated, Be good. Wait here, and you'll soon have something to eat. Shortly after, a group of bald monks came out with many wheelbarrows and carts. It seemed as if they were getting ready to transport something. It wasn't just monks only. Soon, some young and strong men started coming in from the temple gate. While they all looked hungry, at least they didn't need sticks to walk. Everyone gathered together, their faces filled with anticipation as though waiting for something. Hohat was wondering what they were doing when the sky suddenly split open. A bag flew out from the opening. She heard cries and shouts as everyone rushed over. Hohat tried to see what was happening, but her efforts proved futile. Another bag flew out, though it wasn't full. She saw golden millets spilling from it and realized the bags must have been filled with food. Bag after bag of food fell from the sky, piling up rapidly. Eventually, a man in red came out, holding 2 bags. Hohat joined the adults, kneeling on the ground and bowing to him. Hohat heard the adults cry out and learned that this man was called Bodhisattva, the one her mother had said could do anything. Soon, the deity came over, helped her up, and handed her a bun. Hohat forgot about everything else and started to devour the bun. She had finished half of it when she looked up and asked, Bodhisattva, can I have another one? My mother is still hungry. After she received another bun, she ran to the monk with the wheelbarrow and said, Master, where's my mother? I have food now. Hohat followed the monk's trembling hand and ran into the kitchen. She saw her mother on the table. She climbed onto it and tried to stuff the bun into her mother's mouth. Mother, there's food now. Eat it so that you won't be hungry anymore. Hohat saw that her mother was still unresponsive. She turned helplessly to the red-robed Bodhisattva at the door. Bodhisattva, can you help my mother? She's not eating. The deity didn't move, and Hohat seemed to understand. Her lips trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Bodhisattva, is my mother dead? Child, I'm not dead. I can still eat. She looked up in surprise and saw her mother's eyes open. Hohat's eyes welled up with tears of joy as she threw herself into her mother's embrace. Mother, 1. A type of clay people ate to survive during times of famine. It can curb hunger but cannot be digested by the body. Chapter 8:24 Bodhisattva. Feng Wanba stood in the long line. It was the 6th time he was licking his lips. The scent of food that wafted from the porridge stall in the distance made him swallow involuntarily. He finally understood what it meant for time to crawl. The people ahead of him had hardly moved. Feng Wanba didn't dare cut in line. He feared the monks would get angry and send him home without porridge. After a long wait, it was finally his turn. He was given just a spoonful of porridge. Once the porridge was poured into his bowl, he couldn't contain his excitement. Ignoring the heat, he eagerly scooped it up with his hands. The millet porridge was quite bland, with added wood shavings and minced meat. However, Feng Wanba felt it was a gourmet delicacy. Although it was plain, he thought it was fragrant and smooth. It tasted better than anything he'd ever eaten. He licked each of his fingers clean with his eyes closed, then slowly opened his eyes and sighed deeply. He was still famished, but the warmth in his stomach reassured him that he wouldn't starve to death. After licking the porridge bowl clean, he still didn't leave. He inched closer to the porridge stall and deeply inhaled the aroma wafting out. Feng Wanba had a secret he hadn't told anyone. One could absorb the porridge's essence by inhaling the porridge's aroma. It was a trick his grandfather had taught him. Just then, he noticed one of the monks coming out of the temple, calling for people to help move things. He immediately stopped inhaling the aroma and rushed over. There was no reward for helping the monks move things. Anyone who felt they still had strength could join them and also stop whenever they wanted. Feng Wanba noticed that the monk calling for help was surrounded by a crowd. Everyone selected was excited, and some even jumped with joy. Feng Wanba knew what they really wanted, to see the living Bodhisattva. The people who had moved things earlier returned and spread the news. This grain was brought over by the living Bodhisattva, who had come to the mortal realm to save them. Everyone wanted to see a real living Bodhisattva and get some blessings from them. It was rumored that those who had previously seen the Bodhisattva had all their minor ailments cured. He wanted to meet the Bodhisattva too, so he squeezed his way in and raised his hand as high as possible. You and you. Feng Wanba was so excited at being selected that he could hardly contain himself. When he arrived at Righteous Monastery, he was still buzzing with excitement and chatting with those around him. Did the Bodhisattva really send food? A lot of food. Does that mean we won't go hungry anymore? What does the Bodhisattva look like? I heard the Bodhisattva is a man this time. Why is it a male Bodhisattva? I heard the Bodhisattva was once a man and then became a woman. Maybe the Bodhisattva is androgynous. Are you crazy? How dare you disrespect the Bodhisattva? What if he gets angry and stops sending food? Kneel and apologize. While they chatted, a hole suddenly appeared in the sky and a sack came out from it. The rustling sound of the sack falling on the ground made Feng Wanba's ears perk up. That was the sound of rice. Then, one sack after another of food was sent down. One sack even burst open, and corn spilled out of it. The merciful Bodhisattva had indeed come to save them. Feng Wanba and everyone else immediately knelt and bowed deeply to the food. At that moment, the hole in the sky seemed like a divine manifestation to them. Feng Wanba was overwhelmed by the scene. He didn't even know what he was saying and was just shouting excitedly. Everyone cried out loudly when the red-robed Bodhisattva descended from the sky. An omnipotent, divine being was looking after them. They hadn't been abandoned. They were going to survive. Li Huang directed the approaching monks. The sacks marked with a line are seeds. The unmarked ones are food. Quickly gather people and get those seeds planted. The cries and shouts around him made him irritable, so he turned and yelled, "Enough noise. Stand up." In an instant, everyone who had been kneeling stood up. Get the food to the granary. If it rains, everything will get soaked. Everyone started to move, but they still howled as they worked. Where's the abbot? Li Huang asked the nearest monk. Ba, the abbot is having a meal in the kitchen. Li Huang headed that way with a cold expression. Bodhisattva, what is your name? I'll set up a shrine for you and offer incense daily. Feng Wanba shouted from behind. Zhuge Yuan. Li Huang soon found the abbot in the kitchen. He was sitting by the stove and eating meat from a large bowl. Nearby, some monks skillfully skinned, deboned, and cleaned the innards before adding them to a steaming pot. You're still eating that. Chandu put down his bowl and chopsticks. Wine and meat pass through the gut, while the Buddha remains in the heart. The Buddha won't blame me. I meant that we have grain now. Why are you still eating this? Li Huang frowned as he looked at the pot of simmering flesh. There will never be enough grain. If I don't go to hell, who will? Let the people eat the grain. This is fine for me. Besides, I like meat. Chandu picked up another piece and chewed it contentedly. I brought seeds this time. Get people to plant them and ensure no one eats the seedlings out of hunger. It was not enough for him to deliver food by himself this way. The Great Liang's food supply was limited, and the people of the Qi Kingdom needed to take action to solve their own problems. Ba, thank you, benefactor. There's fertile land near your capital that yields 3 harvests a year. I'll send people to plant there immediately. After a pause, Chandu added, Benefactor, in addition to seeds, could you also bring us some piglets? After all, meat is our specialty. We can fatten the pigs up quickly. How are you going to raise pigs when the people don't have enough to eat? Pigs can eat excrement and even human corpses. We can certainly raise them. Chandu replied as a matter of fact. His words reminded Li Huang of some things in the past. Chapter 8:25, Trouble. Li Huang did not refute his words and replied, There are so many people in the Great Qi. Is there no one who can make the crops grow faster? Yes, we usually call such people farmers. Damn it, that's not what I meant. I'm talking about divine powers. Divine powers. Li Huang paced back and forth in the kitchen, biting his fingernails. Suddenly, he stopped. Whether it's the remnants of the Surveillance Bureau or people from other sects, notify them all to gather here and brainstorm a solution for the Great Qi. We must use all available resources. No matter how much food I bring, I can only save the people around you capital. Everyone else is still starving. Amitba, you do not need to worry so much, benefactor. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. The people in other parts of the Great Qi won't all starve. Those who survive can eat the corpses of those who perished, which should sustain them for a while. As if that's a good thing. Never mind. I'll go get some more pigs. Li Huolong drew his spine sword and slashed forcefully at the kitchen wall. He returned to the Great Liang and immediately headed to the west market of Shangjing. Brotherly, a somewhat familiar voice called out to him. Li Huolong turned around, and his gaze fell upon the wooden mask on the man's face. It took him a moment to recall that this was Lu Zongyuan from Moongate. When Li Huolong infiltrated the Surveillance Bureau, he had worked with him on a few tasks. Lu Zongyuan was well-informed and clearly aware of Li Huolong's elevated status. As such, his attitude was far more respectful now. He said a few words, but the shouts of the White Lotus followers nearby drowned him out, making it impossible for Li Huolong to understand him. The two moved a bit farther away, and Lu Zongyuan immediately complained. The White Lotus sect was once considered evil, but is now openly welcomed. How does that make sense? What are they up to? Li Huolong looked at the people in the distance. I've heard they're praying for the Heavenly Mater to bring down the lost hometown of True Void to save everyone. Li Huolong had heard from Miao Miao that they wanted to pray for the Heavenly Mater to let go of the vanished Heavenly Tao of Death. Still, the situation was more complicated than that. Li Huolong turned his gaze back to Lu Zongyuan. By the way, what were you trying to say? Oh, I was just saying, brotherly, it's been a while. How about I treat you to a meal to catch up? Li Huolong quickly lost interest when he realized it was just small talk. Maybe next time. I'm busy right now. Oh, what troubles you, brotherly? Perhaps I can lend a hand. How can you help the dead? The dead? That's not a problem these days. In fact, it's considered a blessing. Many people are desperate to die, but can't. Why be troubled? Li Huolong wanted to explain, but he was too exhausted. Yeah, being dead isn't great, but neither is not being dead. People are just that contradictory. He paid no further heed to Lu Zongyuan and went to the West Market. After quickly negotiating the prices with a pig farmer, he proceeded to prepare multiple piglets in pig cages for transportation to the Great Qi. Upon delivering the piglets to the righteous monastery, Li Huolong saw the monks bringing out their wriggling Buddha statue. The monks sat cross-legged around the Buddha statue on the lotus seat. Then, they struck their wooden fish and chanted, "Peace and happiness to be bestowed upon the world, where the immovable heaven can see." Living beings blinded by ignorance are often lost in delusion, but the wondrous eye can understand this method. The pure and wondrous form of the Tathagata manifests in all directions and is incomparable. This body is formless and without attachment. Amidst the chanting, the squirming Buddha began to consume the piglets one by one, just like someone eating steamed buns. It didn't entirely swallow them, leaving a part of each pig's head exposed. The uneaten pig heads let out pitiful screams. As the chanting grew louder, the pig heads swelled, and strange bumps appeared on their bodies. The piglets grew rapidly to adult size, but they looked bizarrely deformed, with short limbs or tumors on their backs. The pigs were expelled with a series of plopping sounds. They immediately began climbing on top of each other while writhing frantically. The sight made Li Huolong frown. Though the righteous monastery was a famous and upright sect, their methods made him uncomfortable. At that moment, the monks arrived with carts full of corpses and buckets of feces. They proceeded to dump them onto the pigs. The pigs ravenously devoured the mixture and rolled in the filth and blood. Their bellies gradually swelled as they ate. Benefactorly, the union of male and female is a great way of interaction between yin and yang. There's no need to feel this way. Soon, the common people won't have to eat just grain and human flesh. They'll also get to enjoy pork. Is there any difference? Li Huolong felt nauseous, so he stepped outside to get some fresh air. Once he started feeling better and was about to return, Chandu offered him a bowl of pork. Benefactorly, would you like to try some? Li Huolong did not accept it. This pork smells foul. How can you expect others to eat this? In his opinion, the pork had an overwhelming stench resembling that of a cesspit. Chandu picked up a piece and chewed on it. Is it? No, benefactorly, this meat is fragrant. You find it foul because you're not hungry enough yet. Li Huolong had nothing left to say. He drew his spine, sword to prepare to transport more grain. Chandu called after him. Wait, benefactorly. Your compassion is known to us all, but the Qi kingdom lacks more than just food. Haven't you noticed anything unusual about the sky on your travels? Li Huang looked up at the sky, which seemed normal. He didn't understand Chandu's point. The dragon vein of the great Qi is gone, and with it, time itself. It's been stuck at 1 o'clock. The cycles of heaven and earth have come to a halt. At that moment, Miao Hohat, who was sweeping the floor, walked by. Chandu waved her over and handed her the bowl of pork. Hohat happily accepted it and began eating it ravenously. Chandu gently patted her head. With no dawn or dusk, this little girl will never grow up and will stay like this forever. That's just the effect on people. The absence of time has broader consequences for the heavenly Daos of the great Qi. Chapter 826, Helpers. The Qi kingdom requires a dragon vein and an emperor. Only then will the people be unified. With the dragon vein, the wheels of the world will turn on their own. The birds, flowers, and animals would return soon after that. Chandu explained as he gently patted Miao Hohat's head. Li Huang stared at the skies that were doomed to be forever bright as he listened to Chandu. What will happen if there's no flow of time? How long will it take to affect everyone? Amitba, I'm afraid I do not know. Chandu shook his head. Divination is not the specialty of the righteous monastery. Is there anyone skilled in divination here in the Qi kingdom? There is. I pray that the Gon family has not died off. They are the best when it comes to divination. Li Huang looked at the skies and frowned. Then find a way to locate them. Find them. Daoistly, this low-ranked general has sent his men to go and find them. A boisterous voice suddenly came from Li Huang's side. Li Huang turned and saw an 8-foot-tall, burly man walking out from the gates of the righteous monastery. He was muscular and had a large beard. Even though he wasn't holding a weapon and was wearing civilian attire, the faint murderous aura emanating from his body proved that he was a soldier. His facial appearance also differed significantly from that of the civilians. The muscles on his cheeks hadn't shrunk, even though he was starving. The man clasped his fists together to greet Li Huang. Low-ranked General Chun Yurong greets, Daoist Li. A soldier of the Qi kingdom? How many of you are left? Vanguard, 36. Cavalry, 24. Spear users, 171. Foot soldiers, 398. Chariots, 75. Elite soldiers, 4. All of them are yours to command. Li Huang frowned. Is that all? Is no one else working as an official in the palace of the great Qi? There are more people, but at this moment in time, none of them can compare to you. As the Qi kingdom's soldiers, we would swear our loyalty to our kingdom's savior. Li Huang realized that the soldiers were much more intelligent and adaptable than he had expected. Li Huang did need people to help him, even though they would only work for him for the sake of food. An order? Fine. Summon all of the officials to come find me. Tell them I won't let them starve if they work for me. Also, continue your search for the Gon family. Find them as soon as possible. Low-ranked General Chun heeds your command. Qin Yurong turned and left the righteous monastery. Li Huang stood there, pondering before saying, wait for them to come back, and we will see what we can do. Right now, we need to address the food crisis. We don't want anyone to starve to death, even after this crisis is over. Also, the Qi kingdom must be saved by someone from the Qi kingdom. You cannot rely on an outsider like me. Chandu replied, Amitba, I must now ponder whether the Qi kingdom's destiny will be shaped by an emperor from within, or if it will be shaped by Benefactor Li. The choice of what to do next is in your hands. Li Huang understood what Chandu implied. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. Chandu was trying to use power to sway Li Huang over. However, Li Huang said, I'm just a Taoist who wishes to become an immortal. I have no use for the Qi kingdom. Did you think I wanted something from you all by helping you? The Qi kingdom was massive, as large as the Liang kingdom. Qingqiu, Siqi, Hoshu, and Nanping combined. Li Huang had told Gao Zhijian that he would become the emperor of the Qi kingdom, but he had said it out of spite. He just didn't want to see so many people starve to death. He wasn't even from the Qi kingdom and had to return one day. It would become a burden for him to rule over the Qi kingdom. However, Chandu didn't want him to return. He decided to reveal something else to persuade Li Huang to help them. Chandu looked up at the skies. Benefactor Li, the decision is yours. Don't look down on the Qi kingdom just because our current population is small. If the Qi kingdom becomes prosperous again, it could easily overshadow the Liang kingdom. And by then, You would have the power to determine the official religion of the Qi kingdom with just a single sentence. Li Huang followed his gaze, and a question popped into his mind. Does Jizai need followers? Li Huang was confused about his future self. It was as if Jizai was the only Siming without followers. There were even devotees who worshipped death. Why weren't there any for bewilderment? It wasn't as if Jizai had 0 followers. Li Huang was technically one, and Sui Sui was the other. Li Huang decided to ask the crucial question. Would a Siming's strength increase as its worshippers increase? Li Huang was interested in possible methods to strengthen his future self. If nothing else, a beefed-up Jizai would be more helpful if there was another threat like the Dharma sect. Also, compared to the other Simings, Jizai was still too weak. Chandu shook his head. Amitba, we monks cannot lie or make assumptions. I do not know. Old monk, you have become quite cunning. Li Huang looked at Chandu, who looked the same as the old monk. Don't worry. I will still help the Qi kingdom, regardless of whether it benefits me. I just don't want to see people starve for no reason. Li Huang unsheathed his spine sword and swung out another rift before diving into it. Li Huang continued to send food around Yu capital for a period of time. At the very least, the monks weren't serving human flesh anymore. That meant that there were no longer people who starved to death around the Yu capital. Li Huang was sending food and resources to help the people of the Qi kingdom stand on their own feet again. He sent them some lambs from Qingqiu since there was an abundance of grass in the Qi kingdom. While the lambs would take some time to mature, the people should at least be able to drink their milk. Li Huang sat on a rock in a remote forest around Shangjing and looked at a buried corpse in front of him. He reached into it and pulled out the spine. He couldn't sell it right now, but the spine of a strayed one would still make a good weapon. He swung it to his left, distorting and pulling the trees apart. The trees didn't break despite their distorted state. It was clear they would continue to grow like that. Li Huang placed the spine behind his back before he wrapped the remaining pieces of his body to exchange them for lifespan pills, which he would later exchange for money. He was busy working on the corpse when he suddenly stopped. Someone was coming. Chapter 827, Luck. As Li Huang was gazing at the road, a carriage emerged in the distance. The sound of bells filled the air as the extravagant carriage moved towards him. 8 well-groomed horses trod gracefully and slowly pulled the carriage along. It was clear that the owner of the carriage was not someone ordinary. Li Huang's face lit up with joy when he saw Xianpin open the carriage curtains. He put down his sword and leaped onto the carriage. However, his face fell when he saw the people inside the carriage. Xianpin was not the only one there. There was also the current emperor of the Liang kingdom, Gao Zhijian. Sit. Xianpin pulled Li Huang down and let him sit. Xianpin stared at the two before disappearing into the back of the carriage. Senior Li, Shangjing's food prices have skyrocketed because of your purchases. Really? Are you sure it's not because of the emperor's 108 dishes that day? Gao Zhijian did not deny it. He just remained silent. It was only when they heard the sound of people talking outside that Gao Zhijian slightly opened the curtains. They were back in Shangjing. To destroy the Dharma sect, many people in Shangjing had to relinquish much of their fortune. Also, since we've lost a couple of divisions in a day, our calendar is obsolete now. Food is hard to grow, and since you keep sending food to the Qi kingdom, it would be useless for us to open our granaries. To the left was a grain shop. Several civilians exited the place as they sighed and cursed. Li Huang replied, "At least they are still alive and don't have to eat human flesh." Compared to the Qi kingdom, the Liang kingdom could be considered heaven. That's true, but seniorly, don't forget that people in the Liang kingdom cannot die right now. Gao Zhijian closed the curtains, and the carriage continued trudging into Shangjing. Soon, the carriage stopped. Gao Zhijian opened the curtains to reveal an alleyway filled with beggars. All of them were extremely skinny from starvation. Their limbs were like chopsticks, and their abdomens were engorged. They looked exactly like the hungry ghosts depicted in operas. They were all lying on the ground without moving. Some of them were even rotting. An old man was pulling over a cart, picking out the beggars in a more advanced state of decay and transporting them elsewhere to be incinerated. Seniorly, as you know, no one is born a beggar. The Liang kingdom didn't have that many beggars before. They were all ordinary civilians. Food prices are the lifeline of the civilians. If they increase, everything else follows suit. The higher the prices are, the more beggars there will be. Li Huang looked outside and snapped, "Fine, I understand. I will go find food somewhere else." Seniorly, do you really think I'm talking about food to you? When it comes to the Qi kingdom and the Liang kingdom, which is more important to you? Gao Zhijin bent his body forward. His face was serious. Who cares which is more important? Why can't we make them equal and reduce the amount of deaths on both sides? We cannot. Senior ally, have you ever wondered why the Surveillance Bureau imposes severe punishments on individuals who print out calendars or alter history books? The punishments even extend to 3 generations of their families. And also, why do you think the Surveillance Bureau was so guarded against Zhuge Yuan, the storyteller? It's because the Qi Kingdom and the Liang Kingdom are not mutually exclusive. 1,000 years ago, the Qi Kingdom fell. Then, the Liang Kingdom was born. If the Qi Kingdom hadn't fallen, the Liang Kingdom wouldn't exist. But if the Qi Kingdom is still around, then the Liang Kingdom shouldn't exist. This is the fate, one of the world. The carriage fell back into silence, broken only by the soft breaths of Li Huawang and Gao Zhijin. Gao Zhijin took a deep breath. Seniorly, do not go help the Qi Kingdom again. Let everything flow naturally. Even the storyteller is gone. Just think of it as if they never existed. I need some time to think about it. Li Huawang turned and left the carriage, his brain buzzing from the new information. Gao Zhijin sat in the carriage for a moment before he opened his mouth again. You were supposed to tell him these things. Why did you need me to tell him? Xian Pin's massive frame floated down from the top of the carriage. You're already playing the bad guy, so you might as well do it all the way. I don't want my father to hate me. Your father is a clumsy oaf. Gao Zhijin sighed after venting his frustration. Do you think Senior Li will listen to us? No, but it's time that we tell him about it. He will decide what to do. Sigh, why can't Senior Li think about it from my position? I really don't want to become the bad guy. Again, since you are now the Liang Kingdom's emperor, your path is destined to be different. You just need to play your part. I'm already regretting my decision. I shouldn't have become the emperor. Gao Zhijin took out a bag from under his robes. Inside the bag was the flesh of a spiritual sin. Gao Zhijin took a heavy whiff of it. He felt less conflicted about his decision when he opened his eyes. He was now once again the regal and authoritative Liang Kingdom's emperor. Do you think we will successfully annex Siqi and Nanping into the Liang Kingdom? They are separated by Qingqiu and Hoshu. I am the chief of the Surveillance Bureau. I cannot interfere in the matters of the palace. Gao Zhijin pondered before he waved his arms. Return to the palace and call for the 6 ministers, too. Li Huawang walked on the road, feeling distraught as he recalled what Gao Zhijin had told him. If the Qi Kingdom is real, then the Liang Kingdom is fake. If the Liang Kingdom is real, then the Qi Kingdom is fake. So which side is real? The 2 sides aren't parallel worlds. They're part of a single timeline that existed 1,000 years ago. It's impossible to split them now. But then, why is it impossible for the 2 of them to exist simultaneously? It's contradictory. What's going on with this world? Li Huawang had a headache. That's because it's crazy. Someone interrupted. Li Huawang looked down and saw Ji Zai in the reflection of a pool of water. He stared at his future self and asked, and then? Nothing else. I can't say anything else right now since I haven't said it yet. Do you think I don't know this world is crazy? Do you think can't see that? Go away. You are indeed missing an eye. Ji Zai disappeared, and Li Huawang saw that his reflection had returned. He squatted down and splashed his face with the water to wake himself up. As he shook his head to remove the excess water from his hair, he realized he had traveled back to Cowheart Village. Even though he could cultivate the truth, it still took him 2 days to reach Shangjing from Cowheart Village. However, he had somehow instantly traveled back to Cowheart Village. Li Huawang entered the village and saw Puppy. Senior Li, you're back early this year. 1. Previously translated Qian as luck, but fate would be more appropriate. 2. The 6 ministers representing official affairs, revenue, rights, military, justice, and industry. Chapter 828, Busy. This year, Li Huawang's heart beat rapidly when he heard Puppy saying that. He had an unsettling thought bubbling out from his mind. What do you mean? Li Huawang approached Puppy and carried him up. Did a long time pass? Senior Li, please don't relapse into your illness again. Not much time has passed. It's still not the Qingming festival yet. Li Huawang took a deep sigh before placing Puppy down. Please speak more clearly and be specific next time. All right. Puppy dared not get angry at Li Huawang, who was mentally ill. Oh right. Senior Li, you have nothing to do, right? Do you mind managing the village if you are free? There are more and more people in the village. Without you or Senior Bai, Zhao Wu and I can barely manage it. Can't you hire someone to dole it? Do you need me to say this? However, as he observed the village, he had a realization. Puppy, do we have enough food in the village? Of course we do. Seniorly, do you remember how the heavenly dog ate the sun last time? You instructed us to stockpile more food for emergencies. We did buy a lot more food. We should have enough food to feed the village for a few years. Li Huang was overjoyed. Bring me to the granary then. Puppy led Li Huang to the Bai family's ancestral hall. They twisted the bronze monkey statue and went underground. Li Huang saw the secret rooms of the White Lotus sect stuffed with food. The spacious underground hall and the corridors were filled with mountains of food. Li Huang's eyes were wide with shock, but Puppy misunderstood and quickly explained, Senior Bai took everything last time. Since this place was empty, we used it to stockpile our food instead. It's a very good place to keep food, with plenty of space and no water leaks. More importantly, it's also hidden. Even if the village comes under attack, it'd be hard for the enemies to find this place. Li Huang laughed when he saw the food in front of him. He never imagined the village would have such a large stockpile, all while he had been painstakingly searching for food. Puppy, call everyone in the village and bag up the food. I want to use it. Use it? How? Puppy was confused, but he still followed Li Huang's orders. Even though Li Huang was rarely in the village, everyone knew that he made the decisions. Everyone gathered around the Bai family's ancestral hall and slowly moved out the food from the secret room, bag by bag. You guys, keep sorting the food in the bags. Let me go check the other side. Li Huang swung his spine sword. He returned to the Qi kingdom and saw a man with tattered clothes hunched over the ground. Nyo-san, what are you doing? Li Huang called for the man. Nyo-san looked back and was surprised to see Li Huang. No, nothing. I'm planting some potatoes. Li Huang had left some food for him last time. Nyo-san didn't want to eat it all, so he decided to plant some. Stop whatever you are doing now and come help me fetch food. All right. Nyo-san tearfully nodded and ran towards Li Huang. Those nearby the area were once the refugees who lived in Cowheart village. They all heard Li Huang shouting that there was food and came running towards him. They cried and called him their savior again and again. At the very least, there were enough people to carry the food. They sent bags of food through the rift again and again. There was so much food that it would take days to transport all of them to the Qi kingdom, even with the help of the entire village, especially since the secret room's corridor was tiny. While the food was being transported, Li Huang ran towards the Yu capital to meet with Chen Yuro. He had just reached there when he met someone he had not seen before. This lowly one is called Liang Yushuan. I greet the Taoist. A disheveled elderly man greeted Li Huang. There were several people behind him. Chen Yurong explained, Taoist, they are the officials that I found. Thankfully, you ordered me to find them in time, or they would have starved to death. Li Huang looked at the man and asked, What kind of official are you in the Qi kingdom? I work in the imperial clan court. What kind of official is that? Li Huang did not understand what the job entails. We take records of the palace by etching the records onto jade discs at certain time intervals. We record the family tree of the royal family and the titles of the nobles and officials. We also write down details about deaths, births, and marriages within the royal family. Li Huang pondered before asking. The Qi kingdom is in chaos now. There's no law and order everywhere. Can you temporarily form a palace in the Qi kingdom with the people behind you right now? We can. Liang Yushuan answered without hesitation. The price of not being able to do so was naturally starvation. He had no choice but to put together some sort of organization with whatever he had left. Li Huang looked at the sunken faces of the people and nodded. All right, let's get it started, then. I will talk about my ultimate goal right now. We need to revive the Qi kingdom and make sure that the people of the Qi kingdom can stand on their own feet. They must be able to survive even if I don't send food here. Everyone felt nervous when they heard that. Taoist, does that mean you won't send food from today onwards? Asked a younger official out of fear. Are you deaf? I said I want us to be independent. Now go and work. Li Huang wasn't sure they would be helpful, but it was better than nothing. Yes. All of them bowed and retreated except for Liang Yushuan. He bowed towards Li Huang once more. The disciple of the Mingluan Hall, Liang Yushuan, greets the Taoist. For some reason, his aura changed completely. Mingluan Hall? Li Huang stared at the man before him, but wasn't surprised. He knew that there were people like him in the Qi kingdom, so it was inevitable that he would run into them one day. After all, they had a higher chance of surviving after a natural disaster than regular people. However, he hadn't expected to meet someone from the Mingluan Hall, a sect he hadn't interacted with. It wasn't the White Lotus sect, the Moongate, the Aojing sect, or the Antrabura temple. Still, Li Huang had some memories of meeting them before during his fight with the Dharma sect. The people from Mingluan Hall all had 3 arms and could turn drawings into real life. He must have hidden his 3rd arm. Chapter 829, Reviving the Society. Can you enter the palace and become an official with your identity? Li Huang asked the old man in front of him. Yes. The disciples of the Mingluan Hall are all disciples of Confucianism too. Are you alone? I apologize, but with our current situation, it won't be easy for me to contact the others. However, if we revive the palace of the Qi Kingdom, they might catch wind and come assist us. Liang Yuxuan paused a moment before continuing. Taoist, when I was on my way here, I coincidentally encountered the leader from the Mo family. He had caught wind of the news in the U capital and wanted to help. Oh, then that's good news. Li Huang didn't care who it was as long as they could help. The more, the better. He was here to help the Qi Kingdom, and there was a limit to how much Li Huang could do on his own. Liang Yuxuan hesitated when he heard Li Huang's answer. He glanced at Chandu, who had stopped rotating his prayer beads. Taoist, I'm not sure if I could say this. What do you want to say? There's no need to ask for my permission. Speak. The people from the Mo family do things differently. You need to be careful. Li Huang heard him and remembered what he had heard when he worked for the Surveillance Bureau. Different branches had formed within the Mo family. The Mo family from the Liang Kingdom was orthodox, but the Mo family from the Qi Kingdom was an evil sect. Are they an evil sect? Liang Yuxuan remained silent in response to the question, yet Li Huang could tell it was a tacit agreement. Li Huang looked at Chandu. If the orthodox sects are like this, I wonder how bad the Mo family must be for everyone to label them as an evil sect. Is the Sitting Oblivion Dao an evil sect? Yes. I see. Go ahead and focus on your work for now. Li Huang decided to stay put and wait for the leader of the Mo family from the Qi Kingdom to arrive. Li Huang didn't care if they were an evil sect or not. He was sure that the leader of the Mo family wouldn't be stupid enough to stir up trouble in the current situation. Li Huang temporarily lived in the U capital. While it didn't matter to him, it significantly boosted the morale of the people since he was their Bodhisattva. He didn't know when, but he had somehow turned into everyone's anchor. What Li Huang had not expected was that the famine in the Qi Kingdom had been greatly alleviated. Surprisingly, it was not because of the Mo family. It was thanks to a sack of moldy grain with mushrooms growing on it. Did you plant this? Li Huang saw Feng Wanba busily tending to rows of mushrooms in the underground room. Yes, I planted them, exclaimed Feng Wanba with great excitement, eagerly nodding as he presented the mushrooms to Li Huang. We were feeling quite hungry, and then I unexpectedly came across these mushrooms, so I had the idea to try eating them. And guess what? It worked. These mushrooms can be harvested every few days, and they just keep on growing. They're even better than grain. Are you sure these are edible? Li Huang saw black spots on the mushrooms. You can fill up your belly with them, although they cause diarrhea and make your lips turn purple. Li Huang was confident that the mushrooms were poisonous and couldn't be eaten. Still, it did give him an idea. Grains were hard to grow and took a long time to harvest. Mushrooms, on the other hand, were easy to grow. More importantly, mushrooms grew faster and could be harvested within a few days. Purchasing mushrooms also wouldn't increase Shangjing's food prices. Li Huang returned to the Liang Kingdom and bought some edible mushrooms before sending them over. Although a lot of people had died in the Qi Kingdom, there were still enough farmers. Under their care, the mushrooms soon grew and helped alleviate the famine. Soon, almost everyone in the U capital started growing mushrooms. While not everyone was successful, it greatly reduced the need to eat grain. People gathered on the western ruins of the U capital. They were there to sell items they carried in baskets. Li Huang walked among the crowd and checked his surroundings. There wasn't a large selection of items being sold. While some people were selling items like straw slippers, most of them were selling food, such as wild vegetables, mushrooms, goat milk, pork, and even kaolinite, ref, a type of clay. In ancient times, people ate it during famines to alleviate hunger. While it didn't provide any nutrients, it helped fill their stomachs. Ref. Food was the currency here. Gold, silver, and bronze coins were useless now. No one picked them up, even if they were lying on the street. An old man walked into the market with 4 caddies of pearly white rice. A crowd immediately formed around him, attracted by his merchandise. White rice was an incredible food, and its rarity made it exorbitantly expensive. The current value of 4 caddy of white rice in the Qi Kingdom was beyond measure. The old man chewed on some white rice beads, making the people around him feel envious. Even so, the surrounding crowd only shouted out prices, with no one daring to steal. There were 3 individuals from the military within the western ruins. They were holding swords dripping with blood to maintain order. Li Huolong was satisfied with the scene in front of him. Even though it was still scrappy, order was slowly being introduced back to the Yu capital. Not bad. Li Huolong's praise made Liang Yuxuan bow down a little lower. It's just part of my duty. Even though it wasn't his expertise, he had people working under him who once worked in magistrates and local administrative offices. With the soldiers and food at their disposal, maintaining order among the refugees was a relatively simple task. Taoist, the Qi Kingdom is too big. We don't have enough people to extend aid to everyone, especially since we lack carriages and horses right now. Traveling would prove challenging, so I plan to first revive our society here. People will flock here once the Yu capital is up and running again. Then, we can organize them and assign them to work in the fields to grow food. Our current issue is not lack of food, but rather lack of manpower. Distributing free porridge will only foster a group of lazy individuals who refuse to work. We need them to work in exchange for food. This way, we'll be able to mobilize everyone. With everyone working, the Qi Kingdom will slowly recover. Liang Yuxuan dared not speak in jargon and explain things as simply as he could to Li Huolong. Then let's make it quick. The fewer people we lose, the better. Taoist, you are indeed right. I will do my best to chart out a path of survival for the people of the Qi Kingdom. My master taught me that those who wish to unify the land should first fix their country. To fix their country, the leader must first unify the people. To unify. Shut up. Yes. At that moment, a quarrel erupted in a corner of the western ruins. An elderly man was pulling on a young person, exclaiming, "You insolent child! You're not selling kaolinite. It doesn't fill up my belly. Stop slandering me. I'm eating the same things I'm selling." Soon, a crowd gathered around them. 2 soldiers approached to break up the fight. Li Huolong wanted to leave when he saw the little altercation. When he stopped, he noticed someone was observing the fight. Upon witnessing the little altercation, Li Huolong decided to leave. However, before he did so, he came to a sudden halt as he caught sight of someone observing the fight. Li Huolong and the man locked eyes simultaneously, and Li Huolong immediately knew that the man was none other than the leader of the Mo family. Chapter 830 Mo Family. Li Huolong had never seen the leader of the Mo family before, but he was certain that the man in front of him was the leader, especially since he had a black bird on his shoulder. The bird was filled with life, but something was wrong with it. Li Huolong noticed that while it looked normal, it had a strange warping sense. Li Huolong turned his attention to the man instead of the bird. The man was wearing a cotton overall and dressed just like a woman. For some reason, he was also wearing a smiling clay puppet head. Despite his weird attire, no one noticed him. More importantly, he had 3 shadows. Liang Yuxuan whispered to Li Huolong, "Taoist, that's him." As Li Huolong approached, the man also made his way towards him. He could now see him more clearly. The man before him didn't have his 10 emotions and 8 sufferings. It was as if he wasn't human at all. "Are you the leader of the Qi Kingdom's Mo family?" The man's clay puppet head moved slightly. "What's the Qi Kingdom Mo family?" "The Mo family has always been a single sect. There is only one of us." Since there was no Liang Kingdom in the Qi Kingdom, there was naturally no divergence between the Liang Kingdom's Mo family and the Qi Kingdom's Mo family. The man bowed to Li Huolong. Mo family leader Meng Sheng greets Taoistly. Li Huolong did not avoid it, but instead accepted it. "I've heard that you came to help me?" "Indeed. The Qi Kingdom is in danger. The rules of our family dictate that we must save the world if it's in danger." Li Huolong pondered before asking, "How many people do you have?" "We have 342 families." Li Huolong silently calculated. Since each family has roughly 3 people, they appear to have more than 1,000 people. "What is the Mo family's specialty?" "Machinery and protective rituals." 1. Meng Sheng removed the doll's head, revealing a wooden mesh made from dovetail joints that formed an empty skull. The person was indeed not human. Li Huolong frowned when he saw the doll in front of him. "You're not even meeting me in person to offer assistance?" Just as Li Huolong finished speaking, a dwarf suddenly emerged beneath the doll's head. Meng Sheng, leader of the Mo family, greets Taoistly. The dwarf greeted Li Huolong again. "Call everyone here if you want to help me. You can't save the Qi Kingdom alone." "I understand. I will call for them now." Meng Sheng leaped into action as he donned the doll head and reattached it to the main body. With a swivel, the doll headed off. Li Huolong frowned after Meng Sheng disappeared. "You said they are an evil sect. Is it because of the techniques they cultivate?" "I didn't sense anything evil from him." From that short interaction, Li Huolong sensed that the Mo family was far weaker than the sitting Oblivion Dao. Liang Yuxuan explained, "No, the Mo family only uses some evil entities or treasures for their cultivation. They do not need sacrifices nor evil deeds to cultivate." Then why are they evil? Li Huolong was confused. The Mo family seemed much milder than the righteous monastery, an orthodox sect. Taoist, did you remember what I told you last time? They are not that easy to cooperate with. Liang Yuxuan hesitated as he tried to explain it better to Li Huolong. Taoist, did you know where the saying "stuck in a rut, too" came from? Li Huolong found that Liang Yuxuan always avoided the point and didn't give a straight answer. Just tell me. Stop talking in circles. Stuck in a rut describes someone who resists change and refuses to adapt. They will always adhere to the outdated rules. There's also another meaning to it. It means that the Mo family will always cling to their rules. The Mo family will always abide by their own ancient rules, steadfastly following them when interacting with others, themselves, or addressing any matter. However, these rules were only suitable in the past. Abiding them now is nothing short of being evil. Such as, Li Huolong realized that they were not considered evil because of their cultivation methods, but rather because of the rules they followed. For instance, the Mo family has the peculiar tradition of capturing officials and braising them over a small fire until they turn into a slurry. They then consume the concoction with rainwater. Another unusual custom is that when a family member reaches adulthood, they must consume an evil entity and choose one of the immortals to be their guardian. After that, they are required to sacrifice their first child to their chosen guardian. Furthermore, the Mo family strictly adheres to the rule of not marrying outsiders. Parents and children marry each other, brothers and sisters marry each other, and grandchildren and grandparents marry each other, following a cyclic pattern that repeats every 5 years. There are many other rules, but I don't know all of them since I am not a part of their family. Li Huolong remained silent for a very long time. Which fucking century did these rules come from? It was impossible for such rules to exist even a few thousand years ago. That was why the Surveillance Bureau labeled them as an evil sect. It was impossible to turn them into a righteous sect. Liang Yuxuan was crestfallen. I'm afraid you would have to ask their leader for more details. Li Huolong regretted allowing the Mo family to intervene. The situation would go out of control when a large group of those weird rule-abiding dwarves were here. Find an empty space outside of the U capital for them to stay at. Make sure that they are far away from us. Yes. Also, ask your men to think about how we can use the Mo family in this situation. Yes. Li Huolong was worried not only about the Mo family, but also about the other evil sections. It would be impossible to stop them from arriving due to how the situation was evolving. Keeping evil sects in check and using them to save the Qi Kingdom was beyond Li Huolong's expertise. He had the feeling that Gao Zhijian would be much better suited for this. I don't have enough people that I can use, Li Huolong mumbled. It wouldn't be easy to restore the Qi Kingdom. He had finally encountered obstacles that even he found hard to surpass. Li Huolong returned to the Liang Kingdom and saw that the old eunuch was already waiting for him. Without waiting for the old eunuch to say anything, Li Huolong guessed what it was. Go back and tell Gao Zhijian to stop nagging me. I've already heard what he has to say. I don't want to revive the Qi Kingdom to destroy the Liang Kingdom. I just don't want to see the people suffering there. I don't need much. I simply want them to survive and have something to eat every day. As long as that is achieved, I won't return. 1. The original text here is Angsheng, a specialized field of traditional practice in warding off bad luck. The term combines yan, which means to dislike or dispel, and shang, which means to win or overcome. Typically, these practices involve rituals, charms, talismans, or specific behaviors believed to counteract negative influences or evil spirits. They can also be used for evil, in which certain items are placed or buried in different parts of a house to curse the inhabitants. 2. The original text Ulisochingoi is literally translated as to cling to the rules like ink. Mo can be the surname or the word for ink. Chapter 8:31, Rescue. Heaven and earth, all things change. The sun and moon rotate, while the heavenly river swings in the sky. Spring and autumn come and go, and the 4 seasons change without fail. Grass, trees, wood, and the fruits of it all. Sacred Crossing. Bai Lingmiao sat on the white lotus throne, her upper body split in half. All 4 of her hands formed a lotus seal, making her look like a tree. The other devotees of the White Lotus sect surrounded her, and chanted the same mantra as her. All of them sported an expression of mercy and reverence. The white lotus motif on their forehead flickered from time to time. The phenomenon wasn't happening at just this one location. The devotees of the White Lotus sect in every corner of the world had set aside their work and were chanting simultaneously. The sheer number of devotees in the sect was enough to fill the entire Liang kingdom with the sound of their collective chants. The magnificent scene made everyone else show respect or reverence towards them. They even softened their tone when they spoke. The ceremony ended after one division. Bai Lingmiao opened her eyes, and the hall gradually grew silent. Everyone looked at her hopefully, waiting for her to announce something. They were ultimately disappointed. The Heavenly Mater had personally requested that the ceremony be performed every day. Its purpose was to bring the void home down to earth through the earnest prayers of the devotees. The devotees bowed to Bai Lingmiao as they sat up from their cushions and left. The bustling hall grew quiet again. Bai Lingmiao sat up from her cushion and was about to pick up her white shoes when a familiar voice came from her back. "Do you think the ceremony will work?" "I don't think so. I doubt that the void home would descend here even if they were to chant 10,000 times." Bai Lingmiao shook her head lightly. "We are all devotees of the White Lotus sect. The Heavenly Mater told us it would work, so it will work. We have to believe." Even though she didn't want to admit it, Bai Lingmiao believed that the void home was real. What if it really existed and her family was residing in the void home? I don't know what you are doing right now. We are doing what we must do." Bai Lingmiao reached the door to find that some of the devotees, the ones with the white donkey motifs tattooed on their backs, had prepared a palanquin for her. She sat on it, and the devotees held up the palanquin. They took her towards an alleyway in the distance. The alleyway was messy and dirty, with people swarmed by flies while rats incessantly fed on their flesh. It was full of people who could not die, even if they wanted to. When Bai Lingmiao disembarked from the palanquin, the people somehow sensed her. They wriggled their dirty bodies and raised their dirty hands towards her white dress. Everyone longed for her. Their eyes filled with desire as they gazed at the saintess. They wanted her to grant them death. Bai Lingmiao looked at them with immense sadness and benevolence. All of them were living humans, yet their existence was now even more miserable than that of a ghost. She extended her arms and waved them above their foreheads, her heart brimming with thoughts of mercy. Every time her hand passed by someone, they would fall to the ground with a smile. Waves of people died in Bai Lingmiao's hands. Amid the crowd, Bai Lingmiao appeared even purer to the people, even if her upper body was split into two. Too many people in the Liang kingdom wished to die. Many of them had traveled there in hopes of being reincarnated. Bai Lingmiao didn't know how many people she had granted death to, but she felt that it was worth it every time she saw them smiling after being released from the shackles of life. However, no matter how many people she sent off, countless others were still suffering, particularly those who had already been reduced to ashes. After dealing with the people in the alley, the merciful Bai Lingmiao continued to pray to the Heavenly Mater. "O merciful Heavenly Mater, please grant the embrace of death to the people again." She wasn't sure if the Heavenly Mater heard her, but she persevered and prayed daily. "Why hasn't the Heavenly Mater returned death to us?" Bai Lingmiao questioned her from time to time. If the Heavenly Mater had it, she should have given it back. Perhaps something happened to the Heavenly Mater? Bai Lingmiao thought it was possible and wanted to do something. What could we mere mortals do if she encountered a problem? After hearing the second deity, Bai Lingmiao returned to her palanquin. Instead of returning to her hall, she went to the surveillance bureau. Helping or not is one thing. Being able to do so or not is another thing. Bai Lingmiao's excitement surged as she saw a figure in red robes appear before her. She almost called her Sui Sui but stopped in time. "Chief, thank you for meeting me." "Saintess, is there an issue?" Xianpin waved her arms, and both Bai Lingmiao and Xianpin shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. No one could hear what they were talking about now. The natural disaster is still in effect. Is there anything the Surveillance Bureau is doing to mitigate it? Bai Lingmiao asked. The Surveillance Bureau was typically in charge of dealing with natural disasters. Is there anything the White Lotus sect could do to help? Just let me know, and we'll do our best. Xianpin paused. What did the Heavenly Mater say? Bai Lingmiao's face darkened as she lightly shook her head. The Heavenly Mater asked us to have the ceremony every single day. We received no further response even when I used the 12-merit Jade Lotus. Something happened to the Heavenly Mater. Xianpin's words made Bai Lingmiao's heart skip a beat. What? Usually, a Siming who obtains a heavenly Tao dispels the natural disaster within half a day. However, This natural disaster has lasted for over a few months. I fear that something might be wrong with the Xiaoman holding on to this particular heavenly Tao. Xianpin continued. I also fear that the heavenly Tao of death might not be the only one being affected. The heavenly Mater is still in charge of the heavenly Tao of mercy. If death and mercy are gone, then what can we do to end the natural disaster? Bai Lingmiao asked earnestly. Xianpin pondered and asked, did you say that the heavenly Mater requested you to conduct the ceremony every day? Could you elaborate on what the ceremony entails? Bai Lingmiao did not hesitate to reveal every step of the ceremony since Xianpin was Li Sui. Xianpin recorded something on her long robes with her slender fingers. She scrutinized it carefully after writing down the steps of the ceremony. I think I know why she wanted to have the ceremony. She needs it to escape. The heavenly Mater is being trapped. If she manages to move a bit, the heavenly Tao of death should return. Maybe we could try and help the heavenly Mater by combining the forces of the Surveillance Bureau and the White Lotus Sect. Chapter 832, Ceremony. The heavenly altar of the Liang Kingdom was a three-tiered building with a rounded roof. The top was covered in gold and azure blue tiles. The 9 golden dragons within the hall were exceedingly dazzling. Within the building was a single bronze tree that pierced through the azure blue roof and into the skies. 8 smaller altars surrounded the larger one. There were Taoists wearing bronze masks staring at the sky on the surrounding altars. All of them were waiting for the command of the chief. The devotees of the White Lotus Sect were outside the building, completely surrounding the altar. Clad in white robes, they stared at the building with reverence. Most of them were so excited that their hands were trembling. A gentle wind blew past, causing the white ribbons on their foreheads to flutter in the wind. It looked like a sea of white just outside the altar. All of them were looking at Bai Lingmiao, who was now in the heavenly altar. She was getting nervous with so many eyes on her. She forced herself to calm down and focused on what she needed to do. Their mission was tied to the fate of everyone in the world, as death had completely vanished. They couldn't be reckless. Don't worry. I managed to invite a powerful individual this time. We can succeed. Bai Lingmiao nodded after Xianpin assured her that everything would be all right. She calmed down a little. The Surveillance Bureau naturally prepared everything for such a ceremony. You just need to focus on yourself. Bai Lingmiao kept reassuring herself again and again. Everyone was here, and nothing had happened yet. Time slowly passed, as everyone painstakingly waited. Just as the sun was in the middle of the sky, a bell tolled from the distance. Xianpin revealed 3 sets of arms and started making seals with all of them. The devotees of the White Lotus Sect chanted deeply. The ceremony was starting in earnest now. Start the ceremony. Huangfu Tiangang, who was now blind, pointed his sword at the sky. The 8 Taoists at the smaller altars waved their cherry-wood swords and scattered red talismans into the air. Purple flames lit up each of the altars, instantly engulfing Shangjing in a specific energy. The people of Shangjing all started chanting involuntarily. Xianpin waved his arms and sent illusions throughout each corner of the Liang Kingdom. She instructed everyone to start chanting. Everyone who could speak began to chant, no matter what county they were from. With the allure of being rewarded with food, everyone chanted earnestly. Soon, everyone in the Liang Kingdom was chanting. The entire Liang Kingdom temporarily became part of the White Lotus Sect. It was the largest ceremony ever conducted. Bai Lingmiao, who was in the erase center, felt something unusual happening. She appeared closer to the invisible thing she had always faintly felt. As the 12-merit jade lotus was placed on the bronze tree, it emitted a bright white light that illuminated everything around it. Bai Lingmiao held her breath and sat underneath the bronze tree. She closed her eyes and started chanting. Heavenly Mater, the people of this world need you. We are here to help if you are encountering any dangers. Xianpin began chanting, joining the chants of the White Lotus Sect and smoothly slithering in like an eel. Bai Lingmiao didn't know what happened next since she was focused entirely on the white light. She tried her hardest to get in contact with the Heavenly Mater. In the sea of chants, Bai Lingmiao was already infinitely close to the Heavenly Mater, but there was a barrier barring her from reaching her. In the past, she would have met the Heavenly Mater already, but something was currently blocking her. Time passed, and the situation did not change. In fact, it became worse. She couldn't sense where the Heavenly Mater was. Bai Lingmiao refused to give up in that field of chaos. She worked harder to get close to the Heavenly Mater, and her efforts paid off. She faintly sensed the Heavenly Mater. She kept calling out for the Heavenly Mater, but it seemed as though the latter was dead. A veil separated them, and the heavenly mater didn't move one bit. Xianpin's chanting could be heard, bringing clarity to Bai Lingmiao's thoughts and making her quicken her pace. Not only that, Bai Lingmiao began seeing threads on her body that were connected to the heavenly mater. Bai Lingmiao raised all four of her arms and pulled on the threads to approach the heavenly mater. She slowly got closer and saw that the heavenly mater was covered in large blobs of darkness. They were the reason the heavenly mater could not move. Bai Lingmiao gingerly touched a dark blob and felt an intense desire for death surging into her. It washed away everything within her except for the notion of suicide. Bai Lingmiao opened her eyes listlessly. She saw that she was not in the heavenly altar anymore. The bronze tree had disappeared too. The conjoined lotus, still glowing white, was causing her to float. It didn't allow her to fall. Everything was reversed now, with the skies below her and the earth above her. A massive jade door appeared in front of her like a mountain. However, Bai Lingmiao thought nothing was important anymore. She grabbed her hairpin and tried to stab her own neck. The sharp pin had almost sunk into her white neck when a beast claw covered in white fur grabbed her hands. Li Sui, the second deity, bared her fangs and shouted at Xianpin, who was blocking off the other evil entities. "We have an issue here. Where's your helper? I thought you said you found some powerful allies." Evil entities were surrounding the Baiyu capital from all angles. It was chaos. The evil entities wanted the 12-merit jade lotus and tried to approach it incessantly. Just then, several rifts shot upwards from below. The rifts tore the evil entities apart. Li Huolong flew upwards and stabbed one of his swords into the gate to anchor himself in place. Xianpin's ally was naturally Li Huolong. "What's going on? Why are you guys so close to the Baiyu capital for no reason? Don't you know that it's dangerous here?" Li Huolong shouted at them as he sensed the gazes coming from the other side of the oxtail gate. Xianpin waved her arms and disintegrated the evil entities in front of her before explaining. "This place is closer to the Baiyu capital. Li Huolong, we need your help," the second deity yelled, her voice filled with urgency. She growled as she tightly gripped Bai Lingmiao's jaws, preventing her from biting her own tongue. Chapter 833, Return to the Throne. "Li Huolong, come and help us quickly." Li Huolong whipped his bronze coin sword to wrap Bai Lingmiao in red threads before pulling her toward him. He looked at her and made her hairpin and teeth turn soft. Now, she couldn't harm herself. "Come, let me bring you back." Li Huolong removed his spine sword from the oxtail gate to bring Bai Lingmiao back down to earth. It was too chaotic here. They needed to leave so that they could talk safely. Bai Lingmiao suddenly gripped his arms tightly. Wait, don't go. She's right there. We are just a little bit away." She then vomited out black gas from her mouth. "Be careful. That's the heavenly Tao of death. Don't touch it." Li Huolong quickly dodged it and noticed Bai Lingmiao's condition deteriorating. He prepared himself to move away from the Baiyu capital. Bai Lingmiao pushed him away and slowly turned under the shining sunlight. Just a little bit left. I saw her. She's in a lot of distress. Wait, we might have a chance." The second deity's beast-like eyes were also stained with some suicidal compulsions. She had sensed part of Bai Lingmiao's thoughts. "What chance? This place is too dangerous. It would be the same if you came here again." Li Huolong was worried about her life and tried pulling her into his embrace. However, the second deity pushed him away with her claws. Li Huolong wanted to try again, but Xianpin blocked him. "Father, you are here to help. You don't even know what she's trying to achieve. It's best if you don't try to decide for her. She has her thoughts and worries, so it's best not to place yourself before her." Li Sui's unexpected remark took Li Huolong aback. Still, he slowly nodded when he saw Bai Lingmiao striving to do something on her own. She was working hard to achieve her own goals. "Fine, I will help." Li Huolong glared at the evil entities surrounding them and helped Xianpin to block them. In the field of chaos, Bai Lingmiao followed the thread and immersed herself in the black mist to get closer to the heavenly mater. Death continued to take over her senses, but she could slightly move since someone else was sharing the burden with her. The second deity was here to help her. It was a long and painful process. Bai Lingmiao almost gave up a few times, but every time she remembered the people shouting in the burning fire and the half-decayed civilians, she pressed on. She finally had the chance to end the natural disaster. She wouldn't let herself be the reason for failure, especially when the opportunity to end it was right in front of her. The civilians were enduring a living hell. Bai Lingmiao bit through her lips as she smashed the softened hairpin into her heart. It broke apart in a pile of mush as she pulled on the thread. She got closer and closer until she finally saw the heavenly mater. The threads on her were undeniably connected to the heavenly mater and attached to her wrist and ankle. Bai Lingmiao couldn't determine if she was the one controlling the heavenly mater or if it was the other way around. The suicidal compulsions in her heart were slowly replaced with mercy, causing tears to stain her white eye covers as they slowly slid down her cheeks. Heavenly Mater, please help them. They are suffering so much. It's too terrible. Please let them rest in peace. Heavenly Mater heard her words. Bai Lingmiao raised her arms to wipe her tears, and Heavenly Mater moved too. The spinning white lotus above Bai Lingmiao's head suddenly stopped, making her plummet downwards. Li Huang and Xian Pin quickly swooped down and caught the falling Bai Lingmiao. Sensing the gazes around her, the weakened Bai Lingmiao smiled. The Heavenly Mater has returned to her throne. Li Huang's happiness was evident. Does that mean that death is back? As he was thinking about falling down faster to see if it was true, an uncertain voice came from the Baiyu capital. Li Huang. Li Huang raised his head in alarm and stared at Baiyu capital. Who's calling me? I believe everything you say. I can believe them. Li Huang didn't manage to catch what the voice was talking about. It was too late. The stars and clouds were slowly concealing the Baiyu capital. No more voices came. They fell rapidly, and Li Huang soon saw the heavenly altar below him. He also saw the group of White Lotus Sect devotees. Li Huang stomped on his own feet rapidly to slow down his descent before landing firmly on the ground. The White Lotus Sect somehow got the news faster than Li Huang. He had just stabilized himself when the devotees around him kneeled on the ground and cried. The Heavenly Mater had returned to the throne. The Void Home is real. May she bless us all. The White Lotus saves us all from the muddy chaos. The Heavenly Mater has returned. Bai Lingmiao looked at everyone and stumbled out of the palace. She disregarded her frail body as she stumbled forward. She went straight to the alley where they placed the people who could not die. This time, the alleyway was silent. The once audible groans and moans had ceased, leaving only the faint buzz of flies. Bai Lingmiao pushed away the hands that were holding her up and walked into the alley. She saw the dead people and cried, but this time, out of happiness. Death had returned. She was ecstatic. It wasn't just the people here. Those who had turned into ashes could die now. Those who had their flesh separated from their body could finally rest in peace. More importantly, she had set out and completed what she intended to do. She did it, and she felt good. More importantly, she accomplished what she had set out to do. She stayed committed and saw it through, leaving her with a profound sense of satisfaction. Xian Pin hugged Bai Lingmiao, her large red robes surrounding them both. Mother, you are amazing. You ended the natural disaster and saved so many people. Bai Lingmiao turned around and cried in Xian Pin's embrace, finally releasing all the pent-up stress in her heart. She was still young and would only turn 18 this year. Xian Pin turned around and looked at her father before pointing at Bai Lingmiao. Li Huang shook his head and took out the spine sword. He swung open a rift and returned to the Qi Kingdom. Sui Sui, take care of your mother for me. Chapter 834, Help. Dressed in a silk brocade and a hat, Puppy squatted down underneath a tree, slurping braised meat noodles from a bowl. The braised meat noodle had chili in it. He was sweating as he ate. Xiaowu took a bite of a white bun and patted Puppy with his shoulder. Hey, where do you think Senior Li is transporting that food to? Is he selling it or something? Did he say that he would give the food back? Xiaowu was in charge of the village's finances. He felt uneasy when he saw the numbers in his ledgers slowly disappearing. I don't know. He's a god now. He's flying everywhere, Puppy said, huffing indignantly. Puppy saw his food getting transported out from his house, and yet saw no monetary returns. He felt his heart ache when he saw Li Huang's wasteful actions. What will happen to us if there's a famine? What if we don't have any food? Xiaowu estimated that their food would be emptied out within a few days. Puppy finished his noodles and licked the bottom of the bowl clean. I did ask him about it. Guess what he said? What did he say? Yang Xiaohai joined their conversation, holding on to his own bowl of noodles. He said there's no way we would have that many famines here. Didn't the big guy send us money? We can buy food with it. At worst, we could ask the villagers to each hold a bowl and walk to Shangjing to request food. There's no way the emperor would ignore us that way. Xiaowu didn't believe it. Are you sure that was what Senior Li had said? I don't think that's how he usually talks. Are you sure that you didn't exaggerate it? Well, he did say it like that. I just added some details here and there. You damn blabbermouth. You always exaggerate the details. Puppy was hurt by Zhao Wu's words and retorted, Zhao Wu, I've heard you still haven't given up on Xiaoman. You even requested the peddler to send her letters. How many words are you even capable of writing in those letters? It was Zhao Wu's turn to panic as he tried to beat Puppy with his crutches. Stop trying to butt into other people's business. I can now read and recognize many words. The teacher even said I could go take a test to become an official. Just as they were quarreling, Yang Xiaohai saw someone approaching the village and ran up to them. Senior Bai, you are back. Upon seeing Bai Lingmiao, Puppy and Zhao Wu stopped fighting and went up to greet her too. Senior Bai, did Xiaoman not return with you? Zhao Wu raised his head and stared at the White Lotus Sect's procession. Move away. I was the one who sent someone to call her back. Puppy pushed Zhao Wu away to complain to Bai Lingmiao. Senior Bai, Senior Li has gone crazy again. Please take care of him. He has almost emptied our coffers. Puppy then exaggerated the details as he described what Li Huowang was doing. Don't worry. He won't do that with me here. Yes. Please scare him a bit when you find him. Just say you won't live with him anymore if he keeps this up. We might be rich, but we cannot be so wasteful. Even a mountain of silver and gold wouldn't be enough for us if we lived like this. Bai Lingmiao shook her head lightly and tilted her body slightly. Her procession split apart, revealing multiple carriages carrying heavy loads of food behind her. The carriages were so heavy that they left deep prints on the path. Soon, the bags of food were sent into the hidden room. The empty room was slowly getting filled back up again. Senior Bai, where did you get this food from? Puppy was astonished by the sight. He wanted to ask them to place the food outside since Li Huowang was bound to come back and take it away. Moving them in and out would just be a waste of time and energy. However, Puppy decided not to say anything since it would help slow down their wasteful expenditure. Senior Bai, where did you get all this food from? The devotees of the White Lotus Sect donated it to us. Our followers come from all walks of life, not just the impoverished. Also, don't tell him I brought this. Puppy thought that both of them were crazy for being so wasteful. Do you not want to tell him to stop? Since this is something he intends to do, I will support him. He is my man, and I will help him achieve his goals. Puppy scratched his white and yellow face as he pondered. He felt that they had turned slightly bizarre after the new year. With some caution, he asked, Are you sure you guys are fine? Bai Lingmiao shook her head and sat back on her palanquin. The devotees then took her out of the village. Are you heading back now? It's not every day you come here. How about having a meal with us first? Xiaohai, go and slaughter a pig. Maybe next time. The Heavenly Mater finally returned to the throne. There's still a lot of work to do in the White Lotus Sect. I will send someone to replenish the granary from time to time. Please coordinate with them. What would Li Huowang say, though? Wouldn't he find it weird that the granary is constantly full and the food never runs out? I wouldn't be able to explain it without revealing that you're sending food. Bai Lingmiao didn't slow down on her way out of the village. Don't worry, I know him well. As long as there's enough food, he won't pay attention to the minor details. Also, Senior Zhao Wu, Xiaoman told me you shouldn't send those letters anymore. She doesn't know how to read. The procession of the White Lotus Sect left the village as Puppy and Yang Xiaohai made fun of Zhao Wu. Li Huowang bent down as he walked into an underground room. He saw Miao Ho Hot and a monk diligently watering the ground to keep the room moist. The monks and the civilians were carefully plucking the mushrooms before placing them into a grass basket. Their faces had clearly improved. Despite having just one hot meal and one preserved meal per day, they could at least eat actual food now. The underground room was massive, with baskets full of soil mounted on the walls. The soil was rich black soil used for agriculture, allowing the mushrooms to grow rapidly. He quickly looked around and found the person he needed to see. He walked towards the depths of the underground room and saw Chan Du diligently gathering mushrooms. The abbot of the righteous monastery is now picking mushrooms. Don't you need to help people give birth to sons? Chan Du straightened his back. Amitba, benefactorly, everyone is starving to death here. Who would want to give birth to a child? Let's go up to talk. Li Huowang raised his chin and gestured upwards before leaving the place. In an abandoned ruin, Li Huowang asked, Are your people keeping a close eye on the Mo family? Have they done anything? Chan Du shook his head. They might be an evil sect, but they are smart. They know what they shouldn't do. The Mo family is good at machinery and construction. With their help, the U capital is gradually returning to its former state. Chapter 835. Who was it? Li Huowang calmed down a little after hearing what Chan Du had told him. Li Huowang would not touch them as long as they didn't interfere with him, no matter how evil they were. Good. What about the issue with the food? We should be much better off now with the mushrooms and goat milk, right? Li Huowang felt disappointed when Chan Du shook his head. Benefactorly, Don't forget that every surviving human in the Qi Kingdom is rushing here thanks to the food. We still don't have enough food to feed everyone. More importantly, fewer people are dying. It's difficult for the pigs to grow on just feces. Li Huang nodded. We have no choice but to endure. Didn't you say the black soil could grow crops 3 times a year? As long as we endure until the first harvest, we should be able to tide over the biggest issue of the Qi Kingdom. I will continue sending food periodically until the Qi Kingdom can stand on its own. Also, I've had time to think about what to do with the dragon vein of the Qi Kingdom. Chandu perked up his ears when he heard what Li Huang was talking about. Benefactorly, do you have a way? I don't, and I will never do. I will deal with the famine, but I won't deal with the dragon vein. Chandu's eyes went wide with shock. He thought he had misheard. Li Huang ignored him and continued. I am from the Liang Kingdom. I have to think about my people first. The Qi Kingdom must be rescued by someone from the Qi Kingdom. If you all want to survive, you need to unite and work out a solution instead of forcing the responsibility on an outsider like me. Besides, your predicament has nothing to do with me. I'm helping you because I can't bear to see everyone die. That's all. Chandu looked at Li Huang with shock, as if he were a stranger. You? Benefactorly, do you wish to see everyone die? Don't threaten me with those words. This has nothing to do with me. Why am I the one who has to manage the Qi Kingdom? I don't owe you anything. He continued. We have to look at this realistically. I want to help you and save their lives, but there are things more important than you. If you don't want to accept this, find a way to deal with it yourself. Don't place all of your hopes on someone else. Benefactorly, think about it. If you save the Qi Kingdom, the entire place will be yours. You could have the entire Qi Kingdom for yourself. Let me repeat myself. I'm just a Taoist. Go try to tempt others with those words. Chandu stood motionless, stunned by what he had just heard. Still, he had no choice but to eventually accept it. He bowed and left in a hurry, as if he were going to discuss the situation with someone else. Li Huang looked at Chandu disappearing in the distance and said nothing. He wanted to help, and saving others was naturally good, but he didn't want to be the one leading them. He had to push them a little to maximize their chances of success. Li Huang could save his own time and effort if they did come up with a method. He stomped the ground hard and left the righteous monastery. He followed the broken road to walk out of the city, wanting to see how the crops were doing. He saw several new houses had been constructed on both sides of the road in the capital. Black lines on the ground had been drawn using a carpenter's ink marker. The black lines sectioned up the entire capital. The laborers hired by the palace were busy clearing up the rubble within those lines. They threw out everything except for the gold, silver, and bronze. There was a small stall nearby where officials accepted those precious metals. A caddy of gold earned the laborers a caddy of rice, and 10 caddy of silver earned them a caddy of millet. Li Huang noticed that the Qi Kingdom's palace was attempting to revive the monetary system. Li Huang looked at several other laborers fixing the potholes on the road. Everything was being done systematically. He had to admit that leaving it to the professionals was a good idea. The people were still thin, but they weren't in despair anymore. Li Huang realized that his efforts were paying off. He followed the road and walked out of the city. He saw the black soil was being covered by lush greenery. Rows of green crops were being grown on the fertile black soil. The farmers painstakingly watered and provided nutrients for the plants, caring for the crops like their children. The fields were large, and there wasn't an end to them. Li Huang was sure there would be a magnificent sight when the crops were ready to be harvested. He saw an old farmer kowtowing to him. He pulled the farmer up and asked, "Is the soil all right? Bodhisattva, please relax. We would not dare to delay planting the seeds you gave us. Those seeds will provide the food that will save us." Right after, the farmer expressed his frustration. "Still, we have no idea who the incorrigible thief is who has been eating the leaves of our sweet potatoes. They pluck some every time we don't watch over them. We've sent men to find them, but have yet to do so." Li Huang thought that was normal. This was a large piece of agricultural land, and there was a famine. It was inevitable that someone would try to steal some food for themselves. He didn't mind as long as they didn't destroy the fields. The old farmer suddenly shouted, "Everyone, come here. The merciful Bodhisattva is here to look at us mud legs." Upon hearing him, the farmers put down the work in their hands and surrounded Li Huang excitedly. Li Huang was getting annoyed by them. As he was getting ready to walk away, an old man blocked him. The old man seemingly had no control over his body, standing in place without knowing what he wanted to say. Li Huang was still focused on the old man when several hands covered in calluses reached behind Li Huang's back and stole his 2 spine swords, bronze coin sword, and purple tassel sword. They took them all. Stab him. The farmers surrounding Li Huowang suddenly pulled out sharp objects from within their clothes and stabbed Li Huowang. However, Li Huowang had projected his image and dodged it. His real body was 3 meters away. The next instant, a hidden dagger stabbed deep into Li Huowang's body and tore his organs up from inside. Li Huowang grabbed the dagger forcefully as killing intent burst forth from him. He opened his mouth and bit into the invisible figure that was stabbing him. Who dares to try and kill me? Chapter 836, Ambush. Swish. A black dagger stabbed towards Li Huowang's chest. Li Huowang turned around and glared at the dagger. It floated just an inch away from his forehead before he twisted both the dagger and the attacker into a rope. Although he defeated every enemy relatively quickly, many of them remained. It was not a pretty sight for him. All the people surrounding him were somewhat strong. They also took away his weapons. It was clear that they had planned it beforehand. One of the farmers caught sight of the twisted flesh and promptly let out a sharp whistle. Seemingly on cue, another elderly man swiftly swept his legs, causing a cloud of black soil to scatter into the air. Subsequently, another person forcefully pushed the air with their palm, creating a miniature sandstorm. As Li Huowang was busy killing the attackers, he lost his target. The sand somehow came alive and tried to bury itself into Li Huowang's eyes. The moment he got distracted, a hook shot out from the sand and latched onto his left leg. It tore off his legs just like that. Who the fuck are you guys? Li Huowang opened his eyes and let the sand batter his eyes all it wanted. He swiftly turned around with his single remaining leg toward the direction the hook had come from. A skinny man was grinning while looking at the leg on the hook. Just then, Li Huowang pounced out from the sandstorm and slapped the top of the skinny man's head. His head rolled on the ground like a ball. Li Huowang ignored the arrows being shot into his torso as he picked up his leg. He reattached it and stomped onto the ground before running towards the spot the arrows had come from. Who are you guys? Li Huowang grabbed the archer by the ears and tore him in two, just like a piece of paper. Li Huowang's eyes were bloodshot from the assault of the sandstorm. His eyes were hurting a lot. It felt even worse than someone poking them out with red-hot iron. The more his eyes hurt, the angrier he became. He finally snapped when someone tossed a flying guillotine and enveloped his head with it. Fire! Li Huowang shouted as burning flames burned off his skin. Several metal spikes melted before they could even touch him. The metal spikes melted even though they were far away. The flying guillotine had long since been burned to nothingness. The sandstorm grew stronger in an attempt to extinguish his flames, but it couldn't extinguish them. Li Huowang glared at the sandstorm and turned it into reeds. With fuel near him, Li Huowang's flames surged forward like a fiery tsunami. Burn! Burn all of them! As the sandstorm slowly turned into reeds, various scenes unfolded in Li Huowang's eyes. The fire burned fiercely as several people staggered out of the burning reeds. As they scattered, they stepped on the cracking black soil, which was turning into porcelain from the flames. Half of the burning people were the ones who had ambushed Li Huowang, while the other half were the Bai family. A lady fell before Li Huowang and stared in a single direction. My daughter. As the burning flames continued their advances, several burnt corpses fell to the ground. All of them had died. Li Huowang was still burning up when he panted out of exhaustion. He suddenly remembered something and started searching the corpses. His anger boiled over after he went through all the corpses. All 4 of his swords were gone. Their goal had been to take away his spine sword, preventing him from returning to the Liang Kingdom. Li Huowang looked around and found no other traces. Everything around him had been burned to ashes, and he couldn't discern anything from the ground. He didn't know why they wanted his weapons, but he could not return to the Liang Kingdom without Zhuge Yuan's spine sword. He would be trapped here forever. Just then, someone hastily approached him. It was Chandu, the abbot of the Qi Kingdom's righteous monastery, along with other people from the Qi Kingdom. As they looked at the scorched ground surrounding Li Huowang and the flames still engulfing him, they grasped the situation. The atmosphere was filled with an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of Li Huowang's burning skin. Li Huowang glared at Chandu. The latter clasped his hands together and nervously explained, Benefactor Li, we did not do this. You are our savior. We would never return your kindness with animosity. Huh? Who says so? They even took the spine sword that I need to return to the Liang Kingdom. You knew I wouldn't help you with the dragon vein, so you devised this plan to trap me here. Or did you want to go to the Liang Kingdom to get food for yourself? Taoist, you are going too far. The leader of the Mo family stood up. The Mo family might do other things, but since we have set rules, we would never break them. Your words are an insult to us. Scram! Li Huolong shouted, his fire burning brighter. The leader of the Mo family scampered back into the group of people. Monk! Li Huolong approached Chan Du. The fire coming from Li Huolong was causing Chan Du's robes to roll up. You said that the Qi kingdom is mine, didn't you? Everything here belongs to me, correct? Yes. This is the Qi kingdom of Benefactor Li. You have shown great grace and compassion to the Qi kingdom, so this is naturally yours. Fine, Li Huolong shouted, causing everyone to step back in fear. I don't care how you do it, but you must find my sword. Find it. Otherwise, I will burn all the food I brought here. Li Huolong extinguished his flames and ran towards the righteous monastery. Benefactor Li, you can't do that. A lot of people would starve to death. Li Huolong turned around and glared at him. What? I thought you said that the Qi kingdom was mine. Is this place really mine if I can't even do what I want with the food? Were you just trying to trick me into staying here with your words? All to keep me here. Li Huolong ignored them and left. Also, you guys can't use the spine sword anyway. Don't forget how you came here last time. You're not twisted once, so you can't travel to the Liang kingdom with a spine sword. Li Huolong walked past the guards and reached the granary that the righteous monastery had been guarding. He sat on the food and waited. He could light up his body and turn the food into ash at any moment. However, even Li Huolong wasn't sure if they were the perpetrators. Although he didn't believe Chan Du would do something like this, he had gone through a lot in this world. As a result, he always considered the worst-case scenario. The entire incident was too bizarre. He had told Chan Du that he wouldn't involve himself with the dragon vein just half a division before the ambush happened. It had been too fast, and the farmers had cooperated a little too well. They were also strong. It was too illogical for Chan Du to gather these kinds of men within half a division and achieve such a result. Chapter 837 Search. The problem right now was that no one else in the Qi kingdom was capable of it. Other than the area around the Yu capital, which was doing relatively well, the other places were still stricken with famine. Since it was impossible for another group of people to live in a community outside of the Yu capital, Chan Du and the others were naturally the only suspects. Even though the sun did not move, Li Huolong slowly kept track of the time. The 4th division had just passed when he heard rapid footsteps outside of the granary. It was Chan Du, but he had returned empty-handed. Chan Du was unflustered when he greeted Li Huolong. Benefactor Li, the Gan family has managed to divine where they are and found out where your sword is. Please follow us. You'll get to see the people who tried to assassinate you with your own eyes. Li Huolong jumped down from the sacks of grain. Abbot, remember that monks can't lie. I hope you're not pushing me into another trap. Chan Du frowned, but remained silent as he led Li Huolong outside. If you located the Gan family, why didn't you tell me before? Chan Du remained silent and continued to lead the way. Li Huolong and Chan Du arrived outside the city and saw the soldiers, the Mo family, members of the Mingluan Hall, a Taoist from the Luo sect, and 2 members of the Aojing sect. Each individual was armed with their respective weapons. Li Huolong's body lit up again. What are you thinking of doing? Taoist, we are naturally here to help you recover your weapon. Li Huolong sighed in relief because the worst-case scenario did not happen. Let's go. Where are they right now? Li Huolong ran first. He was unaware of the situation but determined to retrieve his swords quickly. There's a village to the southwest. They should be there. Li Huolong ran faster, but a question popped into his mind. Who else in the Qi kingdom could do this if it wasn't Chan Du and the others? Li Huolong was unable to figure it out. The Qi kingdom had fallen, and everyone was busy figuring out how to obtain more food for themselves. Who would run all the way here to ambush me? Did they go crazy from starvation? Li Huolong only snapped out of his thoughts when he noticed he had arrived. The village lay in ruins and was utterly desolate. Everyone scattered and surrounded the village. Li Huolong checked his shimmer mirror and saw that there was indeed someone inside the village. They came to the right place. It was clear that the people inside the village weren't villagers. The regular villagers were all heading towards the Yu capital to find food. They wouldn't stay here and starve. With a single order from Li Huolong, everyone stormed into the village, causing the once peaceful atmosphere to be consumed by a frenzy of bloodlust. Li Huolong had already burned most of the assassins to death during their ambush, so there weren't many of them remaining. The 6 people inside the village were overwhelmed, and the battle ended quickly. Taoist, your sword. Chen Yurong gave the spine sword to Li Huolong with both hands. Li Huolong grabbed the sword but frowned. This is not Zhuge Yuan's spine sword. This is my own spine. I need the other one. They all turned to the two living assassins. Where's the other sword? Li Huolong's lips trembled as he fished out his torture tools. The two assassins looked at each other and closed their eyes simultaneously. Sensing that something was wrong, Chandu stuffed his prayer beads into their flesh, but it was too late. Their bodies exploded. Shit! Li Huolong roared. They were dead, and the trail ended with them. Li Huolong looked at Chandu again. Find them. The Gan family excels at divination, right? Ask them to find out where the other spine sword is. It's the key. However, Chandu's answer plunged him into cold water. Benefactor Li, the Twisted One's spine sword cannot be divined. Li Huolong frowned and paced around, his gaze eventually falling on the corpses. Do we have anyone from the Fengxian sect? Benefactor, what's the Fengxian sect? Damn it. It's do or die now. Li Huolong grabbed one of the dead assassins' heads and carefully shaved off their hair to reveal their scalp. Li Huolong closed his eyes and took a deep breath before muttering, I can see it. I can see it. He repeated it before he opened his eyes and cracked open the scalp. He dipped his fingers into the assassin's brain, searching for the information he needed as if it were a book. Li Huolong's intense rummaging made the brain swiftly break down and turn into soup. Unfortunately, no words or images emerged in Li Huolong's mind, even though the brain had been entirely pulverized. Fuck! Li Huolong threw the skull onto the ground and stomped on it. His cultivation could do nothing right now. Li Huolong was about to fly off the handle when he found something bizarre with the exploded corpse. Wait a minute. He calmed down and inspected the corpses as he thrust his fingers into the stomach of the corpse. Benefactor Li, did you find something? Chandu asked. Li Huolong said nothing as he frowned. He checked the other corpses by opening their stomach and rummaging it around. He did this for all 6 corpses and became very moody. One of the Mingluan Hall members, Liang Yuxuan, couldn't hold back any longer when he saw Li Huolong inspecting the 6th corpse. Taoist, did you find something? Li Huolong tore off an organ from the corpse. Do you know what this is? It's a stomach. He cut open the stomach. The putrid stench made Liang Yuxuan step back as he held onto his nose. Look at the contents of the stomach. He was eating really well before he died. Look, this is an egg. Li Huolong picked off some yellowish goo from the stomach. He then took a whiff at the stomach, and it seems that they had drank some wine before they died. After explaining that, Li Huolong noticed that Liang Yuxuan was still confused. You still don't understand? Something's wrong with what they've eaten. Li Huolong pointed at the first corpse. He ate chives dumplings. He then pointed at the second corpse. This person ate scallion tofu. Whenever he pointed at a corpse, he would name a single dish. Eventually, he pointed at the last corpse. This person ate a scallion omelet. Now, isn't this interesting? I didn't bring any of the necessary ingredients into the Qi Kingdom. How could they have eaten such dishes? Indeed, food was scarce here. No one here was able to eat omelets or drink wine. Unless Liang Yuxuan had just opened his mouth when Li Huolong said, unless they were not from the Qi Kingdom. Li Huolong visibly deflated in disappointment. He muttered to himself, yeah, I should have known they were not from the Qi Kingdom. Chapter 838, Secret. Li Huolong was devastated, no longer displaying the energy he had moments ago. They are not from the Qi Kingdom. They really aren't from the Qi Kingdom. Chandu realized what had happened when he heard Li Huolong's muttering. I see. So that's what had happened. Chandu pondered a bit before clasping his hands and asking Li Huolong, Benefactor Li, do you know where they came from? Did you have any conflict with them in the past? Li Huolong nodded but said nothing. He sat on the ground for a long time. He had previously wanted to know who the assailants were, but now he wished he didn't know. Chen Yurong couldn't stand the silence and asked, Taoist, what should we do next? Li Huolong raised his head, his blurry eyes refocusing. What else can we do? Find a way to get back that sword. I want to go back and ask that bastard personally. Li Huolong refused to believe that Gao Zhijian would send people to attack him like this. It was impossible for him to send assassins after Li Huolong. Gao Zhijian used to be a simple and honest brute who wielded a club as he followed Li Huolong. There was no way Gao Zhijian sent assassins after consulting Li Huolong only once. He needed to ask Gao Zhijian personally to find out what had happened. Taoist, you are right. No matter if they are from the Qi Kingdom or not, we need to find your sword back. This concerns your ability to return to the Liang Kingdom, as well as the survival of the Qi Kingdom. Another person interrupted, but there's no more survivors. How can we find the sword now? We have a way. Li Huolong's voice made everyone shut up. Even if the Gan family is unable to find the sword, There are other beings who can find it. For example, Shangjing Guanko. He had once used one of Shangjing Guanko's secrets to find Shai Zi, the twisted one of Dolao. He was sure he could locate his spine sword if he found Shangjing Guanko again. Taoist, I have to interrupt you for now. Everything in this world has paused. 1. There's no longer any feng shui. It would be difficult to find Shangjing Guanko. Li Huang raised his head and stared into the sky. Who said I will be finding it in the Qi Kingdom? I can just go find the Siming in charge of the heavenly Tao of secrets. See, Siming, I don't think that's possible. Who says so? I can do it since I'm Jizai. He recalled how he had encountered the Siming before and turned to Chandu, prepare for the Samgarama ceremony. I need to find your Buddha, and I need a catalyst to do that. Chandu hesitated. Benefactorly, the Samgarama ceremony is not simple. It would consume a lot of resources even during regular times. I'm afraid it might not be prudent to do so now. Are you going back on your words now? Li Huang glared at Chandu. Chandu sighed and fiddled with his prayer beads before finally nodding. Amitba, this old monk heeds your words. The Qi Kingdom is yours, and your words are the rules. The Samgarama ceremony was soon conducted in the righteous monastery. It was still the same as the previous one, with the great equal assembly being conducted in the outer circle and the Samgarama ceremony being conducted in the inner circle. Li Huang slowly closed his eyes amidst the wriggling flesh. He didn't know how long it took, but the voices around him and his senses gradually disappeared. When Li Huang opened his eyes again, he saw the 5 Dhyani Buddhas in all their glory, hanging above his head like the moon. Under the moonlight, Li Huang's physical flesh slowly escaped his control. Li Huang tore off his own eyes and shouted at the Buddhas while his body was still intact. I'm not here to see you. I'm here to see another Siming. The one from before that controls secrets. Just then, Li Huang slowly regained control of his body. He was currently blind, so he couldn't confirm whether the 5 Dhyani Buddhas had left. Are you here? Are you there? I'm Jizai. Do you still remember me? I was the one who ran at the forefront last time. All of you owe me one. I have some trouble in the mortal realm, and asking for some secrets from Shangjing Guanko shouldn't be too much, should it? Li Huang had barely finished speaking when he suddenly felt a sensation of something brushing past him. It felt as if strands of hair had grazed his skin. You are here. Who are you? Li Huang bent down hastily to pick up his eyes. He plugged them back in before he looked up. He saw nothing. It was the same as when he was blinded. However, Li Huang could clearly feel the strands brushing past his body. Li Huang extended his right hand, attempting to grasp the strands of hair, but his hand returned empty. What is this? Li Huang was asking that question when the strands brushed past his head. The questions in his heart were answered. Seen yet unseen, thus it's called Yi. Heard yet not listened, thus it's called Shi. Grasped yet unattainable, thus it's called Wei. Individually, the 3 cannot be questioned, hence they merge into one. It's without a fixed form, and it's not obscured below. It is intricately subtle and cannot be named, thus returning to a state of nothingness. This is the form of the formless and the image of the non-existent. Yishi Wei, are you the 3 ancient ones? Li Huang's body abruptly jerked, and he woke up from his dream. The sight that greeted him was a bunch of naked monks around him. Li Huang suddenly found that all the questions in his heart had been answered, and his doubts had completely vanished. It was as if he had always known the exact location of Zhuge Yuan's spine sword. Li Huang didn't care which Siming was in control of secrets, but he knew he needed to take his sword back now. Let's go? I saw it. Everyone, let's depart now. Li Huang ran outside impatiently. One of the senior monks wiped the sweat off his chin and looked at Chandu with confusion. Abbot, I thought the Samgarama ceremony was used to meet the Buddhas. How did he meet the 3 ancient ones? Chandu stared at the unmoving Buddha statue and shook his head. I do not know either. No one dared to ignore Li Huang's order in the Qi Kingdom. Those with even an ounce of strength followed Li Huang's orders and marched out. Li Huang held on to the image of his spine, sword, and moved faster. They arrived at a place with numerous hills. The culprits were hiding among the complicated terrain. When they got close to the location, Li Huang used his cultivation to sink into the ground as if it were water. The others separated and formed a large encirclement. They slowly closed in to prevent the assailants from escaping. They approached silently, with everyone holding their breath as they prepared themselves for a battle to the death. The air was filled with tension as they neared their target. Many of them were already chanting their techniques in preparation. However, they stopped when they got close. There was nothing in the middle except for a green grassy field. 1. As in there's no day and night, and no changes to the seasons. As such, there's no feng shui either. Chapter 839, Someone Familiar. The sight of the empty grass field stunned everyone. It was utterly desolate. However, the Taoist had firmly affirmed that there was someone here. Could he have been wrong? Everyone looked down and waited for an answer from Li Huang, who was currently underground. Li Huang was equally confused. What's going on? The spine sword should be here. Li Huang had a bad feeling. What's going on? The three ancient ones aren't part of the sitting oblivion Tao. Could the three ancient ones also trick others? As he pondered, his surroundings underwent a sudden and rapid transformation. The lush green grass swiftly morphed into trees, and the plains became a forest that continued to stretch outwards. A group of armed people walked out from the center of the forest. Their leader, a man with a single eye, was holding onto Li Huang's spine sword. It wasn't that they weren't hiding here. Li Huang and the others had arrived a bit early. Li Huang thrust both arms upwards and grabbed the single-eyed man's legs. They sprung their encirclement, and everything exploded into action. The tranquil forest turned into an intense battlefield, descending into utter chaos. Li Huang ignored everything as he pursued his top priority, taking back the spine sword. The ground turned soft, and Li Huang dragged the man downwards. The next moment, just as both of them had sunk into the ground, the entire layer of earth exploded. The man with only one eye leaped up, his veins bulging across his body. He held onto the spine sword and stabbed Li Huang. Instead of dodging, Li Huang recklessly charged ahead. The spine sword phased through Li Huang's body, and then he held onto it so firmly that the man could not move it. Li Huang glared at the single-eyed man. "Give me back my spine sword." "Bullshit. It's mine now." He kicked Li Huang's abdomen. "Split apart," Li Huang shouted, and the man's head cracked open like a watermelon. Even though the man's pale brain slid down onto the ground along a translucent fluid, he refused to let go of the sword. The two of them continued to pull onto the spine sword. Li Huang's body was slowly cut up, and his flesh fell onto the ground too. Blood splattered around and turned the grass red. Li Huang swung his other spine sword and cut off the fingers from the corpse. Only then did he manage to release himself and Zhuge Yuan's spine sword from the grasp of the man's corpse. Li Huang stood there with the spine sword in his chest. He was about to pull it out when the sword sunk into his body. Li Huang understood that the spine sword was not disappearing into his body. Someone was trying to pull it out from the other side. He turned around, shocked to find the same one-eyed man standing behind him. The man, now without most of his fingers and head, was standing there motionlessly. The headless man swung upwards with his fingerless hand and threw the spine sword high up into the air. It flew up high before descending, piercing the man's severed neck. The blade sank so deeply that only the hilt remained visible at the neck's opening. Li Huang was even more furious when he saw Zhuge Yuan's shriveled head on the decapitated man's body. "You are finished." Li Huang pulled at the air and began tearing the man in half. However, the tearing abruptly stopped halfway, and the man's body rapidly regenerated. Even his decapitated head jumped up from the ground and landed on his neck. It had covered the spine sword completely. The revived man smiled cruelly. He moved his body slightly to reveal a woman. The woman appeared to be around 23 years old, with jade-white skin and a beautiful face. She was wearing a green jacket. While it was a bright color, it seemed dull due to her attractive face. When Li Huang caught sight of her, he couldn't help but feel a peculiar sense of familiarity. He was sure this was the first time he had seen her, yet he felt that he knew her. He was very confident that he had worked with her in the past. He only understood the feeling when the woman spoke. "Ayaya boss Hongzhong, long time no see. Do you still remember me?" Li Huang remembered her. It was one of the Liang Kingdom's sitting Oblivion Dao members, Bai Feng. He had thought she was dead, but here she was, working for the royal palace of the Liang Kingdom. "Bai Feng." Li Huang spoke and realized his voice had turned into that of a woman. He looked in front of him and saw Bai Feng in his original body. Li Huang looked down and saw the green jacket before realizing what had happened. Bai Feng switched bodies with me. He was now in a regular woman's body. He was trapped inside a useless body. As long as I kill Hongzhong, I will become Hongzhong instead. Bai Feng, now in Li Huang's body, chuckled. Bai Feng had just said that when everyone around her turned and charged toward him with their weapons, they intended to kill him while he was in the woman's body. At that crucial moment, Li Huolong's memories of being in the sitting oblivion Dao resurfaced. Out of nowhere, the woman began scolding the surrounding people with a furious expression. You bunch of fools. I haven't had the chance to switch bodies yet. Are you stupid? Why are you blindly trusting someone just because of their words? Don't let Hong Zhong deceive you. Their weapon stopped just a single inch away from her body. Everyone looked at Li Huolong before looking at the woman before them. They started to hesitate. Boss Hong Zhong. We haven't seen each other in a while, but you seem better at trickery now. You must have been practicing hard. Boss Hong Zhong. We haven't seen each other in a while, but you seem better at trickery now. You must have been practicing hard. Li Huolong and Bei Feng spoke the same words at the same exact time, and now everyone was confused as to who was who. Interesting. This is really interesting. Li Huolong and Bei Feng spoke and laughed simultaneously. The winner would now be determined by a game of deceit. Chapter 840 Meeting. Boss Hong Zhong, stop resisting. They sent me here because they knew my ability would work on you. You lose this time, Bei Feng said triumphantly from Li Huolong's body. Li Huolong was pissed when he saw Bei Feng acting flirtatiously in his own body. He raised his right arm and splayed it towards the single-eyed man. Give me the sword. The single-eyed man hesitated briefly, and then Bei Feng took over his body. She jumped away from Li Huolong and chuckled. Li Huolong ignored Bei Feng and immediately grabbed a sword before running towards his original body. Quick! I'm controlling Li Huolong right now. Kill him. He's Ji Zai's twisted one. We cannot let him live for even a moment longer. He could kill all of us with his cultivation of the truth. Just then, Li Huolong stabbed the sword into his original body's abdomen and tore it in half. Bei Feng was stunned and unsure what Li Huolong was trying to do. Li Huolong then dug out the eyes from his original body to prevent Bei Feng from switching back into his body. He lowered his head and tried to wear his original body like a jumpsuit. It wasn't easy. He wasn't Li Sui, and there were many things inside his abdomen. It wasn't easy to slip inside his original body. He heard footsteps approaching. Li Huolong wasted no time and started eating his own flesh and blood, which contained the powers of a strayed one. I am Li Huolong. I am Li Huolong. Li Huolong chanted furiously in his own heart. While Bei Feng didn't know what Hong Zhong was trying to achieve, she still wanted to stop him. She piloted the single-eyed man's body, but it was too late. A plume of fire exploded towards the sky and burned everything around Li Huolong. Fire! An explosion reverberated, and the fire burned brighter. The forest began to burn down. Li Huolong slapped the single-eyed man with his fiery palms. Under the attack, the single-eyed man's body disintegrated like paper, revealing the spine, sword within it. Li Huolong grabbed onto the spine, sword tightly. But this wasn't enough to quell his anger. He thrust his hands into his body and tore off his own heart before placing it on the profound records. Fire heart. Li Huolong used the 5-element intercalation. The moment he did, the entire battlefield shifted in his favor. Bei Feng switched bodies numerous times, but it was futile. The battlefield finally became quiet after the final tree burned down. Li Huolong slumped down. The doll enlarged and ate his shadow before reviving him back to life. Benefactor Li, we won, Chandu excitedly said. He got back the spine sword. That meant he could continue to send food to the Qi kingdom, and the people wouldn't starve. Still, Li Huolong felt worried when he looked at the corpses. Bei Feng escaped. What? Escaped? She can swap bodies with anyone she makes eye contact with. None of you could have stopped her if she wanted to run. What should we do? Chandu turned in a circle before saying, Benefactor Li, don't worry. The Gan family is still here. We can locate Bei Feng as long as she's in the Qi kingdom. Li Huolong sighed, his voice low. No need. Killing her won't amount to anything. What's more important is the people backing her. Li Huolong didn't want to explain much to Chandu, bring everyone else back. I will go talk to him. Li Huolong swung the spine sword and returned to the Liang kingdom. Once he returned, he ignored the voices of the busy surroundings and instead ran toward Shangjing. Once he was there, he was informed that the emperor wasn't there. It was the spring equinox, so the emperor was in the fields to conduct the ceremony of plowing the fields. 1. It wasn't difficult to find him. Li Huolong ran towards the black soil at the edges of the city and saw the grand scene. The officials, the consorts, the emperor's wives, and the princes were present. There were circles upon circles of guards protecting them. Li Huolong barely even got close when they noticed his presence. They refrained from taking action when they saw that it was Li Huolong. Only the older eunuchs circled Gao Zhijian more tightly to protect him. Gao Zhijian was currently raising the hoe high up to plow the field. Li Huang did not approach him. Instead, he stood on the sidelines and looked at the scene. The massive Gao Zhijian was showing his wives and sons how to plow the field. As a former soldier, he was used to physical labor. He brought down the glittering golden hoe so fast that afterimages appeared. His consorts and wives grumbled in pain as they worked, unable to keep up with Gao Zhijian's pace. Your Majesty, you only need to do it as a gesture of respect. Don't make your esteemed body tired. Several eunuchs chased after Gao Zhijian. You think mere physical work like this would tire me out? Are you looking down on me? Gao Zhijian plowed the fields even faster. He only stopped after an entire field had been completely plowed. It wasn't over yet. Gao Zhijian had to whip a plowing cow several times with a multicolored ribbon before the ceremony ended. Gao Zhijian threw the golden hoe to the eunuchs before approaching Li Huang. Senior Li, look. Gao Zhijian pointed at the field in front of him. This is my land. I never thought that the emperor would have his own personal land. 1 mu and a third, no less. 2. What are you doing? Li Huang asked lazily. I'm conducting the ceremony to plow the field. It's the spring equinox. I need to set an example for the people so that they start working on the fields today. There's so few divisions in a day now. I'm surprised you can calculate the time now. Well, we can't stand idly by just because we can't calculate time. Gao Zhijian showed no hint of his regalness as he sat on the ground. He felt better outside than cooped up in the palace. Sigh, it feels much better to work my body a bit. I felt like I was getting moldy just from staying in the palace all day. Gao Zhijian talked for a bit before he turned and looked at Li Huang with confusion. Senior Li, why aren't you talking? Li Huang smiled and sat beside Gao Zhijian. He picked up a piece of stone and fidgeted with it in his palm. Yeah, what should I talk about? 1. A ceremony in which the emperor personally plows the field to show respect to agriculture and the farmer during spring, when the first seeds are planted. 2. A mu is a traditional Chinese unit of area, which is approximately 666.67 square meters. Chapter 841 Answer. You can talk about anything. Just think of it as a casual conversation. Since becoming the emperor, I haven't had anyone I can converse casually with. Gao Zhijian said, expressing his complaints to Li Huang. Li Huang threw the stone and dusted his palms. You think I'm here just to talk? No. But you can think of it as just talking to me before we enter the main conversation. After all, I have to watch what I say when I'm in the palace. You are the emperor. Who's controlling you? As I am the emperor, there are rules that I need to follow. How I eat, how I speak, and how I greet someone. As he talked, his consorts and wives approached him and complained flirtatiously about how tired they were. Gao Zhijian shooed them off. He pointed his rough fingers at the women walking away and said, I don't like them. All they want is to sleep with me. I feel like puking when I look at them. You are going to make every man in the world mad with that statement. Senior Li, you don't understand. You would probably understand me if I threw you into their hands for 3 months. Ahem. An old eunuch coughed, holding onto his horsetail whisk. Gao Zhijian, it's best if you talk like an emperor now. Otherwise, the old eunuch will cough his lungs out. Ha! Gao Zhijian laughed as if it was the best joke he had heard. He slapped his knees and raised his head as he laughed. His laughter faded, and he became serious again. With a wave of his arm, everyone around him took several steps back. Li Huang sighed and took out 2 spine swords from his back before throwing them onto the ground. Senior Li, will you still send food to the Qi kingdom? Yes, Li Huang said frankly. Wait, listen to me first. Li Huang interjected before Gao Zhijian could say anything. Do you still remember how the Qi kingdom and the Liang kingdom lived prosperously even though both of them existed simultaneously? I don't want the Qi kingdom or the Liang kingdom to disappear. Can't they exist at the same time? They coexisted for 1,000 years. Were there any negative effects on the Liang kingdom? I don't want much. I simply want things to return to how they were before. Gao Zhijian remained silent, and Li Huang continued. Who told you that only one of the kingdoms could exist at a single given time? My ancestors of the dragon vein. Are you sure what they say is always the truth? Could they not lie? I had a friend who was a gentleman and a storyteller. He wanted to tell the Liang kingdom that the Qi kingdom existed. If what you're saying is true, that they cannot exist simultaneously and one of them must fall, then there must be something wrong with him. He wouldn't be a storyteller. Gao Zhijian looked at the fields and then at the eunuchs cleaning up after him. He slowly opened his mouth. Senior Li, you said that the dragon vein can lie to me. But would your friend not lie to you? Is everything that he told you the truth? You. Li Huang clenched his fists, causing the eunuchs to prepare for action. The tension in the air was palpable, but ultimately, Li Huowang released his grip. He's dead. My friend is dead. He could trick me, and I can't verify his claims, but Li Huowang's tone became serious. I know he wouldn't trick me about this. He would never do something that would result in the death of an entire timeline. He wouldn't have tricked me for the sake of the world, nor would he have sacrificed his life for me. So, Li Huowang was panting at this point. Could you just give me some time? Think of it as me begging you. You've starved before. Do you know how many people are starving in the Qi Kingdom? Do you know that even a child at just 6 years old had to eat her mother's flesh to survive? Do you know how tragic that was? She didn't even know that her mother had died. I had to use my techniques of the sitting oblivion Dao to trick her into thinking that her mother was alive. Gao Zhijian was silent for a very long time. Senior Li, if something were to threaten the Liang Kingdom, as a good emperor, I must do my best to stop it. I know, but there's still time for things to change. The Qi Kingdom might not threaten the Liang Kingdom. Don't worry about the food I've sent there. Once the Qi Kingdom is self-sufficient, I will slowly return the food, caddy by caddy. I won't let the Liang Kingdom lose a single penny. In fact, the Qi Kingdom might even help the Liang Kingdom in the future. We could establish trade between the two kingdoms. Gao Zhijian stood up and patted the dirt on his butt. Senior Li, your friend is not a god. What he thought might not be true. Then is the dragon vein always right? They were humans when they were alive. They weren't gods either. Gao Zhijian shook his head and left. Everyone slowly left the place, leaving Li Huowang alone in the unsown field. A familiar voice came from behind Li Huowang. Don't worry, I'm still here. He knew who the owner of the voice was without even needing to turn back. I doubt that the chief of the surveillance bureau could stop the emperor. No need to butt in. This is a fight between adults. Li Huowang didn't want Li Sui to get involved. If the Liang Kingdom's surveillance bureau and the Liang Kingdom's palace were to fight, no one would gain anything. Li Huowang stood up and patted Li Sui's head, concealed within her red robes. Don't worry. This is my own problem, and I will handle it myself. No need to involve yourself. Even if he wants to kill you? Even if he wants to kill me. Li Huowang swung the spine sword and returned to the Qi Kingdom through the rift. The fields of the Liang Kingdom were where the Qi Kingdom's righteous monastery was. The monks recognized him, so there was no commotion when he returned. However, what Li Huowang had said just before leaving caused them to worry. Once Chan Du learned that Li Huowang was back, he immediately rushed over. Benefactor, how was it? Did you manage to talk with them and learn why they are attacking you? Li Huowang answered bitterly. We talked. As for why, the Liang Kingdom's emperor thought that once you guys are prosperous again, you would threaten them instead. The Liang Kingdom's emperor? Benefactor Li, is it really him? Li Huowang didn't understand why Chan Du was confused. Didn't you already know that? Why are you reacting so loudly? Chan Du clasped his hands and turned the prayer beads in his palm. Amitba, I have never once suspected him. I thought that the assailants came from another world. What? Other worlds? It was Li Huowang's turn to be confused. He felt that a bomb had just gone off in his head. Why didn't you tell me this important? Did we really need to tell you? Didn't you already know about it? Chan Du pointed at the 5 glittering Buddha statues in the hall. Vaikarana from Vajradhatu, the Diamond Realm. Akshobhya from Abharati, the Eastern Pure Land. Ratnasambhava from Srimit, the Southern Pure Land. Amitba from Sukhavati, the Western Pure Land. Amagasiti from Prakuta, the Northern Pure Land. Together, they form the 5 Dhyani Buddhas because they control the 5 different worlds. Li Huowang stood there, his mouth hanging open in shock at Chan Du's words. Benefactor Li, why are you so surprised? I thought you knew about it. Li Huowang was practically fuming with anger. You sects and your fucking contradicting worlds. How would I know which is real and which is fake? Chapter 842, 5 Worlds of Buddhism. The 5 Worlds of Buddhism. Li Huowang remembered having heard the term before. It wasn't just the monks of the righteous monastery who had mentioned it. Even Abbess Jingxin had told him about it before. Back then, he couldn't even deal with Dan Yangzi. His life had been in danger, so he hadn't given any thought to it. He had also interacted with the other sects and realized that each sect's worldview contradicted the others, so he completely ignored the concept of the 5 worlds of Buddhism. No, wait, you are wrong. Li Huowang's words made Chan Du speechless. He wasn't sure about how to continue the conversation, as it was something supposed to be common knowledge. Chan Du hadn't expected such an intense reaction from Li Huowang. No, you're wrong. Li Huowang's pupils trembled as he paced around the area. Li Huowang combined his experience to figure out what the 5 worlds were. It's not 5 worlds, It's 5 different histories. They all lead down to a different future. Li Huolong revealed what he thought. The Liang Kingdom had been formed after the Qi Kingdom fell 1,000 years ago, while the Qi Kingdom maintained itself as if it didn't fall 1,000 years ago. Li Huolong followed the same thought process to determine the 3 remaining histories and what had gone wrong in the past. The people were still the same, but the world had split into 5 different possibilities, and all 5 histories existed simultaneously. This was only possible in this crazy world. Wait, Benefactor Li, you have to listen to me. Chandu naturally disagreed with what Li Huolong said. He had to correct him, or all the years he dedicated to memorizing the scriptures would be meaningless. Benefactor Li, the 5 worlds of Buddhism existed since ancient times, not as you said. According to the Yikijing Ini, Vairocana Buddha, the Tathagata of the world, is described as Vairocana, where Vi means pervade and Rakana means illuminating. This means that the Buddha, through his body and wisdom, is unobstructed in his radiant light, illuminating and pervading the entire Dharma realm without obstruction. The term pervade refers to the universal coverage of the Dharma realm, while light indicates the unobstructed nature of dependent origination, shining away the darkness of ignorance. Li Huolong abruptly grabbed Chandu's collar. Shut up. I'm not here to listen to you preach. This isn't important right now. What's more important is to figure out which history is trying to kill us and why. He let go of Chandu's robes and scratched his scalp anxiously. Li Huolong paced around before laughing. Ha! Gao Zhijin was not the culprit. He didn't want to kill me. Li Huolong's heart sank. Gao Zhijin might have changed, but perhaps I didn't change much. He was still the same Gao Zhijin who had previously traveled with him. Once Li Huolong knew that Gao Zhijin was not the culprit, he felt like everything had suddenly become uncertain. Since there were 5 histories, his suspicions of Gao Zhijin were naturally the lowest. Sui Sui is still watching him. She would have let me know if he were trying to do anything. However, Li Huolong was still confused. Who's trying to kill me, then? If there were 3 other histories, who would be the culprit? Li Huolong had only just learned about the other 3, so he couldn't have offended anyone from there. Who's trying to harm me for no reason? Did I accidentally make them my enemy while escaping the Zephyr Temple? Li Huolong didn't have the answers and looked at Chandu. Abbot, why do you think they are attacking us? Chandu frowned and turned the prayer beads in his hands before shaking his head. I do not know. In Buddhist teachings, the 5 Dhyani Buddhas are considered the primordial Buddha of Dharma nature. The term primordial Buddha refers to the essence of the mind. Aksobhya, Vajrapani, and Vajrasattva represent the 3 manifestations of the Tathagata Garbha, which are essentially the mind manifested as 3 bodies. Li Huolong sighed. And who's asking you about that? Li Huolong had to figure it out himself since the abbot didn't know either. He suspected Beifeng's superior. Shai Zi had once said that to defeat Dolao, he had cleaned up all of the sitting Oblivion Dao in the Liang Kingdom. In a sense, he was correct. The sitting Oblivion Dao of the Liang Kingdom had been destroyed, but Beifeng survived. She escaped to another history to avoid Shai Zi. Is she tricking people from other countries to kill me? Li Huolong considered the possibility, although it seemed a bit unrealistic. He had never heard of masterminds who risked their lives by running to the front lines. The members of the sitting Oblivion Dao weren't idiots. They would trick others into making risky moves instead. The sitting Oblivion Dao also didn't usually go to the front lines. They might do so if it was to trick others, but they would never do it just for the sake of fighting. There must be someone else behind Beifeng. Whether they are forcing or collaborating with her, they are ultimately using Beifeng's unique powers. Benefactor Li, have you fought with other twisted ones? Chandu tentatively asked. Li Huolong frowned. What do you mean? Chandu looked at the spine sword on Li Huolong's back. The 5 worlds have always been independent, without intertwining connections. Aside from the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the only ones who can travel freely are the twisted ones. The twisted ones are beyond the 5 worlds. They each hold the karma, merits, cause, and effects of the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas, placing them between 2 worlds. They can travel freely between the 2 worlds. What are you talking about? I'm a twisted one too. Why can't I travel between 2 worlds? Also, I never fought any of them before. The only twisted one I know of is Zhuge Yuan, which you are also familiar with. He was stuck between the Liang Kingdom and the Qi Kingdom. He didn't have any connections with the other 3 histories. Chandu nodded silently and said nothing. It appeared that it wasn't as he had thought. After eliminating all other factors, Li Huolong finally thought of a final possibility. Am I obstructing them by saving the Qi kingdom? Li Huolong muttered. He recalled what Gao Zhijian had said. What if it wasn't just the Qi kingdom that the Liang kingdom had to contest against? What if it's a competition between all 5 histories? What if they sent someone to stop Li Huolong from saving the Qi kingdom? Li Huolong thought it was a bit far-fetched, but realized it was possible. Chandu shook his head when Li Huolong told him about his theory. No, benefactor Li, the 5 worlds of Buddhism exist in harmony. They help each other and do not compete. The 5 Dhyani Buddhas protect the 5 worlds. They would never let one of the worlds disappear without a trace. Li Huolong chuckled. Oh, then what happened to the Qi kingdom when you had no food? Did one of the 5 Dhyani Buddhas come down and help you? Chapter 843, Method. Where were your 5 Dhyani Buddhas? I thought they were guarding the 5 worlds. Why didn't they show up when the Qi kingdom was on the brink of destruction? Li Huolong's tone was nothing short of offensive towards the Buddhas of the righteous monastery, but Chandu wasn't angry. In fact, he felt nothing. He clasped his hands and prayed earnestly to the 5 Buddhist statues. Amitba, mercy on this one. As a disciple, I dare not talk in the stead of the Buddha. However, did the 5 Dhyani Buddhas truly refrain from taking any action? If they did, would you have come to the Qi kingdom to help us? Maybe your desire to save the Qi kingdom was part of the Buddha's cause and effect. Li Huolong became furious when he heard that. What do you mean? I'm putting in a lot of effort, working tirelessly to bring food and revive the Qi kingdom. Yet now you're saying all the credit should go to the 5 Dhyani Buddhas? Chandu shook his head rapidly. No, the credit naturally belongs to you. But the 5 Dhyani Buddhas are the ones who take care of the 5 worlds, which are within their all-encompassing wisdom. While the credit is yours, the merits belong to the Buddhas. Li Huolong naturally would not accept that. It was an explanation without an explanation. Come here and tell me directly. What do you mean by the merits belonging to the 5 Dhyani Buddhas? What is the all-encompassing wisdom? Call for your 5 Dhyani Buddhas to come and deal with this, then. Aren't they the ones taking care of the 5 worlds? Now, another world wants to attack the Qi kingdom, so why aren't they showing up? I won't bring food anymore if you can't give me a satisfactory answer. Chandu felt a headache coming when he realized that Li Huolong was going to argue with him, but he didn't want to preach to Li Huolong, who was not a disciple of Buddhism. Winning or losing the argument brought no benefits. Also, Chandu was confident that it would be useless for him to talk about it since Li Huolong never read any scriptures. Chandu had no choice but to admit defeat. Benefactor Li, I was wrong. Since you were the one who accomplished it, the credit and merits are all yours. No one can dispute that. Li Huolong became even angrier. If they hadn't been allies, he would have really liked to kill Chandu. Let's stop talking about unrelated things. We need to focus on figuring out who they are and which world they come from. I doubt that they will stop after today. Their attacks will only become fiercer, Li Huolong said, clenching his fists tightly. He didn't care who was trying to murder him. He was determined to exact revenge on them, vowing to repay them 100 times over. Chandu nodded and agreed. Stop nodding and say something useful. Chandu shook his head. I don't know. Still, I am certain that one of them must be a twisted one. If they weren't, they wouldn't have been able to make their way into the Qi kingdom. Twisted one. Twisted one. Li Huolong muttered and recalled what had happened when he tried to take back his sword. A forest sprung up in the middle of the field of grass. He thought they had used the powers of the spine sword to re-enter the Qi kingdom, but it now seemed more similar to a twisted one using their powers to enter the Qi kingdom instead. More importantly, it differed from Zhuge Yuan's case. They could control their powers freely. Li Huolong thought long and hard. He ultimately decided what to do based on his understanding of Beifeng. It's useless if we just sit still and think the whole day. If we want to know where they came from, we need to capture one of them alive. I'm sure that they will come here again. Since they dare to enter the Qi kingdom, we need to ambush them. Call everyone and think of a plan to ambush them. We will eat them alive if they dare enter the Qi kingdom again. Do not let them go back. Chandu nodded and tapped his prayer beads lightly. A skinny monk near the door clasped his hands and left. Li Huolong didn't have any time to waste while the others gathered. Wait here. I need to settle something in the Liang kingdom. I will return as soon as I can. He had to explain to Gao Zhijian what might have really happened. He returned to the Liang kingdom and ran towards the palace, but was soon stopped by a familiar face, Xianpin. Father, where are you going? Li Sui cocked her head to the side and asked Li Huolong. Li Huolong wasn't sure how to explain to Li Sui. Do I tell her that I misunderstood Gao Zhijian and thought he had sent someone to kill me? Li Sui didn't press on after seeing that Li Huolong remained silent. Instead, She gave him something. It was clad in red cloth. "Father, this is for you. I made it myself." Li Huang took it and saw that it was a red Taoist robe. It was intricate, with cloud motifs embroidered on the collars and sleeves. Li Huang could tell by touch that the fabric used to make it was not ordinary. He put it on and found that it fit him perfectly. I made it myself. It's fireproof. Also, you can open up this place." Li Sui extended her tentacles and pulled on the front, revealing Li Huang's abdomen. "With this, it's easier for you to use the profound records." Li Huang fell in love with the robes, especially since they were a gift from his daughter. "Do you like it?" Li Sui asked. Li Huang nodded. A young girl's face peeked out from Li Sui's robes and smiled happily. "As long as you like it." As Li Sui was about to leave, Li Huang stopped her and said, "Since you're the chief of the surveillance bureau, there are some things that I need to let you know, even though they're not related to the Liang kingdom." Li Huang brought Li Sui to a nearby tea shop and sat down. After reviewing all the evidence, Li Huang explained what had happened. "I misunderstood Gao Zhijian, so please apologize to him in my stead," Li Huang said sheepishly. Li Sui sat quietly as if thinking about what was happening. After a long period of silence, she said, "All right, I understand. Thank you. I wanted to go, but I think everyone in the Qi kingdom has gathered together by now. I need your help for this." Li Huang drank a cup of tea. The bitterness made his body tremble a bit. "Wait." Li Huang finally realized something and looked at Li Sui. "Since you're the chief of the surveillance bureau, you already knew about the 5 parallel histories, right?" Li Sui nodded. "It's not exactly a secret." Chapter 844, Voices. Li Huang asked again after hearing Li Sui's answer. "Why didn't you tell me before?" "Father, you never asked. It's also not like I could talk to you about it casually during the new year. Also, why are you asking me this? Did you not know about it?" "I did. Of course, I knew," Li Huang said, drinking the bitter tea again. "What I meant is that we could talk more about the information of this world. You've lived here for 160 years and should know more than me about this place." Li Sui held onto her girl's head and used 8 tentacles to snuggle the head against Li Huang. "Father, I think it's best if I don't talk to you about this easily. You know how dangerous it could be. The more you know about this world, the more dangerous it gets. It's generally better to be kept in the dark. And since you're a strayed one, it might be dangerous for you to learn about it, especially since you've achieved a high degree of proficiency in cultivating the truth." Li Huang patted her head and sighed. He knew what Li Sui was hinting at. Xian Pin had said it once, but it felt different when Li Sui said it. A stern voice suddenly came from Li Huang's side. "Li Huang, do you think that this is fun?" Li Huang closed his eyes and reopened them to see the white LED light tube above him. He completely ignored the voice outside of the door. He was wearing 2 straitjackets and was completely tied up. Still, this was only temporary. He had one, and Qing Wanglai would soon send someone to rescue him. While he only had a single eye left, it was still a great price to pay for ending the war. Everything was over. No one would be stalking him again, and no one would harm his family anymore. He was free and could finally rest. Yi Donglai's voice came from outside the room. He was angry. "Li Huang, what are you thinking? Stop playing dumb. You are not crazy. I know I treated you." It was understandable because when Li Huang became crazy again, Yi Donglai had become a laughingstock for the others. His thesis, which he had worked hard on, was now worthless. He refused to believe that Li Huang would defeat him. Yi Donglai had treated many patients before, and even if they weren't completely cured, they still managed to become somewhat normal. Li Huang ignored Yi Donglai and didn't move. 20 minutes later, Yi Donglai left. Li Huang blinked with his single remaining eye. The room was utterly silent. Half an hour later, Li Huang heard something and began to slowly move on the ground. He said nothing as he worked his way towards the left wall. It was difficult to move in 2 straitjackets. After moving a couple of inches, he was sweating, but he never stopped. He plastered his ear on the soft leather wall and heard the faint murmur of a woman's voice. He remembered the voice. It was Zhao Ting, the patient in his group who had slight depression. "Li Huang, are you?" Her voice was hazy, but Li Huang could more or less guess what she meant through the fragmented words. He smiled and nodded. "I'm fine. I'm just locked up for now. They have done this before. It's nothing to me." Another voice could be heard, this time belonging to a man. However, his stammering and the thick walls made it unintelligible. The particular tone of the voice was distinct enough for Li Huang to recognize it. The man was Gao Jingyun, the slightly mentally challenged patient. Another voice came. Li Huang managed to guess who it was based on the identity of the first 2 patients. It was Zhang Shui'er, the woman with OCD. They were all part of the same team at one point. Despite the others considering him a crazy patient, they still extended their friendship to Li Huang. Their willingness to become friends had touched him. Many would eagerly befriend the rich and famous, but only a few would extend a helping hand to the poor and nameless. Li Huang was sure that almost everyone outside thought of him as a crazed murderer. After conversing with them for a bit, Li Huang heard Zhao Ting's voice again. We will save out. Li Huang's heart froze because Zhao Ting was different than usual. He tentatively asked, "Did Qin Wanlai ask you to contact me?" "Yes." Li Huang's heart sank. "Go back and tell him to find another way. Don't drag innocent people in." While Li Huang wanted to escape, he didn't want anyone, especially the people he knew, to become his accomplice. They were all patients who already led a hard life. Receiving treatment to live out the rest of their lives was the best possible outcome for them. Who knew what would happen to them if he dragged them into his fight with the Simings? Li Huang also recalled how Qin Wanlai treated the others. He would discard useless people like tools. "No, we talk." Zhao Ting's voice gradually grew faint. Li Huang moved to try to continue listening, yet no further voices could be heard. "What did you say?" Li Huang stopped moving, focusing on one spot. Immediately after, someone opened the door to his room. It was Yi Donglai. "Who are you talking to?" Yi Donglai asked. Li Huang remained silent. He soon saw Yi Donglai's shoes appearing in front of him. Yi Donglai reached for the straps of Li Huang's straitjackets before dragging him out of the room. "Come here and look. Look carefully with your single remaining eye." Yi Donglai showed Li Huang the exterior of the left wall. Other than the art on the wall, there was nothing else. "Look at that. There's no one near this room. Everything's an illusion. Li Huang, you are sick." Li Huang opened his mouth and repeated what he had told Yi Donglai before. "No, I'm not sick. I just learned the truth of the world." Chapter 845 Mental. Yi Donglai laughed out of anger. In fact, he almost gave up on Li Huang. Yi Donglai thought Li Huang was the craziest person he had met in the medical field. "Really? You learned about the truth of this world?" Yi Donglai opened Li Huang's straitjacket before placing his phone into Li Huang's hands. Yi Donglai swiped on the phone screen swiftly. "This is your mother's WeChat. Talk to her on a video call. Look at her with your single remaining eye and tell her you're not crazy. Tell her that you've learned the truth of the world. Do that if you have the guts." With a slight tremble on his face, Li Huang slammed Yi Donglai's phone onto the ground. "You don't know anything. Everything's over. All of the problems have been resolved. Yi Donglai, I know I was sick, but I also know you cured me." Yi Donglai was not afraid of Li Huang's snarling face. Instead, he took a step forward and glared at Li Huang. "Then tell me what you meant. I can only help you if you tell me." Li Huang slowly calmed down and shook his head lightly. He went back into the room and sat facing the walls. "Dr. E, I'm not ill. You can perform as many tests as you like. I assure you that the results will confirm I'm fine." Since everything was over, any further interactions with Yi Donglai would only make him think that Li Huang's condition had worsened. It was useless to converse with Yi Donglai right now. Moreover, Li Huang wasn't sure what Yi Donglai's projection was. He was, however, certain that Yi Donglai was not his ally. If Yi Donglai were an ally, he would have saved Li Huang when he was fighting God Yuer instead of sending people to catch him. Now that the danger was over, all Li Huang needed to do was wait. Even if Qin Wanlai didn't save him, Li Huang was sure that as long as he followed the rules of the projections in this world, he would pass the examinations and get discharged again. Though the process might be long and arduous, Li Huang wasn't worried. As long as the people around him were safe, he didn't mind what was happening to him. Li Huang sat there for a very long time, yet he did not hear the door close. He turned and saw the metal door was wide open. "Come out. The doctor said that you don't have to stay inside anymore," the nurse guarding the entrance said. Li Huang was confused. He had just killed a lot of people, but now they were allowing him to interact with the other patients. Li Huang was sure that this was a trick from Yi Donglai. It couldn't be that simple. Despite that, he walked outside after pondering for a moment. It didn't matter what Yi Donglai wanted to do. He would continue to live and act normally, as they couldn't do anything to a regular person during the examinations. The only thing he had to do was not bring up anything about the Simings. Wait, Li Huang had just stepped outside when several burly nurses stopped him. "We still need to put preventive measures on you. Wait here." They put on heavy handcuffs and leg cuffs onto Li Huang. They also placed a special helmet on Li Huang's head, which would prevent him from gouging out his one remaining eye. Li Huang was okay with it. although he felt like a serial murderer walking into a park while wearing all that equipment. Li Huang gazed upwards, enjoying the pleasant sun. He sat on the bench and basked in the sunlight. He felt peculiar gazes from every direction, but he was already used to them. Sitting there, he exchanged greetings with some of the familiar faces. He even raised his hand to wave at the guards holding guns atop the guard towers. He didn't see the people who had talked to him before this. Li Huang thought it would be too obvious for them to approach him now, considering that Yi Donglai had just released him. Li Huang stretched lazily. Compared to the restrictive room, he felt much better outside right now. At the very least, he could scratch the itches on his body and move around if he felt sore. He felt the wind blowing through the wire fence. It blew his hair apart and revealed his bloody eye socket. It's a good day today. Li Huang relaxed and closed his eyes. He slumped onto the bench, his body slowly tilting to the left as his head bobbed. In the end, he lay down and fell asleep. The room he was kept in was not a good place to sleep. It was a place to prevent the patients from killing themselves. To avoid any accidents, they never turned off the lights, so Li Huang barely got any sleep at night. He felt his body relax as he fell asleep. He slowly curled up on the bench like a baby in a mother's womb. It was peaceful. However, the peace was short-lived, as he soon frowned and snarled. No, wait. Li Huang opened his eyes with shock, his body drenched in sweat. His sudden shout startled the others around him. He wiped off the sweat on his forehead and sighed in relief. It had only been a bad dream. Are you all right? Xiaoting tried to help Li Huang up. She stretched out her arms and revealed the scars on her wrist. I'm fine. It was just a nightmare, Li Huang whispered as he slowly retracted his hands. You guys have to leave. Don't talk to me for a while. Yi Donglai must be observing us right now. Xiaoting nodded and left the area. Li Huang sighed. The nightmare had felt incredibly real, leaving him with a lingering sense of fear. Thankfully, it was only a creation of his imagination that hadn't actually occurred. Li Huang scratched his head. It's fine. It was just a nightmare. It's all over now, and I can live a normal life. Suddenly, a troubling realization crossed his mind. Wait a minute. Why is Qing Wanglai a graduate student while I'm stuck here, treated like some deranged mental patient? We're in the same situation. Li Huang swore to himself before walking back into the building. Damn it. If I get out, I will enjoy my life to the fullest. I cannot let them be afraid of me anymore. I need to make them proud. I don't care who their projections are. At least they are not illusions. Definitely not. Chapter 846, Hospitalization. Once Li Huang was granted permission to leave the confines of his room, life became tranquil for him. His daily routine remained unchanged, taking his medications, indulging in television shows, and drifting off to sleep. Other than the absence of a treatment plan or a doctor, he was the same as the other patients. Yi Donglai no longer looked for him and made him use the sand table. In fact, Li Huang did not see Yi Donglai at all. He wasn't sure what Yi Donglai was trying to do, but he didn't care. He would just live normally like this, one day after another. Li Huang walked into the canteen with his handcuffs and leg cuffs. The chains rattled on the ground loudly. The other patients knew Li Huang was coming and stood aside to open a path for him. He was being treated as a murderer again. Li Huang could have been the only person in White Tower Prison walking around with cuffs. He picked up a plastic tray and grabbed his food from the canteen. A meat dish, a vegetable dish, a soup, and rice. The meat dish consisted of stir-fried tofu with pork skin, while the vegetable dish included blanched vegetables. The soup was egg-drop seaweed soup. Li Huang picked up the oily tofu and ate it. The soft yet firm texture of the bouncy tofu had absorbed the sauce from the meal. He enjoyed the delectable flavor with delight. Li Huang then looked at the kitchen and found that the people responsible for the meal had changed. Their meals this time were much better than before. Li Huang drank a spoonful of soup before placing his rice into the meat dish, stirring it quickly before digging in. Due to his handcuffs, it wasn't easy for him to eat his meal. He had only finished half of it by the time everyone else was almost done with theirs. A sudden coldness came from his left, and someone sat beside him. Li Huang turned and saw a spectacled middle-aged man sitting at his side. The man wore the same hospital gown and appeared to be another patient. Hello, Mr. Li. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tianchen. Here is my business card. Li Huang did not accept the business card, which really was tissue paper with words scrawled on it. Another mental patient, though this is the first time I've seen one of his kind. However, Li Huang was curious about why the doctors weren't doing anything and allowed Hai Dongqing man to roam freely. Seeing that Li Huang was ignoring him, Hai Dongqing rolled up the tissue paper and shoved it towards Li Huang's mouth. Do you have anything to say about your relapse this time? Li Huang turned to the nurse and said, Can you shoo him away? He's preventing me from eating my meal. The nurse forcefully pulled Hai Dongqing away. Li Huang thanked the nurse and continued his meal. After having his meal, Li Huang watched TV shows for a bit before heading out to get some sunlight. This was his only source of entertainment right now. As he lay on the bench half asleep, a faint voice reached his ears. It was Zhang Shuo. We are ready. If you're also ready, we will move out in 3 days at midnight. The patients in Ward 7 will revolt, and we can leave during the chaos. Li Huang frowned without opening his eyes. No, tell them to stop. Why? If Qing Wanglai wants to help me, he must do it properly. I don't want to run out and become a fugitive. I would rather stay here if he intends to do it illegally. If you can't decide for yourself, send a message to him. Ask him to come and visit me personally, and I will tell him. Leave now. You are being too conspicuous. Li Huang said this, but there were no longer any voices. He opened his eyes to find that no one was around him. He stretched and waved towards the sentries on the tower before heading back in. If it weren't for the regular medication schedule, this place would be indistinguishable from an old person's home. He had just entered the building when he saw the large Gao Jingyun squatting beside the toilet, startling everyone who exited the bathroom. What's wrong? Li Huang asked patiently. Although Gao Jingyun had a large body, his mental capabilities were only those of a child. Apple, someone took it. Li Huang wasn't surprised that it was the same question. Bring me to them. Who took your apple? Gao Jingyun led the way, with Li Huang following closely behind. Together, they arrived at the quarters and opened each door one by one. Was it him? Li Huang pointed at an apple in an old man's hands. MMHM. Gao Jingyun nodded as he twisted his own robes. Li Huang walked over and grabbed the apple. You're so old, and yet you're stealing apples from a young patient? Hey, what are you doing? My granddaughter bought that for me. The old man protested, but Li Huang pushed him back onto the bed. Your granddaughter bought it for you? Did your granddaughter also write someone else's name on the apple? Li Huang pointed at Gao Jingyun's name on the apple. Another mortified patient held back the old man. Li Huang turned and passed the apple to Gao Jingyun. Take it. If they give you apples next time, just eat them immediately. No need to wait. Gao Jingyun shook his hands. I want to give it to you. You don't have an apple to eat. Li Huang tried to hand the apple back to Gao Jingyun. I don't like apples. Don't give them to me next time. But Gao Jingyun did not accept it. You eat it. After pushing and shoving the apples for a few rounds, Li Huang gave up and ate the apple before leaving. Li Huang's daily life was really dull since he was different. While the other patients had to fight their illnesses, Li Huang didn't face such struggles. After taking a nap, he went to the canteen to eat. After his dinner, he would normally watch the news with the others before going to sleep. Even though the nurse appeared to have an easy time monitoring him, Li Huang knew that it was taxing on them. Their gazes only broke off once Li Huang was back in his room. Li Huang naturally lived in a single room, which had been retrofitted from one of the isolated rooms. There wasn't even a toothbrush in it to prevent all chances of him committing suicide. There was nothing he could do and nothing to do, so he just lay on the bed. After staying here for so long, his bad habit of staying up late into the night had also changed. However, as he tried to fall asleep, he was abruptly awakened by the soft sound of footsteps. Chapter 847. So, after hearing the noises outside, Li Huang chose not to make a scene. Instead, he opened his eyes and moved slowly to the door. He held onto his handcuffs and waited. He would use the handcuffs to strangle them if they were an enemy. Li Huang waited and frowned until a voice came from the other side of the door. Li Huang. He carefully looked through the peephole and saw Zhao Ting in her hospital robes. She was glancing around nervously. She looked much better than before. Zhao Ting looked at Li Huang, her eyes now large and crystal clear. Her face was also much healthier and more vibrant now. Why are you here? Li Huang questioned Zhao Ting. Didn't you ask me to come? You said it was too conspicuous outside, so I came while everyone was asleep. Li Huang looked at the empty corridors and said, Keep it short. There are patrols and cameras around. You will be in trouble if they find you. Yes. Zhao Ting shivered as she hugged herself. It was so cold that she was tapping her feet. As you said, the boss knows about your intentions. He wants to get you out before making a false identity for you. Huh. He's a sly one, but tell him I said no. I would never escape from a prison like this. He didn't want to involve Zhao Ting in this. Li Huang knew what kind of person Qing Wanglai was. After Qian Fu's death, Li Huolong understood Qing Wanglai's personality well. While Qing Wanglai appeared kind, he was actually a very cold and calculative psycho. He did things based on pros and cons rather than emotions. If Li Huolong escaped from prison, Qing Wanglai could use it to keep him under control. If that were the case, Li Huolong would be doomed to be Qing Wanglai's pawn for the rest of his life. Li Huolong noticed that Zhao Ting was also conflicted. She didn't know what to do. If you can't decide on your own, ask Qing Wanglai to come and talk to me personally. He had been itching to ask Qing Wanglai why he was the one who was fighting on the front lines, all while Qing Wanglai never showed up at all. If Qing Wanglai was both cold and fearful of death, then Li Huolong had no intentions of allying himself with such a Siming. To Li Huolong, Zhao Shuangdian was more friendly. He didn't mind contacting her instead. Wait, if Qing Wanglai's projection is the three ancient ones, then which Siming is Zhao Shuangdian? Li Huolong clearly remembered that Bahui's siblings followed her. What kind of Siming could give orders to Bahui? Li Huolong tried to recall, but none of the Simings really matched her. Zhao Ting's quiet voice pulled him back to reality. I will have to go and ask. I can't decide on my own. Go. You never should have been involved in this to begin with. As Zhao Ting turned to leave, Li Huolong called out and said, Wait, I have one more thing to ask. He stared at her face and became solemn. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I've been wondering, can depression be cured? I have a friend who has been battling it, and her condition recently became worse. I'm worried. How bad is it? Li Huolong grimaced as he remembered Yang Na. I don't know. I haven't seen her in a long time. I only heard that she was trying to commit suicide. Then it should still be around the medium range of severity. It's not the worst. Zhao Ting explained. If it were the severe kind, she wouldn't even think about suicide. Her mind would be in a perpetual haze. Li Huolong sighed in relief and said, Is your recovery going well? Is your depression getting better? Zhao Ting bit her lips as she pondered. When it comes to people at the medium range of severity, their symptoms should alleviate as long as they take their medicine on time and have a competent doctor. However, the worst part of depression is that any pent-up negative emotions could trigger a relapse. As for the severe cases, I don't know anything about them. I've just heard the doctors mention that severe cases require the patients to rebuild their psyches, which sounds very difficult. Li Huolong nodded after hearing Zhao Ting's explanation. If Yang Na's symptoms remained the same after he got out, then Li Huolong would have to find a way to transfer her to Yi Donglai's care. Even though Yi Donglai was a pain to deal with, Li Huolong had to admit that Yi Donglai was a responsible doctor. If Yang Na could accept his treatment, she would be cured before long. Having experienced mental illness himself, he didn't find it that scary. The thought of Yang Na relapsing didn't scare him either. If needed, he would be there for her and take care of her for the rest of his life. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of rapid footsteps came from the corridor and interrupted both of them. The sudden arrival of people surprised Zhao Ting. Quick! Hide! Li Huolong hissed. Don't go there. There are cameras over there. Zhao Ting had barely escaped when Li Huolong lay down on the bed. From his position, he observed Yi Donglai and the other nurses opening the door to his room. Li Huolong, who were you talking to? Li Huolong rubbed his eyes and crawled out of his bed, annoyed. What are you talking about? Why are you here so late at night instead of sleeping? Yi Donglai left the room and took out a recorder concealed above the door frame. Li Huolong's voice came out from the recorder with the press of a button. Quick! Hide! Don't go there. There are cameras over there. Li Huolong remained silent. Did you really think I wouldn't know? Do you think I'm letting you roam freely just for the sake of it? Yi Donglai pressed a button on Li Huolong's leg cuffs. A small memory card popped out. Zhao Ting, Gao Jingyun, and Zhang Shui'er. Am I right? These are the three people who contacted you these last few days. Li Huolong remained silent. You talked to them for quite some time. Didn't you realize something was wrong? Li Huolong. Yi Donglai charged towards Li Huolong and glared at him. Do you still not realize? You are ill, but you are not stupid. They are patients of Kangning Hospital, but we are in the White Tower Hospital. How could they possibly be here? Li Huolong's pupils widened with shock as a sudden realization struck him. Wait, so Qing Wanglai didn't send anyone to rescue me? He actually gave up on me. Chapter 848, Xiaoman. Xiaoman took out 3 incense sticks and lit them using a candle. She swung them to extinguish the fire before kneeling on a cushion. Then, raising the 3 incense sticks high up onto her head, she started praying to the statue in front of her. The heavenly mater had completely changed. She was now an old lady with a cane, sitting on a conjoined lotus seat with a red on her forehead and a smile filled with mercy. The statue was made of stone, but her devotees had colored it and given the heavenly Mater some semblance of life. O great and merciful heavenly Mater, may the disciples reach the void home after death to serve you forever. She prayed earnestly before placing the incense sticks into the incense burner and retreated from the hall. Outside the prayer hall was naturally the large hall of the White Lotus sect. Xiaoman was covered from head to toe in long black hair, but none of them treated her as an outsider. In the White Lotus sect, every member was treated with equal respect, as if they were brothers and sisters. Making fun of someone's exterior was taboo in the White Lotus sect. Xiaoman was also one of the bravest fighters of the White Lotus sect. She fought on the front lines throughout the war with the Dharma sect, and her unique appearance had left a strong impression on the other sect members. Xiaoman bowed and greeted everyone who was smiling at her. When she began learning the techniques of the White Lotus sect, she didn't give it much thought. She did it because she wanted to help Bai Lingmiao and have the strength to protect Cowheart Village. However, her attitude changed after leaving the village and joining the White Lotus sect. Xiaoman liked it here. It felt more like home to her. She had always doubted herself and thought she was a mistake born into this world. However, she had changed. It wasn't just that her siblings and friends were here. She also had faith in the heavenly Mater now. Xiaoman had long resolved to work diligently for the White Lotus sect, forever. She left the hall and walked towards the alleyway where the White Lotus sect members lived. While they were poor, they weren't in shambles. Even the houses without roofs were appropriately cleaned. No one locked their doors there because no one would steal from one another. Everyone was kind and treated each other with respect. If anyone needed help, they would just shout, and everyone in the alley would help. It was like a perfect world. Sister Xiaoman. Sister Xiaoman. Several children wearing tattered clothes ran and circled her. Even though they were beggars, they were still the beggars of the White Lotus sect. Sister Xiaoman, where did you go? We didn't see you for days. We missed you. I just came from Xiqi. It's very far from here, and my journey got delayed, Xiaoman explained patiently. She looked at them and recalled her past self. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Let me get you something. The children jumped with glee as they pulled Xiaoman out of the alley. Wait, let me grab my veil. They arrived at the city's eastern section, which was bustling with people. Each child now held a scallion pancake in their hands, happily eating it. Xiaoman scratched the back of the children's heads and told them to eat slowly. Since she swore not to get married, she would naturally bear no children. Puppy's incident with his baby pushed this notion further. Still, she didn't mind it. Xiaoman would treat the children in the White Lotus sect as her own. The White Lotus sect had everything she needed. She saw one of the children biting on the scallion pancake while staring at a cart filled with several vases. Xiaoman approached and hugged the child even though the latter was dirty. What's wrong? Do you want to eat that? Let me buy it for you. The child looked at the eldest beggar before shaking her head. No need. I just want a pancake. Don't worry. Even though I donated most of my assets to the White Lotus sect, I still have enough money to buy some snacks for you all, Xiaoman said, bringing them to the cart. She stood in front of the cart and addressed the seller. Hey, what are you selling? The skinny man had a plaster on his forehead. He opened one of the jars and showed them its contents. These are some rare items I bought from the Tianchen pavilion. Xiaoman looked down and saw that the jars contained fruit peels soaked in water. Fruit peels? Are you sure you didn't just pick them up from the trash cans in the Tianchen pavilion? Why are you selling these? Hey, what are you talking about? My friend is working there. He's responsible for cutting up all sorts of things, and these fruit peels are clean. 10 coins per bunch. Xiaoman saw it as a scam. 10 coins. I could buy a bowl of noodles with that money. Are you insane? Can't you see that I'm soaking them in sugar water? Also, don't you know what season it is? These are more expensive than gold because they were planted in a greenhouse. Sister Xiaoman, let's go. I don't want to eat them anymore. Sister Xiaoman, let's go. A single pancake is enough. Xiaoman stared at their faces before taking out a piece of fragmented silver. The skinny vendor was elated as he carried one of the vases down from his cart. Just then, the eldest beggar walked up and said thoughtfully, Sister Xiaoman, we don't want them. These things are too expensive, and we are already fools. We cannot waste your money like this. It's all right. It's just some fruit peels. Soon enough, the children received the strips of fruit peels. They were really happy, tasting the different types of fruit peels and comparing them to see which was more delicious. Xiaoman smiled happily when she saw how happy they were. I always wanted to eat these when I was younger, but my father would only buy them for my brothers. My sister and I could only watch from the side. Chun Xiaoman suddenly remembered something and laughed. That said, my sister and I had to find a way to satisfy our cravings. We would fill 2 bamboo pieces with watermelon seeds that people spat out. They were delicious once we had dried them. However, she felt solemn when she remembered something else. Her train of thought was interrupted by one of the children. Sister Xiaoman, have this. This is a watermelon peel. It's delicious. She bit into the peel and felt a sweetness in her heart as she looked at the smiling child. Chun Xiaoman smiled again. Sister Xiaoman, try this. This is a persimmon peel. As they happily enjoyed these small treats, Chun Xiaoman noticed a group of llamas. Chun Xiaoman remembered them. They were the mummified llamas of the Yantrabra temple. However, she was confused about why they were headed towards the hall of the White Lotus sect. Chapter 849, Invitation. That's strange. Why is the Yantrabra temple seeking out the White Lotus sect? Chun Xiaoman was worried, so she said goodbye to the children before quietly following the llamas. She quickened her pace when she saw that the llamas were headed towards the residence of Bailing Miao. The llamas probably wouldn't fight in the city, but Chun Xiaoman still felt uneasy. As she was drawing nearer, a sense of dread washed over her, as though death itself was inching closer. Her scalp went numb, and her fingers froze in place. Struggling, she attempted to draw her serrated sword from her waist so she could employ her techniques. However, her limbs remained frozen. She could not move at all. At that moment, Chun Xiaoman caught sight of someone's head in front of her. At first, she assumed it belonged to one of the llamas, but to her surprise, it was her own. Is that me in front? Then who am I? Chun Xiaoman shivered. She looked down and was shocked. There was nothing there. I'm dead? Is this my soul? The feeling retreated as fast as it had come. When one of the llamas walked past her, Xiaoman crashed into her own back uncontrollably, and she woke up. She touched her body and stared at the llamas with fear. Their techniques are too bizarre. What are they doing here? Chun Xiaoman picked up her pace and ran towards Bai Ling Miao's residence. Miao Miao, are you all right? Chun Xiaoman urgently asked Bai Ling Miao, who was seated on her lotus throne. Bai Ling Miao lightly shook her head and remained calm as if nothing unusual had happened. The Yantrabra temple asked us to bring a statue of the heavenly mater to them. They needed a new deity after the death of Tianchen, so I agreed. Bai Ling Miao had no reason to stop another person from devoting to the heavenly mater, especially since it was also the latter's intention. Besides, the Yantrabra temple would also provide some of their techniques as payment. In the future, the White Lotus sect could use not only its own techniques, but also part of the heavenly Tao of death, just like the llamas from the Yantrabra temple. However, the techniques of the Yantrabra temple were rumored to be extremely hard to learn. Thankfully, the White Lotus sect had many devotees, so they could just pick from the large pool of devotees. Chun Xiaoman sighed after learning that Bai Ling Miao was okay. She had almost called the other sect members to intercept the llamas. But Miao Miao, why do they want a statue of the heavenly mater? No matter how Chun Xiaoman looked at it, the White Lotus sect had nothing to lose and earned much more than expected from the negotiation. She believed that it was too good to be true. As the saintess, Bai Ling Miao naturally knew more than the others, especially since she learned a few things from Sui Sui. However, she didn't know how to explain it to Chun Xiaoman since it was related to the heavenly Taoists. Simply telling the truth to Chun Xiaoman could be bad. How should I explain this to you? As Bai Ling Miao was worrying over the matter, a devotee barged in. Saintess, the emperor wishes to see you. Both Bai Ling Miao and Chun Xiaoman were confused. They didn't know why Gao Zhijian was looking for them. Nevertheless, they had to go. He had once traveled with them. Without any hesitation, Bai Ling Miao stepped outside. Let me accompany you. Chun Xiaoman was worried, so she followed Bai Ling Miao. They got into an intricate carriage. The wheels, covered in bronze, started turning as they were ushered to the palace. However, when they reached the gates, the carriage did not stop and continued inside. None of the guards stopped them. The carriage stopped in front of a grand palace before Bai Ling Miao disembarked. Bai Ling Miao frowned when she looked at the building. It seemed like a place for discussing official matters rather than reminiscing about old memories. Let's go. Bai Ling Miao lifted her white skirt as her white shoes touched the smooth marble floor. She walked into the palace without fear. The palace was empty, but Bai Ling Miao could clearly see with her mind's eye that several people were having a meal in the middle of the hall. She saw the emperor of the Liang kingdom, the Khan of Qingqiu, the emperor of Siqi, the emperor of Hoshu, and the emperor of Nanping. All 5 emperors related to the dragon veins were gathered in the middle of the hall. They turned their gazes toward Bai Ling Miao, and she felt a massive pressure on her. Gao Zhijian placed his wine cup down and happily pointed at the space beside him. Senior Bai, come. Let's talk and eat at the same time. Gao Zhijian was slightly startled when he saw Xiaoman. He raised his wine glass and toasted the emperor of Hoshu. The meal of the emperors was a stark difference from the outside world. It included steamed chicken soup, stir-fried bamboo shoots, foshiakiang, winter melon fish balls, stir-fried crab yolk with shark fins and osmanthus, and braised scallops with mushrooms. The dishes were unparalleled and couldn't be compared to the food outside. The best chefs of the Liang Kingdom were all hired by the palace. When she looked at the delicious meals on the table, Xiaoman remembered the beggars eating the fruit peels. She became upset. Even the things thrown out from the palace were rare food the commoners could barely afford. And yet, the emperors didn't pay much attention to the meals, regardless of how delicious they were. Bai Lingmiao sat down and recalled what she had seen when entering the hall. They were already eating before we arrived here. It doesn't seem like he wants to treat us to a meal. Here, let me give a toast to the saintess. Your hard work was paramount in ending the natural disaster. Gao Zhijian and the other emperors raised their wine glasses in unison. Bai Lingmiao raised her own glass and toasted each of them before sipping on her wine. The bitter wine did not affect Bai Lingmiao at all. She placed down the cup and asked directly, Gao Zhijian, just tell us what you need. We're all the same, and we traveled together for a long time. Ha! Gao Zhijian laughed. That's true. We did escape Zephyr Temple together in the past. I somehow missed the days when we were eating and camping outdoors. Since we are all friends here, I won't beat the bush around anymore. I'm here to treat you to a meal and talk about the White Lotus Sect. 1. The relic that restored her sight. Chapter 850, White Lotus Sect. Is something wrong with the White Lotus Sect? Xiaoman was confused. Wasn't everything fine? Gao Zhijing glanced at her, but said nothing. Instead, the Khan spoke up. Stop beating around the bush and tell it to her straight. Saintess, when we fought against the Dharma sect in the past, your sect definitely sacrificed a lot of men and money to fight against them. We are grateful for that, but we must keep one thing clear. Don't you think the White Lotus sect has stepped over the boundaries? A low voice growled. It's not just in Qingqiu, but also Siqi, Hoshu, Nanping, and the Liang Kingdom. Even in Shi to the east. The White Lotus sect is everywhere and shows no signs of stopping its expansion. Doesn't that mean that you will ultimately engulf our land? Bai Lingmiao heard their words and knew why they had summoned her. She lightly pinched the back of her hand, and her heart fluttered. Another body extended out from the back, but this second body had a red cloth covering her head. The second deity chuckled. Are you worried that the White Lotus sect has a lot of people? Didn't you say it would be better if more people joined us? Are you trying to kill us off now that the Dharma sect has fallen? Have you considered the price you would have to pay to fight us? Don't try to push us too far. The Dharma sect could revolt, and so can we. In fact, the White Lotus sect might do better than the Dharma sect. Impudent. The atmosphere in the hall became tense. Bai Lingmiao played the good cop and stopped the second deity. Don't say that. Since they invited us here, they want to discuss it with us. We are all friends here. There's no need to burn any bridges here. We even worked together to fight against the Dharma sect. All 5 emperors sighed and looked better after Bai Lingmiao said that. The atmosphere mellowed, and Gao Zhijian immediately gave Bai Lingmiao a way to step down. Senior Bai, we called you today to see if there's a plan to solve this. It's not just because the White Lotus sect has a lot of devotees, but also because they are spreading and recruiting like crazy. If we do nothing, I fear the White Lotus sect will take over the entire world. I think that would be fine. Everyone would become brothers and sisters in this world. There wouldn't be any war, and everyone would be equal, Xiaoman said. When the other emperors revealed a hint of anger, Gao Zhijian frowned. I summoned the White Lotus sect saintess. Why is this black-haired girl here? Guards, show her out. Xiaoman was shocked when she looked at Gao Zhijian. It was as if she didn't know him. The eunuchs carried Xiaoman and tossed her outside. Only then did the second deity speak to all 5 emperors. Fine, I know what you're talking about. What do you want us to do then? Gao Zhijian sighed. The nation is in tatters, and there are a lot of places that require fixing. The people cannot handle another war. Senior Bai, you need to consider where we stand. What I want is for the palace to issue certifications. Only those with them can join the White Lotus sect, just like what we did with the Righteous Monastery. This way, we can satisfy both sides. The White Lotus sect members can be granted official statuses and identifications, and we can effectively monitor and control the sect's expansion. A win-win on both sides? I don't think so. If we did that, the The palace would control who can join the White Lotus sect. Who's the saintess, you or me? This is non-negotiable. The emperor of Qi was adamant. If you don't comply, we will do it the old way. Everyone tensed up again when they heard that. Everyone knew what the old way meant. Are you threatening me? Ha ha ha. You must feel strong. I fear that even if you gathered everyone in Qi, you would still have fewer people than the White Lotus sect. Do you think we are afraid of you? I wonder why are you feeling so haughty now? I didn't see that side of you when you were bound by someone in the mud. The emperor of Qi stood up straight and waved his sleeves. Umph. The emperors are the leaders of all life. We are the ones who brought prosperity to the world. I am the son of the dragon who carries the fate of the world. Did I ask you to save me last time? Why don't you leave me alone and let this world lose another division? The second deity scoffed at him. Is this how the emperor of Qi acts? Fighting against a little girl? Come on, stop fighting. We can talk it out. Gao Zhijian and Bai Lingmiao intervened to calm both sides. After Bai Lingmiao tested the waters with Gao Zhijian about several solutions, she decided to delay the matter a bit. I need to talk to the elders of my sect since this is very important. We will give you an answer soon. After testing both the roundabout and direct route, Bai Lingmiao had a good grasp of the bottom line. Now, she just needed to figure out a way. All right, I must implore Senior Bai to let me know soon. Gao Zhijian gulped down his wine when he looked at Bai Lingmiao leaving the hall. Liang Kingdom Emperor, do you think she will agree? The Khan asked. Gao Zhijian gradually clenched his fists. It doesn't matter. What's more important is the answer of the Heavenly Mater. He didn't want to fight against the White Lotus sect when they had just dealt with the Dharma sect. The more dangerous the situation was, the faster the sects would grow. The White Lotus sect is expanding too fast. We need to act now. Even the Antrabara temple got in contact with her. Gao Zhijian frowned and thought of a solution: divide and conquer. While the White Lotus sect is scary as a massive entity, we won't have to worry about it anymore if we manage to separate it into 10 different sections. Do you have a plan to do so? This is not something a regular person could do. The four emperors and Gao Zhijian looked at the imperial preceptor, who walked out from the darkness. We have the sitting oblivion Tao. Gao Zhijian remembered what the contents of the emperor's art, 1. were. It emphasized the duality of things, where each thing had good and bad aspects. Whether something was good or bad depended on how it was used. Fine, let's just stop this today. Dismissed. The moment Gao Zhijian spoke, the other four emperors disappeared without a trace. They had never been in the Liang Kingdom. They were nothing but illusions. Gao Zhijian stared at Xian Pin floating up from the ground. I don't know if you are more likely Sui or the chief nowadays. I fear that I might not be using you anymore since we know each other. Xian Pin shook her head. Lord, please be at ease. I think you're doing the right thing, and I won't stop you. Also, this is good news for my mother. This was never her responsibility, and she shouldn't have to shoulder it. It would be good if someone could take on her mantle. Really? Do you think she won't hate you for pulling her down from her throne? This was your doing. Even if she were to hold a grudge, she would hold it against you. It has nothing to do with me. Gao Zhijian looked at her calmly. You should know that you won't be able to stand on the sidelines all the time. Since you are the chief of the surveillance bureau, you will eventually have to clash with her. I will await for that moment. Until then, I will try my best to avoid it. 1. A book detailing what an emperor should do. Chapter 851, Zen. In the capital city of Qi Kingdom, Li Huowang strolled through the streets in Yu capital from the Qi Kingdom. Li Huowang had put on a face using the techniques of the sitting oblivion Tao, so none of the civilians noticed him. He put his real face on one of the Mo family's robots in the palace to confuse the others. He wasn't sure if it would work, but he decided to do it anyway. So far, they hadn't found out which world was trying to kill them, whether they asked the Gon family to use their divination skills or utilize the techniques of other sects. They could only confirm that it was not the world where God Yuer came from. They had once taken over the Qi Kingdom, and their world didn't resemble a world inhabited by regular people. Li Huowang could do nothing without knowing who was going to attack him. The only thing he could do was to wait and ambush the attackers. He wasn't sure if he had tipped them off last time, but no one had attacked the Qi Kingdom for a while. Still, Li Huowang couldn't just spend all day waiting for them. He still needed to do his work to revive the Qi Kingdom. He saw the civilians' health improving and the Qi Kingdom slowly reviving. Both the palace and the surveillance bureau were being reconstructed, which also meant that the power he controlled was slowly expanding. The survivors heard that the Yu Kingdom had food, so they slowly flocked there. The ones reaching the Yu capital the fastest were, naturally, those with supernatural powers. It was unclear whether this was due to the presence of a common enemy or Chandu's promise, but somehow, everything in the Qi Kingdom was within Li Huowang's grasp. With them under his command, Li Huowang could capture the assailants alive next time. He needed to capture the Twisted One and pry out their spine to make another spine sword. He could then use it to enter their world to see what was going on. He was thinking about it when he stopped after he saw Miao Ho Hot, the little girl, holding a few ribs while listening to an elderly man along with a group of other children. Li Huowang took off his fake face and changed into his original face. He patted her head lightly. "What are you doing?" "Bodhisattva," Miao Geha greeted Li Huowang. She was very happy to see him. Li Huowang asked her again what she was up to, and she revealed the ribs in her arms. "My master told me to collect things that could be burned. I saw a lot of skeletons on the road, so I picked them up." Li Huowang thought it was good that the righteous monastery could let her work. After all, according to their values, only the helpful, productive people were worthy enough to live right now. A child without value would be stuffed into a vase and sold off as a human hard drive. "Ho Hot, I'm afraid that bones are really bad kindlings, but go back to tell the monks to grind the bones into powder. That way, they can use them as fertilizer for the fields." "Okay, I will remember it." She nodded vigorously, and the ribs in her arms slid down a bit. She bent down and hugged the ribs even tighter. "Go and don't run around aimlessly. While we have patrols here, there are more and more people entering this place, so it's not as safe as you would think." Miao Hua looked at the talking old man, hesitant to leave. "Bodhisattva, can I leave after I finish listening to him?" Li Huowang patted her head while looking at the old man with a beard full of white hair. "What is he doing?" "He's talking about old history. My grandfather also talked to me about it before he died." Li Huowang chose not to leave, but instead sat down and listened. "Sigh. You guys were born at the right time. It was even worse last time. We didn't know anything, and we could only grovel on the ground to eat dirt. However, the heavens couldn't bear it any longer and helped us. They told us that we could use cotton to make clothes, and they told us how to plant grains and rear livestock. They told us how to use fire, and more importantly, gave us wisdom. That is why we can now use rules and maintain order. From there onwards, we finally differentiated ourselves from the birds, beasts, and insects." Li Huowang frowned and clenched his fist a bit. A woman appeared from a crossroads, waving at them. "Ho Hot, come here." Miao Ho Hot saw that woman and ran after her excitedly. "Mother, look. I picked up a lot of bones." "Is that so? My daughter is amazing. Come, let's give the bones to the masters." The woman held Ho Hot's hands to bring her to the righteous monastery. Miao Ho Hot left, and Li Huowang finally questioned the old man. "Old man, can I ask you something? How did you survive last time when you didn't have food?" The old man let out a deep sigh, appearing weary as he remembered. "Both my son and son-in-law were incredibly filial. They cut off their flesh to feed me, but now they are dead, and I'm still alive. What an ironic twist of fate." "Bullshit." Li Huowang frowned, and the people around him scattered. Soon, they were left alone. "Who are you, and why are you here?" Li Huowang asked directly because he felt something was wrong with the old man. More importantly, the old man did not try to hide it. The old man didn't panic when Li Huowang saw through him, and instead introduced himself courteously. "I am called Daer. I'm just a minor cultivator without any sect. I greet Taoistly." "What are you cultivating?" "Zen." "What kind of Zen?" "Wild fox Zen." "Wild fox Zen." Li Huowang inspected the old man before him and recalled his actions. He had a strange sense of familiarity to him. "Old man, did you know I had an old friend who loved telling stories like you?" "I'm not telling stories. I'm telling histories." "That doesn't matter. Just like you. He always ran to another world to talk about stories. And more importantly, he was a twisted one." Li Huowang had just said that when the ground beneath the old man sank, rendering him immobile. Li Huowang then used his spine sword to stab towards the old man's abdomen. However, just as the spine sword touched the old man's body, the head of the old man shook violently before it shot up. His organs were connected to the bottom of his neck as his head flew upwards into the air. Li Huowang had stabbed into the empty shell of the old man's body. Chapter 852, Daer. Daer flew in the air rapidly with his organs trailing beneath him before planting himself on a man's neck. Then, he somehow controlled the man's right arm to tear off their own screaming head and take its place. The man's body was now Daer's. With his new body, Daer shouted at Li Huowang, "Taoistly, don't be rash. I'm just here to talk. There's no need to make the situation so tense for everyone here. We can discuss things peacefully." Li Huolong stopped and frowned at the old man. Daer had decided not to use aggression since it wasn't working on Li Huolong. Li Huolong did not object to the discussion. He needed to know what was happening, and he could kill the old man anytime. For some reason, Li Huolong was stuck in the middle of a plot again, and yet he was still clueless about the situation. All right, talk. Explain to me clearly. I've always been a fair man. I don't know how or when I've offended your world to the point that you would kill me without a single warning. The Qi Kingdom's palace had received information about their skirmish while Li Huolong was talking. The surveillance bureau of the Qi Kingdom had already surrounded the entire street. Daer was not afraid, even though he was surrounded by the surveillance bureau. He looked at Li Huolong without a single hint of fear. Does Taoist Li really do not know? Or are you pretending not to know? I do know, but how does saving the Qi Kingdom affect you guys? Can't you just live peacefully? Li Huolong tried to bait Daer into revealing more information. Of course we can't. In each world, there is one flower and one tree to sustain everyone's life. The flower of my world is dying. Taoist Li, you are the embodiment of a living Bodhisattva who couldn't bear to see the people of the Qi Kingdom dying from starvation. Will you really allow the millions of people from the Tianchen Kingdom to suffer that fate? Stop trying to guilt-trip me. Your cheap tricks will not sway me. How am I involved if your world is dying? You should find the one who's trying to destroy your world. Why are you trying to kill me instead? Daer bowed to Li Huolong gracefully. Taoist Li, I do apologize. The people from before were crude men, and I apologize on their behalf. I disagreed with their methods, and you are correct. We should be finding the person trying to destroy our world, not you. However, if we were to pluck the flower from another tree, we would have to cross into the Qi Kingdom. It would be problematic for us if you were to revive the Qi Kingdom while we are crossing. Li Huolong understood what the old man meant. There was going to be an all-out war. Daer stroked his white beard and chuckled. Taoist Li, since you understand our plight, why don't we make a deal? Li Huolong smiled coldly, doubtful of Daer's words. What? Do you only want to negotiate with me now that you know I'm hard to kill? What were you doing before this? Taoist Li, we do not have a grudge that requires us to fight to the death. Why don't we solve this amicably? What about this? If you let us cross to the other world by passing through the Qi Kingdom, the Tianchen Kingdom will open up its granaries and give the Qi Kingdom 3 years' worth of harvest. I imagine this will help a lot with your famine issue. Everyone from the Qi Kingdom was excited to hear Daer's proposal. The Qi Kingdom lacked food, so everyone knew how important that offer was. And why do you need to go to another world? Did you think that I wouldn't notice the catch to your proposal? No one knew what the Tianchen Kingdom was trying to do by passing through the Qi Kingdom. The more attractive the proposals were, the more worried Li Huolong was. He still remembered how they had tried to kill him. Daer chuckled when Li Huolong questioned him. To think that Taoist Li is such an astute man. You are right. We do need your help. Daer pointed at the spine sword on Li Huolong's back. We need Taoist Li's horizon-rending sword. I hope you will cooperate. Stop giving another name to my sword. Li Huolong reached for his sword and recalled how they desperately tried to take it away. Wait, why do you need my spine sword? Is the problem from your world related to the Liang Kingdom? Yes, that is correct. Daer nodded. The scholar from the Astronomy Academy has discovered that the infernal matron has taken back her throne. We need to kill that evil demoness of the White Lotus, or the Tianchen Kingdom will fall into ruins. White Lotus, demoness, infernal matron. Li Huolong fell silent and slowly approached Daer. You said that we don't have any grudges, right? Indeed. Now we do. Li Huolong shifted his body and instantly appeared in front of Daer. He stabbed the spine sword directly into Daer's forehead. Just as Daer's head was almost sliced in half, his previously empty shell of a body stood up and ran. His head is not important. His body is. Chandu was already prepared by the time Daer tried to run. Chandu sat down and plucked the 9 scars on his forehead before flicking them to Daer. In the middle of the sky, the black circular scars grew into grotesque balls of flesh. The balls of flesh had almost hit Daer when a hole suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The balls of flesh plunged themselves straight into the hole. Daer was on the verge of escaping into the hole when Li Huolong glared in his direction. In that instant, Daer's body froze in midair and began collapsing on itself. But then, just as Li Huolong was about to grind Daer into meat paste using his cultivation, a clear jade-like hand emerged from the hole. The hand gently pinched Daer's body before removing something intangible from it. The hand threw the intangible energy to the side and Li Huolong's vision followed it uncontrollably. One of Chandu's scars had turned into a meat paste since Li Huolong had looked at it, while Daer had vanished into the hole without leaving a trace. Li Huolong stood motionless. He never thought something like that could happen. The hand had picked up and tossed his cultivation of the truth. The power to traverse between worlds clearly belonged to a twisted one. However, not anyone could touch his truth cultivation. Even if he used his own cultivation on himself, he wouldn't be able to turn it tangible and grab it. And yet, the jade-like hand could grab it and throw it away. Li Huolong clearly understood how strong his powers were. He thought that he was almost undefeatable in this world, but it appeared he was wrong. Whose hand is it? How did they do it? Only a Simon could do it. Chapter 853, Li Sui. Father, where are you? Li Sui was wandering on the streets as she looked around her. The street was bustling with activity, and a market was taking place today. People were peddling their wares on the sidewalk. There were even performers earning their daily bread by having monkeys perform tricks. The atmosphere was full of life. While Li Sui would have run around excitedly in the past, she didn't intend to play around now. She had fallen here 2 days ago, and everyone kept saying this place was the Qi Kingdom. However, how could this place be the Qi Kingdom? Her father had once used the spine sword to send her there, but he had also told her that God Yuer had destroyed the Qi Kingdom. There shouldn't have been so many survivors. She didn't know where she was or what was happening, leaving her in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, she couldn't just stand still and wait. She needed to move around because her father was still waiting for her to send Dragon Qi up there. She stared at the people's faces and hesitated. Then, carefully approaching an old woman who looked easy to talk to, she said, "Excuse me, ma'am. Do you know where the emperor is?" No matter where she was or what was happening, Li Sui knew that the correct choice would be to go to the place where the emperor was. If this was the Qi Kingdom, heading towards where the emperor lived meant she would meet the monks. And even if the monks weren't there, she could still head to the surveillance bureau to find where her father was. "Huh? Emperor? I don't know. He's not in my house," the old woman exclaimed loudly, her voice raised as her hearing was impaired. "Little girl, why are you looking for the emperor? Are you his secret child?" "Huh. I saw that plot in yesterday's performance." Li Sui didn't know what the old woman was rambling about, so decided to find someone else to ask. She had just taken a few steps when a man with a medicinal plaster on the back of his hand grabbed her and dragged her out of the market. "Hey, why are you still walking around in the market? Your father is so anxious that he's going crazy. Come with me." Li Sui perked up and quickly followed the man. "My father." After exiting the busy market and walking through half of the city, Li Sui was finally brought towards a massive estate. Master Yu. Master Yu. We found the young master." Everyone in the estate ran out upon hearing the man's shout. Li Sui was confused about why they were circling him anxiously, and then she looked down and saw her new body. The father the man was talking about wasn't her real father. It was the father of the young man whom she had crushed. She looked around at their excited faces and felt ashamed, realizing what was happening. Li Sui had already learned the meaning of death and what it meant. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't want it to happen." They didn't listen to Li Sui's attempts to explain. They crowded around her as they walked towards the courtyard. "I didn't mean to do it. I really didn't." She attempted to flee, but the people were already on high alert. They encircled her, preventing any chance of escape. "I didn't want to do it. I want to find my father." Li Sui pushed forcefully as several tentacles sprouted out from her body. She pushed everyone away with her tentacles. As soon as they laid eyes on the squirming tentacles protruding from her body, a wave of shock washed over everyone. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the room, but it was swiftly shattered as fear took hold and screams echoed through the air. Chaos erupted, engulfing the entire place. They all tried their best to distance themselves from Li Sui, to the point that they ended up trampling over one another. Li Sui took advantage of the chaos and escaped. She ran back to the market and sighed in relief. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I will find a way to compensate everyone once I've found my father," Li Sui murmured before continuing to wander around the market. "Do you know where the emperor is? Do you know where the Yu capital is? I want to find the emperor. Do you know where he is?" Li Sui wandered around the market, persistently asking different people. As the market was closing, she finally obtained some useful information. An old man who was selling roasted pickled vegetables gave her directions. "Head towards the east and continue to walk down the path. You will find the emperor at the end of the path." After thanking the old man, Li Sui walked out of town, found the road, and continued her journey. She dared not stop moving. Her father's survival was still uncertain. Li Sui walked for 2 days and felt very hungry. She swallowed her saliva when she saw a group of ducks in the river, but she decided not to catch them. There was a large flock of them, so it was clear that somebody had been raising the ducks. Just then, all of the ducks entered the water to swim to the opposite shore. Li Sui immediately noticed some white dots on the river bank. Duck eggs. She ran over and picked 3 duck eggs before swallowing them whole one by one. The 3 duck eggs weren't enough to fill her belly. She looked around and found one of the duck eggs was cracked open on a rock. She ran over and scooped up the broken egg before sucking on her fingers. As she was enjoying her meal, she heard footsteps behind her. A tentacle sporting 2 eyeballs sprouted from the back of her neck and caught sight of a group of people trailing behind 2 Taoists. One of the Taoists was old, while the other was young. Li Sui recognized the crowd. Most of them were from the Yu family, including the so-called Master Yu and his wife. Li Sui, however, didn't recognize the 2 Taoists. They wore strange Taoist robes without sleeves, revealing their arms as they gripped their cherrywood swords. The old Taoist pointed the sword at Li Sui, causing her to jump from fright. "You animal! How dare you take the body of someone else? I shall enact justice in heaven's stead." As she stood up to run and get away, she found herself surrounded by another group of people from the other side. They were guards from the Yu family and some city guards. "Die, you animal!" The Taoist ran at Li Sui to stab her with his bloodied cherrywood sword. Li Sui didn't want to fight him and kept dodging. As she was evading the attacks, the skies above her darkened and a foul-smelling liquid splashed onto her body. The liquid was blood. While she was trying to wipe it away from her eyes, a sharp pain shot through her chest. The cherrywood sword had stabbed into her body. The onlookers erupted in delight at the sight of Li Sui's injury. Amazing! The black dog's blood really is useful to ward off evil. Chapter 854, Chat. "It hurts. You're hurting me." Li Sui tried to push the old Taoist and the sword away. "Go away. I don't want to kill people. Leave me alone." The 2 Taoists, in contrast, were excited when they heard her. "The evil entity is getting weaker. It's trying to run away. My disciple, get ready to use the soul plunging into ocean formation." "Yes, master." The 2 Taoists encircled Li Sui with synchronized hand seals and precise, deliberate movements. Their shoe prints left a strange Taoist array on the ground, and the feng shui around them started to change. Li Sui felt something was amiss and didn't want to die here. So she took out some yellow talisman papers and began inscribing them with her own blood. Master, am I seeing things right? Is the evil entity drawing a talisman?" Li Sui placed 3 talismans onto her tentacles and jumped up forcefully. She soared through the air and aimed for the river. She wanted to avoid them by swimming away. But as she was just about to land in the river, she saw several white flags embedded in the riverbed. The Taoists had expected her to escape through the river and left traps there. Bai Lingyao felt her heart tense as she listened to Li Sui's story. She leaned forward in anxiety as she held onto her teacup. "And then what happened? Were you all right?" Li Sui placed her teacup down lightly and chuckled. "Of course, everything was fine in the end. I wouldn't be here today otherwise. The Taoists weren't my match. I only panicked because it was the first time I was separated from father. I won, but I was injured." Li Sui continued her story, recalling what had happened over 100 years ago. She dragged her bloody and tattered body from the river as she escaped. Most of her tentacles had been snapped, and her body was filled with holes. She was almost blinded, and black fluid continued to leak out from a large hole on her head. "You. Father, where are you? They are bullying me. It's so painful." Li Sui cried towards the sky as she ran. She was heavily injured. Her instinct was driving her to find a new host to recover. Li Sui returned to the river and discovered the Taoists who had been swept downstream. She dragged them out of the water and prepared to leave. However, someone was blocking her path. It wasn't the city guards or the guards from the Yu family. It was the wife of Master Yu. "Oh, great immortal." The woman practically broke down in tears as she kneeled before Li Sui. "Oh, great immortal. Please, let go of my son. Let him go, please. He had just passed his village exams. He's going to be a scholar in the city soon. Please, let him go and eat me instead." "Sorry." Li Sui sobbed and bowed to her before walking past the woman. "Great immortal." Her sorrowful cries made Li Sui stop. 4 plump children wearing dudas were presented in front of Li Sui. "Great immortal. I've bought these 4 children. Let's exchange them, please. 4 of them for my son. You won't get cheated by me. It's a fair deal." I don't want." I want to go back. I want my father. Li Sui dragged the corpses as she continued to trudge onwards. A sharp pain suddenly shot through her back. She looked back and saw the crazed woman stabbing her with a hairpin. The woman was looking at Li Sui with deep hatred. Give me back my son. Such small wounds did nothing to Li Sui, but with each stab and each time she met the woman's eyes, the guilt in Li Sui's heart intensified. It made her feel like a child being scolded for making a mistake. In the end, Li Sui threw down the corpses and ran into the forest. The skies turned dark and it started raining. She was tired and wanted to find a place to rest, but no such place existed. Li Sui was cold, hungry, and wounded. She squatted down under a large tree and cried in despair. Father, mother, where are you? Wisps of steam floated out from the teacup in Li Sui's hands. Under her watchful gaze, the steam dissipated in the air. Afterwards, the woman did not blame me. She was a rational woman who forgave me because it was an accident. After establishing a foothold in the Qi kingdom, I even helped the Yu family and gave one of them the title of a fourth-rank official one. I suppose it's compensation for them. Still, even though it was an accident, the reality is that I crushed their son. Bai Ling Miao sighed when she heard the story's ending. I suppose it's all right to let it go since everything ended well. I never held on to the guilt. It's just a story I thought would be suitable to talk to you, mother, Li Sui said, picking up the gifts she had made. Mother, these are red sugar cubes with gum and honey dates. Put them in hot water and drink them when you have your period. They should help you relieve pain and cramps. Bai Ling Miao felt a warmth in her heart. No one had taken care of her so well in the past. Also, I made some clothes for you. I know you prefer simple clothes, so I didn't choose brightly colored fabric. This one opens up at the back so second mom can come out from there. The second deity felt the smooth silk and chuckled. It's good that I treated you so well when you were younger. They were talking when urgent footsteps came from outside. It was Li Huowang. Bai Ling Miao had been trying on her new clothes when Li Huowang asked her hastily, Miao Miao, where are the books kept in the secret underground chamber of the ancestral hall? I need them. You mean the books with the techniques of the White Lotus sect? They're all in the White Lotus hall for copying and distribution. They're not here anymore. No, not that. I need the books recording the various nonsense about the White Lotus sect. Oh, they are on the second shelf of the east wall. After hearing Li Sui's answer, Li Huowang ran inside and started rummaging around. Li Sui checked the new clothes that Bai Ling Miao was trying on. Does it fit? If it doesn't, I can change it for you now. It does fit. Sui, what's happening to your father? Don't worry. He will tell us what's happening later. Mother, there's actually something important that I need to tell you today. Bai Ling Miao looked at Li Sui and sat down. Oh, what is it? Mother, do you still remember why you were chosen to become the saintess? The Heavenly Mater chose me. I didn't want to do it willingly. Then, if I gave you the chance, would you give up on being a saintess? I remember that becoming a saintess wasn't your dream, right? Sui, what's going on? Why are you telling me this? Thump. One of the books fell on the ground. Li Sui paused and stared at Li Huowang, who was busy going through all the books. Father, could you be quieter? I'm talking with mother. 1. Officials in ancient times were ranked from 1 to 10, with 1 being the highest rank. Chapter 855, Help. Father, could you be quieter? I'm trying to talk to mother. Li Huowang ignored her and continued to search for the book he needed. He continued to murmur to himself, this book, it's not what I need. Li Sui saw that Li Huowang was ignoring her, so she didn't think much about it. She turned to Bai Ling Miao. Mother, I really don't want you to be the saintess. The higher up you climb, the more dangerous it is for you. I'm worried. Danger? I thought the Dharma sect had been exterminated. What danger is there left? Are you saying? Bai Ling Miao looked towards the direction of the palace. Those at the top are always in danger, no matter where they are. To be honest, I didn't want Gao Zhijian to be the emperor or father to be a twisted one because it's dangerous. They didn't have a choice, but you do. I can find a way to have someone replace you. Bai Ling Miao lowered her head and looked at her new clothes silently. Is this related to the emperors seeking me out? Do they want to do something to me? Li Sui shook her head lightly. No, we haven't reached that stage yet. However, the situation will get very messy very quickly if this continues on. The frequency of such incidents will increase as long as you're the saintess. I fear that the situation will deteriorate in the future. Mother, don't forget that we now have 5 emperors. While Gao Zhijian may not do anything to you, the other emperors are more than eager to get rid of you. There are still people who are on par with me in terms of strength in the other surveillance bureaus. More importantly, there's nothing the White Lotus sect can do. Any resistance would be treated as treason. Then so be it. We will show them how strong we are. Bai Lingmiao's voice revealed a rare hint of anger. The second deity turned and voiced the thoughts Bai Lingmiao had been keeping in her heart. We, the White Lotus Sect, were the ones who fought against the Dharma sect on the front lines. Our people generously donated money, food, and resources to support them. And now they have the nerve to tell us that there are too many people in the White Lotus Sect? Do they think that we are expendable tools? You're absolutely correct. The White Lotus Sect is a tool. Li Sui's words caused the room to fall into a hushed silence, except for the sound of Li Huowang rummaging through the books. Bai Lingmiao was in shock, her eyes wide as she looked at Li Sui. Mother, you must understand that these kinds of incidents are inevitable when you hold such a high position. Mother, you must know that these incidents become common as you sit high in your throne. Since ancient times, emperors have always been cruel people, and the saying that the cruelest person is the emperor is no mere exaggeration. You've escaped from the Zephyr Temple and finally have some time to relax. We finally have some time to relax after escaping Zephyr Temple. Now, it's your turn to enjoy some peace and tranquility. Bai Lingmiao recalled her past and remembered her naive dream. She remembered looking at everyone's back and smiling. A few breaths later, she was pulled back to reality. Bai Lingmiao shifted her gaze elsewhere and said, "It's true, but there are some things I cannot decide for myself. I cannot leave, especially after listening to your words." Why? Li Sui wasn't surprised, but she still asked out of curiosity. Because I'm worried. I'm worried about the emperor, who would treat 2 million lives as a statistic. We are all humans, not weeds sprouting from the fields. Bai Lingmiao clutched onto her clothes as she spoke. I could, at the very least, intimidate them a bit by staying here. If I were to actually leave, the White Lotus Sect would crumble into a disorganized mess, easily manipulated by the emperor's whims. Bai Lingmiao then placed her clothes to the side. Sui, go back and tell Gao Zhijian everything can be negotiated. As a sign of our sincerity, I've restricted my people from recruiting or spreading our gospel. Li Sui sipped her tea and said, Mother, it's not just humans we have to be wary about. We also have to consider what the Simings above think. Will the Heavenly Mater agree? You might end up with 2 dissatisfied parties instead. Bai Lingmiao's expression changed slightly, but she refused to budge. I know that there will be issues, but I don't want to give up. I want to at least try. I can't give up just because I know it will be difficult. I don't want to run from my problems. I want to face them head on this time. I will not regret this, no matter what the outcome is. Nice. The second deity circled around and gave Bai Lingmiao a light peck on her cheek. We've worked hard to secure our role, and now they want us to back down just because they said so? Who do they think they are? Let them try to force us. Let's see if we get exterminated or if we get to punch out their teeth. Li Sui understood Bai Lingmiao's intention and nodded. All right, I will pass on your message. Li Sui stood up and looked at Li Huowang. Father, are you still searching for the book? Do you need my help? What kind of book are you looking for? The second deity glanced at the gift Li Sui had brought them before whispering in her heart. In the end, we are only her stepmother, so it's natural that she's a bit distant from us. Look at how chummy she is with her father. Why are you treating Sui like that? I thought you were very close to her last time. This isn't her fault. She's caught in the middle of 2 opposing forces and has to be careful. Are you sure she's in a difficult position? I might be close to her, but she's no longer 2 years old. She's already 162 years old. There's always going to be a barrier between us. Bai Lingmiao frowned before approaching Li Huowang too. Seeing that Bai Lingmiao didn't want to talk to her anymore, the second deity decided not to say anything else. Her intentions had already been made clear. Hey, crazy bastard. What are you looking for? It's been half a day, and you still couldn't find it? 8 pairs of eyes were better compared to a single pair of eyes. They rapidly searched through the books and soon organized them based on their contents. Some were illustration books, some were records of history, and there were even some scriptures. The genres of the books were chaotic. Li Huowang sat on the floor and read every single one because he couldn't afford to miss anything. He was hoping that he would find what he needed in the books. Father, did something happen in the Qi Kingdom? Li Sui suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Yes, they are here. Their goal isn't the Qi Kingdom, it's the Liang Kingdom. They are passing through the Qi Kingdom, and their real goal is to cross into the Liang Kingdom and kill your mother. Li Sui and Bai Lingmiao were shocked at his words. They now understood why Li Huowang was panicking. Chapter 856, Void Home. Li Huowang explained the situation to Bai Lingmiao and Li Sui. One was from the Surveillance Bureau, while the other was from the White Lotus sect. They needed to learn about it sooner or later. He could even ask Li Sui to pass the message to Gao Zhijian. Threats like these needed to be told to the highest authorities in the history so they could prepare. It would be a significant issue if they were to come and fight against the White Lotus sect with their full strength now. Based on what I've learned, they appeared to have some kind of fight with the White Lotus sect in the past. Since I can't find anything else from them, I thought it would be plausible to find some information through the White Lotus sect, especially about the jade-like hand. Li Sui found the key to the problem. Jade-like hand. Father, did they have a grudge against the White Lotus sect or the Heavenly Mater? Bai Lingmiao's heart sped up because she remembered something. Isn't it the same? Help me find all the past enemies that the White Lotus sect encountered in the records. We can slowly rule them out later on. I think I know who they are, said Bai Lingmiao. Miao Miao had never once come into contact with them, so it was a bit unnatural that she knew who the enemies were. Did they record it down in the books? Who are they? Who's the one with the jade-like hand? Bai Lingmiao didn't know how to explain it. She scanned the books littered on the ground and accurately picked one up before giving it to Li Huang. Li Huang looked at her with doubt before quickly reading through the book. The Heavenly Mater is the ancient god that cannot be birthed or killed. She could send all of us to the Void Home to avoid any tribulations. Everything in this world was supposed to be in the hands of the Heavenly Mater. Every part of the world belonged to the Void Home. Under her care, we gave birth, grew, and became old. One day, someone betrayed her, and they were none other than her most trusted grandchildren. As the army of Unspeakable was being birthed from the Heavenly Mater's Dantian, some of her grandchildren revolted. They conspired with the army of Unspeakable to betray her. They killed the loyal grandchildren and took away everything from the Heavenly Mater. They discarded what they didn't need and swallowed what they wanted. Afterward, they positioned themselves in the very spot where the Heavenly Mother ought to be seated. They feared their deeds would be discovered, so they rewrote the history books. They've changed history in people's hearts. However, we remember. Our history forever belongs to the Heavenly Mater. We will never forget, and we will patiently await the day when the Heavenly Mater reclaims her rightful place on the throne. The Heavenly Mater is both dead and alive. Since they've taken everything, there's nothing else the Heavenly Mater could lose. A person covered in unhealable wounds would never have new wounds on their body. After being stripped of everything, the Heavenly Mater had nothing else to be taken away. The Heavenly Mater is constantly trying, day and night, men and women, or even yin and yang. The traitors are always watching because they are afraid. They are continually hindering us from reuniting with the Heavenly Mater. They can send their people to stop us if they want, but it doesn't matter to us. We simply need to succeed once. With that, the Heavenly Mater will be reinstated upon her rightful throne and return to her rightful place. No matter how long it will take, I will forever wait as her last surviving grandchild. Even if I were to be killed, my son would crawl out from my body and continue the wait. I will have sons and grandsons, and my family will wait forever for the Heavenly Mater and the Void Home. Li Huang stared at the contents and gradually understood what was happening. So, Li Huang placed the book down and looked up. The people who betrayed He Heavenly Mater in the other history were her grandchildren. Li Huang's questions were answered the moment he voiced them. It explained why the people of the Tianchen kingdom held a grudge against the Heavenly Mater, which was also why they sought to kill the saintess of the White Lotus sect after the Heavenly Mater's reinstatement. He was shocked. He continued to read the book in a panic. They allied themselves with the army of Unspeakable and killed the grandchildren who were loyal to the Heavenly Mater. Then, they stripped her of everything, tossing away what they didn't need and taking what they did need. They replaced her and stood where the Heavenly Mater once stood. If this is real, that means that the Void Home is another timeline of the history and the turf of the Heavenly Mater. Li Huang looked up and took a sharp breath as he stared at Bai Lingmiao. To think that they actually did it. That was how the jade-like hand could move his cultivation of the truth so easily. They had taken the heavenly Tao of the Heavenly Mater and used them for their own purposes. Even though the 5 branches of history did not intersect, the current history of the Tianchen kingdom undoubtedly strayed from the path the most. Being able to strip the heavenly Tao from Asiming meant that they were very strong, which was bad because it meant that they would be troublesome opponents. Li Huang frowned and continued to analyze the words of the book. The army of Unspeakable was being birthed from the Heavenly Mater's Dantian when her grandchildren revolted. They had allied with the army of Unspeakable to betray the Heavenly Mater before stripping everything off her. The Unspeakable army. Li Huang pondered those words carefully. The army of Unspeakable was the key here. If not, the grandchildren wouldn't have been able to steal the heavenly Tao from the heavenly mater successfully. He now had to face both the grandchildren from the Void Home and the mysterious army of the Unspeakable. But the Unspeakable recorded in the book clearly didn't indicate that it was Jizai. Jizai was Li Huang himself, and he couldn't have crawled out from the Dantian of the heavenly mater. Also, Jizai was just unspeakable in a sense. Unspeakable was not Jizai's name. Therefore, the army of Unspeakable did not point to Jizai. More importantly, the word army meant that there were a lot of Unspeakable. If that's the case, who owns the jade-like hand? The grandchildren of the heavenly mater or the army of the Unspeakable? Chapter 857 Analysis. Even after he flipped through all of the books, Li Huang had no idea if the owner of the jade hand belonged to the army of the Unspeakable or the so-called grandchildren. He even asked Bai Lingmiao to go and question all of the elders of the White Lotus sect, but they came up empty-handed. It had been a very long time. The White Lotus sect had been hiding for so long that they had no idea how many generations had passed on the surface. As for their memories of the heavenly mater and the Void Home, they were looking through it with a filter of their belief. To them, the stories were just legends or myths that had no substance. Still, their method of questioning them was ultimately correct. Li Huang compiled the information they had obtained and finally understood why he was the one being ambushed instead. The Tianchen kingdom was none other than the Void Home. The heavenly mater had once controlled that particular branch of history. However, after the betrayal of the army of the Unspeakable and the grandchildren, they stripped away the heavenly Tao of the heavenly mater and took it as their own. After everything was taken away from her, the heavenly mater had no choice but to find a way to revive and somehow ended up in the Liang kingdom. The heavenly mater influenced the regular people here, and the influence of the White Lotus sect slowly spread to find a way to revive herself. Unfortunately, there wasn't a spare heavenly Tao around, so the White Lotus sect could not be revived. Finally, the heavenly mater found a chance and obtained a twisted one after going through various issues. At the same time, the heavenly mater obtained both the heavenly Tao of death and heavenly Tao of benevolence. That was how she returned to her throne. As for the Tianchen kingdom, previously the Void Home, they had sensed the reinstatement of the heavenly mater. They would never let the heavenly mater become stronger. They knew for certain that she would take revenge on them after they had betrayed her and even taken her heavenly Tao. They wanted to pass through the Qi kingdom to enter the Liang kingdom. Their goal was to kill the twisted one of the heavenly mater before she became powerful. They planned to destroy the White Lotus sect from the root. There was even a possibility that they would take it a step further by once again stripping both the heavenly Taos from the heavenly mater. Li Huang was coincidentally the one saving the Qi kingdom and interfering with their plan. That was why they wanted to take away the spine sword, which allowed for traversal between the Qi kingdom and the Liang kingdom. After seeing that Li Huang was not an easy foe, they sent Daer to forge an alliance with him. The only flaw in their plan was that the saintess of the White Lotus sect was Li Huang's wife. Li Huang couldn't wait for the heavenly mater to grow strong enough to take revenge on her grandchildren or the army of the Unspeakable. Li Huang would never let his wife face an entire army from an alternate history on her own. In this situation, negotiations were completely out of the question. After hearing Li Huang's explanation, both Li Sui and Bai Lingmiao were worried. The Liang kingdom had just been freed from the threat of the Dharma sect, and now another war was looming just over the horizon. The Void Home is another alternate history. Bai Lingmiao frowned. Seniorly, maybe you're wrong. Perhaps it isn't another history, but the real Void Home. Bai Lingmiao's hands were trembling. Yes, that's right. It's the real Void Home, but it's being occupied by someone else. We just need to help the heavenly mater to take it back. That's right. It must be like that. Li Huang was about to argue, but Li Sui called out to him, prompting him to turn around. Father, if it's as you say, then we can ask the heavenly mater directly. Maybe we can get more clues. That's right. Li Huang perked up. The heavenly mater would certainly remember who had betrayed her and left her in the dust to rot. Meow meow, can you tell your men to find the heavenly mater and find out what happened? Bai Lingmiao took a few panicked breaths before finally calming down. No, I can't do that. I've been trying to contact her ever since death returned, but the heavenly mater still appears to be dead. She hasn't reacted to my voice at all. Li Huang sighed and couldn't even get angry. Someone was knocking on their door, yet the heavenly mater was still playing dead. It wasn't just Jizai. The heavenly mater wasn't being useful either. Li Huang lamented how all of the Simings by his side were practically useless. Never mind. Let's not place our hopes on them. We have to rely on ourselves. Li Huang scratched the back of his head while pacing around, deep in thought as he tried to come up with a plan. He suddenly stopped. Sui, you can head back first and let Gao Zhijin know what's happening. Let him and the other emperors prepare. Li Sui was about to say something when Li Huang said, Actually, you don't have to go. I'll go ahead and inform them. You can contact the other surveillance bureaus. I'm not familiar with them. If the people from the Tianchen kingdom do come, it will be a disaster far greater than a natural disaster. Li Huang looked at Bai Ling Miao. Miao Miao, just let the heavenly mater know what's going on, even if she's pretending to be dead. Li Huang paused and said seriously, Tell her that whether I can help or not depends on the decision of the saintess. Let her know that it was Ji Zai who said that. If the Tianchen kingdom was aiming for the saintess of the White Lotus sect, then Bai Ling Miao was in danger. He needed to find a way to protect her. He hoped that even if they failed, the worst-case scenario would be the death of the heavenly mater rather than Bai Ling Miao. Li Huang nodded at Bai Ling Miao before leaving. As he was running towards the palace, Li Sui caught up to him and said, Father, did you overhear the conversation between me and Mother? Are you killing two birds in one stone? I'm not deaf. Of course I heard it. Mother might not understand your intentions. Maybe you don't know this, but I've seen that the White Lotus sect has become a big obsession and responsibility for her. She poured her heart into it and would never let go of it. If she didn't have the White Lotus sect, she would be left with nothing. Why would she be left with nothing? She still has me. Father, you are really clueless. Mother never let the past go. She's just trying to escape it by using the void home as an excuse. I've tried to figure things out for you too, but I can't find a good solution. After all, you're the person who killed her entire family. I think that if being together causes suffering for both of you, it would be better if you were separated. Chapter 858, Plan. Li Huang stopped and looked at Li Sui incredulously. He never thought she would say something like that. His lips quivered and he shouted, Don't butt into the matters of adults. You are just a child. Li Huang began to walk away, then stopped again. It's up to her whether to understand me or not. Still, I need to use this chance to shake up the heavenly mater so that Miao Miao has the choice at least. All right, as you say. Li Sui slowly sank into the earth, saying, Father, forgive me for my harsh words, but certain issues should be addressed as soon as possible. Dragging things on isn't an option here. Li Huang's body glittered and disappeared. He was invisible now. The palace in Shangjing wasn't far, so Li Huang reached it within moments. This time, Li Huang found Gao Zhijin in the study, where he had been approving proposals and reports. Li Huang kept the story short and explained everything that had happened. Half a division later, Gao Zhijin was frowning. Li Huang said, I hope the emperors do not forsake the White Lotus sect for the sake of peace. The White Lotus sect is so massive that almost every civilian is a part of it. They are integral in every kingdom. Gao Zhijin frowned at Li Huang. I'm not so stupid enough to do that. There's no difference between allowing foreign soldiers to run amok in my lands and giving my throne to someone else. Good. I understand the conflict you have with the White Lotus sect. Don't worry about it. I'm certain that there's a way to resolve it. Gao Zhijin scratched his head. He didn't want Li Huang to get involved with them because he himself didn't know what to do either. Senior Li, what do you think we should do to solve this? I don't have a plan. I will just sit in the middle and not let anyone kill anybody. We can slowly think about a plan that way. I will destroy the side that crosses the line first. They will have to do it over my dead body. Li Huang then looked up at the ceiling and shouted, Stop trying to pretend that you're dead. I'm talking to you too. If you have the audacity to pull off any stupid stunts, I will go to the Baiyu capital to give you a good beating. Senior Li, can you stop fooling around? Actually, that's fine. We have a common enemy in front of us, so let's just set it aside for now. We can get back to it once we resolve the current issue. Fine, let's do this. Li Huang didn't mind making threats and fooling around if it meant that their plan would work. Li Huang asked, What do you intend to do? This is an important decision, so it's best not to be rash. We can wait until the other officials are here before we decide. Gao Zhijin pondered silently, then asked, Senior Li, are you still sending food to the Qi kingdom? Yes. Why? Do you still intend to stop me even though I'm sending food from Cowheart village now? No, I will not. In fact, I will even give them 6 months' worth of food. Li Huang was confused as to why Gao Zhijin suddenly changed his mind. What is he thinking? If the dragon vein wasn't protecting him, I would have thought the sitting Oblivion Dao tricked him. Gao Zhijian's explanation gave Li Huang the answer he needed. I won't send only food, but also weapons and armor. I will even request the Surveillance Bureau to send out some artifacts, pills, and talismans. They will only need to return them once everything is over. Li Huang looked at Gao Zhijian with a complicated expression. I know what you are thinking. You want to turn the Qi Kingdom into a line of defense to prevent them from entering the Liang Kingdom. Gao Zhijian didn't give even a single grain to the Qi Kingdom last time, so there must be a reason for his generosity right now. Standing from the perspective of an emperor, it was indeed an excellent idea to weaponize the Qi Kingdom and make them fight the Tianchen Kingdom in their stead. It was a great plan. All they needed to do was to give some food and equipment. In exchange, the Qi Kingdom would deal with the massive headache, and no one in the Liang Kingdom would need to die. Why not? Both sides would benefit like this. Gao Zhijian said, extending his arms. Of course, I won't give them anything if you don't want me to. Li Huang felt something was wrong, but the plan was logical and had no weaknesses. Fine, just give them quickly. Prepare the things as soon as you can. I will go back and check on them to ensure nothing has happened to the Qi Kingdom. Li Huang took out his spine sword and was about to send out a rift when Gao Zhijian stopped him. Senior Li. Li Huang lowered his arm and looked at Gao Zhijian. Senior Li, humans are humans, while Simings are Simings. Those who are different from us will ultimately have their own agenda. Is that what you've been thinking about? What if there was a Siming who was also a human? What would you do in that case? Li Huang did not wait for an answer and returned to the Qi Kingdom. Gao Zhijian sighed as he stared at the vacant study. The recent conflict with the Dharma sect had finally ended, but another war loomed on the horizon. Once again, the Liang Kingdom was on the brink of chaos. Gao Zhijian couldn't help but wonder when peace would finally return to the lives of its people. It seems we are destined for yet another war, Gao Zhijian murmured. We will have to raise taxes again. He paused, frowning. No, that's not possible. We cannot solely rely on the resources of the Liang Kingdom. The other kingdoms need to lend their support too. Summon the officials for an urgent gathering. We understand. A file of old eunuchs appeared from behind the screen as they greeted Gao Zhijian. Gao Zhijian pondered before he asked. Things have gotten to this stage. I don't think asking about what's going on with Li Huang is too much, is it? Xian Pin floated up from beneath the ground. Gao Zhijian hesitated before he gave out his summons. Soon, an old man carrying a white flag entered the study. The old man's eyes were completely white as an eunuch guided him. Gao Zhijian had met the man before. It was the same person whom they had sought to learn their fortune before the war with the Dharma sect. He was much older now. Master, what do you think about the dangers to the Liang Kingdom this time? The old man nodded silently before he kneeled on the ground. He took out a palm-sized tortoise shell written with red runes. The old man took out 8 bronze coins and threw them into the shell, raising it above his head and shaking it vigorously. As he shook it, the old man mumbled, Zi, Wu, Mao, you by the roadside. In, Shun, Ji, hie back to their home. Jia, Zhen, Yi, Li, Bing, Xing, Kuan, Ding, Qian, Wu, Kan, Ji, and Sun at the gate. He was halfway through the chant when the tortoise shell in his hands burst open. The shrapnel cut open the old man's hands while the bronze coins, now bloodied, fell onto the ground. Gao Zhijian frowned when he saw what happened. The atmosphere in the study became very tense. The old man wiped the blood off his hands using his clothes and touched the bronze coins with his trembling hands. He felt the blood on the coins and shuddered. Nevertheless, the old man remained silent, carrying on with his task of discerning the heads and tails of the coins. Finally, he kowtowed to Gao Zhijian. Your Majesty, it is a sign of great fortune. Chapter 859, Sickness. Li Huang held onto the metallic fence tightly. He looked at the patients outside with his single dispirited eye and observed their strange actions. Li Huang's lips trembled, pondering for a long time before ultimately muttering. Are they really hallucinations? Am I actually ill? Yi Donglai's muffled, angry voice came from behind Li Huang. You're only just realizing that. Do you really think you're a normal person even after committing murder, scaling an electrified fence, and gouging out your own eye? Li Huang tightly grabbed the fence. I have my reasons for doing all that. Which patient doesn't have their own reasons when they injure someone? Those reasons only make sense in your head. They don't hold up in the real world. Li Huang couldn't take it any longer and shouted at Yi Donglai. Why are you so alarmed? I'm the one who's ill, not you. Yi Donglai rose to his feet, his anger evident in his voice. Can I Not be alarmed? Do you know what it means to me if word gets out that you've relapsed? It would render my thesis useless, and I could say goodbye to any chance of getting a promotion. My peers would mock me, and I had even agreed to an interview with a TV station to boast about my treatment plans. If you're not cured, my life is over. I refuse to accept it. Yi Donglai sat back down and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes to calm himself down. When he opened his eyes, he saw Li Huolong staring at him from just a short distance away. Yi Donglai, what are you talking about? Whose projection are you? Why are the changes in me affecting you? Ayayua. Yi Donglai lost his temper again, slamming the table. Take care of him. I need to go and wash my face. Yi Donglai slammed the door shut, leaving the nurse to monitor Li Huolong. Li Huolong paid no attention to them, and instead directed his gaze toward the exterior of the metal fence. He looked at Gao Jingyun, who was on the opposite side of the fence. Am I really hallucinating? Why is everything so real then? If what he's saying is true, then was everything I saw last time true? Which is the hallucination instead? Li Huolong went through his memories and found they had become very unreliable. Even after Yi Donglai had returned, he struggled to differentiate between what was real and what was not. After washing his face multiple times, Yi Donglai sat down and noticed that Li Huolong had already taken a seat across from him. Li Huolong placed both hands on his knees as he patiently waited. What are you doing? Am I not ill? You're my doctor, right? What else do I want? I want to get cured. Yi Donglai rested his chin on his hand and frowned at Li Huolong. What is he thinking? He had always thought he understood Li Huolong, but now Yi Donglai realized he had learned nothing about him. Still, Li Huolong really wanted to be cured, and since he was ill, he needed to be cured. Also, since Qing Wanglai had given up on him, Li Huolong could only save himself right now. Once Li Huolong was cured, he would be discharged once again. This time, he was determined to pay a visit to Qing Wanglai and force out an answer regarding his absence during the Siming's battle. Are you sure? Will you really cooperate with my treatment plan? Of course. Do you need to ask that? I also want to get cured as soon as possible. That can come later. Yi Donglai moved his stool a little. Let's get things clear first. What did you say about me being a projection? I remember you told me about it before. Could you repeat it? No. Li Huolong shook his head. You don't have to worry about that. You only need to cure my hallucinations. Yi Donglai frowned. So you thought that you only needed to get rid of your hallucinations? Then what about the projections? Have you ever thought that the so-called projections are part of your hallucinations too? Li Huolong sat silently for 5 minutes before raising his head. Do you mean Qing Wanglai was fooling us from the very start? No. I meant that Qing Wanglai could be a hallucination too. You know what a delusion is, right? It's a false belief about external reality, which persists despite substantial evidence proving otherwise. I once treated a patient who exhibited this behavior. He believed that any woman who made eye contact with him was attracted to him. It didn't matter if he was beaten up or verbally scolded. He refused to believe otherwise. The more he was physically beaten, the more he convinced himself that it was love. Even if the woman cried and begged him to stop, he would think that the woman was playing the long game. He would always twist what his victims did to fit his delusions. Your condition is an extreme version of that. You even have hallucinations that talk back to you and offer ideas that further twist your delusions. I know you have your very own stable, yet incomprehensible perception of the world, and I believe that you trust it very much. Unfortunately, I must point out that it is a type of delusion. It's the same as the patient who refused to let women go. Frankly speaking, that patient was already in his 60s with 3 broken fingers and a slanted mouth. I doubt that anyone would love him. Li Huolong replied, No, wait. Maybe Qing Wanglai was lying to me, but he's real. Real? Are you sure? Can you prove it? Nana. Li Huolong raised his head. Nana accompanied me last time to meet them. Do you expect me to ask another mentally ill patient to validate your delusion? Can't you let go of her for the time being? You've harmed her too much. When Li Huolong was being treated, a nurse carefully whispered to a coworker, I've heard that the previous doctor who treated him went crazy and was locked up. I fear that this doctor could meet the same fate too. Doctor, you shouldn't have accepted the case. Now that our superiors have given the orders, Li Huolong is doomed to stay here forever whether he's treated or not. They should have done that from the beginning. He has already killed so many people. I felt it was too reckless to discharge him so easily. Aren't they gambling with people's lives by letting a ticking time bomb out? Chapter 860 Choice. The room resonated with the sound of Yi Donglai flipping through papers while diligently jotting down the information provided by Li Huolong. After tens of minutes, Yi Donglai looked up. So, just because of all of this, you think you are Zai, the Siming that controls the heavenly Tao of bewilderment? Yes. Li Huang nodded, still clad in his blue and white hospital gown. Did you eat your medicine today? I did. So let's confirm again. Are you really going to cooperate with my treatment? In our field of work, the patient's mental status affects the treatment. Yi Donglai took out his phone and started recording their conversation. Of course, I'm aware of that. That's why I'm telling you so much. I'm sick, and I need your treatment. No, Li Huang. You don't understand me. I need you to. Really. Want this treatment. You cannot avoid it at all. I have never avoided any of my problems. Li Huang, it's still too early to say that. I've seen many patients who would say that they didn't see an illusion, even though they knew it was a lie. The reality was far crueler than their hallucinations, and so their subconscious mind spurred them to avoid reality and hide in their hallucinations. Yi Donglai continued. Take, for instance, the challenging task of requesting a god, who controls the law of the world, to admit that they are actually a high schooler who never graduated, who blinded one of their own eyes, and who was afflicted by severe mental illness, to make them admit that, in reality, they are a young individual with nowhere to go. Yi Donglai paused and gave Li Huang time to think. Li Huang replied, Don't worry. It's not like the other side is a good place to stay. It's even more cruel than reality. Li Huang suddenly remembered something and bit down hard on his right palm. Yi Donglai, I don't mind if I'm not a Siming or Zai. Qing Wanglai didn't even care about me. He's a person who burns bridges without any remorse. I wish all of them were just hallucinations. Now that everything is over, I want to get out and live peacefully. If what you've said is true, then so be it. Everything is a hallucination. Use every method that you have, and I will cooperate. If you can make me stop seeing them, I'll believe you. Good. Then let me tell you which part of your past is a hallucination. Yi Donglai passed him a stack of paper filled with words before highlighting specific sentences with a pen. Look here. You didn't kill anyone, and the god you allegedly killed, doesn't exist. No one robbed you, and there are no gun wounds on your body. Your shirt was also not bulletproof. In everyone's eyes, you're simply relapsing and becoming crazy again. They called the police, and that's how we found out where you were. We sent someone to bring you back. Impossible, Li Huang exclaimed, recalling the crazy wars between the Simings. As Yi Donglai continued explaining, Li Huang's memories once again became fuzzy. Everything was fake? Has it been fake since the beginning? No. Wait, that can't be true. You need proof to convince me. I can't just accept that everything was fake. Not like this. I will go find the proof for you. Since you will accept my treatment wholeheartedly, we should first consider everything I've previously said to be an illusion. That's how we are going to proceed with your treatment. Yi Donglai felt a sense of satisfaction when he saw Li Huang nodding. It reassured him that, at the very least, his patient was willing to cooperate with him. Here, look at this. You said that there was an armored car at the place where Qian Fu died, but you should know how illogical that is. We live in a lawful society with cameras everywhere. Do you really think there would be an armored car there? This is probably fake. Li Huang stared at the sentence before denying it. Not necessarily. Find a way to figure out who Qing Wanglai is and figure out his true identity. If you say he's fake, you shouldn't be able to find anything about him at all. Li Huang, stop playing games with me. I am the one who is trying to treat you, not the other way around. Do you understand? Yi Donglai's phone suddenly buzzed. He picked up the call. Hello? Warden. Yi Donglai looked at Li Huang once before he left to continue the conversation. Li Huang saw Yi Donglai nodding a few times as he spoke into the phone before finally hanging up. Let's stop here for now. I need some time to consolidate everything before we start a new treatment plan. Be careful not to get lost in your hallucinations. Try to figure out which part is reality. As long as the people I care about are not hallucinations, I should have no problem differentiating the fake from the real. Yi Donglai had just taken a few steps away when Li Huang said, Yi Donglai, with your expertise, can you cure people with depression? Yi Donglai raised his glasses and looked at Li Huang with some interest. Is this about your girlfriend? I've seen her file a few times. The source of her depression is from the outside, so it's easy to cure her. Li Huang beamed. Really? His assumptions were correct. Depression was something that Yi Donglai could treat. Yep. Exogenous depression can be cured by distancing the patient from the source. I cannot treat her unless I treat you first. Li Huang heard Yi Donglai's explanation and frowned. Li Huang, you might think that sincerity is important in your life right now, but once you've reached my age, you will learn that sincerity isn't that important. It's more important to understand how your sincerity affects the people you love. Yi Donglai's tone had softened, no longer harsh, almost as if he was offering advice to the younger generation. Try not to think only from your perspective, but also from the perspective of others. If your love for Yang Na ultimately harms her, then your love is selfish. In that case, it's not really love for her, but rather love for yourself, Yi Donglai said, patting Li Huowang before turning to leave. Li Huowang stood frozen in place, his eyes locked in a vacant stare. I know you will still make the right decision, even if you are ill. Li Huowang stood there for a very long time, his face remaining still until a slight twitch emerged. After a while, he managed to regain his composure. With his legs still cuffed, he slowly walked out the door and peacefully entered his empty room. He slowly slid his body under the bed, biting the bottom of the bedsheet with his teeth. Then, he furiously slammed both of his fists against the wall. The pain in his hands only fueled his fury, pushing him to hit harder until his fists were bloodied. Li Huowang tightly hugged his trembling fists, curling up into a ball. Memories of the beautiful moments he had shared with Yang Na flooded his mind, one by one. Chapter 861, Visitation. Number 13. You have a visitor. The prison guard guided the tired Li Huowang into the visitation room, who pulled out a chair and sat down. He looked up coldly at the guard unlocking his cuffs and said, I'm not a criminal. This isn't a prison visit, but a family visit. I'm in the mental ward. I'm a patient. Yeah. Everyone in the White Tower knows who you are, Li Huowang. You're harder to handle than the prisoners. Even when you make a mess, we can't deduct any points or extend your sentence, and we still have to take care of you. You're more like an emperor than a patient. The guard yanked the cuffs down roughly and walked out. Behave yourself. There's surveillance here. We only took these off to make your family feel better. His handcuffs and leg chains were removed, but the headgear to prevent self-harm was still on. Li Huowang stretched and rubbed his wrists. Wearing the restraints day after day proved to be quite uncomfortable. So, who's visiting today? It couldn't be Yang Na, so it was most likely his mother, son Xiaoqin, or his father, Li Jianqing. Is my mom here? Li Huowang looked toward the door with a mix of fear and anticipation. As his eyes lit up, an arm covered with thorn tattoos dashed his expectations. What's wrong? Disappointed to see me? Ba Nanchu said, chewing on something as she picked up the phone from the other side of the glass. She was still in her Gothic-styled attire, just like when he last saw her in the tattoo shop. However, her tattoos seemed different now. Not really. I'm just happy someone actually came to see me. Thanks, Ba Hui. What happened to your eye? I gouged it out. By yourself? Yeah. Impressive. When you get out, drinks are on me. Li Huowang had just begun chatting when he suddenly stopped in shock. His gaze shifted up towards the camera, which was blinking with a red dot. He urgently exclaimed, Get my doctor, Yi Donglai, immediately. Li Huowang pointed at Ba Nanchu and excitedly continued, Yi Donglai, look at her. She's real. She came to visit me. How can that be fake? None of this is a hallucination. Stop it. Sit down. Li Huowang sat back down, his gaze still fixated on the woman before him. You were there when I confronted those people, right? When Xian Fu died, you were there, correct? It was all real, wasn't it? You can't leave today. I need you to explain to my doctor that all of this is real. Ba Nanchu glanced at the camera and then slipped her hand into her pocket to press a button. They can't hear us now. I don't have time for your madness. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to get out? Li Huowang understood her meaning, but refused. Yes, but not your way. I want to walk out the main gate legitimately. If you're real, then I'm not completely ill. I only have hallucinations. Once those are cured, I'll be discharged in no time. Ba Nanchu looked at him as if he was crazy. Kid, do you really believe that? Do you really believe you can get out after everything you've done? Let me be honest with you. There's no way. Even if you're cured, you'll be kept under observation forever if you don't pay up. The cost of feeding you is nothing compared to the mess you've caused. They'd rather pay a little extra than risk another incident. Otherwise, the entire system would collapse from top to bottom. No, I don't believe you. You're lying. If I'm cured, why would they keep me here? Ba Nanchu leaned back, then leaned forward again. Huh? Lying? Kid, when have I ever lied to you? I told you to watch out for Qing Wanglai, and now look at you, all locked up. You think I'm lying, and he's not. Where is he then? Li Huowang took a moment to calm down a bit and asked about the source of her information. How would you know that? How can I believe you? Don't ask where I got the information. You can figure it out yourself. This isn't the first time, and you know the saying, 3 times is the limit. Think about whether they have a reason to do this. This is human nature. She continued, we can help you get out, but the price is cutting ties with Qing Wanglai and joining our side. Li Huolong finally understood what Ba Nanshi wanted. They were trying to recruit him. Li Huolong was tempted but still cautious. He decided to probe further. You say Qing Wanglai is unreliable, but can Zhao Shuangdian be trusted? During the last crisis in the Baiyu capital, where were your people? Qing Wanglai wasn't there, but neither were you. You're both just as bad as each other. Ba Nanshi replied. I don't understand what you're ranting about. Besides, you weren't with us, so how do you know we didn't do anything? Do things only exist if you see them with your own eyes? Is everything else on the planet non-existent? Li Huolong was still suspicious of their words, so he declined the offer. No, I'm not accepting that. I'm ill. I have a mental illness and need treatment. Since everything is over, why should I leave before I'm cured? Ba Nanshi rested her tattooed cheek in her hand, while her forked tongue flicked briefly in and out of her mouth. Not even for your girlfriend? I hear she's out of the hospital now. She's resting at home and recovering well. Li Huolong shook his head, slowly clenching his fists. Not worth it. Shit, you're a real scumbag. Ba Nanshi stood up. Fine, since you refuse, then so be it. If nothing's worth it, then it doesn't matter that Yang Na is in Qing Wanglai's hands now, does it? Li Huolong's pupils shrank and the veins on his hands bulged. What do you want? Do you really think I can't get out? I saved the Baiyu capital, and I can destroy it too. Don't take it out on me. I didn't do it. Save that rage for Qing Wanglai when you get out. With that, Ba Nanshi left. She didn't tell Li Huolong what he was supposed to do, or when they planned to strike. Both of them understood that they had already come to an agreement. Chapter 862, Method. Li Huolong was handcuffed and shackled again before being sent back to his room. He sat on his bed and thought about the information Baiyu had just revealed to him. He tried to suppress his growing unease as he pondered what Qing Wanglai was plotting. Is he trying to use Yang Na to threaten me? But why? Has he finally dropped the pretense? What is he really up to? Li Huolong trembled and suddenly bit down hard on his hand, his eyes flashing with rage. I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. The longer Li Huolong stayed in White Tower Prison, the more his anger surged. Right as he was on the verge of an outburst and ready to escape, Baiyu finally made a move. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and even the psychiatric patients were being given mooncakes. The patients actually made the mooncakes themselves, which not only saved labor costs, but also allowed them to revel in the festivities. It was truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. The mooncakes were stamped with the words, White Tower Psychiatric Ward. The center featured the outline of a human head with a caduceus inside. There were many flavors of mooncakes: milk and cheese, green apple and plum, coffee and chocolate, peach and oolong tea, taro, and golden sweet potato. However, Li Huolong had no interest in any of them. A nurse handed him a snow-skin sweet potato mooncake. Try one. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. How can you not eat a mooncake? I know you miss home. We all do. Cooperate with the treatment, and you'll get to reunite with your family once you're better. The room was adorned with colorful paper, adding to the festive atmosphere. Nevertheless, Li Huolong felt none of it. He numbly stuffed the mooncake into his mouth. He suddenly froze halfway through chewing. There was something inside the sweet potato filling. Everyone, there's an inmate band from Zone 6 performing a show. Let's watch while we eat. The patients, who were watching television, quickly grabbed their mooncakes and rushed toward the voice. While Zone 6 was a maximum security area, it was full of talented individuals who could rival the people outside. Li Huolong remained seated. He waited until the lounge was empty before removing the object from his mouth. He pretended to examine the design on the mooncake as he swiftly unfolded the piece of paper. He quickly memorized its contents, then chewed and swallowed it. Li Huolong acted nonchalantly, eating a few more pieces of the mooncake before standing up to leave. An orderly who had been watching TV quickly got up to follow him. Where are you going? Bathroom. Number 1 or 2. Hurry up, this comedy skit is pretty funny. Li Huolong ignored him and headed toward the stall mentioned in the note. To his surprise, there was someone inside. It was a doctor who looked exactly like himself. The man raised a finger to his lips, motioning for silence. Then, he retrieved a lifelike mask and placed it on Li Huolong's face. Sitting Oblivion Dao? Li Huolong withdrew slightly. He quickly realized it wasn't the Sitting Oblivion Dao. It was just a high-quality latex mask. He had seen these online before. When paired with makeup, they could appear incredibly realistic. They had even been used for prison escapes in some countries. Wearing the mask felt like wearing a second face. The man expertly began to apply some makeup to Li Huolong's face. Are you done? At the orderly's urging, the man swiftly switched clothes with Li Huolong and cuffed himself with the handcuffs, shackles, and headgear. The man handed Li Huolong another piece of paper and patted his shoulder. Finally, he left with the nurse. When the coast was clear, Li Huolong stepped out of the stall and stared at his unfamiliar reflection in the mirror. He touched his face, astonished at Zhao Shuangdian's abilities. The skin, the eyes, and everything else looked incredibly real. A quick glance under his bangs revealed no noticeable difference unless inspected closely. Still, now wasn't the time to admire the craftsmanship. Time was running out. After double-checking the contents of the note, Li Huolong swallowed it before taking out a magnetic card from his pocket. He took a deep breath, gripped the card tightly, and then walked toward the exit of White Tower. He swiped the card at the metal door, which beeped and opened. Li Huolong felt a weight lift from his body. As he approached the second door, a familiar voice stopped him. Wait, who are you? Li Huolong's heart raced. He turned toward the voice and saw Yi Donglai approaching. Yi Donglai glanced at the name tag on Li Huolong's chest and extended his hand. Dr. He, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Yi Donglai. Li Huolong panicked. Although his appearance had changed, his voice remained the same. Yi Donglai would instantly recognize him if he spoke since they were well acquainted. You're new, right? Your silhouette seemed familiar, so I thought you were someone else. As the atmosphere tensed, Li Huolong suddenly had an idea. He recalled something Yi Donglai had once said to him. Li Huolong took a step back and looked at Yi Donglai disdainfully. He shook his head and clicked his tongue in mock derision. He was deliberately displaying contempt towards Yi Donglai, the doctor whose thesis had been retracted. It was rude and offensive, but the world was full of such arrogant people. Yi Donglai understood the message. His breathing deepened and his face reddened. In the past, colleagues would gossip behind his back. However, this new doctor didn't even try to hide his disdain, making it hard for Yi Donglai to keep his composure. What gives you the right to look down on me? You have no idea what kind of patient Li Huolong is. If Li Huolong were left in your hands, you useless doctors wouldn't even know where to begin. Li Huolong feigned indifference, turning around and striding away. Although he felt a little guilty for treating Dr. Yi this way, he couldn't afford to care about it. All he could think about was Yang Na's uncertain fate. You all just wait. The day I cure Li Huolong, I'll make sure all of you open your eyes and see. I, Yi Donglai, am still number one. Chapter 863, Meeting. Li Huolong continued walking forward. As he moved farther away, Yi Donglai's voice became fainter and fainter. Li Huolong finally breathed a sigh of relief when he passed through the second door and could no longer hear Yi Donglai's voice. He was safe. He quickly changed into plain clothes and exited through the main door. A black car was already waiting nearby. He took one last look at the gray-white building of the White Tower prison behind him and walked toward the car. When he opened the car door, he saw Ba Nanshu sitting inside with her legs crossed, focused on scrolling through her phone without even looking up. Her younger brother was driving. Get in. At this point, Li Huolong no longer hesitated and got into the car. The first thing he did was tear off everything from his face. The glue they used stuck painfully to his skin. Does Zhao Shuangdian have more connections than Qing Wanglai? He got me out so easily. Breaking into a prison to rescue a criminal would be hard, but breaking out a mentally ill patient is not too difficult. After all, who would expect someone to go to such lengths for a mental patient? Li Huolong looked up at Ba Shengqing, who was driving. Do you know where Qing Wanglai and Yang Na are? We need to find them as soon as possible. His legs started shaking uncontrollably, and his emotions grew increasingly agitated. Is there a knife? I need a weapon. Ba Nanshu lazily stretched out her leg, covered in thorn tattoos, and pressed it down on Li Huolong's trembling knee. Why are you so anxious? We'll figure it out when we get there. Things might not be as bad as you think. When we arrive, control your temper. We've brought you along, but we're not trying to make you enemies with the Qing kid. We're still on good terms with him, at least on the surface. Let's not make things too ugly. Li Huolong didn't listen to a word of this. He was entirely lost in his own thoughts. He didn't know how much time had passed, but every second felt excruciatingly long. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a villa in the woods. It was secluded and private, giving off an air of luxury. The moment the car stopped, Li Huolong leaped into action, flinging the car door open and bolting out like a cheetah. A European-style villa came into view, showcasing an elevated entrance, a grand door, arched windows, and stone corners blending with white plaster walls and black roof tiles. It exuded elegance and grandeur, clearly setting Qing Wanglai's turf apart. Li Huang quickly scanned the courtyard before jumping into the garden's pond. He grabbed a fist-sized rock and rushed toward the villa's entrance. Bang! He kicked the door open and startled Chen Hongyun, who was sitting in the living room. She had been eating snacks and watching a movie. Are you crazy? Can't you be quieter? Li Huang stormed up to her and shouted. Where is Qing Wanglai? Where is he? He's on the 3rd floor. He stayed up all night with Zhao Lei, so he's probably catching up on sleep. Li Huang immediately rushed up the stairs. When he reached the 3rd floor with the rock in hand, Qing Wanglai had already come out of his room to check out the commotion. Qing Wanglai saw Li Huang charging at him with the rock. What's going on? Calm down. What's wrong with your eyes? Are you okay? Although his tone indicated concern, his actions didn't match his words. He pointed a black gun directly at Li Huang's head, forcing him to stop in his tracks. Where is Yang Na? Where is she? If you hurt her, I'll never let this go. Qing Wanglai remained calm. First of all, I'd like to clarify that she came to me on her own. I don't know where you got your information, but I had no intention of kidnapping her. She can leave whenever she wants. She hasn't left because she thought you'd come here. She's been waiting for you. Now, I'll answer your question. She's in the 3rd door on the left behind you. Wu Qi has been taking care of her these past few days. While neurology isn't her specialty, she is still a medical professional. Li Huang glared at Qing Wanglai and slowly backed toward the 3rd door on the left while still facing him. Thump, thump, thump. Li Huang knocked hard on the door. Wu Qi, wearing a face mask, opened the door and said, Who's making all this noise? It's so annoying. Oh, Li Huang, you're out? We were planning to rescue you. What happened to your eyes? Li Huang quickly pushed past her and rushed inside. He found Yang Na curled up in the corner, holding her head. Nana, Nana. Li Huang walked over and pulled her into his arms. She smelled his familiar scent, then slowly raised her head and looked at his face. In her weary state, she reached out and touched his empty eye sockets, her gaze filled with anguish. Huang, what happened to your eyes? Where did they go? Was it because of me? Did this happen to you because of me? No, it wasn't because of you. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. Li Huang repeatedly reassured Yang not to prevent her from feeling any more guilt, as that was the last thing she needed. After a long while, she finally smiled softly. She leaned in, and their faces touched gently. Huang, I believe you. I believe everything you say, and I heard their voices. I'm just like you. We're both Simings, you're Jizai, and I'm the Heavenly Mater. Li Huang's face twitched uncontrollably. It was unclear whether he wanted to cry or laugh. He didn't care whether this was real or not. He just wanted to bear it all himself and not let anyone else suffer like he had. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out from Qing Wanglai, who stood smiling. Very good, very good. Let's all give a round of applause to welcome our new comrade. Damn it. Li Huang lunged forward and punched him in the face, sending him flying. As he was about to pounce on Qing Wanglai again, the others stepped in to stop him. That's enough, Li Huang. Don't be like this. It's not worth it. We're all on the same side. Come on, separate them. With the others pulling him back, Li Huang didn't get another chance to hit Qing Wanglai. He shook them off, walked over to Yang Na, and gently lifted her up. Where are you taking her? I'm taking her home. She's mentally ill and needs rest. She needs to be away from the triggers. Chapter 864, Trigger. Li Huang slowly rode his motorcycle down the lane, with Yang Na seated behind him. He intentionally freed one hand to grip Yang Na's hands, fearing she might fall. Yang Na clung tightly to Li Huang, her long hair fluttering in the breeze. Huang, where are we going? Home. Home? Why go home? It's all fake and all just projections. I'm now the Heavenly Mater. I'm like you now, a Siming, a deity of the world. Li Huang felt a sharp jolt in his heart. At that moment, he finally understood the despair his mother must have felt when she knelt at the kindergarten gates. Nana, you're sick. It's all fake, just illusions. Then what about yours? Were all the things you said just illusions too? Li Huang's head began to ache. He felt as though two giant hands were violently pulling at his brain, attempting to crush it into a pulp. He clenched his fists and punched his own head several times. Finally, he nodded with great pain. Yes, that's right. I was very ill too, with a serious mental illness. During that time, I had all sorts of hallucinations. But look at me now. I'm cured. I no longer have any hallucinations. Really? Yang Na rested her head against Li Huang's back, her eyes filled with deep confusion. She slowly began to cry, and her tears soaked Li Huang's back. Don't cry. If something is troubling you, tell me. Keeping things bottled up isn't good for you. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't called the police, you wouldn't have lost an eye. It's all my fault. Huang, you only have one eye left, and there's a scar on your face. If I die and no one wants you, what will you do? Li Huang replied, it's okay. It really has nothing to do with you. He continued to comfort her, despite knowing his words likely wouldn't help much. She was too ill to be cured with mere words. She needed medical treatment. While they talked, Li Huang drove the motorcycle into a residential complex and stopped at the entrance of a building. He had been to Yang Na's home many times and couldn't possibly forget where it was. He saw the missing person notice posted at the building's entrance and paused momentarily. It seemed Yang Na had been gone for a while. He helped Yang Na off the bike, supporting her frail body as they headed toward the elevator. However, Yang Na wasn't cooperating. She grabbed the door tightly. Huang, are you lying to me? Why does everything you said before seem different now? Why do I feel like something's wrong with you? What's going on? Come on, nothing's wrong. Li Huang tried to pull her hand away. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind him. Li Huang's scalp tightened. He froze in place when he turned around to see who it was. The next moment, he was punched and sent flying backward. As he staggered and felt his teeth loosen, he stood back up to see the man holding Yang Na in his arms. Li Huang didn't get angry. After all, that man was Yang Na's father, Yang Wanli. Li Huang rubbed his face and lowered his hand. Hello, uncle. You bastard. So it was you who abducted her. What have you done to her? Yang Wanli led his daughter to his wife, then rolled up his sleeves and charged at Li Huang. Wanli, come back. That guy's dangerous. He's a madman who's killed several people. His wife's words brought a sudden calm to Yang Wanli, who quickly retreated and stood protectively in front of his wife and daughter. Li Huang. Yang Wanli's voice shook with fear and desperation. What did we ever do to you? Why are you doing this to Nana? Look at her. Look at her wrists. Yang Wanli raised his daughter's delicate arm, where scars crisscrossed on the inside. I'm begging you. She's already suffered so much. Please let her go. Are you only going to stop once you've pushed her to the point of death? Li Huang stood silently and endured the accusations. In the end, he said nothing and turned to leave. As he mounted his motorcycle, he heard Yang Na's heartbreaking scream from behind. Huang. Li Huang's heart trembled. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but no words came out. He understood everything. Yang Na had external depression. To help her recover, she needed to be far away from her triggers, and he was the biggest trigger. No matter what happened to Li Huang, it seemed that misfortune would inevitably strike those who were associated with him. If nothing went wrong, today might be the last time he saw Yang Na. He was willing to let go if his departure could help Yang Na recover. Uncle, if possible, take Nana to live in another city for a while, Li Huang said, seated on his motorcycle. Then, he revved the engine and drove away. The motorcycle sped up, soon reaching a dangerous speed. At that moment, Li Huang found himself thinking that, perhaps, dying in an accident wouldn't be such a bad thing. However, things didn't go as he wished. There hadn't been any accidents even as he neared White Tower Prison. By that point, his motorcycle was low on fuel. He tossed it on the roadside and began to walk towards White Tower Prison. A black car slowly approached from behind on the deserted street, matching his walking pace. The car window rolled down, revealing Ban Nanshu holding a beer bottle. Hey kid, did you forget something? You're too young to have such a bad memory. Get lost. I'm not in the mood. Don't play dumb. We went through all the trouble to break you out from there. You're not walking back. Come on, Zhao Shuangdian wants to see you. I'm not going. Why do they need me so badly? Is the sky going to fall without me? Kid, that's not how this works. We had an agreement. We help you escape, and you join us against Qin Wanglai. Li Huang turned his bloodshot eyes towards her. I'm breaking the deal. So what? Come bite me if you don't like it. The screech of brakes echoed as the two siblings stepped out of the car. They looked at Li Huang with malice. We've been waiting for you to say that. Been wanting to take you down for a long time. Li Huang scanned them to search for weaknesses. I can't fight both at once. I'll have to take down the girl first, then focus on the big guy. Just as the situation was about to escalate, a sharp ringtone cut through the tension. Chapter 865, Negotiation. Pause for a moment. Bananshu said before pulling out her phone and answering it. Hello? Yes, it's me. Yeah, he's right in front of me. He refuses to go, no matter what. I don't know what's gotten into him. We had a deal, and now he's backing out. Are we really going to deal with someone like him? Aren't you worried it's contagious? All right, you talk to him. Bananshu tossed the phone to Li Huang. Here, Zhao Shuangdian wants to talk to you. Li Huolong caught the phone, hesitated, then held it to his ear. A familiar, pleasant voice came through the speaker. We know more than Qing Wanglai. Join us, and you'll finally understand what's happening to you. I know what's happening. The doctor already told me. I have a mental illness. I don't need you to repeat it. Really? Do you genuinely believe you're mentally ill? Then how do you explain the earrings your girlfriend is wearing? Can mental illnesses make things appear out of thin air? Li Huolong remained silent. Don't lie to me, and don't lie to yourself. This isn't something that a mental illness can explain. Forget the information others have drilled into your mind. That's just the system and rules trying to correct your misalignment. Remember this. You are you. You are your own Li Huolong, not the one others want you to be. Li Huolong finally said, I don't understand. If you're saying I'm not mentally ill, then prove it. I want solid evidence. Evidence that is not just from me, but from you. I can't tell what's real and what's not. However, I can't be the only one suffering, right? Proof? Sure. The motorcycle that Qing Wanglai got for you is pretty expensive, right? He's rich, isn't he? How do you think he got so wealthy? Li Huolong glanced back at the motorcycle lying on the ground. Don't be fooled just because it's a motorcycle. It's more expensive than a car. It costs over $1 million. He's not a trust fund kid. So have you ever wondered how he has so much money? Think about the earrings you gave to your girlfriend and the gold your family received. You're not the only smart one around here. Want to know more, Li Huolong? Let's talk in person. Zhao Shuangdian hung up, leaving Li Huolong deep in thought. She was clearly trying to bait Li Huolong into asking more questions. Qing Wanglai's money came from that other world, but he never went mad like I did. How did he manage it? Is his other world the same bizarre place I was in? Could we have crossed paths in that world without me knowing? Questions flooded Li Huolong's mind, leaving him desperate to understand what was going on. He wanted to know the truth, whether it was an illusion or reality. Fine, take me to see Zhao Shuangdian. Li Huolong climbed into the car. The siblings exchanged disappointed looks and got in as well. As the car sped past buildings, Li Huolong's thoughts swirled between past experiences. Fantasy mixed with reality, which left him in turmoil. Could Zhao Shuangdian's words just now have been an illusion? He turned to examine the siblings beside him. Could they be illusions too? He reached down to feel the seat under him. Could this car be an illusion too? Ba Nanchu's expression shifted when she noticed his strange actions. Idiot. No, this can't continue. I need a way to distinguish between what's real and what's not. Otherwise, I'll go insane. Li Huolong closed his eyes and tried to think of a way to figure it out. The solution was elusive. By the time they arrived at Ba Nanchu's bloody bonfire tattoo parlor, he still hadn't come up with anything. For now, Li Huolong set his concerns aside and followed them down into the tattoo shop. Upon entering, he saw Zhao Shuangdian lounging on a couch. Although she looked the same as before, her actions were completely different from when they had first met. She was drinking whiskey while watching a TV drama on her tablet. Sit, Zhao Shuangdian said, patting the couch beside her. Li Huolong sat down beside her. The show was a romantic drama, though he couldn't recall its name. If Yang Na were here, she would probably know. She loved this type of show. His expression darkened at the thought of Yang Na. Feeling down? Want some whiskey? Zhao Shuangdian said. Li Huolong grabbed the dark blue bottle and took a swig. The next moment, he felt like his mouth was on fire. After a few more gulps, the alcohol kicked in and he started to feel better. All right, tell me what's going on. You need to ask specific questions before I can answer. What you said on the phone, is it true? Did Qing Wanglai's money really come from there? Yes, it's true. However, I don't know the exact details. It's just a logical deduction. So that world really exists? And I really am assuming? Yang Na wasn't wrong either. Zhao Shuangdian swirled the liquid in her cup. Have you heard about the story of the blind men and the elephant? Of course, it's a well-known tale. You even mentioned it before. A group of blind men each feel a different part of an elephant. One touches the leg and says the elephant is like a pillar. Another touches the tail and says the elephant is like a broom. One touches the ear and says the elephant is like a fan. Another touches the tusk and says the elephant is like a horn. Finally, the one who touches the trunk says the elephant is like a thick rope. She paused and smiled at Li Huolong. Which part of the elephant do you think you are touching? I'm experiencing a world. A real world. Even if it's bizarre, it's real. I'm not saying your world isn't real. It's just limited, like the shadow of this bottle. Zhao Shuangdian held up the whiskey bottle, which cast a shadow on the floor. See that shadow? Yes. That's your world. Real, but incomplete. She tilted the bottle slightly, changing the angle of the shadow. This is someone else's world. It's also real, but also incomplete. She continued. All of you see only shadows, never the deeper truth, the most real world. With that, Zhao Shuangdian placed the dark blue whiskey bottle before Li Huowang. Chapter 866, Cooperation. Zhao Shuangdian gently tapped her finger on the blue bottle in front of Li Huowang. Her finger was adorned with a coat of clear nail polish. This is the real world. All the other worlds are merely reflections of it. Inside the closed bloody bonfire tattoo shop, Zhao Shuangdian continued to explain everything to Li Huowang. We can glimpse some information and changes through one reflection, but it's very difficult to truly understand everything. Our cognition always alters and distorts our perceived reality, so we never fully understand the true reality. So, your theory is no different from Qing Wanglai's projection theory? Li Huowang asked, looking at the dark blue bottle before him. Li Huowang recalled the bizarre world. He remembered the Baiyu capital and thought about how others perceive the world. Li Huowang's comment made Zhao Shuangdian shake her head. No, it's different. His theory is that everything is merely a projection of some entity. She continued. However, I believe all of this is real and a part of the truth. Like the story of the blind men touching the elephant. Can you say that the elephant's leg isn't part of the elephant? Li Huowang felt irritated. Stop with the metaphors. I don't want to hear about the elephant's leg or the elephant anymore. I just want to know what the real thing is. Oh, how much do you know about Hilbert space? I could try to explain. The what? Didn't you say you were using mathematics? Never mind, let's stick with the elephant metaphor. It's easier to understand. Li Huowang sat there silently, trying to digest the explanation. He wasn't sure if Zhao Shuangdian was telling the truth or if this was just another delusion by a mental patient. Although Zhao Shuangdian seemed calm and rational, Qing Wanglai had made him hesitant to jump to conclusions. After thinking for a moment, Li Huowang stood up. Thank you for explaining all this, but I still can't fully trust your worldview. Don't trust me? Then, do you trust Qing Wanglai? Or do you trust nothing at all? Do you think this is all just an illusion and you're just a lunatic? That's right. I'm a lunatic, so what? Is being a lunatic so rare? Why are you so eager to pull a lunatic like me in? You've been saying all this nonsense just to use me as a tool. Since there was no imminent threat to him, Li Huowang didn't want to get involved with them anymore. His problem was reality, and no matter what that reality was, he just wanted to live well in this world. He didn't need to be successful. He just needed to become a normal person. That way, those who cared about him wouldn't have to worry. This isn't about using you. It's about sticking together. You think what you've seen so far is everything. Li Huowang felt a jolt as memories of past events flooded back into his mind. Those who had spied on him, those who had tried to kidnap him, and those who had tried to kill him. Still 18, huh? So naive. Zhao Shuangdian's words stopped Li Huowang in his tracks. What do you mean by that? I mean that things aren't over. We only pushed them back once. Do you think that's enough for you to comfortably enjoy life now? Zhao Shuangdian's words sent chills through Li Huowang. He quickly approached her, his pupils trembling. They'll come back? They still want to invade the Baiyu capital? Why? I don't know what they're after. I haven't figured that part out, but I believe the real world isn't just one elephant. If they make a move, it won't be like their previous small tests. It could cause turmoil everywhere. The tusks, legs, trunk, and even our side of the elephant. Fortunately, we have ways to protect our part of the elephant since we're all blind men feeling the elephant. And you're special. Others can only feel one part, but you have unique senses. You can feel two sides, which makes you closer to the truth than anyone else. Zhao Shuangdian reached out and gently stroked Li Huowang's face, her hand finally resting on his blood-red eye socket. You're truly special. Slap. Li Huowang knocked her hand away. When will they strike again? They? Strike? I don't know when they'll act, but I know our counterattack is on the 2nd of next month. Counterattack? Yes, exactly. The best defense is a good offense. We can't wait for them to strike first. We need to take the initiative this time, which is why I sought you out. Zhao Shuangdian extended her hand toward Li Huowang. I sincerely invite you to join us and use your talents to help us. Li Huowang looked at her outstretched hand and said, Why should I believe you? What if you're just another Qing Wanglai? Because I have what you want. I know saying goodbye to her can't be easy. You two grew up together and shared the same classroom since elementary school. It'd be a shame to let all that history just disappear. As long as you agree, once this matter is entirely resolved, I can help you and your girlfriend return to a peaceful and simple life. You will be completely cut off from everything you don't want to deal with. You could retake your exams together and lead a simple life. Of course, if you want wealth, I can arrange that too. Both options require the same amount of work from me. Li Huawang remained skeptical despite the temptation. He had been deceived too many times before. No, I think there's a catch in your offer. You're talking about isolating us from everything. Do you intend to take over the heavenly Tao that Yang Na and I manage after this is over? Zhao Shuangyan frowned and shook her head. Sorry, I really don't understand. It's fine if you don't understand. I just want to make it clear that I won't give up my heavenly Tao. If I were an ordinary person instead of a Siming, I would be like a pig or sheep waiting to be slaughtered in front of you Simings. You'd be able to do anything you wanted to me. I don't have any expectations regarding your sense of good and evil. However, Li Huawang said as he reached out and shook her hand, I am willing to cooperate with you. As for my compensation, let's not rush. We can discuss it while working together. He no longer feared anything, given his current situation. The worst that could happen was death, which he no longer feared. On the contrary, it would be a massive gain if he could find a way to escape his current predicament. He could only go up since he was already at his lowest point. There was no need to be overly cautious. Zhao Shuangyan was satisfied with Li Huawang's response. She gently shook her head. Very well, let's have a smooth cooperation. From today on, we are partners. He looked at the intelligent beauty before him and pondered the final question. Zhao Shuangyan, what kind of Siming are you? Chapter 867, Strange. Thwack. A heavy burlap sack thudded onto Feng Bawan's sweat-soaked back, and his legs trembled. Another bag. Feng Bawan shouted with a strained voice. Another sack was added to his load, and Feng Bawan mustered all his strength and carried it to the construction site ahead. Though it was exhausting work, he didn't slack off at all, sustained by the promise of good meals. Clang, clang, clang. The gong sounded. Mealtime, mealtime. The workers promptly set aside their tools and eagerly turned their attention to the heavy baskets being brought in on a shoulder pole. It was the moment they had been waiting for. When the cover over the top was lifted, golden fried rice was revealed underneath, making everyone salivate uncontrollably. The fried rice was seasoned with soy sauce. It also included wild vegetables, mushrooms, and, surprisingly, chunks of meat. This wasn't rice with fake meat. It was real pork, and nowadays, not many people were starving to death. Feng Bawan didn't even bother to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He grabbed his chopsticks and devoured the fragrant, flavorful fried rice. Even though it was just a simple serving of soy sauce fried rice, it felt like he was eating something extraordinary, like dragon liver and phoenix marrow. After finishing most of the rice, he finally took the bowl of soup. He saw the thin layer of pork fat floating on the wild vegetable soup, and then drank it with delight. His entire body shivered as he slurped it up, and the indescribable aroma lingered on his lips and teeth, refusing to fade away. It was truly delicious. Nyosen wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and sighed in relief. This is what living is supposed to be like. At that moment, he overheard some of the others discussing nearby. Hey, life is starting to look better. Look at how much soy sauce they put in. My wife wouldn't have used so much soy sauce when she was alive. Yeah, this is better than what I used to eat. It's all thanks to the Bodhisattva. These grains were all provided by him. I heard he's been sending food day and night, and still hasn't finished. The righteous monastery has turned into a mountain of grain. Feng Bawan didn't join the conversation because he knew more than them. He had even seen the red-clad Bodhisattva with his own eyes. While the Bodhisattva had a bad temper, Feng Bawan still viewed him as a savior. At that moment, the stories he'd heard from the elders about the mysterious Bodhisattva became vividly real to him. He had even set up a clay altar at home, accurately depicting the Bodhisattva's sword and red robes. There was also a plaque before the statue bearing Zhuge Yuan's title. There was no incense now, but he still worshipped it day and night. On the 1st and 15th of each month, he would save a little food to offer it at home. Feng Bawan clutched his stomach in pain. It had started to hurt again. Ever since he had eaten the mushrooms he had grown, these occasional bouts of pain had become a regular occurrence. He didn't know what was causing the pain. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of red streaking across the sky. Zhuge Bodhisattva? Feng Bawan stood up despite his stomachache, but the red streak had already flown far away. Li Huawang didn't notice the insignificant gazes below. He was focused entirely on the city's defenses. The once decayed city walls were gradually being rebuilt. Even if nothing was inside the walls, a solid foundation needed to be established first. Li Huawang couldn't afford to become complacent. They were vulnerable to potential attacks from the army of the Tianchen kingdom at any given moment. He shouldn't need to transfer too many people based on the speed and range of his spine sword's travel. However, it was better to be safe than sorry, and there was nothing wrong with being prepared. The newly established Surveillance Bureau of the Great Qi Kingdom had already learned about the Tianchen Kingdom's origins. They had begun to keep watch and expand their numbers. However, not everyone had the talent for it. Only a few sects could join, and the overall strength of the Great Qi hadn't increased significantly. The only thing that could expand quickly was the military, which was gradually re-established thanks to more citizens enlisting. Strangely, the Tianchen Kingdom didn't seem to be in a hurry. Despite the Great Qi's rapid revival, no one had come to attack or make any moves. Li Huang wasn't anxious. Time was on his side. The Great Qi would only grow stronger with time. If the Great Qi could be truly restored to its previous power, the Tianchen Kingdom would have no chance at all. However, the recent strange occurrences made Li Huang uneasy. He had not deceived anyone, but false qi kept appearing. There were quite a few occurrences, and their numbers kept increasing. Although such false qi would be useful in future battles, it was still odd. What's going on? Could it be a scheme by the sitting Oblivion Dao? Is Shai Zi trying to get involved? Or are these Beifeng's methods? After some thought, he deemed it unlikely. Beifeng didn't have such means, and he had thoroughly checked the sitting Oblivion Dao's liar's scripture and never saw one that gave out false qi. They deceived others. They didn't give things away. Could it be a new trick? Using false qi to deceive false qi? When I have the chance, I'll get Sui Sui to stir up some trouble with the sitting Oblivion Dao to prevent them from causing chaos. While pondering, Li Huang arrived at the inner palace of the Yu capital and floated down directly. The Mo family also rebuilt the imperial city of Yu capital, but there was no emperor there anymore. The chief had completely occupied it. Daoist, the Gan family members, and some colleagues skilled in divination haven't been able to predict where they will appear. Li Huang wasn't upset with them. People in this world could only calculate things within the world. How could they predict the existence of the hometown of True Void? Moreover, now that the feng shui of Great Qi had stopped, it was unlikely they could calculate anything further. Astrological predictions were even more fruitless. Since it can't be calculated, let them stop trying. Focus on preparing for battle. Okay. As soon as the military personnel left, the abbot of Righteous Monastery approached. Amitba, benefactorly, I have some news. Are you sick? Is this the time for politeness? Speak quickly. After a moment of consideration, Chan Du said, benefactorly, I believe this matter isn't as serious as it seems. Perhaps we can negotiate with the other party. There was some substance to his words. Li Huang looked at him thoughtfully, and a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. What? Do you think the grain from the Tianchen Kingdom is better? Do you think it would be better for the Great Qi to cooperate with them? He continued, Imperial Preceptor Chan Du, you are a monk, not a merchant calculating every detail with an abacus. Chapter 868 Act. Li Huang's words clearly had an underlying meaning, which Chan Du naturally picked up on. Chan Du clasped his hands together and gave a slight bow. Amitba, as a monk, I do not speak falsehoods. Since I've already stated that the Great Qi is under your care, I will not go back on my word. However, even though the Righteous Monastery is the state church of the Great Qi, it cannot control the hearts of all people. Others may dare to believe in the deeds that the monks of the Righteous Monastery do not. As he spoke, for monks used their staffs to carry an old man over, setting him down in front of Li Huang. As soon as he was brought over, the old man revealed everything he knew, as if any delay would lead to unbearable suffering. I don't know. I really don't know who spread those rumors. They said that the Tianchen Kingdom had no intention of fighting against the Great Qi and that a fake Bodhisattva deceived the people of Great Qi. They claimed that we were being manipulated to work and suffer for the benefit of others. They also said that the fake Bodhisattva caused all the disasters in Great Qi. That's all. I swear that's all I know. I truly don't know anything else. I won't dare anymore. I really won't dare. Rumors. Li Huang hadn't expected the first move from the other side to be such a low blow of half-truths mixed with lies. It now seemed that the Tianchen Kingdom had indeed made a move, but instead of confronting him directly, they intended to play tricks from the shadows. They understood now that directly opposing him wouldn't benefit them. Even if they won, it would result in mutual destruction. As such, they decided to spread rumors to erode the morale of the Great Qi and undermine his authority. If he couldn't command the Great Qi, things would take a turn for the worse. Li Huang could tell that this was the work of Beifeng. If not Beifeng, Then it was the doing of the sitting Oblivion Tao from the Tianchen kingdom. He pondered for a moment and then turned to Chandu. But since they've made their move, has Great Qi's Surveillance Bureau come up with an answer? I've already instructed them to stay vigilant and prevent the spread of these rumors. Li Huolong shook his head. That won't work. You can't block rumors. The more you try to suppress them, the more the people of Great Qi will believe them. And even if you manage to suppress them for now, so what? They can always come back and spread them again. We have no advantage in this regard. Then what should we do? Leave it to me, Li Huolong said as he walked toward the exit. Rumors were one of the tools used in sitting Oblivion Tao. Since Li Huolong understood how they used them, he could also unravel them. If they want to spread rumors, I'll help them spread more. Li Huolong pulled a mask over his face and changed his appearance to that of an ordinary man. He tucked his hands into his sleeves, hunched his neck, and made his way to the Western market. As his thoughts shifted, his robes transformed into worn-out cotton clothes. Both the Eastern and Western markets were bustling places that sold a wide variety of goods. The selection has improved a lot compared to the past. Even a small amount of rice used to cause a commotion. Li Huolong didn't linger in the open and quickly slipped into a secluded alley in the eastern part of the city. After navigating a few turns, he opened a disused drainage well, revealing a dimly lit path beneath. This was the black market, a place where items that could not be sold publicly were traded. As long as there were no major issues, the military authorities would turn a blind eye. Even if this black market were shut down temporarily, others would pop up elsewhere. This was the perfect place for rumors to spread. Though some people were deliberately speaking in hushed tones, Li Huolong's sharp hearing caught every word. Hey, did you hear? We're suffering like this because of that Bodhisattva. Don't talk nonsense. The Bodhisattva brought us food. I saw it with my own eyes. That's all a lie. I heard that this Bodhisattva is part of the sitting Oblivion Tao, and they're known for deceiving people. Li Huolong shifted closer and glanced around shiftily before whispering. Hey, you guys heard that too? I've also heard more than you might know. The two people who were chatting leaned in closer. Really? What else do you know? Li Huolong looked around nervously again, then lowered his voice further. I'm only telling you two. Don't spread this around, all right? I heard that not only are all the disasters in Great Qi caused by that Bodhisattva, but even the changes in the heavens and earth are his doing. The two men gasped in shock with widened eyes. Really? I'm telling you, he's choosing people. If you're chosen, you'll be taken to heaven to become an immortal. But the rest of us? We'll have to fend for ourselves. Really? By now, 5 or 6 more people had gathered around with shocked expressions. As they continued to gossip, Li Huolong quietly slipped away and moved on to the next target. With each of Li Huolong's actions, these rumors, which were initially vague, gradually gained more details. At first, he simply added to them. Soon, however, the rumors veered off in entirely new directions and became increasingly absurd. Hey, did you hear? I heard that Bodhisattva is the reincarnation of Danshi. With one breath, the heavens shake. With another, the earth crumbles. You're wrong. I heard that Bodhisattva is the Jade Emperor himself, on a journey to face his tribulations. Once it's over, he'll return to the heavens. How does each version get crazier than the last? Are these really true? Li Huolong listened from a distance. He felt a sense of calm as he heard the final, absurd versions of the rumors. The Tianchen kingdom's first move had been neutralized. When dealing with rumors, neither explaining nor ignoring them was effective. The best strategy was to make an even bigger rumor that drew more attention. Another option was to distort the original meaning of the rumor. No matter how twisted they were, people who believed in rumors would never question their validity. However, once the rumors became too ridiculous, they ceased to be regarded as rumors and instead transformed into idle gossip devoid of any substance. Li Huolong wasn't about to let rumors from another kingdom destabilize his own territory. He was curious to see what the other side would try next. If they continued using sitting Oblivion Tao's tricks, Li Huolong was ready to face them directly. After all, he had a stockpile of false qi at his disposal, just waiting for a chance to be used. However, the next move from the other side took Li Huolong by surprise. 1. An ancient Chinese physician. Chapter 869, Liar. In the spacious hall, a scholar bowed deeply to Li Huolong. Lu Yifang from the Mingluan Hall greets Daoist Li. Yesterday, agents from the Tianchen kingdom secretly contacted my subordinates and claimed there was no conflict between the Tianchen kingdom and the Great Qi. He continued, they said that as long as the people of the Great Qi stand by and watch, the Tianchen kingdom will always provide 3 times the amount of food you send. This was a blatant attempt to sow discord and a very overt, cunning scheme. In the past, Gao Zhijian wanted the Great Qi to act as his henchman. If the Great Qi were to become the Tianchen kingdom's pawn, it would be a significant problem. Are you the only ones they're trying to sow discord with? Li Huang asked, his voice cold. Lu Yifang quickly explained, that should be the case. If others were aware, they would likely report it too. No, since the Tianchen kingdom is sowing discord, they wouldn't just target you. You being the only one who has informed me suggests that others are either on the fence or already divided by the Tianchen kingdom, Li Huang said. He slapped the stone seat in a fit of anger, cracking it open. There is also me, someone yelled from above. As Li Huang looked up, he saw the leader of the Mo family approaching. Rest assured, Taoist, the Mo family will never turn our backs on our ancestral rules. Li Huang's expression remained indifferent, creating significant tension in the hall. After thinking for a moment, Chandu said, Benefactor Li, it might not be as you think. The Tianchen kingdom might not be sowing discord with everyone. Many people might not even be aware of the situation. At the very least, no one from the righteous monastery has had contact with them. It's fine, I'm not angry. Li Huang paused for a long time before speaking again. I was just contemplating how to deal with their scheme. You too, if anyone contacts you again, agree to their demands and consent to the Tianchen kingdom's discord. What? Everyone present thought they had heard wrong. You two should infiltrate and negotiate with the Tianchen kingdom. Whatever route they suggest is fine, but there is one requirement. They must first send the food. Lu Yifang hesitated and looked at Li Huang. And after the food arrives. Once the food has arrived, what is there to fear? By then, we can just ambush them. Ideally, we'd find a way to capture their twisted one. Playing along with their scheme was better than exposing it directly. Li Huang didn't know if there were other methods to cross between 2 different worlds. However, resolving the issue regarding the Tianchen's kingdom twisted one was a priority. Once he had their spine, he could go to their world and be less passive. The others in the hall heaved a sigh of relief when they finally understood Li Huang's intentions. But this is not in accordance with the rules, the leader of the Mo family said, frowning in dissatisfaction. Don't you know that everything is fair in war? Besides, there are 2 conflicting rules now. Which do you think is more important? Noticing that the Mo family's leader had fallen silent, Li Huang waved his hand. All right, you can go now. Wait until they contact you again. Yes. After the 2 left, the entire hall felt empty and cold. I'm tired. I'll take a nap, Li Huang said, standing up and walking to the back. Chandu quickly followed. Benefactor Li, I have an idea about the dragon veins. Don't tell me. I've already said that I only care about having enough food. Matters concerning the dragon veins of the Great Qi are for the people of the Great Qi to handle, not me. Chandu watched Li Huang gradually disappear, letting out a soft sigh, before continuing to turn the Buddhist beads in his hand. It's a real shame. If it weren't for the Tianchen kingdom's enmity with him, he might have already returned to the Great Liang. However, Chandu could empathize as he understood the situation from Li Huang's perspective. After all, Li Huang had previously helped wholeheartedly, only to be betrayed by the people of the Great Qi. It was pretty disheartening. This won't do. I must find a way to keep this twisted one of Jizai. Although the Great Qi had no more divisions, time still passed little by little. Half a month later, spies from the Tianchen kingdom approached Lu Yifang again. Follow me quickly. A shadow emerged from the trees and climbed onto Lu Yifang's shadow. Lu Yifang said nothing and silently followed the shadow's guidance. They headed towards the outskirts of the city. With food now available, Yu Capital was no longer an isolated city, for smaller towns had sprung up around it, used to accommodate refugees from other places. As such, leaving Yu Capital would not be enough. There were still too many people around. Lu Yifang and the shadow pressed on, walking steadily until they reached a truly desolate wilderness. The spot they stopped at had very tall grass and small trees. Then, Lu Yifang walked through the waist-high grass and headed toward a valley. The valley was dark without sunlight. Faint, indistinct music could be heard from deep within. Lu Yifang saw other members of the surveillance bureau. Although their faces were covered, he could still recognize them. As they moved further in, Lu Yifang saw more people gathered there, and the music grew clearer. It was a kind of pleasant string music, accompanied by the gentle sound of bubbling springs, the crisp chirping of birds, the joyful bleating of sheep, and the thunderous galloping of horses. Lu Yifang saw the source of the music when they reached the valley's depths. A woman sat there gracefully, with waist-length hair and a transparent veil. She held a peculiar black instrument with a long, slender neck and a gourd-shaped soundbox. What made it even more peculiar was that two of her fingers were wrapped in thin threads that ran through the center of a circular stool, tied to the two small wooden sheep on the stool. As her fingers plucked the strings on the instrument, the two wooden sheep were pulled back and forth in sync with the music. They performed strange and eerie movements as if in a ritual. Lu Yifang had traveled extensively, but had never seen such an unusual instrument. As the music accelerated, the two wooden sheep moved faster and oozed blood. Eventually, amid the stormy music, the two wooden sheep collided heavily, intertwining to form a bizarre, twisted bloodwood tree on the round stool. "Has everyone arrived?" the woman asked. Her voice was unexpectedly melodious. It sounded like a gentle spring, soothing and captivating. Lu Yifang quickly surveyed the surroundings and found a total of 12 people. The woman continued, "Although there aren't many of you, everyone here is a hero who cares for the Great Qi. The Great Qi ultimately belongs to the people of the Great Qi. It must not be occupied by others, and the lives of the people should not be used as a wager. By His Majesty's decree, as long as the people of the Great Qi do not take action, the Tianchen kingdom will not act against them." Lu Yifang could not contain himself and said, "Miss, does the Tianchen kingdom really intend to send 3 times the amount of food to the Great Qi?" "Yes," the woman said, gently plucking a string. A door in the nearby mountain opened instantly, and a flood of white rice surged out like a tide. The sight of the mountains of rice made everyone tremble. So much food would genuinely save the Great Qi. A thunderous voice rang out, "Wait!" Everyone turned to look at Lu Yifang. He opened his hand to let the rice fall from his fingers. He pulled at his skin, and Li Huowang's enraged face appeared before everyone. "You deceitful scoundrels." Chapter 870, no title. "You deceitful scoundrels." Li Huowang's furious roar echoed through the air. In a matter of moments, the once pristine white rice surrounding him transformed into a putrid black mess, as if it had decayed over 1,000 years in a single instant. From this, it was evident that even if the Great Qi wanted to cooperate, the Tianchen kingdom had no intention of keeping their promises. Their strategy of sowing discord was so blatant that they couldn't even be bothered to use proper bait. Li Huowang's sudden appearance shocked both the people from the Tianchen kingdom and the Great Qi, but it seemed that the Tianchen kingdom had been prepared for this. The rotting rice suddenly surged like a turbulent sea. The black rice covered Li Huowang, making him feel a sharp pain. When he lifted his right foot, he saw nothing but bare white bones below his thigh. The woman floated above the black rice, smiling as she spoke to Li Huowang. "Zhuge Yuan, since you're here, you might as well stay for today." "Zhuge Yuan?" Li Huowang uttered, his rage instantly subsiding as he looked around in shock. He saw that there was no trace of white around him, and a hint of false qi surged in his mind. He quickly realized 2 things. Firstly, the woman was talking to him, not the deceased scholar. She mistakenly believed that his name was Zhuge Yuan. Secondly, the sudden appearance of false qi and the woman's use of that name were both unintended consequences of his actions. This was all because he had casually referred to himself as Zhuge Yuan when he had delivered the food, leading many in the Great Qi to believe that was his name. Subsequently, whenever someone mistook him for Zhuge Yuan, he inadvertently accumulated false qi. As Li Huowang pondered this, the woman with the zither gently waved her red nails. This caused the bloodwood tree on the table to pour blood into the black rice, causing the rice to bubble up with blood-red foam. The rotting black rice on the ground quickly became dark red. Suddenly, an urgent melody filled the air, and the dyed black rice danced around Li Huowang like a living creature. It surged upwards like a colossal tsunami, completely engulfing him. Li Huowang noticed the woman plucking her strings in the distance. He firmly grasped the handle of his spine sword and coldly smiled. "Zhuge Yuan, right? All right, then I'll give you Zhuge Yuan." As the tsunami of black rice approached him, he pulled out his spine sword from his back and forcefully hurled it toward the woman. Some hidden agents from the Tianchen kingdom couldn't help but take action since the spine sword was a crucial artifact for transportation to the Great Liang. 2 figures emerged from the dark and quickly reached for the spine sword, casting fleeting shadows as they moved. When they grasped the hard sword body, flesh and organs grew rapidly atop the white bones. In no time, The spine sword had transformed into a scholarly figure dressed in white robes. Zhuge Yuan murmured. He quickly took out a wolf hair brush and made 2 swift strokes. The 2 people holding onto him were immediately erased, and the color of the brush tip deepened slightly. Zhuge Yuan quickly turned in midair and pulled the brush back, redirecting the massive amounts of rotting black rice toward the woman playing the zither. The black rice shifted away to reveal the eroded and battered Li Huolong. He knelt on one knee and grasped his swollen head with both hands, as if fearing that letting go would cause it to burst. "Brotherly, are you okay?" Zhuge Yuan asked. Li Huolong suddenly pointed forward and gritted his teeth. "Kill them." Zhuge Yuan snapped open his folding fan, stepped onto the black rice, and flew towards the woman while holding his brush in one hand. As soon as Zhuge Yuan made his move, the woman struggled to cope. The rotting black rice continually produced various minions, but they were no match for him. Li Huolong staggered to his feet and looked coldly at the scene from afar. Even though this was a fake Zhuge Yuan that Li Huolong had created, these people would not stand a chance against him. The only slight regret was that the Tianchen kingdom's twisted one had not come, denying Li Huolong the opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, reducing the Tianchen kingdom's power was still a good outcome. It was better than nothing happening at all. Li Huolong glanced over at the defectors sitting uncomfortably to the side. This is a chance to deal with those schemers within the Great Qi. Overall, I haven't lost much. The people who had tried to betray him for additional benefits from the Tianchen kingdom were destined to fail. As long as the Great Qi lacked strength, the Tianchen kingdom wouldn't even use real rewards to deceive them. They didn't take the Great Qi seriously at all. Thanks to this incident, the next time the Tianchen kingdom tried to use tactics to sow discord in the Great Qi, no one would believe them even if they offered better conditions. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help." Li Huolong's words snapped everyone back to reality. Without hesitation, they nodded in agreement and armed themselves with various weapons. They hurriedly rushed over to assist Zhuge Yuan, even though they had just entertained the idea of betraying Li Huolong. The opponents were originally no match for Zhuge Yuan, and with the addition of these 12 people from the Great Qi, the balance shifted even further. The situation turned decisively in favor of Zhuge Yuan. Before long, the surging black rice diminished as Zhuge Yuan turned it into black ink. He splattered it across the valley walls, transforming it into artistic landscape paintings. Just as Li Huolong thought the battler was ending, a new type of forest came into view around them, gradually blending into the surroundings. It seemed that this vast area was filled with forests on the Tianchen kingdom's side. Figures suddenly emerged from these forests and rushed towards Zhuge Yuan and his group. "The Tianchen kingdom is sending reinforcements? That's even better. I'll see how many more people they have to die." Li Huolong had expected the reinforcements to be strong, so he was taken aback when he realized they were still no match for Zhuge Yuan. They were even weaker than the woman from before. While their arrival added more figures to the landscape painting, it didn't change the overall situation. The Tianchen kingdom seemed unaware of this, continuously sending more people. Li Huolong wanted to direct Zhuge Yuan through these areas to discover what was happening in the Tianchen kingdom, but the enemy seemed very cautious. Whenever he approached, the changing environment would quickly disappear. He frowned as he saw the landscape painting nearly become a depiction of the painting along the river during the Qingming festival. 1. Something's not right. These people aren't here to turn the tide. It's more like they're here to delay me. Li Huolong realized the possibility of an ambush and prepared to retreat. However, a voice filled with dramatic lamentation stopped him. 1. A painting by the Song Dynasty painter Zhang Ziduan. Chapter 871 Theater. Theater singing? Li Huolong was taken aback. The Liu family troupe was gone, so he hadn't heard theater singing in a while. He quickly assessed the situation and immediately deduced that the sound was coming from the huge landscape painting before him. At that moment, the enormous landscape painting seemed to part like a beaded curtain, and a figure emerged from within. This person had a red cord tied around his neck, a green tassel on his head, and a body draped with white feathers. His face had bright white stage makeup, making him look like a theater actor. The problem was that this figure looked very strange. His sunken head was as large as his body, and he had a narrow face and eyes of different sizes, among other deformities. His figure didn't seem human. It was more like a grotesque, imperfect form. Their bizarre appearance, combined with their stage makeup, created a terrifying effect. Li Huolong didn't pay attention to the person's appearance. Instead, he focused on their pair of jade hands. Now that they were closer, he could see more clearly. The tips of the person's fingernails were almost transparent, gradually turning greener the further up they went. Eventually, they disappeared behind the person's clothing. It's that thing. It can reach out and touch my creations from truth, cultivation. What exactly is it? A Tian Huang noble or the army of Unspeakable? Zhuge Yuan stepped in front of Li Huang, holding his fan and frowning at the figure. Before Li Huang could utter a word, the figure suddenly revealed a blood-red, gaping mouth with a single large tooth and 2 sharp teeth. Then, it began to sing. Speak what flower-filled moonlit night and longevity. The mountains and rivers stretch with so much sorrow. Li Huang was even more disturbed when he saw the eerie figure singing. His bizarre feeling deepened, and his headache became unbearable. What the hell is this? Zhuge Yuan was about to advance with his brush. However, before he could paint, he saw the figure lay back and turn into a portrait within the landscape painting. While Zhuge Yuan was engaged in battle, Li Huang suddenly heard a new disturbance from behind. It was a woman's low and sorrowful crying. He swiftly turned around and saw a woman with a large head and black hair covering her face. She quickly floated by, her back facing him, while her billowing white sleeves and tragic theater singing filled the air. Heaven and earth, how can they fear the strong and bully the weak? O earth, you don't distinguish right from wrong. O heaven, you mistakenly judge the wise and foolish. For some reason, Li Huang felt that he had seen this scene before, even though he had never encountered such a thing. Before he could figure it out, the woman was already singing while swiftly stepping towards him. As Li Huang shouted angrily, Zhuge Yuan, who was engaged in battle, descended from the sky. He made a brush stroke in front of the woman, forcing her back slightly. Then, he quickly turned and dipped his brush into heavenly colors, drawing a protective array on Li Huang's robes to prevent further sneak attacks. Resolve this quickly. If it drags on, I won't be able to hold on much longer, Li Huang said, clutching his head tightly. Cultivating truth was challenging enough already, and materializing this version of Zhuge Yuan made it even more straining. Zhuge Yuan nodded. However, when he turned back, he found that the 2 figures had now become 5, Sheng, Dan, Jing, Mo, and Shou, 1. They ignored everyone else and surrounded Li Huang, leaving him no room to escape. With great caution, Zhuge Yuan glanced at Li Huang and took out an old almanac from his pocket as he prepared to get serious. Brotherly, hold on. I'll make an opening, and we'll escape first. I have never seen such things in the Great Qi, so I'm unsure of their true nature. This might be a trap. They could be lying in wait to deal with you. Zhuge Yuan tore a page from the almanac, threw it into the air, and began writing. At that moment, a gust of wind blew and opened the almanac, revealing the painted face of the Dan actress behind it. Look back at the splendor of that distant dream. The life left to us is but a fleeting wave. The woman sang and flung her sleeves at Zhuge Yuan. Zhuge Yuan stepped forward and leaped to avoid her, but the lower part of his robe came into contact with the flowing sleeves. Unexpectedly, the sleeves stuck to Zhuge Yuan's robe. The force easily tore his lower body away, as if it had been pulled apart. As the sleeves shook violently, Zhuge Yuan's lower body shrank and eventually became a lump. The woman opened her mouth and swallowed the lump. Seeing this, Li Huang's face turned grim, and he felt his headache ease. He understood what was happening. The Dan actress was eating his truth cultivation. She could even consume the truth on Zhuge Yuan. As the Dan actress retreated, the Sheng, Jing, Mo, and Shou actors quickly surrounded him, leaving Zhuge Yuan's half-body defenseless. Zhuge Yuan barely managed to toss his spine back to Li Huang before he was torn in half. Brotherly, be careful. It seems like this thing can touch the heavens and change the Daos. Zhuge Yuan's last words faded as he completely vanished. The actors stood firm and surrounded Li Huang once more. Li Huang looked at them with an ugly expression. Regardless of what those things were, it was clear that this situation would be difficult to handle. Li Huang called out, Jizai? Help. If you don't, you'll be in danger too. No unusual responses came, and everything remained eerily calm. Ha ha, laughed the old Sheng actor with a long beard. His hearty laughter echoed through the valley. The Sheng, Dan, Jing, Mo, and Shou actors turned their heads to see a large crowd moving towards them. Among them were the newly established surveillance bureau and military personnel from Great Qi, followed by the Great Qi citizens who had just finished their meals. The crowd seemed endless from the valley's edge. It was as if everyone from the U capital had come. Benefactor, don't panic. We've come to help you. Chandu shouted as he led the group. Did the Great Qi really gather so many people without me realizing it? Li Huolong felt relieved. These 5 figures before him were challenging to deal with. However, the numerous people from Great Qi would be able to overwhelm them. Suddenly, the surroundings turned into a forest again, with more actors representing the Sheng, Dan, Jing, Mo, and Chou roles slowly emerging from it. 10, 50, 100. They all had the same deformed appearance and wore the same theater costumes. At this moment, Li Huolong finally understood their true identity. They were indeed the army of Unspeakable he had heard about. 1. The 5 various roles of Chinese opera. Chapter 872, Army of Unspeakable. The deformed freaks in theater costumes with painted faces stood there, singing as if they were on a stage rather than on a life-or-death battlefield. Some wore flat shoes, while others were on stilts, much taller than the other deformed beings. This scene was as horrifying as the demons in the 18 levels of hell. Li Huolong felt a chill as he looked at these grotesque actors, the so-called army of Unspeakable. Just facing 2 of them had been difficult enough, but now there were so many. Li Huolong now realized how laughable he had been for thinking he had no rivals. In this bizarre world, there would always be strange things he had never seen before. Li Huolong turned slightly and looked at the people of the Great Qi people behind him. He felt a pang of bitterness when he saw their confident and indignant expressions. If it were anything else, perhaps these people might have been helpful. However, against the army of Unspeakable, they were essentially walking to their deaths. Ayayaya. Li Huolong watched the army of Unspeakable make their appearances, and he silently cursed. He raised his hand and shouted, "Fire!" Flames erupted instantly, gushing out from the cuffs and collar of his red robes. He wanted to try to fight back, even if he might not win. He refused to surrender easily. That wasn't all. Li Huolong gripped the spine sword tightly and plunged it into his chest. He pulled hard and extracted his internal organs. 5 volumes of the profound records were laid on the ground, and they caught each of his organs in turn. Wood liver, earth spleen, metal lung, water kidney, fire heart. 5 elements intercalation. The bamboo slips of the profound records wriggled and transformed into worms, rapidly filling Li Huolong's chest. The flames on his body continued to burn and wrap around the worms, causing them to scream and sizzle as they burned. At this moment, Li Huolong and the worms were interconnected, and he could feel what they felt. He stomped his feet and roared before charging at the army of Unspeakable, with his body and the screaming worms ablaze. As Li Huolong was about to collide with them, he grabbed his ribs and pulled them outward before thrusting himself forward. The burning worms scattered from his chest like flowers descending from the heavens. Li Huolong was currently an empty shell. The worms were his true form. The densely packed worms descended upon them like raindrops, their mouths wide open. They wormed their way into their costumes while the flames rapidly spread and set fire to anything that could catch fire. As the costumes caught fire, the creatures flailed their long sleeves and desperately tried to extinguish the flames. The sea of fire quickly spread. Just as Li Huolong was about to unleash his fury, the situation suddenly changed. The other deformed figures who had not attacked them now rushed in. Their flowing sleeves and short spears brushed against the worms, and Li Huolong immediately felt something missing from them. When the worms stopped screaming and became still, he immediately understood. They had removed all the pain from the worms. The army of Unspeakable had directly removed all the pain. At that moment, Li Huolong finally understood what Zhuge Yuan had meant by touching the heavens and changing the Daos. These beings could interact with any heavenly Dao, whether it was his truth, cultivation, or the pain from the Ao Jing sect. They could treat them as manipulable objects. If something involved supernatural powers from heavenly Daos, they could effortlessly neutralize it. With the pain removed, the Ao Jing sect's ritual was now meaningless. The worms were now free from pain and fell one by one, their flames extinguished. With that, they lay motionless on the ground. Several deformed actors in green stepped forward and sang mournfully in a mocking tone, only waiting for someone to offer sacrifices to the green tomb. Pity the souls trapped for eternity. Add another chapter to remember you. They will always accompany me. Impossible. Even the 5 elements intercalation doesn't work? Li Huolong didn't want to accept it, but he realized the harsh reality. It was clear that they were beyond his current capabilities. With their strength, it was no wonder they managed to betray the heavenly mater and steal her heavenly Tao. Jizai, Jizai. Li Huang roared at his own reflection in the pool of blood, yet nothing happened. The final glimmer of hope he had clung to in this critical moment had proven futile. Li Huang gripped the spine sword with his fiery hand and felt a deep sense of helplessness. His truth, cultivation, the Ao Jing sect's rituals, and Jizai had all proven useless. He had no more cards to play. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable enemy since leaving the Zephyr Temple. What to do? If I can't fight them, do I have to retreat and return to the Great Liang? Li Huang turned to look at the massive crowd of people from the Great Qi behind him, feeling a surge of reluctance. He knew that if he retreated to the Great Liang, the army of Unspeakable would likely wipe out all these people. If they were all gone, the Great Qi would truly become a mere waypoint for the Tianchen kingdom. Benefactor Li, don't panic. The monks from Righteous Monastery have all arrived. Li Huang forced a bitter smile. What good would Righteous Monastery do? The monks' blood and flesh heavenly Daos would also be suppressed by the army of Unspeakable's strange abilities. He turned to face the army of Unspeakable. They appeared unhurried, standing there as if waiting for the people of the Great Qi to surround them, much like a cat waiting by a door for a mouse. Have the military go in front. Li Huang drew the spine sword again. Since supernatural abilities were ineffective, it was time for a direct confrontation. He wasn't sure if it would work, but there were no other options. It was a fight to the death. If both the Great Qi and himself were unable to resist the army of Unspeakable, then the Great Liang would also be in danger. This situation could pose an even bigger crisis than the one caused by the Dharma sect. As Li Huang gritted his teeth and prepared to charge forward, someone called out excitedly from behind, saying, Bodhisattva Zhuge, we've come to help you. Li Huang recognized the voice. It was Feng Baoan. As his voice rang out, a stream of false qi gradually flowed into Li Huang's dantian. Feng Baoan's voice prompted others to join in. Cheers and words of encouragement began to rise. Everyone was excited and proud to see their side becoming more numerous than the enemy, with the advantage clearly on their side. As they shouted, streams of false qi continued to flow into Li Huang's dantian. What use is this false qi to me? Can the tricks of the sitting oblivion Tao help me against these beings? He froze suddenly, feeling the dense false qi in his heart, and a sudden, unexpected thought crossed his mind. Chapter 873, Siming. Li Huang sensed the ever-increasing false qi and then looked at the enemies he was powerless against. He quickly made a decision. He turned his back to the approaching army of Unspeakable, quickly scanning the crowd to find Feng Baoan. Li Huang forcibly dragged him out and excitedly said, Hurry, make them shout. Make everyone follow your lead and shout. Shout, shout what? Feng Baoan, who was holding half a brick, was momentarily confused. Shout what you just said. Get everyone to join in and shout. Quickly, before Feng Baoan could react, a few students from the Mingluan Hall understood Li Huang's intention and immediately bowed. We've received your orders. The students shouted words of praise for Li Huang, and everyone behind them began to follow suit. Each shout was echoed by thousands more. The Tao is selfless and virtuous. The compassionate Zhuge Yuan saves those in suffering. The Tao is selfless and virtuous. The compassionate Zhuge Yuan saves those in suffering. The phrases used by Mingluan Hall were naturally more refined than Feng Baoan's crude speech, but Li Huang didn't care about the elegance of their words. His sole focus was the amount of false qi. As he felt the massive influx of false qi, he knew he had found a way to win. Chandu, keep them occupied for a while. I still need more. Chandu, the abbot of the Righteous Monastery, didn't ask any questions. He calmly turned his prayer beads, decisively leading the surveillance bureau and military forces of the Great Qi toward the army of Unspeakable, even though he knew they weren't a match for them. Don't stop. Keep shouting. Li Huang had convinced everyone that he was the Bodhisattva. He also used up a portion of the false qi to appear several taller in their eyes. Some of them became even more enthusiastic when they saw Li Huang sitting cross-legged like a true Buddha. They continued to shout along with the students, their voices growing increasingly fervent. Bodhisattva Zhuge guides all to enlightenment, with a lotus throne and auspicious clouds, at the pure realm. Bodhisattva Zhuge guides all to enlightenment, with a lotus throne and auspicious clouds, at the pure realm. Bodhisattva Zhuge, perform 1,000 good deeds daily, accumulate 3,000 merits, deliver great blessings, and embrace compassion in your heart. Bodhisattva Juga. Perform 1,000 good deeds daily. Accumulate 3,000 merits. Deliver great blessings, and embrace compassion in your heart. In such an environment, even some skeptics in the crowd began to believe them. With Li Huolang's various acts of devotion, they knelt and started to kowtow, treating him like a true bodhisattva. Everyone believed Li Huolang was the savior bodhisattva named Zhuge Yuan. Even though this bodhisattva wore Taoist robes, and the name Zhuge Yuan had no Buddhist associations. With their fervent shouting, the continuous flow of false qi surged towards Li Huolang, growing rapidly from a small stream to a flooding river. As the false qi continued to increase, Li Huolang listened to the diminishing screams behind him and waited anxiously. Not enough. Still not enough. As time passed and the screams behind him began to weaken, Li Huolang's eyes widened. Enough. The spine sword behind him quickly grew flesh, forming a new Li Huolang. The two stood back to back and simultaneously opened their mouths to chant. Master of the true void, Supreme Heavenly Mother. When the golden light shines, the sun and moon fade. When the treasure staff spins, ghosts and spirits lose their color. Manifest divine presence in the mortal world. Guard the sacred chariot and float. Although the chanting was not loud, it spread far and wide, causing even the unchanging sky of great qi to shift. Before long, the heads of both Li Huolangs started to transform, gradually taking on the shape of dice. The square dice heads became increasingly prominent and turned a deeper shade of purple as the chanting continued. Their bodies started to fade away from the world, as if they were mere illusions. As Li Huolang disappeared, Shai Zi's chanting grew louder, eventually becoming the only sound in the world. The army of Unspeakable seemed to sense something. They ignored the entanglement from the Great Qi Surveillance Bureau and military forces and charged towards Li Huolang. However, Chan Du and the others knew that Li Huolang was performing a ritual. They were determined to stop their enemies, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. While the people of the Great Qi couldn't defeat the foreign beings, they could still buy time with their lives. Amidst the chaos, the chanting of the two Shai Zis began to reach its climax. If beings in distress call your name, the Great One listens and relieves their suffering. Great compassion and vows, great holy mercy. The Holy Spirit, mighty light, the Heavenly Queen, Saint Marisai, Sovereign Do Lao. When the final title was uttered, the six-sided numbers on their faces detached from their bodies. They were wrapped in purple light, disappearing into the dark, gloomy clouds above. In the next moment, both Li Huolangs looked up simultaneously and shouted in unison, Do Lao, come quickly. I'm returning the heavenly Daos of truth and lies to you. This was the heavenly treasure of deception of the sitting Oblivion Tao. Since their abilities were so bizarre, he would summon the true Siming and see if these 100-odd people had the power to defeat Do Lao. Whoosh! The dark clouds in the sky began to churn violently. In contrast to the changes in the sky, the ground also started to change. Its texture became peculiar, as if it had turned into some kind of liquid. Li Huolang looked up and saw a yin-yang taiji fish high above, resembling a sun in the sky. Li Huolang knew Do Lao was coming and shouted, Everyone, get on the ground. Close your eyes and cover your ears tightly. At his command, everyone from the Great Qi immediately complied, promptly laying themselves down on the ground. Those lying on the ground moved like seaweed on the water's surface and drifted with the waves. When Li Huolang looked up again, the sight became clearer. Two vast seas of black and white intertwining. Do Lao had truly arrived. The vast seas on either side were not Do Lao. What lay beneath the seas was Do Lao. Li Huolang could feel himself melting, and his senses gradually faded. The two Li Huolangs covered their heads with pained expressions and cursed at the sky. Why the hell are you looking at me? The enemies are those things. Get rid of them. Chapter 874, Lies. Do Lao, the Siming who controlled lies, was now right before Li Huolang. Li Huolang had summoned Do Lao through the sitting Oblivion Tao's heavenly treasure of deception. Even though it was only an incarnation at this moment, the pressure it exerted was still immense. Li Huolang felt his body continuously collapse as his consciousness faded. He looked up again and faced the yin-yang sea that covered the entire sky. What are you waiting for? The next moment, Li Huolang's body completely melted as it turned into a pool of blood on the ground. A hand reached out from the side and retrieved a spine from the blood. Li Huolang took up the spine and raised it fearlessly above his head. He was about to say something, but stopped. He turned his head slowly to look at the distant army of Unspeakable and laughed arrogantly. Ha ha! Did you really think the Siming I summoned would attack me? I have fooled you. Li Huang quickly twisted his head, instantly turning his face into Hong Zhong's. Look at this. This is Dolao, the Siming who controls lies. Our sitting Oblivion Dao's leader. Ha ha ha. Come on. Aren't you powerful? You've even defeated the Heavenly Mater? Then try this one. The army of Unspeakable remained motionless against Li Huang's words. They stood on the undulating ground like statues. Cowards. A bunch of useless idiots. Li Huang stomped his feet and confidently charged at them under the gaze of Dolao. Li Huang was halfway through his charge before the army of Unspeakable finally moved. Some slender female actors were lifted high by the older actors and placed on stilts. They began to reach up towards the cloud like Dolao. As they were about to make a significant move, the army of Unspeakable suddenly scattered. Their distorted faces became filled with suspicion, and they scrutinized their companions. When Li Huang saw these entities starting to attack their own, he immediately realized that Dolao was taking action. As the Siming of lies, Dolao could make any group develop doubts about their companions in an instant. However, to Li Huang's surprise, the army of Unspeakable seemed to realize there was a problem with themselves. They all raised their hands and began to feel their heads. As they raised their hands, they pulled out the lies from their minds. However, for every lie they pulled out, Dolao inserted a new one. They were forced to stand still to prevent their thoughts from being disturbed, continuously pulling out various lies from their heads. During this time, Li Huang reached the front of their army and began a killing spree with his blade. The previously formidable army of Unspeakable now appeared as insignificant as chickens and dogs before Li Huang. As Li Huang was about to finish off the remaining foes, they stopped pulling out lies from their heads. Dolao had inexplicably ceased its actions. Li Huang observed the gazes around him and the scattered lies on the ground, then felt a surge of inspiration. He waved the bloodstained spine sword and shouted, "Quickly end your own lives. Your lives are linked with the Heavenly Mater. Only if you die will the Heavenly Mater die. Your deaths are necessary for the sake of the Tianchen kingdom." More false chi surged into Li Huang as the army of Unspeakable reached under their left armpits. When they inserted their hands and squeezed, red and purple blood instantly exploded, which left them immobile and sprawled on the ground. Since they had no lies in their heart, they also lost the ability to discern if something was truthful. They would believe whatever others said to them. The army of Unspeakable committed suicide one by one, and the area in front of Li Huang gradually became filled with bodies. As they were about to be completely tricked and killed by Li Huang's deceit, the surrounding illusion transformed into a forest once again. The forest appeared and disappeared rapidly, bringing the slower members of the Unspeakable army back to the Tianchen kingdom. Li Huang shifted his position and arrived at the edge of the forest. As the forest vanished, he saw a golden dragon appear vaguely in the white mist. The forest quickly closed, and everything around him calmed back down. A dragon? A real dragon? Not a fake dragon. Li Huang was astonished by what he had seen earlier. Was there really a true dragon? What connection did it have with the dragon veins? Now that he knew what the army of Unspeakable was, a thought crossed his mind. Could the Tianhuang nobles be true dragons? Li Huang didn't know the answer to this question. He took a while to come back to his senses. He suddenly thought of his allies' actions and looked up and cursed. "Dolao, you just..." Li Huang's words abruptly stopped as the sky returned to its previous state. The chaotic sea of black and white had long since vanished without a trace. Damn it! Li Huang suppressed his anger and muttered under his breath. Even though Dolao had assisted him during this crisis, Li Huang was unsure if summoning it again would be helpful, considering its recent attitude just now. The Tao is selfless and virtuous. The compassionate Zhuge Yuan saves those in suffering. The Tao is selfless and virtuous. The compassionate Zhuge Yuan saves those in suffering. The Tao is selfless and virtuous. The compassionate Zhuge Yuan saves those in suffering. The excited shouting continued, and Li Huang was jolted awake by the roaring cheers. He looked up at the cheering people of the Great Qi. They shouted enthusiastically and bowed down in tears before him. They didn't know what had happened. They only knew that the Bodhisattva had manifested and defeated the external enemies. He felt the false qi flow into him and murmured, "I didn't expect that these mortals would be the turning point in defeating the army of Unspeakable." At that moment, Chandu, with half his face missing, came over with his hands joined in prayer. Amitabha. Under the Buddha, all sentient beings are equal. Countless beings come and go in an endless cycle, constantly flowing through the 6 realms of existence. Mortals are not ordinary. Li Huolong frowned at him. Do you know what I'm thinking? Do you just interrupt? Chan Du chuckled, looking pleased as the enemies were driven back. We call them the heavenly Daos, but if there were no mortal Daos, what would the heavenly Daos be? Mortals are far from useless. They are the basis of all fate. Benefactorly, as I said before, the great Qi is yours. Whatever you want them to believe, they will believe. They were able to help you this time, and they can help you even more in other places. It's not limited to the false Qi of the sitting Oblivion Tao. Chapter 875, Night. Li Huolong understood Chan Du's intentions. Chan Du wanted him to recognize the value of the great Qi. Indeed, the great Qi was very useful, and if Li Huolong had control over it, his supply of false Qi would be endless. However, it was not what he wanted. Li Huolong gradually relaxed his furrowed brows. Stop trying to win me over. Once again, I'm not helping them because they're useful to me. I just couldn't stand to see people starve. With that, Li Huolong walked through the crowd and headed toward the Yu capital amidst their shouting. Of course, I know that Zhuge Yuan is compassionate. However, it's our honor to assist Zhuge Yuan. Feeling excited now, Li Huolong turned back and glared at him, but Chan Du was still calm. Li Huolong ignored him and continued forward. I know what you're trying to do. Stop trying to win me over with these tactics. I'll repeat myself. The matters of the Great Qi should be resolved by the people of the Great Qi. I won't involve myself with the dragon veins. Benefactorly, there's no need for you to handle the dragon veins. Still, it would be a good opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as the enemies from the Diamond Realm actually came. Li Huolong stopped again and looked at Chan Du, whose face had completely healed by now. What do you mean by that? Since we're already mortal enemies, when we invade the Diamond Realm and seize a few dragon veins, I'm sure the Buddha will not blame us either. Huh? Li Huolong was surprised. He had previously turned Chan Du away when he tried to discuss the matter of the dragon veins. He hadn't even imagined Chan Du would have such ideas. The Great Qi's deputy chief, Liang Yushuan from the Mingluan Hall, hurriedly added, Taoistly, that's great. This way, the Great Qi and the Great Liang can be completely bound together. It's not something that can be easily bought off with just food. Do you think that seizing the dragon veins is as simple as just talking about it? Li Huolong replied. He quickly came up with a solution in his mind. It was feasible. Gao Zhijian had once been the Great Qi's dragon vein, yet he could still serve as a dragon vein in the Great Liang. Benefactorly, since the Great Qi rightfully belongs to you, any dragon veins seized by the Great Qi will belong to you. Once the dragon veins are in your possession, you will have the freedom to extract as much dragon Qi from them as you desire. Li Huolong stopped in his tracks, looking at Chan Du with a hint of amusement. He reached out and snatched the Buddhist beads that Chan Du was spinning in his hands. Abbot Chan Du, you usually seem inconspicuous, but you've been gathering a lot of information behind the scenes. Chan Du joined his hands in prayer, closing his eyes slightly as he said, Amitabha, I am but a humble monk. I don't know what benefactor is referring to. Indeed, you don't know, and of course you wouldn't. Li Huolong slapped the Buddhist beads onto Chan Du's chest. He then drew his spine sword, slicing open a rift and slipping into it. Chan Du placed the Buddhist beads back in his palm and slowly spun them again. Amitabha, heaven has the virtue of benevolence. It was late at night. Zhao Wu held a lantern and leaned on a cane, wobbling down the path in Cowheart village with a letter in hand. A peddler who had come to stay had just delivered the letter, which had been sent from Qingqiu. The only person who could have written a letter from Qingqiu to Cowheart village was naturally that kid, Sun Balu. Zhao Wu wanted to find a well-lit area to read the letter and check on Sun Balu's situation. Their relationship was closer than that of real brothers since they had escaped from the Zephyr Temple together. It was normal for them to care about each other. Zhao Wu was now able to read and had no difficulty reading letters. As he was about to reach home, Zhao Wu suddenly felt a strong urge to urinate. He looked around and immediately headed to the outhouse with his lantern. After he relieved himself, he exited the outhouse. The light from his lantern illuminated the nearby woodshed. He spotted a flash of green between the wooden planks, making his heart skip a beat. What's this? Why is there something green in the woodshed? He raised the lantern again and knocked, but the green color disappeared. Could it be haunted? Zhao Wu thought it over and felt something was off. No, how could there be ghosts on Senior Li's territory? Mustering his courage, he used a stick to pry open the wooden door and cautiously held the lantern up in the woodshed. The next moment, Xiao Wu froze in place. A pitch-black ghost dressed in a bright red and green ceremonial outfit was floating in the air. Ghost! Xiao Wu's terrified scream echoed over Cowheart Village. Xiao Wu was paralyzed with fear. When he finally managed to turn around and desperately tried to escape, Puppy appeared before him. Is there really a ghost? Xiao Wu quickly grabbed Puppy's clothes and clung tightly to his back. In the woodshed, hurry up, there's a ghost in ceremonial clothing. Puppy, who had just been fearful, immediately relaxed and walked toward the woodshed. Oh, is that it? You startled me. Don't go. There's a ghost. Don't pull me. That's not a ghost. It's just the ceremonial outfit I hung up. Puppy took out the bright red and green ceremonial outfit from the woodshed, which had gold coins painted on it. He showed it to Xiao Wu. See, this is the ceremonial outfit. I bought a coffin since Senior Li almost died once when we were traveling, and the shopkeeper threw this in. This thing was left over since he didn't die later on. It cost quite a bit at 120 coins, so I kept it in case it could be used later. Xiao Wu erupted in anger. You? Why did you leave it here? You should have kept it at home. Oh, keeping it at home would be unlucky, so I put it in the woodshed. It's no big deal. The kids who cook every day are used to it. Burn it right now. Xiao Wu looked disgusted. He tried to grab the ceremonial outfit, but Puppy pulled it away. No. How can you throw it away? I paid for it myself. If Senior Li doesn't need it, whoever dies in the village later can use it first, Puppy said, running outside with the ceremonial outfit. Puppy ran ahead, and Xiao Wu chased after him. Xiao Wu moved slowly with a cane, which meant was unlikely to catch up with the able-bodied Puppy. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu caught up quickly and grabbed the ceremonial outfit. However, he quickly noticed that something was wrong with Puppy. He was trembling, and his pants were wet. He had wet himself from fear. What's wrong with you? Xiao Wu raised the lantern and followed Puppy's gaze. The moment he did, he felt a chill all over. If he hadn't just visited the outhouse, he might have wet himself too. In the dimly lit village path, a dirty, tattered sack filled with something was hopping toward them. There were many things inside, and it was bulging. The sack was soaked with blood and filled with dismembered corpses. Chapter 876, Search. Dak. Xiao Wu was afraid, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. His face had turned green from fright. Xiao Wu's fear was reasonable. It was one thing to mistake the burial clothes for ghosts, but there was no way he would see a walking bloody sack and treat it as a regular object. It was a real ghost. There's. Xiao Wu was about to shout, but Puppy swiftly silenced him by placing his hands over Xiao Wu's mouth. Quiet. It has no eyes, so it can't see us, Puppy whispered urgently. Xiao Wu stared at the bag with unmoving eyes as he heard Puppy's whisper. Puppy was right. The sack somehow ignored them, continuing to hop and leap. Quickly, we must run and call everyone. Both of them quickly ran back. At that moment, a muffled voice emerged from the sack, making them tumble as they ran while shivering uncontrollably. They got away quickly and promptly returned with reinforcements. Almost everyone in Cowheart Village followed behind them, holding brightly lit lanterns. Quick! Follow the trail of blood. That thing is just in front of us. Puppy was holding onto his needle wrapped in a white tassel. He felt much more confident with it. The villagers followed him, a murderous aura radiating from the village militia as they gripped their weapons. Yang Xiaohai trailed behind them, holding his scepter. It could be said that they had mobilized the entire strength of the village. If they could not fight against the ghost with this, they would have to send someone out to call for reinforcements in Shangjing. Their torch and lanterns suddenly lit up an isolated sack in the middle of the path. Everyone was shocked by its sudden appearance and retreated slightly. Suddenly, their torches and lanterns illuminated an isolated sack in the middle of the path. Its unexpected appearance shocked everyone, making them take a small step back. The bloody sack suddenly jumped. What they witnessed was too bizarre, leaving everyone in shock. Puppy, who was hiding in the middle of the crowd, shouted at the sack, You dare come and harm us? Do you think that you are unkillable? Do you know whose territory this is? The sack stopped after it heard Puppy's voice. Puppy saw this and slid further back. The sack slowly turned, and an exhausted voice came from inside. Is it, Brother Erjiu? It's me, Lu Zongyuan from Moongate. The people of the village exchanged curious glances. They weren't familiar with the names Lu Zongyuan or Erjiu, as nobody in the village bore such names. Ergio is master's other name. That thing knows who my master is. Lu Xiaocai walked forward on his crutches. Both of his legs were replaced with wooden sticks. He could walk, albeit slowly. Puppy was relieved when he heard that. He walked out from the crowd and looked at the sack. To think that Senior Li knows this thing. Seeing that it was an acquaintance of Li Huowang, Yang Xiaohai asked carefully, "Are you dead or alive? Can you not open the sack? Should we open it for you?" The bloody sack jumped backward. "Don't touch me. I barely survived by using the gluing technique of the moon gate. If you open the sack right now, I will die for good." Lu Zongyuan continued to talk with his weary voice. "Everyone, I'm here to seek your Senior Li for help. I hope that he will help me." "Senior Li? We don't know where he is. He's been moving our food previously, but for some reason, he recently stopped. He's like an immortal, flying here and there every day. We currently have no idea where he is." Lu Xiaocai stepped forward and looked at the bloody sack. He asked tentatively, "What can my master help you with? We can help you by passing the message to him when we see him." Lu Zongyuan's voice raised an octave. "What else can I do with my body like this? I'm looking for your master to ask him to take revenge for me. We worked together in the past. I even helped him with finding a lot of information before. He cannot ignore what happened to me." Lu Xiaocai asked, Who turned you into this?" Lu Zongyuan replied as firmly as he could, saying, "Who else? The White Lotus Sect. It's that damned evil sect. They are the same as the Dharma sect." "Impossible. That cannot be true." Lu Xiaocai denied it vehemently. He was still a member of the White Lotus Sect. "I've worked with them before. Everyone in the White Lotus Sect is equal. Things have changed, and we aren't who we used to be." He continued, "We no longer kill innocent people. We even burned away the books detailing the techniques that involved human sacrifices. My mistress was the one who did so." "Lies. A dog cannot stop eating turds. Would I go and look for them if they didn't cause trouble? We would have overlooked them if they had just killed 1 or 2 people. But they are destroying village after village. They even lied to others, saying that there were plagues. Humph. Do they think that they can fool the people from Moongate? I don't believe you. Where are they? Let me there." The bloody sack shook a bit. "I can't. They are very strong. Even Ji Xiang was killed. Only Brother Ergio can do this." Lu Zongyuan paused a bit before saying, "It's a good thing that he's also friends with the Emperor. You must inform the Emperor that the White Lotus Sect must not be left alive." Lu Xiaocai was angry as he walked forward with his crutches until he was just in front of the sack. "Bring me there. I'm a white donkey. As long as they are the real White Lotus Sect, they will not harm me." Lu Zongyuan fell silent, deep in thought after learning that Lu Xiaocai was part of the White Lotus Sect. "I will give you a location, and you can go there on your own. 200 li away, towards the southeast of Cowheart Village. You will find them at a temple." Lu Zongyuan left promptly after saying that. He didn't even wait or ask where Li Huowang was as he hopped away. It was as if he was afraid that someone was chasing after him. Everyone in the village started discussing it after Lu Zongyuan was gone. Isn't the White Lotus Sect the one Senior Bai and Senior Xiaoman had joined? Are they really an evil sect? I don't think so. I talked to them once. They seemed like regular people. That might not be the case. Remember what we dug out from underneath the ancestral hall? The discussion annoyed Lu Xiaocai, so he turned to Puppy and said, "Puppy, give me a carriage." "Huh? You only have a single arm left. Why are you still working hard? You can leave these kinds of things to Senior Li." Lu Xiaocai recalled his dead brother and sister-in-law, as well as his crazy father and his nephew, who he had yet to find. The Dharma sect had caused the demise of his family. "No, I need to see it myself. The White Lotus sect is definitely not a second Dharma sect. That cannot be true." Chapter 877, Temple. Lu Xiaocai clenched his profound records with his single remaining arm. The trundling carriage could not stop him from feeling conflicted. He still couldn't believe the White Lotus sect would become like the Dharma sect. After all, the White Lotus sect had sacrificed its people to defeat the Dharma sect. How could the White Lotus sect become their enemies in just a few months? Lu Xiaocai didn't think that the sack, Lu Zongyuan, would trick them. After all, he was looking for Li Huowang. Even if Lu Zongyuan dared to lie to the village, he would never dare to lie to Li Huowang. "Ah well, Xiaocai, do you really want to go? You only have a single arm left. You will be completely crippled if you lose the other one," Puppy said, driving the carriage while trying to dissuade Lu Xiaocai. "I still need to check it out, even at the risk of losing my other arm. If there are imposters or even traitors, I need to report it to Mistress. If I report it, they will send someone to come and clear them up. You are already heavily crippled, And yet you still want to take care of things like these? Do you want to abandon your father and niece? Your father might be fine since we don't have a village idiot yet, so he could take that role. I'm sure he can survive if we feed him in turns. But what about your niece? She's only 5 years old. Her parents are dead and her grandfather is crazy. You are her only family left. Why don't we head back instead? You're already crippled, and yet you still insist on taking care of things like these? Are you trying to abandon your father and niece? Your father may be okay. We don't have a village idiot yet, so he could take that spot. I'm sure he could survive if we feed him in turns. He continued, but what about your niece? She's just 5 years old, with both her parents dead and her grandfather insane. You're the only family she has left. Why don't we head back instead? Lu Xiaotsai shouted in anger. Do you want me to die that badly? I'm just here to check out what's happening. I'm different now, and even if I only have a single arm left, I'm still stronger than you. Puppy remained silent and focused on driving the carriage. A long time passed before he said, you really are his disciple. Even your temper is the same. Lu Xiaotsai did not retort. He looked up at the stars. I used to think that my master was intentionally hiding things from me just because he didn't want to teach me, but now I see that he just didn't want me to follow in his footsteps. It's a thorny path. It's very tiring, and it's riddled with pain. Hee, and you just realized it? I already knew about it a long time ago. Puppy chuckled out of excitement. I don't like pain, and even if I can't read, I'm still smarter than you for noticing it earlier. But the world always needed an idiot. Puppy didn't quite understand. We have no idea what Senior Lee is doing right now. He's not at home all the time. To think that you are the one who has to step up when he's not here. Puppy didn't quite understand. We have no idea what Senior Lee is up to these days. He's hardly ever home. It's hard to believe that you're the one who has to take charge when he's away. I don't know, but Master is probably busy with something grand. As his disciple, I can handle this minor problem. That way, you won't have to deal with trivial matters and won't get frustrated. You are strong and capable. If I were you, I would have just sent a letter to Shangjing. If you had done that, the culprit would have escaped by the time the letter arrived there. Lu Xiaotsai said before urging Puppy to stop. Stop here. Puppy pulled on the reins, and the carriage came to a gentle stop. What's wrong? We are still 2 li away. If they're actually evil, they would have set up some guards along the way. You can go back now. I don't want to get you involved. Huh. Guess you do learn a thing or two after exploring the world. Lu Xiaotsai ignored him. With his only remaining arm, he climbed onto a horse and released the straps connecting it to the carriage. He shook the reins and rode onward. Puppy looked at Lu Xiaotsai's back and shouted, come back quickly if you survive. If you die, I will get to use the burial clothes when we collect your corpse. Lu Xiaotsai couldn't balance himself well on horseback because he only had a single arm. He rode slowly as he approached the temple that Lu Zongyuan had told him about. Lu Xiaotsai realized that the structure he saw was not a temple, but a mountain shaped like a temple. He looked around the dark forest and saw no guards. There were no ambushes either. Lu Xiaotsai tore off his clothes, revealing his doo-doo and the white donkey tattoo on his back. He didn't care if there were guards or if they saw that Lu Xiaotsai was one of them. He just spurred the horse forward toward the temple-shaped mountain. The mountain road was steep and the air was tinged with the undeniable stench of blood. Lu Xiaotsai recognized it almost instantly. When he was halfway up the mountain, he saw a white Lotus Sect banner on the side of the road, and his heartbeat quickened. The writing was messy but undeniably stated that the White Lotus Sect was recruiting. Strikingly, the words were written in blood. With the end of the Red Sun's calamity, the rise of the White Sun is imminent. The silt originates from primordial chaos, and the appearance of the White Lotus heralds the beginning of a prosperous age. Lu Xiaotsai then pursed his lips and spurred the horse to continue forward. After a while, the horse suddenly stopped moving. Lu Xiaotsai looked down in confusion to find that the ground was completely black. He picked up the black stuff on the ground with his bronze coin sword and realized that it was human hair. The entire mountain path was covered in it. There's so much hair. Just how many people died to leave behind so much hair? Lu Xiaotsai trembled, recalling the human pillars buried beneath Cowheart Village. He almost reached the top of the mountain when the horse stopped moving. The horse refused to move further, as if there was something dangerous in front. It neighed and tried to head back. Lu Xiaotsai decided to travel on foot. He jumped down with his bronze coin sword in hand, and his wooden peg leg stabbed deeper into his thigh. Nevertheless, he was already used to the pain. He suddenly noticed another sack on the back of the horse. He opened it and saw Puppy's blowpipe along with several darts that had white tassels. Yang Xiaohai's scepter was also inside the sack. Lu Xiaozai smiled but did not take anything. Instead, he tied the sack on the back of the horse before slapping its rump. The horse galloped down the mountain back to Cowheart village while Lu Xiaozai ascended the mountain. At the top of the mountain was a cave. Lu Xiaozai thought it looked like the Zephyr Temple, the place Puppy kept talking about. There was wind blowing out from the cave, and it was reeking with the stench of blood. Lu Xiaozai was in the right place. Lu Xiaozai entered the cave and noticed a single statue in the middle of the cave. The statue depicted a golden Buddha sitting on top of a lotus. Lu Xiaozai took a closer look and realized that it wasn't a Buddha, it was a coiled-up yellow centipede. Furthermore, the hundreds of legs of the centipede were clasped together as if it were praying. A centipede? Lu Xiaozai exclaimed in surprise before chuckling. I knew it. It wasn't the White Lotus Sect. How dare these evil entities masquerade as the White Lotus Sect? Just then, he heard numerous cracking sounds. The centipede in front of him was slowly lowering its legs. More importantly, the sound came from everywhere around Lu Xiaozai. Chapter 878, White Lotus. En Zhen Guang Zi Ling Li De Shi. Lu Xiaozai swung his bronze coin sword to the left. The red threads elongated as the bronze coin turned into a whip and hit something to the left of the darkness. Lu Xiaozai heard the sound of something being torn apart and pulled his sword back. The tip of his blade revealed a strange, semi-transparent sphere with 6 eyes. As Lu Xiaozai looked at the strange eyeball, he realized it was still going to hit him despite being impaled on the bronze coin sword. He quickly turned and ripped the skin off his shoulder with his mouth. He no longer had teeth, but he had embedded nails where his teeth once were. The profound records opened, and the piece of skin flew and wrapped around the eyeball with ease. The impact sent the eyeball crashing back into the darkness. Sensing that he was surrounded by danger and strong enemies, Lu Xiaozai dared not let his guard down. He sheathed his bronze coin sword and took out his serrated sword instead. He chanted as he hit his forehead with the serrated sword. I call for the round heaven and square earth. Please summon the deities to descend upon the altar and support the shaman. Heaven urges, earth urges. The tiger lord flies and rides the clouds back. My master flies and rides the horse here. Arriving at the altar, we assist the shaman. The shaman's left eye transforms into the sun and the right eye into the moon, manifesting the clear illumination of the sun and moon. The disciple prays sincerely. Seeing that Lu Xiaozai attacked them, something surged like water in the darkness. The few oil lamps in the cave began to flicker ominously. Lu Xiaozai finished his chant and bit on his serrated sword. His eyes opened wide, and a tiger's growl came from his throat. A strong wind blew around the cave, causing the flickering lamp to turn still and the darkness to retreat a little. Lu Xiaozai's single hand curled into a claw as he stomped on the ground like a tiger. Despite his injuries, he propped himself up with his single arm and 2 peg legs. He looked around before quickly shifting around to look towards his back. He saw a strange arm extending out from the darkness to attack him. The strange arm had 3 abnormally long fingers. When Lu Xiaozai was on the verge of using the tiger spirit he had summoned to stop them, the situation took a sudden turn. The ground beneath him abruptly split open, and a massive centipede charged upward. It sank its fangs into Lu Xiaozai's only arm, preventing him from moving. At the same time, another centipede charged out from the darkness and used its mandible to chomp down on Lu Xiaozai's lower back. The centipede on the lotus was gone, leaving only a single hole at the base of the lotus. The 2 centipedes pulled in different directions to dismember him. However, with the tiger spirit in his body, Lu Xiaozai's body was as tough as steel. The centipede could not pull him apart at all. Gruer. A tiger's roar came again, and Lu Xiaozai used his clawed hands to crush the head of the centipede beneath him. As the dying centipede screeched in pain, the second centipede that had been clamping onto his back screeched out too. Lu Xiaozai realized that the centipedes were linked together. They weren't regular centipedes that had grown and turned into monsters. They were evil entities that had learned secret techniques. Lu Xiaozai shook off the dead centipede and prepared to kill the second one. At that moment, another centipede erupted from the ground and bit into his arm. This time, the attack was clever. Instead of coiling and biting Lu Xiaozai's arm, the centipede bit his wrist. It wasn't over yet. More centipedes broke out from the ground and bit into Lu Xiaozai. Lu Xiaozai was completely covered in centipedes before the sound of intense tearing could be heard. He was completely torn apart by the centipedes. Lu Xiaozai found himself completely engulfed in centipedes. Then, A sound of intense tearing filled the air. The centipedes completely tore him apart, making his organs rain down the hall and splatter across the entire cave. The centipedes were about to eat the bits of flesh and organs when one of Lu Xiaocai's lungs splattered down. A mysterious doll crawled out from his lung. The doll grew when it came into contact with the air and soon reached the size of an adult. It was the strayed one skin doll that Li Huawang had given him. The flattened Lu Xiaocai sucked in the shadows of his dismembered body on the ground. Lu Xiaocai's body remained flat despite consuming the shadow, but there was no time to think about it. If he didn't figure out a way to escape right away, he would die again. Lu Xiaocai realized that he was no longer crippled and smiled. With a swift motion, he cut off his entire left arm. His broken left arm turned a purplish-black color as his bones grew. Meanwhile, the dismembered left arm burrowed into the ground to find the centipede's main body. The 9 centipedes above ground trembled and fell limp while the ground turned white from the centipede's blood. Lu Xiaocai smiled. His arm had hurt the beast underground. He placed his serrated sword into his mouth. He was ready to tear off all of his teeth again. Suddenly, the centipede on the ground trembled violently and released a low rumble. Several pairs of eyes lit up in the cave. Lu Xiaocai was surrounded. They were all evil entities. This was their dwelling, their nest. Whoosh! The light in the cave vanished completely as all of the eyes lunged at him. You think I'm afraid of you? I will exact justice for the people even if I have to die today. I shall avenge the people you've killed. Lu Xiaocai placed the sword onto his chest to prepare for his fight to the death. Just then, a strange scene occurred. A soft white light glowed and illuminated the entire cave. The evil entities revealed by the white light fell onto the ground and stopped moving. To Lu Xiaocai's surprise, the white light came from the white donkey on his back. He excitedly and sincerely kowtowed toward the lotus seat in front of him. The almighty heavenly Mater, I knew you were kind and would not let chaos take over the world. Lu Xiaocai stood up and held his sword. He swung it towards one of the cowering centipedes and said, You beast! I will kill you and stop your deceit. Just as he was about to chop off the centipede's head, a sudden, searing pain came from his back. The white donkey flashed brightly, and Lu Xiaocai fell to the ground. He could not get up. Chapter 879 News. Inside the dark cave, Lu Xiaocai lay limply on the ground. He could barely move his single remaining arm to prop his body up. He felt the weight of an actual donkey on his back, pressing him down. The white light coming from his back was as heavy as steel. I'm impossible. Heavenly Mater, why are you stopping me? Those are evil entities that eat humans. They are evil. Lu Xiaocai felt his world collapsing around him. As Lu Xiaocai struggled to get up, one of the twitching centipedes regained its strength and lifted its head. Nearly the size of a carriage, it pounced toward Lu Xiaocai. Even Lu Xiaocai's new body would be reduced to meat paste if he was hit by it. At the last possible moment, the huge centipede miraculously twisted and missed Lu Xiaocai. It slammed into the ground just in front of Lu Xiaocai. Both of them glared at each other. Lu Xiaocai only noticed the details of the centipede when it was close to his face. There was a white donkey tattoo on the centipede's forehead. It had the same rank as he did. Both of them stopped and looked at each other incredulously. Only then did Lu Xiaocai and the centipede understand why the Heavenly Mater had helped both sides. The Heavenly Mater did not want her disciples to fight amongst themselves. As the white light on his back dimmed, Lu Xiaocai struggled to stand up. He looked around and stared at the eyes in the darkness as well as the mangled centipede's body. He was in disbelief. So all of you are in the White Lotus sect? How can this be? You guys ate people. How dare you pray to the Heavenly Mater? In Lu Xiaocai's memories, the black cloth and white headscarf used by the Dharma sect had now been replaced by the tattoo of the White Lotus sect. The evil entities did not answer Lu Xiaocai. Seeing that the Heavenly Mater they revered did not allow them to kill the person in front of them, they slowly disappeared into the darkness. Once the last centipede disappeared, the entire cave was as desolate as Lu Xiaocai's heart. Gao Zhijian sat on his throne while listening to Li Huawang's report. So that's what the people of the Qi Kingdom said? That they will ally themselves with us? Yes. If you don't believe me, you can send some eunuchs to talk to them in the Qi Kingdom. Li Huawang took out the spine sword in the hall, putting all the guards and eunuchs on high alert. No need. I trust that you won't lie to me. Gao Zhijian's face, once filled with worry, brightened with joy upon hearing the news. Since the Qi Kingdom wanted the dragon vein from the Tianchen Kingdom, There was no way they would ally with each other anymore. Gao Zhijian no longer needed to worry about the Qi Kingdom betraying them. The Liang Kingdom could feel more at ease with the Qi Kingdom at the vanguard. That's good. With the Liang Kingdom and the Qi Kingdom working together, we can defeat the Tianchen Kingdom without fail. Li Huang replied, "It won't be simple. We cannot block off the Tianchen Kingdom with just the Qi Kingdom. Remember what I said about the strength of the unspeakable army?" Gao Zhijian's smile faded. Li Huang had indeed described them to him. He would have dismissed the information as a mere rumor if Li Huang hadn't been the one reporting it. Li Huang said, "I am certain there won't be just hundreds of them. They couldn't even defeat Dou Lao with just 100 of them together. I doubt they could have stripped the heavenly Tao of the heavenly matter with so few of them." Li Huang said, "I am certain that there will be more than just a few hundred of them. They couldn't even defeat Dou Lao with 100 of them together. I doubt they could have stripped the heavenly Tao of the heavenly matter with such a small number." He continued, "Even with the army of Unspeakable aside, which was birthed by the heavenly matter, we still don't know who the grandchildren of the heavenly matter are." Li Huang had only won a minor skirmish, so he was treading carefully instead of celebrating. Gao Zhijian frowned again. "You're right. The people of the Tianchen Kingdom are very strange. I can't believe that they could touch a heavenly Tao. Senior Li, don't worry. The Liang Kingdom will fully help its allies. Not only that, I will persuade the other emperors to help us out too. No, sending resources is not enough. We need people. A lot of people in the Qi Kingdom died this time. Ask the Surveillance Bureau to prepare some men. If the Tianchen Kingdom attacks us, we can use them to stave them off. The people from the Qi Kingdom cannot come here, but can we cross over to the Qi Kingdom? Of course. Even if that's the case, we can shroud our men with Dragon Qi before sending them. The Dragon Vein won't be affected no matter which history they go to. Gao Zhijian, I know that the Dragon Qi is precious, but now is not the time to save it. Against the Tianchen Kingdom, we need to borrow the power of the Simings. While the other Simings wouldn't help them, at the very least, Jizai would. Gao Zhijian was worried. He could agree with the other conditions, but the Dragon Vein was, quite frankly, the lifeline of the Liang Kingdom. The Dragon Qi had been accumulated by countless generations of emperors. The only way to replenish it would be for him to die and become affixed to the Dragon Vein. Otherwise, the Dragon Qi would not replenish in the slightest. Using the Dragon Qi was essentially a permanent expenditure. Don't be stingy. Once we take over the Tianchen Kingdom, we can get as much Dragon Qi as we want. We can even recover some of the divisions the Liang Kingdom lost. Even so, Gao Zhijian didn't want to mess with the Dragon Vein. He could only accept it for now. All right, but I will have to discuss it with the others first. Hurry up and get it approved. The attack from the Tianchen Kingdom might have been foiled this time, but it won't stop them for long. I fear that they will go all out next time. All right, I understand, Senior Li. Once you finish your discussion, tell Xianpin to contact me. Li Huang turned to leave. Senior Li, why don't we have a meal first? That's all right. I'm not used to your meals. Li Huang walked out of the hall and took out his spine sword. He was getting ready to go back to the Qi Kingdom. The Tianchen Kingdom could attack any time, so he needed to stay in the Qi Kingdom to guard it. As he was about to move, a large procession entered the palace. Several consorts and eunuchs swiftly moved past Li Huang. Are you Li Huang? A haughty and arrogant voice came from the middle of the procession. Li Huang turned and saw a charming lady with a crown slowly stepping down from a palanquin. Two eunuchs trailed behind her, holding onto her long dress. They quietly followed their mistress towards Li Huang. Chapter 880, Disbelief. Li Huang didn't know who the woman was, but based on her clothes, she appeared to be someone highly ranked, even among the consorts chosen by Gao Zhijian. The woman donned a delicately embroidered red and yellow robe. The robe depicted celestial birds, brought to life by gold and silver threads. Her sleeves were embroidered with large peonies, and her skirt trailed the ground, its fabric adorned with silver clouds. Her hair was held up with a hairpin shaped like a divine bird. In the bird's beak was a single pearl adorned with threads that hung down, further emphasizing her beautiful face. While she might have looked prettier than the others, her beautiful clothes could not conceal her hatred towards Li Huang. Are you Li Huang? Speak up. Did you perhaps become mute? Li Huang remained silent as he continued to meet her gaze. I know my lord has several poor relatives. He treated you all with kindness because of your past, but you are just a damned Taoist. Remember your place and don't overstep your boundaries. Who do you think my lord is? Who are you to not kneel down to greet him? How dare you be so mannerless? Remember to kneel next time you see him. It's up to him whether to let you sit or not. After hearing her out, Li Huolong finally said, Shizi? Everyone froze upon hearing him. The woman ripped off her face and squished it like clay, turning it into a six-sided die. Not bad, Hongzhong. It's hard to believe you recognized me so quickly this time. It seems that you did not abandon your cultivation. Li Huolong didn't think that Shizi was here to talk with him. Li Huolong's hand was already on the hilt of his sword. Using his cultivation of the truth, Shizi's face slowly turned from the number 6 to the number 1. Shizi moved to the side and used one of the consorts as a shield to block Li Huolong's gaze. Don't be rash. Have you forgotten that I helped you in the Baiyu capital last time? If I hadn't reminded you, you would have never remembered to use the dragon qi to mend the sundered Baiyu capital. Li Huolong gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger and bloodlust. What do you want? Shizi cheekily poked his head out from the back of the consort. The Tianchen kingdom is coming over? Hee hee. Although it may appear to be a crisis, deep down we both understand that this is actually an opportunity. The Liang kingdom, the Qi kingdom, and even you would benefit from this. I also want in. Is there something you want in the Tianchen kingdom? What is it? Shizi pushed his finger into one of the indentations of his head and poked it around. You don't have to worry about that. You can't use it anyway. It's just something between me and Dolao. If you agree, I can help you win against the Tianchen kingdom. Why don't you stop trying to kill me for once? You? You can't even go to the Qi kingdom. How can you help? Who says that I can't go there? Have you forgotten that there are Shai Zis in the Qi kingdom too? One of the 18-sided Shai Zi is with me. I'm technically part of the Qi kingdom right now. I could go back anytime I want, but I don't want to. Shai Zi became transparent, as if he could disappear whenever he wanted. Don't think that the sitting oblivion Dao only deceives people. We could also put in some serious work. You are part of us, so you should know that too. If the Tianchen kingdom destroyed both the Liang kingdom and the Qi kingdom, who else could we deceive? They are already going to attack us, and now you're saying you can help us? You guys are useless in frontal assaults. Also, your tricks are worthless. They can just pull your lies out of their bodies. Hey, that's harsh. Don't scold yourself. All right, let's keep the pleasantries aside and talk about something worthwhile. Shizi looked around and whispered, I know about the Tianchen kingdom and their situation. Don't you think letting me help you win is worthwhile? Li Huolong frowned as a strange thought filled his head. Is Bei Feng your spy? Shizi acted exaggeratedly when he heard that. What? Is Bei Feng still alive? Oh my, stop playing tricks. Just tell me the information if you want to show your sincerity. Li Huolong didn't trust any of Shizi's words. Li Huolong had faced the sitting oblivion Dao so many times that he had his own way of dealing with them. However, regardless of whether they were lies or not, Li Huolong still had to listen to Shizi because his lies were interspersed with truths. Based on their conversation, Bei Feng being Shizi's spy was very likely. In that role, Bei Feng could obtain information about the Tianchen kingdom more quickly. Shizi finally revealed some information. Everyone from the Tianchen kingdom can touch the heavenly Daos. We already know that. Don't tell me that's all you found out. No, Hongzhong. What I meant was that everyone in the Tianchen kingdom has the ability to do it. However, only the really talented ones can do it easily. Those who Dumbra can't do so because they haven't learned how to do it. Everyone in the kingdom could potentially do so. Do you think there are regular people in the Tianchen kingdom? They are different from us. There are no Simings or gods over there. They are the ones in control of everything. Li Huolong stood still and waited for Shizi to continue his explanation. They trust in nothing but themselves. This was bad news. How could Li Huolong defeat the Tianchen kingdom? Li Huolong didn't know if the powers of the people from the Tianchen kingdom came from the heavenly mater or from something else. If Shizi was telling the truth, Li Huolong would be stuck in a difficult battle. Li Huolong had considered that they might need to call the Simings for help, but now he was convinced that unless he called upon Jizai, their entire group would be wiped out. Li Huolong was still thinking about how to deal with it when Shizi gave a suggestion. There's a lot of people in the Tianchen kingdom. You can't just rely on the limited people from the Qi kingdom. Trying to unite the people in the Qi kingdom is a mistake. You need to go for the person in the Tianchen kingdom responsible for this mess. As the emperor, you do not need to hold them back forcefully. You can always use the White Lotus sect, though I doubt that they would be of much use. Wait, Hongzhong. I've heard you have many friends in the White Lotus sect, don't you? Stop calling me Hongzhong. I'm Li Huolong. Don't think that Hongzhong will help you. I will never let him out. Shizi looked at Li Huolong with confusion. What are you talking about? Aren't you Hong Zhong Li Huang? Li Huang's heart skipped a beat as he looked at himself. Am I the sitting oblivion Dao's Hong Zhong? What? Hong Zhong Li Huang and regular Li Huang. Do you differentiate between yourselves? Li Huang turned and saw Shizi grinning. Shizi, I almost fell for your tricks. Unfortunately for you, I already know the tricks of the sitting oblivion Dao. I don't believe you. Chapter 881, Conversation. Outside of the palace, the eunuchs and the consorts surrounded both Shizi and Li Huang. What's there not to believe? Hong Zhong, what are you talking about? I don't understand you. Shizi looked at Li Huang puzzledly. You know what I'm talking about. Stop trying to beat around the bush and tell me the details. What else do you know about the Tianchen kingdom? Say a golden dragon. Li Huang still remembered what he had seen. A golden dragon? Shizi appeared shocked. Is there something like that in the Tianchen kingdom? Could it be the dragon vein? I have never heard of it before. A dragon vein? If it was true, then every dragon vein in history was made using humans. The people of the Tianchen kingdom weren't just weird. Even their dragon veins were weird, completely different from the others. The Qi kingdom, the Liang kingdom, and the Tianchen kingdom. I wonder how strange the other two worlds are. Thankfully, I don't have to get in contact with them. Li Huang shook his head. No, your information is useless. I could also check it out on my own. If you want to help us, bring us something tangible and useful, such as the method to enter the Tianchen kingdom. Li Huang still didn't believe Shizi, despite the latter talking a lot. Rather than relying on mere words, Li Huang preferred the cold, hard truth that he could see with his own eyes. If Shizi could provide information about how to enter the Tianchen kingdom, Li Huang wouldn't mind working with him. Learning how to enter it would allow Li Huang to be more proactive rather than passive and defensive. He might be able to kill some of the people from the Tianchen kingdom if he could catch them off guard. If they could not avoid any fighting this time, then Li Huang would rather move the battlefield into the Tianchen kingdom. Shizi was confused. Why do you think I have the method to enter the Tianchen kingdom? Li Huang's words left Shizi with no room to back down. How else could you have obtained your information? Did you make it up then? Shizi raised his head and laughed. Hong Zhong, you are becoming smarter. Fine, I will tell you. Come to my place in 3 days. Why 3 days? Can't you tell me now? What do you intend to do? Hong Zhong, stop thinking that I'm the villain. I can't freely enter the Tianchen kingdom. They're the ones in control of that. The people from the Tianchen kingdom can touch both the heavenly Daos and the twisted ones. Li Huang did not ask anything. He waited for Shizi to continue explaining. What I mean is that they can also take out the things inside a twisted one's body and stuff it into a single person. That person becomes the bridge that connects the Tianchen kingdom to the Qi kingdom. I can't control them, but I know when they will reactivate the bridge. Although Li Huang could barely imagine what the things inside several twisted ones looked like, he now understood why Zhuge Yuan couldn't control the bridge between worlds on his own, all while the people from the Tianchen kingdom could come and go as they pleased. The hands of the Unspeakable army could need everything under the heavens. They will come in 3 days. You can use this chance to check the Tianchen kingdom secretly. Now, is this much enough to let me join you? You should have said this from the start if you were sincere. Li Huang ignored Shizi and passed the frozen consort and eunuchs before he left. He had just walked out from the crowd when he saw the Imperial Preceptor looking at him coldly while leaning on a pillar. Li Huang ignored the Imperial Preceptor and walked past him. He slowly walked out of the palace. After leaving the palace, Li Huang didn't immediately go back to the Qi kingdom. Instead, he walked towards the surveillance bureau. Whether Shizi was telling the truth or not, his presence inside the palace posed a threat. It was not a matter to be taken lightly, so he needed to let Sui Sui know to develop countermeasures. One needed to be highly vigilant when Shizi was there. I know, and His Majesty knows too. Li Huang almost stumbled when he heard Li Sui's answer. What? You guys know, Xian Pin explained. Yes. His Majesty is collaborating with Shizi. To be fair, Shizi is technically part of the Surveillance Bureau right now. The Imperial Preceptor was the one who established this connection. Why didn't you tell me something about this, Major? Father, you're always at the Qi Kingdom, and I couldn't find you. Also, this is between the sitting Oblivion Dao and the palace. It doesn't concern you. Gao Zhijian is crazy. He still wants to cooperate with the sitting Oblivion Dao despite almost losing the dragon vein to them. Father, didn't you cooperate with Shizi too? I'm just testing him. Father, don't worry. The sitting Oblivion Dao wouldn't be able to do anything today. Dolao hated them a lot. If they angered us, they wouldn't be able to do anything here later on. Have we not suffered enough in their hands? That's why I'm hoping to ease the tension a bit. Regardless of the circumstances, we can still make use of them, just like you did, Father. Never mind. I don't want to care anymore. Once everything is over, just hook him up and kill him. All right, but even if you kill Shai Zi, a brand new sitting Oblivion Dao will appear with a new Shai Zi. That's fine. At least I won't have a grudge with the new Shai Zi. In any case, ignore him for now. I need something else from you today. Li Huang pondered before asking, how much do you know about the dragon veins? Tell me everything, no matter how unbelievable it is. Father, why are you asking this? Li Sui was surprised that her father would ask about this. Because I need to learn more about the 5 worlds. I have come to realize that I barely know anything about this world. Also, I've learned that no matter how ridiculous a story may sound, whether it be the story of the betrayal faced by the heavenly Mater or how the 5 Dhyani Buddhas guarded the world, each story holds a kernel of truth. Well, maybe not all of them are useful, but there must be some truth to the stories. Chapter 882, Dragon Vein. Li Huang didn't care about the stories before because they were often exaggerated and didn't match reality. However, he now considered them surprisingly helpful even though they were heavily distorted. At the moment, he could ignore everything else and focus on the dragon veins, knowing that he would soon be infiltrating the Tianchen kingdom. The dragon veins dictated the number of divisions in a day, and its dragon chi could insulate everything else from the influence of the Simings, including the dragon veins themselves. After seeing the Tianchen kingdom's dragon vein, Li Huang wondered what kind of existence the dragon veins were. He had the peculiar feeling that the gold dragon he had seen wasn't simple. I know just about as much as you do, Father. Li Sui poured a cup of tea for Li Huang. Every dragon vein corresponds to a single division. Every time one dies, the corresponding division disappears too. No, I don't need to know about this. Li Huang put his cup down and asked, I wanted to know where the dragon vein comes from. Why do they correspond with a single division? Every sect has its legends. Even Qing Qiu has a legend about the immortal heaven. Does the dragon vein not have an origin story? That shouldn't be right. Xian Pin patted Li Huang's head. Father, they don't have one. The dragon veins are time itself, and that has always been the case. Has a division ever existed as it is, without a corresponding dragon vein? Are you sure that this has always been the case? Also, who said time is tied to the dragon veins? Time should exist as an independent force. Li Huang suddenly realized something. Father, what are you trying to say? Regular people may be unaware of the truth, but you yourself have witnessed how the divisions disappeared after the death of a dragon vein. Furthermore, wait a minute. Li Huang grabbed his hair as he tried to recall something important. Wait a minute. I think I'm remembering something. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. Li Sui tried to help him by scratching his head, but it was useless. Li Huang finally let his hands down in defeat. Damn it. I just thought of something important, but I can't recall it now. Father, we are getting off track. I thought we were talking about the dragon veins. You are right. The dragon veins. Li Huang sat down again. I'm trying to ask what the dragon veins are. As their name implies, the dragon veins should be dragons, so why are they humans? After telling Li Sui about the golden dragon he had seen in the Tianchen kingdom, Li Huang continued. Shai Zi told me that it was most likely the dragon vein of the Tianchen kingdom, but I think that the dragon is related to the grandchildren of Heavenly Mater. I don't know how strong the Tianchen kingdom is, but I do know that since they can manipulate the heavenly Dao so easily, they might be able to do the same with dragon chi. If that's the case, they will probably be formidable foes. Father, I'm not lying to you. There are really no legends about the dragon vein. Any speculation and dissemination about the origins of the emperor is punishable by death. Li Huang frowned and crossed his arms. Although he had finally obtained some data about his enemy, there was no further information or leads. It would be difficult for him to fight like this. There were only 3 days left. He didn't want to enter the Tianchen kingdom blindly. Li Huang was still thinking about a solution when Li Sui stood up and pulled on Li Huang's sleeves to bring him outside. Li Huang trusted Li Sui, so he followed her. Under her guidance, they went to the oppressive palace. They walked in circles until they reached the temple within the palace. Li Huang had been here more than once and knew the significance of the temple. Father, if you have questions about the dragon vein's origins, I fear this is the only place where you could find answers. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Both of them entered the temple. There were still people inside, mostly elderly eunuchs. They were dusting the ancestral plates displayed on a shelf, though the plates were already spotless. The eunuchs were guarding the tombs of the dead emperors with great care. It was very likely that this would also be their own eternal resting place. Li Huang knew that the outside was just a smokescreen. He walked past them, heading toward a wall with a yellow tapestry. He pulled it open, and a set of double doors fashioned out of black stones appeared. 9 sprawling golden dragons could be seen on the doors. Li Huang pulled the massive doors open, and a cold gust blew past his face. Past the doors, there was a pit-like place. The sides were tall, while the center was low, like a Roman arena. The place was adorned by many jewels and gold. In the center stood a colossal golden coffin, its size resembling that of a house. 9 sprawling dragons coiled around the chains that suspended the coffin by tying themselves around the surrounding pillars. The Liang Kingdom's most precious asset was inside the golden coffin, the dragon vein. The dragon vein was made of a chain of the previous emperors, with the emperor who died most recently being the head. They linked up and formed a dragon-like body that drifted into the darkness of the coffin. The interior of the coffin was completely black. The emperors were hung in the middle of the coffin like a straight line of corpses. When Li Huang stared at the dragon vein, the emperors at the top responded and looked at Li Huang. Li Huang said, "You think it's a good idea to ask them about the golden dragon? I doubt that they would know anything about it. We need to find the oldest emperor." Li Sui brought Li Huang towards the edge of the coffin before jumping down. The coffin was very deep, but thankfully, Li Huang could embed part of his body into the walls, so it wasn't that bad. Li Huang could see nothing in the darkness. He could barely make out the gold in the black shadows. Fire. Li Huang raised his hand, igniting it with fire, allowing him to see the deepest part of the dragon vein. Still, the fire wasn't as bright as he had thought. Everything shimmered around him. It appeared that the place where the dragon vein resided could affect its surroundings. An ancient voice came from above. "Brat, you're Li Huang, right? Do you need something?" Li Huang did not even look up. "I'm not looking for you." He looked down and found the last emperor at the tail end of the dragon vein. The first emperor who had become the dragon vein had a face that was half human and half dragon. Even his golden robes were melded with his flesh. Chapter 883, Fate. Li Huang extended his burning hand towards the tail of the dragon vein to see the last emperor more clearly. He saw that the emperor's face was utterly inhuman. It was a half-dragon, but it wasn't entirely accurate either. The dragon-like face was distorted a lot. The dragon's whiskers were like threads, snaking past the gaps in its golden scales and causing them to look messy. The emperor had 7 dragon claws with reverse joints. The number of his fingers also varied. Li Sui explained to Li Huang, "The dragon veins are segmented, with each emperor representing an era. If we want to know something about a particular age, we need to seek out the corresponding emperor on the dragon vein." Li Huang nodded. The emperors that made up the dragon vein weren't merely advisors for the current emperor. They were also people who had lived at a certain age and knew about the history of their era. Shua. The dragon claw swung so fast that Li Huang failed to react. The claws streaked past his face instantly. The sound of tearing flesh could be heard, and half of Li Huang's face slowly slid down, revealing his skull. Li Huang raised his right hand and pushed his face back with a snap. Li Huang lowered his hands and asked, "Senior, are you the first emperor of the Liang Kingdom?" The old emperor roared. His roar reverberated inside the coffin. The dragon chi exuding outwards affected the surroundings. Even Li Huang was affected, and dragon scales appeared and disappeared on his body. "He's deaf and crazy. You won't be able to get any answers from him." Li Huang looked up and saw a man with a disheveled face in the middle of the dragon vein. He was unsure whether the golden threads were his beard or hair, but they completely veiled the emperor's face, making it impossible for even Li Huang to recognize his true identity. The emperor shook his head and saw Li Sui's identity plate. "Chief of the Surveillance Bureau? I can't believe the chief would escort you to meet us here. You are not someone ordinary." Just as the emperor with long hair finished speaking, another voice came from above. "I remember him. It was when Shai Zi stole the dragon vein. The boy in red robes is the one who killed Shai Zi and returned us to our rightful place. Doesn't that mean he did the Liang Kingdom a great service?" "Indeed, he has done a great service to us. But he's Ji Lin's sword. He killed a lot of people from the royal family. I don't have the surname Ji, so I don't care." More and more voices joined in on the conversation. Li Huang had to raise his voice and shout, "Seniors." The ruckus gradually stopped, and Li Huang finally asked, "This junior has come to find you to ask about the legends of the dragon veins." He quickly added another sentence to highlight his desperation, saying, I'm sure you know that the Liang Kingdom has lost several divisions already. For the Liang Kingdom's sake, I sincerely hope you will lend me your assistance. The murmur of discussion filled the coffins briefly and stopped shortly after. They had reached a decision. You have done a great service to the Liang Kingdom, and the chief of the surveillance bureau brought you here. Therefore, we will tell you. Li Huang wasn't surprised. He was their ally, so they had no reason to withhold such information. The long-haired emperor explained to Li Huang, while the other emperors remained silent. When the Qi kingdom was destroyed and left without an emperor, we from the Ji family were one of the largest noble households in the capital. There were thousands of us. However, for the sake of becoming the emperor, we killed our own kin, daughters, grandparents, grandchildren, and brothers. The conflict persisted until there was only one survivor left. He was the first emperor of the Liang Kingdom. Li Huang glanced at the last emperor, who was the tail of the dragon vein. Seniors, I know about this. That's not what I wanted to know. I need to know where the dragon vein came from. 1,000 years ago, the Qi kingdom preceded the Liang Kingdom. But where did the dragon vein of the Qi kingdom come from? Oh, in that case, we must start from the very beginning. Long ago, humans were raised as livestock by the witch. We survived by eating excrement, much like pigs. However, our ancestors desired a better life for us. Despite devising a plan to break free and escape, simply escaping was not enough, as the witch would eventually discover us. As such, the ancestors sought a way to create a world of their own. The destiny tied to the dragon vein was the very essence that sustained this world. Li Huang recalled the veiled members of the Dharma sect and asked, which? Are they related to the Dharma sect? No, it's different. There was no Dharma sect in ancient times. Then what is the witch? Is it Simings? Li Huang's words sent out a massive ripple. No, they are not Simings. The Simings don't exist. Indeed, there are no Simings. They're fake. This is the Imperial Temple. Do not utter those words. Li Huang's next question silenced them. Then what is the witch? After some time, the long-haired emperor said, we are the emperors of the Liang Kingdom. Before us, there was the Qi Kingdom, and even further in the past, the Baiyu Three Kingdoms. Lastly, there was the Great Qin Kingdom. Our ancestors passed down this knowledge to us. Everything about the ancient times was passed down to us by our ancestors. We don't know what the witch is, but I'm certain that the witch is powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to enslave everyone. Li Huang realized that this was important information. There was once a Great Qin Kingdom. Is the Tianchen Kingdom involved in this? Is the Tianchen Kingdom the history from a timeline where the Great Qin Kingdom remained intact? Li Huang thought that was possible and asked about it. We don't know. There are several dragon veins in this world. Ask the dragon vein from Qingqiu. I think some emperors from the Baiyu Three Kingdoms are in that dragon vein. Li Sui, I don't have time right now. Can you send some men to check for me in Qingqiu? See if it's related to the Great Qin Kingdom? All right, father. However, I don't think it would make much of a difference. Even if the Tianchen Kingdom were once the Great Qin, they would still be our enemies. Let's just check and see what we can find. We might get some surprising information. Li Huang then turned to look at the dragon veins. Senior, can you explain to us what fate is? How did the first dragon vein come to be? The first emperor took the fate from one of the witches. Thanks to it, they could sustain a single world for themselves. This person was the first emperor. Chapter 884, Fate. Fate was taken from a witch. Li Huang ruminated on those words. According to the emperor, they could sustain the world because of fate. However, he didn't know what the witch was, so Li Huang was confused too. Still, Li Huang didn't dismiss the emperor's words. He knew there was truth to them and needed to consider the matter carefully. Legends like these were often heavily distorted, leaving only fragments of truth. After considering it, Li Huang concluded that fate was most likely time. Without time, the world would teeter on the brink of destruction, just like the Qi Kingdom. Li Huang was still partially embedded in the wall as he looked at Xianpin. They claim there is no Siming, but don't you think there could be a Siming who controls time? Wouldn't that be plausible? Xianpin nodded silently. Seniors, do you know what the witch looks like? Is it like a golden dragon? Li Huang stared at the golden scales and asked his question. If the golden dragon in the Tianchen Kingdom was indeed the dragon vein, then the Tianchen Kingdom was truly unique. It was hard to believe that their dragon vein wasn't formed by emperors. A golden dragon? I don't know. We are the sons of dragons. We are the dragons. Lingyang is a dragon, though not a golden one. The more they discussed, the more plausible Li Huolong thought it was. If that were the case, Li Huolong would have a good understanding of what had happened in ancient times. Back then, humans were livestock. To escape, they stole the heavenly Tao of time from the Xiaoman that controlled it. Since a regular person could not handle it, they split it into 16 dragon veins. That was why the Liang Kingdom originally had 16 divisions. However, the more Li Huolong pondered, the more nonsensical it seemed. This wasn't just limited to the Liang Kingdom. There were 5 different histories. All 5 histories had time, which was also called the fate of the witch. If he were right, it would mean the people in all 5 histories had managed to snag and split the heavenly Tao of time from the Xiaoman who controlled it. At the start of every history, there were 16 dragon veins. Since there were 5 histories, that also meant that there were 80 dragon veins now. Li Huolong thought about the heavenly mother's past. The people in the Tianchen kingdom had stolen her heavenly Tao and distributed it. He thought the Tianchen kingdom was weird, but it appeared that something similar had happened in all 5 histories. Everyone took it for granted due to how much time had passed. Father, if the golden dragon is indeed a dragon vein, you need to count how many divisions the Tianchen kingdom has in a single day when you go there. Li Huolong understood what she meant and nodded. The number of divisions represented the number of dragon veins in the Tianchen kingdom. Since they could touch and neutralize the heavenly Tao so easily, it was possible they could also easily neutralize the dragon veins of the Liang kingdom. If that were the case, then even tens of dragon veins would be unable to do anything, even if they pooled their dragon qi together. Moreover, with so much dragon qi, the Tianchen kingdom could easily create a group of elites immune to the heavenly Daos by cloaking them with dragon qi. If they could do something like that, Li Huolong was sure that even Doulao would be useless in the fight against the Tianchen kingdom. Li Huolong considered many things, but in the end, he decided to take things one at a time because he could do nothing with the information at hand. Li Huolong contemplated various factors, but ultimately chose to proceed step by step, as he could do anything with the information at hand. Since the Tianchen kingdom hadn't done so yet, Li Huolong thought that there might be some restrictions stopping them. Seniors, thank you for the help. Li Huolong bowed and climbed up the coffin. Father, was their information helpful? I don't think it will help us much right now. Li Huolong nodded at Li Sui's question. It's erratic, but still useful. There might be a day when it helps us, even if it doesn't amount to anything right now. We don't know what we will face in the future. At the very least, we won't be completely clueless. Li Huolong raised his head and looked at the starry night. Also, I learned something through our conversation just now. What is it? Have you not realized that the world is not fixed? Our history and heavenly Daos can be easily changed. Do you know what this means? Li Huolong raised his hands and covered the skies. He then clenched his fists, and his eyes lit up. It means that if we work hard enough and are strong enough, we can shape the world as we please. Li Sui looked up at the stars as well. Father, what kind of world do you want this to be? Don't you think it's nice now? It's not that it's bad, I just don't like it. Remember Dan Yangzi? Li Huolong and Li Sui left the palace quickly as they talked. I do. I remember you told me that he didn't even blink when he killed someone. He was also an illiterate idiot. Li Sui was floating closely behind Li Huolong. Back in the Zephyr Temple, I hated him a lot. I wanted to kill him and even risked my life to do it. However, now that I've gone through so many things, I can understand why he became so evil. He wasn't always evil. This crazy world forced him to become evil. Otherwise, he would have died very early on. He simply made the best choices he could to survive. After exiting the palace, Li Huolong and Li Sui walked along the large streets. They arrived at a crossroads and saw many people drawing circles on the ground while burning paper money and paper ingots for the deceased. It was the Qingming festival once more. The Liang kingdom had suffered numerous disasters, resulting in the loss of many lives. As such, there were a lot of people burning offerings for the deceased. They crouched down by the fire, burning their paper offerings and whispering the words they wished their deceased loved ones could hear. Li Huolong, with his keen hearing, could catch every word. Most of them were asking their family members what the underworld was like. They also asked them to contact them through dreams if they needed anything. Sui, don't you think that this world is wrong? Those who harm others can live until they're old, while honest and good people die young. They don't deserve it. Li Huolong approached one of the stalls that sold paper ingots and paper money. He bought some for himself. Chapter 885, Change. Li Sui trailed behind Li Huolong as they approached the crossroads, keeping a tight hold on the paper money and ingots. Li Huolong drew 2 circles onto the crossroads with his spine sword and then threw the paper money into the cycles. The paper burned up without needing a match. Li Sui didn't ask who he was burning the paper money for. As she quietly assisted him in the burning process, she heard a silent chuckle from him. Sui Sui, if only there were an underworld. At least then, the 2 types of people wouldn't die for nothing, Li Huolong murmured, his gaze fixated on the flickering flames dancing in the center of the circle, their reflections reflected in his eyes. He continued, in the underworld, the king would have the power to judge every ghost, giving them appropriate rewards or punishments. Evil people would suffer in the 18 levels of hell, tormented by minor demons who would gouge their eyes, cut their tongues, or even deep-fry them. On the other hand, individuals who performed good deeds in their lives would be rewarded by being allowed to reincarnate into wealthy households. There, they would enjoy pleasant lives and reach the age of 100 without experiencing any illnesses. Li Sui raised a tentacle and threw a bunch of paper ingots into the fire. The paper ingots twisted and turned black from being burned. Father, do you want every world to be like that? Li Huolong threw more paper money into the circle to keep the fire alive. Don't you think a world like that would be much better than this completely crazy world? Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past them. The ashes from the burned paper twirled and danced in the air. Li Huolong swung his spine sword and returned to the Qi Kingdom. He had just entered the Qi Kingdom when the surging false Qi almost suffocated him. There was too much of it. Li Huolong looked up and saw a statue several stories tall. It was a depiction of him. The large statue was tied by thick ropes. Many laborers were struggling to pull it upright. As Li Huolong stared at the statue, and then at the citizens chanting and praying, he finally understood where the false Qi was coming from. There weren't a lot of people who could organize something like this. It was most likely Chandu's doing, and Li Huolong had no intention of stopping it. He was going to fight against the Tianchen kingdom soon, so the more false Qi he had, the better. He needed a lot of it because the techniques of the sitting oblivion Dao required the use of false Qi. One of the soldiers saw that Li Huolong was back and greeted him. Li Huolong replied, "Call for Chandu, the chief of the surveillance bureau, and the generals. I need them to come and meet with me." An ancient voice came from behind Li Huolong. "Benefactor Li, I am here." Li Huolong turned around and saw Chandu sitting on a straw mat while twirling his prayer beads. "You still have time to chant your sutras? The Tianchen kingdom is going to invade in 3 days." Li Huolong approached Chandu by the time the others arrived. Chief of the Surveillance Bureau Liang Yushuan and General Chun Yuro. Li Huolong had already finished explaining. "We finally obtained some information, so we need to use it to overcome our challenges. How many more people do we have in the Qi Kingdom that we can still utilize?" The 3 of them frowned. A lot of men had died during the clash with the army of Unspeakable. The men that they had painstakingly gathered were gone again. Gather as many as you can. This concerns the survival of the Qi Kingdom. Chandu, there's a Buddha in the righteous monastery, right? Use it too. Chandu's hands trembled as he held onto his prayer beads. "Benefactor Li, that's the root of the righteous monastery. We cannot sully it. If the Tianchen kingdom destroys the Qi Kingdom, or if we fail to get a dragon vein, then the righteous monastery will also be destroyed." Chen Yurong helped out by suggesting a plan. "Daoist, since this is an ambush, we can just distract and buy time with a smaller force. There's no need to go all out." Li Huolong pondered before ultimately shaking his head. "No. Even if the information is accurate, with my understanding of Shizi, he could have sold the information to the Tianchen kingdom too. We cannot be lax when dealing with the Tianchen kingdom. We need the power to confront them directly. Only then can your plan to distract them succeed." This time, Chandu advised Li Huolong and said, "Benefactor Li, the Qi Kingdom is yours. We will naturally sacrifice ourselves if needed, but you must think carefully. We are all that's left in the Qi Kingdom. If we sacrifice everything here, the Qi Kingdom would turn into a sitting duck." Li Huolong replied, "In that case, we don't have to spend all our strength fighting them. My goal is to create a distraction before infiltrating the Tianchen Kingdom. I need information because what we need to win. But Benefactor Li, how will you return after heading there?" Li Huolong patted the spine sword on his back. "I have this. I can come back at any time." "With that, isn't that sword?" Chandu was suddenly interrupted by someone. "You are right. You can return with that sword." Li Huolong turned and saw that it was Xian Pin. He pinched her robes and discovered it was Xian Pin herself, not a fake or an illusion. Li Huolong was worried about his daughter's safety. "Why are you here? Go back." It's dangerous here. I know it's dangerous. That's why I'm here to help you. I feel uneasy with you heading there alone. No, go back. Please be obedient and go back. What's obedient? Li Huang was about to say something, but dense tentacles shot out from the red robes the moment Li Huang opened his mouth. The tentacles quickly entered Li Huang's body. Li Huang was about to open up his abdomen when a tentacle sprouted out from his belly button and wrapped around Li Huang's wrist. Father, I'm not going there just to help you. This concerns the entire Liang Kingdom. Don't forget that I'm the chief of the Surveillance Bureau. I can help you a lot. Don't try to shoulder everything on your own. Sensing that Li Huang's strength was slowly diminishing, Li Sui released her tentacles before patting Li Huang's hand. She then slithered back into his abdomen. Li Huang said, I just didn't want you to risk your life too. Father, don't think that your life is cheap. I will be sad if you die. Li Sui extended her tentacles and touched Li Huang's beating heart. Feeling the familiar presence in his body, Li Huang thought that Xian Pin was indeed powerful. He begrudgingly nodded. He decided that this time, he would just infiltrate and get as much information as he could. He didn't want to risk confronting the people from the Tianchen kingdom with Li Sui in his body. He bent down to pick up Li Sui's red robes when he saw the 3 people from the Qi kingdom staring at him dumbfoundedly. What are you looking at? Go. Chapter 886, Contact. In the Qi kingdom, 500 li northeast of the Yu capital, there was a lowland area with grass as tall as half a meter. The entire place was green, just like Qingqiu. No one would have expected that the elites of the Qi kingdom were already waiting for the people from the Tianchen kingdom to appear here. Li Huang lay on the ground while frowning, relying on his sharp hearing to detect any subtle changes in his surroundings. He had been in this spot for a full day, determined to find out if Shai Zi had been lying or not. Are you all right inside there? Do you need to come out for some fresh air? Father, they are here. Li Huang became tense, and his heartbeat quickened the moment he heard her. He soon heard the sound of heavy footsteps and the chirping of birds. However, there were no birds in the Qi kingdom. The birds were from the Tianchen kingdom. Li Huang slowly liquefied the ground beneath him, sliding down. Li Huang looked through the grass and saw the people from the Tianchen kingdom dressed like those from the Qi kingdom. Li Huang sighed in relief. Thank goodness it's not the army of Unspeakable. They are sending in spies, so I guess they are trying to set up another ploy. There were hundreds of them. Li Huang didn't know why they were sent here, but he didn't care. Since they had seen the spies appear, the Tianchen kingdom's plan was destined to fail. Without warning, several large shadows flew through the air towards the people from the Tianchen kingdom. As the shadows drew near, everyone realized they were the Buddhas of the righteous monastery. They opened their twisted mouths, chanting in unison with the monks embedded within their bodies. Jia Dijia, Dibo Luojia, Dibo Luojia, Jidi Putisa Pahi. The Buddhas crashed heavily onto the group of people and exploded like a watermelon falling onto the ground. Those touched by the flesh of the Buddhas all shouted in pain as their flesh twisted and merged together. There were many spies, yet all of them dispersed the moment the Buddhas of the righteous monastery attacked. Still, they reacted swiftly. The sound of an instrument rang out, and black, rotting rice surged out from the rift and enveloped the Buddhas. The fight in the lowlands was intense and vicious. However, no one from the Qi kingdom had died yet. We cannot keep this up. I need to head in there and cut off their roots. Li Huang swiftly approached the circular rift and looked through it. He saw a dense forest with many people in it. The Tianchen kingdom had prepared a lot of spies this time, though most of them looked burly and fierce. Thankfully, Li Huang noticed that the Unspeakable army and the Golden Dragon weren't in the rift. At the very least, it didn't look like a trap, so Shai Zi wasn't setting up a trap for him. Li Huang saw the rift was becoming smaller and quickly projected his body to enter it. As he arrived at the Tianchen kingdom, he noticed something he had overlooked before. There was a sizable stage behind the group of men. On that stage, an elderly man stood on stilts, his face adorned in makeup that made him look like a fox. The old man's forehead had a red dot highlighted with a red blush. His hands and feet were balanced on the wooden stilts, and yet he could still move nimbly without any hint of instability. Li Huang immediately realized that the old man had to be the twisted one connecting the Tianchen kingdom to the Qi kingdom. Every time the old man's eyelids twitched, a circular rift connecting the Qi kingdom would appear near his body. They would then send people from the Tianchen kingdom into the rift. The entire place was a forest, with only the troops dispatched to the Qi kingdom and tens of Unspeakable in the vicinity. Li Huang was even more confident after seeing the Unspeakable guarding the fox-faced old man closely. Go! Several tentacles shot out from his body and forcefully struck the ground. Li Huang curled his body up and shot forward like a cannonball, thrusting his spine sword towards the elderly man. Just as the sword was about to reach the old man, a rift appeared in front of Li Huang. There, he saw Chanda using the scar on his forehead to eat the enemies. Li Huang understood that the rift connected to the Qi Kingdom. The old man was using his powers as a twisted one to attack Li Huang. That wasn't the end of it. Another rift appeared above Li Huang. The old man was trying to bisect Li Huang in half with the two rifts. Several more rifts appeared around Li Huang. At this point, Li Huang realized that the twisted one was very good at using his powers. Li Huang didn't even wait for the rifts to hit him. He charged and entered the first rift before the second rift could hit him. The moment he entered the first rift, he jumped high and quickly turned his body in the air. He watched as the two rifts completely missed him. Then, he swiftly dove into another circular rift. This time, he appeared somewhere different. By the time he entered the Tianchen kingdom again, the old man had hidden himself and the tens of Unspeakable had surrounded Li Huang. They raised their jade hands and charged towards Li Huang. Li Huang's pain, death, or even rot would be stripped away if they touched him even one bit. At the last moment, Li Huang's red Taoist robes expanded, and he split himself into hundreds of himself. His clones charged around like wasps leaving the nest as they surrounded the Unspeakable. The jade hands swiped around furiously. Many of the clones managed to dodge the hands, but the few that were touched by the jade hands disappeared like smoke. Li Huang's tactic was to use clones to keep them busy. Since he already knew what kind of techniques they had, he used a different method to counter them. Li Huang had already escaped their encirclement by the time the Unspeakable had cleared up the clones. Li Huang stood at the crown of a tree and looked down. Everyone in the surrounding area ignored the Qi Kingdom and surrounded the tree. They even fired flares into the sky, but Li Huang couldn't even catch a glimpse of the trailing smoke before it vanished. He was confident that their reinforcements would arrive there shortly. Chapter 887, Tianchen Kingdom. The people from Tianchen Kingdom surrounded Li Huang, but he did not run away. He sat calmly on the crown of the tree instead. Another Li Huang popped out from his back, and the two chanted simultaneously. In the shining light, the sun and moon conceal themselves. When the treasures activate, the spirits shall tremble in fear, manifesting in the mortal world, guarding the chariot in the realm of hell. When the people from the Tianchen Kingdom heard him chanting, they were filled with immense shock. According to the Unspeakable army that had invaded previously, the Taoist in red could summon Dolao to fight for him. While they vastly outnumbered Li Huang, they could not fight against Dolao. Using their various techniques, they quickly escaped and vanished in front of Li Huang. Li Huang completed his chant just as they disappeared. However, nothing happened. Li Huang chuckled and stood up. The Li Huang on his back trembled and turned into a beautiful woman. It wasn't something from Li Huang's truth cultivation, it was Li Sui. Li Huang did not intend to summon Dolao, so he altered the chant. There was no need to summon Dolao against them when he could trick them and save his energy. Despite the people in the Qi Kingdom continuously giving him false Qi through their prayers, the amount of false Qi needed to summon Dolao was still massive. There was no need to waste it on a minor skirmish like this. The crisis had been averted, and the Qi Kingdom was temporarily safe. Li Huang looked around the dense forest and prepared to leave. He was sure that the people in Tianchen Kingdom had been notified of his arrival. He had to gather as much information as possible before they caught him. Li Huang knew very little about the place. All he knew was that they held a grudge against the Heavenly Mater. He needed to know how strong the people in the Tianchen Kingdom were and what price they were willing to pay to bring down the Heavenly Mater again. The forest was dense, but thankfully, Li Huang's sharp senses helped him spot fresh shoe prints on the ground. Through the shoe prints, Li Huang found several traps meant to catch wild beasts. Li Huang deduced that the shoe prints belonged to a hunter. All he needed to do was follow the tracks to locate some kind of settlement. However, the sky was slowly turning dark, and Li Huang had yet to find the owner of the shoe prints. When he saw the setting sun, Li Huang remembered something important. Sui, help me count the time and see how many dragon veins are here. All right. Sui nodded, and an hourglass appeared beside Li Huang. The sand slowly fell to the bottom of the hourglass. The hourglass represented a single division in time. A single cycle meant that a single division had passed. With the hourglass, Li Huolong would know how many dragon veins were in the Tianchen kingdom. By the time half of the sand had fallen, Li Huolong finally found a settlement in the dense forest. He saw a small village with several lit bonfires in the dark forest. Li Huolong observed the village for a long time, taking his time until he was satisfied there was nothing suspicious about it. Let's see if we can get information about the Tianchen kingdom from the regular people here. Li Huolong wiped his face and transformed his appearance into Yang Xiaohai's. He proceeded to make his way towards the village. Li Sui's tentacles sprouted from Li Huolong's back. They then grew and transformed into a big rucksack. As Li Huolong approached, he smelled the aroma of bamboo leaves being used as a spice. He quickly calculated the time and realized that it was dinner time. Li Huolong had just entered the village when a woman confronted him. They locked eyes, both shocked by the unexpected encounter. The woman was surprised to see a stranger, while Li Huolong was taken aback by her appearance. She had a humanoid figure and was adorned in a large shirt paired with a pleated skirt. Additionally, she had a deep blue apron with intricate embroidery depicting birds and fish. However, her most striking feature was her elongated neck covered in silver hoops. It was twice as long as a regular person's. The slightly intimidating sight of someone with such a long neck on a dark village path surprised Li Huolong. "Father, she's not an evil entity. I can see that." Li Huolong cleared his throat and imitated Yang Xiaohai's voice. Excuse me, miss. May I know where this place is?" The woman answered honestly, perhaps because she suspected nothing or because Yang Xiaohai appeared young and innocent. "This is Yixiong village." "Little boy, where did you come from? Why are you here?" Her voice was normal. Aside from her long neck, she looked and sounded like a regular person. "Yixiong village? That means I've come to the wrong place. Where's the closest county?" The woman pointed. "It's in that direction, though you probably shouldn't go there now. You need to pass several mountains and walk for at least 2 days." Their voices caught the attention of the other villagers, causing them to gather around. Li Huolong took notice of them just as they took notice of him. All of the villagers wore silver hoops on their long necks. More importantly, most of them were women. The few remaining men were children. "Miss, I'm an outsider, so can I ask you a question? Why do you wear those silver hoops?" "Because it looks good." Li Huolong paused. The answer was too bizarre. Did the sitting oblivion Dao trick them? He wanted to ask more questions, but an old woman gave him 2 pieces of bamboo before he could. He stood still in confusion as the woman split open the bamboo, revealing the fragrant rice hidden inside it. They were asking him to eat. "Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, thank you. I haven't eaten today." Li Huolong took the bamboo and ate the rice. He wasn't afraid of them poisoning his meal. Poison wouldn't work on him. As he ate, he realized that the meal was not only ordinary, but also delicious. The fragrance of the bamboo and rice paired well, leaving a delightful fragrance in his mouth after he finished. Chapter 888, Reward. The women of the village stared at Li Huolong until he finished his meal. Li Huolong used the bamboo leaf like a spoon to eat the rice. As he ate, Li Huolong secretly used telepathy to converse with Li Sui. "Sui, what do you think?" "Nothing much. They are just the regular people of Tianchen Kingdom. I doubt they would know much about this place." After finishing his meal, Li Huolong wiped his mouth and returned the bamboo to the woman before him. "Thank you for the meal. If it's possible, may I stay a night here?" "Of course, I will pay for it." Li Huolong reached into his sleeves and took out several broken pieces of silver. "It's all right. You're just staying for a night, so there's no need to pay us." The woman seemed surprisingly excited as she led Li Huolong to a hut. Is everyone in the Tianchen Kingdom so kind? It was hard to imagine the Tianchen Kingdom betraying the heavenly mater and stripping away her heavenly Dao if they were all so kind. "Miss, it's quite remote here." Li Huolong looked around at the surrounding short huts and realized they were either built from wood or bamboo. "It is remote, but that's fine. Our food is ours, and no one will come and take it from us." "Yours? Don't you need to submit the food as tax to the palace?" Li Huolong started to shift the conversation towards the direction he wanted. "Palace? What is that place?" Li Huolong learned there was no palace or royal family in the Tianchen Kingdom, which meant there were no emperors. In that case, the golden dragon being the dragon vein was even more believable now. Looking at the woman's confused face, Li Huolong quickly answered, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just a normal thing where I'm from." Li Huolong looked at the woman's back as they continued to walk. "Miss, when I was walking here, I saw someone wearing the robes of an opera actor and walking on stilts. I saw that person running past the roofs." The woman turned back in surprise. What did you see?" Li Huang looked at her 10 emotions and 8 sufferings to see if anything was out of the ordinary. What are you talking about? Don't lie to me. There are no such beings in this world. However, Li Huang was disappointed upon realizing that the woman didn't know who the Unspeakable army was. Li Huang asked more simple questions, but didn't get a single satisfactory answer. Is it because it's too remote here? Do the people here lack information? Maybe I should ask something they might know. Li Huang decided to ask about the general geography of the Tianchen kingdom. It turned out that the Tianchen kingdom was huge. From her explanation, Li Huang determined that the Tianchen kingdom was larger than the Liang kingdom, though neither of them knew the exact size of the Tianchen kingdom. To the woman, the village she was born and raised in was her entire world. She didn't know the different regional names of the Tianchen kingdom. Almost the entire northern half of the kingdom was flatlands with many rivers, and those who lived there were called northerners. The southern half of the Tianchen kingdom was covered in trees and forest, and the inhabitants were called southerners. She knew almost nothing else. She knew nothing about the army of Unspeakable or the Golden Dragon. She had just been living peacefully in the village throughout her life. If nothing were to change, she would spend her entire life within 100 li of her village. Shizi tricked me. Li Huang whispered in his heart to Li Sui. There's no way they could touch the heavenly Tao. I doubt that they can even read. To his understanding, the people of the Tianchen kingdom weren't as fearsome as what Shizi had described, where anyone living in the Tianchen kingdom could strip the heavenly Daos away. The people of the Tianchen kingdom were no different from those in the Liang kingdom. Only a handful would cultivate and learn techniques, while the majority lived in ignorance, simply being born, growing old, and eventually passing away. Li Huang sighed in relief. A small part of his stress was relieved just like that. Father, Shizi did not lie. She could learn how to do so. She just hasn't. Isn't that the same as not being able to do it? She couldn't do it even if she were to start learning now. Should be quiet. We are arriving soon. Once she leaves, we will escape into the darkness and head towards the county she mentioned. Since there wasn't much that he could obtain from the small village, there was no reason for him to stay here either. Li Huang needed to find some kind of scholar to learn more about the Tianchen kingdom. Even if there wasn't a palace or an emperor, there should be some kind of organization that controlled and managed the Tianchen kingdom, possibly under a different name than palace. They weaved around the village and soon reached a small wooden hut propped up by branches. You stay here tonight. I hope you don't mind how old it is. Seeing that the woman was climbing up the wooden ladder, Li Huang quickly followed her and prepared himself to knock her unconscious. However, when he reached the top, he was stunned by what he saw. The woman had taken off her top. She gestured and pulled Li Huang inside. Here, lie down. Li Huang quickly shook off his arm and realized why there wasn't a single man in the village during the day and why they welcomed him. He had to pay a price. What's wrong? Do you think I'm too old? Let me call for my daughter, then. No need. Li Huang wiped his hand on the woman's face, and she froze. Father, am I interfering? Don't worry, I won't tell mother. Li Huang frowned. You still have the energy to joke? Don't forget what we came here for. He never thought the culture of the Tianchen kingdom would be so bizarre. Father, it's not healthy to suppress yourself like this every day. You should smile and laugh when you can. You will snap one day if you continue this. All right, that's enough. You don't have to teach me about it. Let's go. Father, are you really not moved by her offer? She doesn't look ugly. Li Huang felt his skin crawling. He never thought his own daughter would say something like that. He previously thought Li Sui was very inexperienced, but the current Li Sui was too bright. Stop saying nonsense before I throw you back into the Qi kingdom. Li Sui stopped talking when she saw Li Huang reaching for the spine sword. Snapping branches could be heard as Li Huang continued to walk into the dark forest. By the time the hourglass flipped again, Li Huang reached an opening. A county appeared in front of him. Chapter 889, Bandits. Li Huang found the county, but he was surprised to see that the city didn't have a wall. There was just a single white lantern swinging on the old gate. Keep your guard up. There might be someone who can see us. Li Huang sunk his projection into the ground, turning invisible as he walked towards the county. Li Huang thought the place was too run down. There were abandoned houses everywhere. The roads were full of potholes, and litter was scattered all around. If it hadn't been for the candlelight coming from some of the windows, Li Huang would have thought that this was a mass grave instead. Just then, Li Sui said, Father, someone in the Tianchen kingdom is trying to use divination to locate us. They had acted quickly. Rather than sending people to find Li Huang, they used divination. Li Huang felt his scalp go numb. Did they manage to locate us? No, I'm blocking them, Li Sui replied. However, I can't sustain it for long. Block them as long as you can. We need to leave before they find us. Li Huolong walked to the center of the county. The center of the county was more lively. Even late at night, numerous shops were still open. The options were somewhat limited, though. They were all either gambling dens, brothels, or theaters. Li Huolong chose the theater with the highest chance of a scholar being present. He entered the place and realized that they were putting on a pink show. This particular pink show was much more daring than the Liu families. The singer on the stage was wearing nothing but a translucent shawl. The entire theater was rowdy as the customers drank wine, fought, and gambled while the singer performed on top. Suddenly, one of the customers ripped off his shirt to reveal his hairy chest and jumped on the stage. He pushed down the singer, and they fornicated. Li Huolong ignored the crowd's cheers and instead focused on the murderous aura they exuded. They were all the same. They are soldiers? Are they the soldiers of the Tianchen kingdom? Li Huolong stared at the diverse crowd. Many of them sported messy beards and dirty clothes. Li Huolong knew that the Tianchen kingdom had soldiers because they were the ones who had ambushed him the last time. They were strong, and their incredible cooperation had almost made Li Huolong lose his spine sword. Li Huolong looked around swiftly before looking at the second floor's center seat. There was a huge man with a large scar on his face seated there. He was holding on to two topless women while playing cards with the other men. The huge man's murderous aura was the most intense. Li Huolong was confident that the man was their leader. Li Huolong approached the man and tore off his face to plaster it onto the back of the man's head. However, just before he did, he stopped. Someone was speaking to the huge man. Deputy, are the faceless really asking us to hunt some francolins, one? Li Huolong realized that the men were speaking in codes. They weren't soldiers, they were bandits. Li Huolong recalled how the people who had ambushed him didn't say kill, but instead stab. Li Huolong was right. They were indeed bandits, or rather, soldiers of the Tianchen kingdom. Father, there's no emperor here, so there's no soldiers. Instead, the soldiers all became bandits. It's a reasonable explanation. Li Huolong nodded and continued to eavesdrop. The huge man said, "It's not good news. The faceless invited people aside from ourselves. The old man that takes money from corpses and the razor clams that take the corpses' money were also called to help, but they didn't come back." Li Huolong understood those codes. Both the old man that takes the money of corpses and the razor clams that take the corpses' money were the code names for different groups of bandits. They naturally didn't return because Li Huolong had burned all of them to death. As for what faceless meant, Li Huolong had no idea for now. But according to what he had learned, faceless usually meant something along the lines of monsters or evil entities. The faceless must have encountered some tough thorns this time. Old Qian mentioned losing many men too. They're likely doing something serious if they're inviting all 36 caves to fight for them. This wasn't good news for Li Huolong. If the soldiers of the Tianchen kingdom were bandits, that meant that the faceless were recruiting every single one to go to the Qi kingdom. Deputy, this is a touchy mission. Should we take it? Of course. If we don't give them face, then we will really become faceless. The deputy's voice suddenly became silent as he glanced at the theater below him before whispering to the man. I've heard that the mission this time is related to moon threads. We should go and see what it is about first. Someone suddenly shouted from below. Deputy, keep it short. An eagle just plunged into the oven. The doors to the theater slammed shut the moment everyone heard that. Seeing that he had been discovered, Li Huolong chose not to hide anymore. He was certain the huge man knew something, so he decided to interrogate him. The man threw the cards to the table and stared at Li Huolong, who was wearing Yang Xiaohai's face. Shoulders together, toss me a vine. Li Huolong blinked. I'm tossing your fat ass. He instinctively reached for his sword, but realized he needed to keep the man alive. Li Huolong smashed an hourglass onto the man's head. The hourglass warped from the impact, causing the man's head to bleed. He stumbled for a moment before ultimately falling onto the ground. Stab him, the man shouted. A murderous aura filled the theater, and the angry bandits howled in anger as they ran towards Li Huolong. Allow me, Li Sui said, causing the theater to shift randomly. The ground and bandits warped uncontrollably, turning from tall to short and from long to narrow in different intervals. The murderous aura that filled the area broke apart like wet noodles. Sensing how strong Li Huolong was with Li Sui's help, the huge man knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Get up. We need to change locations. Li Huolong told the man, kicking him and then trying to drag him away. "Father, be careful." Just as Li Sui warned Li Huowang, a shriveled hand burst out from his chest. Li Huowang ignored his injury, instead focusing on the thing in the palm of the shriveled hand. The palm held a dark yellow object. Li Huowang instinctively knew that it was his primordial breath. Someone had pushed it out of him. 1. A type of bird. Chapter 890, Ambush. Li Huowang was quite confident that the primordial breath of strayed ones was why they could cultivate the truth. However, he hadn't known that the people of the Tianchen kingdom could also touch the primordial breath inside of him. Li Huowang saw the yellowish object in the palm that had pierced his chest and knew it was the primordial breath. This was also the first time he had seen it. He had been wounded many times, but this was the first time his wounds were this grievous. Li Huowang could not cultivate the truth without his primordial breath. Without it, he would be no different from an ordinary person. The arm threatened to completely sever Li Huowang's primordial breath. At the last moment, several tentacles sprouted out from Li Huowang's back and held onto the arm to prevent it from being pulled out. Li Huowang could not relinquish the precious chance that Li Sui had given him. He swiftly unsheathed his spine sword. However, the enemy was behind him. Every time he turned around, the enemy would turn too. In a panic, Li Huowang chose to grab onto his head and turned it forcefully towards the left. He twisted his head all the way around, making a sound of snapping bones. Li Huowang finally saw the person who had attacked him. There stood an elderly man, his back hunched and his eyes oddly disproportionate. A single horn emerged from his head, parting his white hair and exposing his murky gaze. The old man had plunged his right arm deep into Li Huowang, while his left arm was holding onto a rod made from a tree root and covered with gourds tightly. "Die!" Li Huowang roared. He dislocated his joints, swinging his sword backward with his dislocated arm. The sword hadn't touched the old man, and yet the old man's body started to twist. This wasn't Zhuge Yuan's spine sword, but instead Li Huowang's own spine sword. Seeing that he couldn't pull out his arm and Li Huowang's attack had almost reached him, the old man swung his rod decisively. He detached his right arm and ran away like a lizard, leaving its tail behind and then fleeing. He managed to survive Li Huowang's attack. Gritting his teeth, Li Huowang forcibly repositioned his head and glanced around the theater, noticing that the old man was not the only unexpected arrival. There was the veiled woman who played the strange musical instrument, Daer, and several others sporting bizarre clothes. All 8 of them had Li Huowang surrounded. It was clear that as soon as the Tianchen kingdom was notified of his arrival, they all hastily rushed there to deal with him. Li Huowang warily looked at the arm lodged in his chest. He hadn't expected them to get there so quickly. More importantly, he hadn't expected that they would learn his weaknesses so quickly that they would choose to ambush him instead. This time, Li Huowang was facing an enemy he had never faced before, an entire world. The moment his weaknesses were exposed to them, he would face unforeseen dangers. That ambush would have killed him if Li Sui wasn't here. Li Huowang would have died if they had managed to snatch the primordial breath out of his body. Daer bowed to Li Huowang. "Daoistly, we will meet again." "What? Are you going to continue spouting nonsense?" Li Huowang realized that the bandits had run away during the chaos. He wanted to escape after the ambush had failed, but he refused to leave without any results. He didn't know how many dragon veins were present in the Tianchen kingdom, and he had barely gotten any helpful information. If he were to return to the Qi kingdom now, going back to the Tianchen kingdom would be much more difficult next time. Daer didn't want to attack. Instead, he continued to question Li Huowang. "Daoistly, I've heard that you are very kind. Why do you help the evil sect, then?" "The White Lotus sect is evil." Li Huowang almost laughed out of anger. "The White Lotus sect is evil now? Why didn't you call the Heavenly Mother evil when you betrayed her back then?" Daer was shocked. "Daoistly, do you trust their nonsense? They tricked you. I don't know who's saying that, but they're lying. That did not happen at all. The evil Mother treated us like livestock, and the Tianchen kingdom was like a living hell." He stared towards the south and clenched his fists. "We were forced to fight back. Daoistly, do you intend to help the evil Mother and turn the Tianchen kingdom back into a living hell?" Li Huowang looked around warily. "Ho, everyone has their side of the story. Why are you the good guys in your story? Didn't you want me to help you? Fine, I will help you, but don't touch the White Lotus sect. I will guarantee that they will not enter the Tianchen kingdom. I am a man of my word." Daer remained silent. It was clear that he didn't trust Li Huowang's words. Li Huowang said, "Don't try to trick me with words. It's useless. You've sent many spies into the Qi kingdom to collect information. Yet you still haven't found out why I am helping the White Lotus sect? Li Sui, do it now. Li Huolong scattered like sand. However, Daer and the rest saw through Li Huolong's tricks. The old man raised his rod of gourds and lightly swung it in front of him. The theater was blown apart like curtains in the wind. Despite being mere fragments that were on fire, Li Huolong moved towards the old man. The elderly man lifted his rod and struck Li Huolong, causing the plugs on the gourds to open. He intended to suck Li Huolong into the gourds. Yet, Li Huolong phased through the gourds. The fragments were just an illusion. By the time the old man realized what was happening, it was too late. The real Li Huolong was already standing behind him. Li Huolong stabbed his spine sword deep into the old man's hump. The old man's hump burst open like a large pimple, and disgusting pus splashed towards Li Huolong. The pus evaporated when it came into contact with Li Huolong's fire, turning into white steam. Li Huolong felt that there was something else inside the old man's hump, as there was a peculiar sensation when he pierced it. He pulled the spine sword down and split the hump into two, revealing a stone statue of a deity hidden within the hump. Chapter 891, Tongue. Li Huolong was surprised to find a deity statue in the hump. Shizi had claimed that the people of the Tianchen kingdom had no beliefs, so this was unexpected. He wanted to discern which deity it represented, but the statue's face was smeared with thick pus, making it impossible to identify. As he was about to strike down the one-eyed old man and split both him and the hump in half, the others arrived. Out of nowhere, a whooshing sound filled the air, and a neatly peeled piece of skin materialized right above Li Huolong. It was positioned to cover his head, and its facial features still moved. He had no idea what purpose the strange piece of skin served, but he was sure it was bad news. He dodged quickly. However, a hand reached toward his chest, clearly trying to repeat the trick of taking his primordial breath. This time, Li Sui was prepared. She reached out with 7 or 8 tentacles, tightly wrapping them around the enemy. Unexpectedly, another hand appeared. It began to pluck things from Li Sui's tentacles. While Li Huolong didn't know what the enemy took, he felt a surge of anger. Damn it! Li Huolong ripped off his own face and slammed it onto the opponent. A wave of rotten black rice surged like a tsunami, covering Li Huolong and his opponent. Even in this mess, Li Huolong forcefully tore off his skin. The fight became increasingly difficult as the enemy exploited his weaknesses. They kept trying to find opportunities to sneak an attack in or steal his spine sword. Li Huolong had no effective counter. The enemy could easily strip away his powers, whether from his truth, cultivation, or the pain techniques of the Audiobook sect. The people the Tianchen kingdom had sent were extremely powerful, nearly as formidable as the army of Unspeakable. Li Huolong was worried for both himself and the Great Liang. If these enemies found a way to infiltrate the Great Qi, the entire Great Liang would be in grave danger. Shizi had deceived him about other things, but not about this. The Tianchen kingdom was indeed difficult to deal with. Li Huolong knew he couldn't delay this situation. The longer he stalled, the worse things would get. This was the enemy's territory. If he didn't act now, more enemies from the Tianchen kingdom would come, making it impossible for him to escape. Li Huolong gripped his spine sword and prepared to cut open an escape path. He suddenly stumbled as he glanced at Daer, who was not moving at all. A large hand had emerged from the ground and grabbed his leg, rendering it numb. Li Huolong's neck began to itch as he fended off the surrounding attackers. When he turned his head, he saw Daer's huge face grinning at him. Taoistly, it's not too late to surrender, Daer said, raising Li Huolong's hand in a mocking gesture. Li Huolong had lost control of his body, and Daer could now drain his primordial breath at will. Why not surrender? There's no shame in it. In fact, I don't just control your body now. Everything about you is mine, whether it's your tricks from the sitting oblivion Tao or your strayed ones, truth, cultivation. However, Li Huolong laughed. His mission in the Tianchen kingdom had been completed. All of my body is yours. What about the pain and suffering I've endured all this time? Daer noticed Li Huolong's composure and instinctively knew something was out of place. As he tried to take complete control, Li Sui's 4 ribs suddenly snapped and plunged into Li Huolong's chest. Daer screamed in agony from the intense pain. Under normal circumstances, he might have been able to endure it, but Li Huolong's torment was currently amplified by the Xiaoman ascension. Fire! Li Huolong roared, and flames engulfed his entire body. Daer shared Li Huolong's excruciating pain. Li Huolong had long grown used to it, but Daer couldn't withstand it. He could no longer care about the heavenly Daos and primordial breath within Li Huolong. Daer tried to flee desperately, yet it was too late. Black tendrils came out from his facial orifices and wrapped tightly around his head, trapping him inside Li Huolong and making him feel like he was in a living hell. This time, Daer couldn't escape. While he had previously leaped from the Great Qi to the Tianchen kingdom and survived, there was nowhere left to run now. Li Huolong grasped his opponent's tongue and knew his mission in Tianchen was truly complete. As if on cue, Li Sui cast an illusion that caused the sky to press down. With this opportunity, Li Huolong created a rift with his spine sword and quickly jumped through it. When he landed, everything around him was peaceful once more. The air was filled with the chirping of birds and the smell of flowers. He had returned to the Great Liang. He held the charred and struggling head of Daer while making his way toward Shangjing. This interrogation was best left to the professionals, like the Fangxian Sect. They could extract a lot of valuable information from him. Li Huolong felt pessimistic. I hope they can find a way to counter these enemies. We're doomed if the Tianchen kingdom ever wages war against the Great Qi and the Great Liang. Father, don't lose hope. This isn't just a crisis, it's also an opportunity. An opportunity? What opportunity? I don't see it, Li Huolong replied. If they can extract your primordial breath, they can naturally put something in. What good is that? You could do that before. It's not just the primordial breath. I saw something else inside them. They can manipulate the inner sight that controls the primordial energy within you. Li Huolong's mind raced. So that means we can also add things and control what's in their consciousness. The more inner sight in your body, the greater control you'll have over the primordial breath. If you have enough truth, cultivation, we can extract the inner sight and primordial energy from their bodies and transfer it into yours. We can do to strayed ones what they do to twisted ones. If we pull this off, your truth cultivation will improve greatly. Everything you think, dream, or imagine will become reality. Chapter 892, Phone. Thump. A tightly clenched fist wrapped in bandages delivered a powerful strike to Li Huolong's left rib, resulting in the sharp sound of bones cracking. It wasn't over. The bandages on the fist were quickly bitten open. Before they had fallen to the ground, they were pulled and wrapped firmly around Li Huolong's neck. Blood rushed to his head, and his face turned bright red, with veins bulging on his forehead. The lack of oxygen made his consciousness begin to blur. He was about to be strangled to death, so he threw his head back and slammed it into his opponent's face. The bandages around his neck loosened slightly. Li Huolong gritted his teeth, planted both feet on the ground, and forcefully pushed. Li Huolong shot upward and slammed hard on the enemy behind him. When he landed and felt the enemy pinned beneath him, he rolled backward and stood up. He lifted his right foot and aimed a powerful kick at his opponent's head. The enemy quickly curled up and used their back as a shield to block Li Huolong's kick. She used the momentum and swept her leg forcefully at Li Huolong's other leg, causing him to lose balance. Dinner's ready. A calm voice interrupted the deadly fight, prompting them to stop. Li Huolong took 3 steps back and glared murderously at Bandits as she stood up. He rubbed his sore neck, finding it more challenging to swallow. The force used against him had clearly had killing intent. Bandits felt the spot where Li Huolong had kicked her and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her lipstick-painted lips parted, revealing blood-stained gums. Her forked tongue flicked quickly from the bloody water and then retracted. Damn it, I'm starting to like you more and more. He clenched his teeth, pointed his middle finger at her, and then turned towards a takeout bag. He opened the meal box, which contained Yangzhou fried rice, radish, and pork rib soup in a clay pot. Ignoring Ba Xingqing, who had brought the food, he grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks and started eating heartily. He glanced around as he ate. They were in an abandoned factory filled with rusty pipes and puddles of stagnant water. He had been staying here for some time now. Zhao Shuangdian had said they would counterattack, but she had yet to appear since that day. If not for the brother-sister duo interacting with him, Li Huolong might have thought they'd forgotten about him. The sparring matches were Li Huolong's idea. He wanted to become stronger, and the Ba siblings truly had some skills. His progress in combat had been swift during this period. Hey maniac, you're on TV. That one-eyed look of yours is pretty photogenic, Bandits said, waving her phone at Li Huolong as she ate. Li Huolong didn't even glance up and continued to wolf down his meal. Any news from Zhao Shuangdian yet? I'm tired of just sparring with you every day. Weren't we supposed to act next month? There are only a few days left. Bandits lit a cigarette with a click of her lighter. Why the rush? She's sorting out fake passports. It won't be long. Passports? What for? What do you think? To leave the country, obviously. Li Huolong paused in surprise. He hadn't expected Zhao Shuangdian's plan to involve that. Will getting a passport allow us to reach another elephant? Li Huolong said. He felt like things couldn't be that simple. He pressed further and said, Where are we going? Don't ask. Once we get there, you just need to take care of them. You don't really care, do you? Li Huolong slammed his chopsticks down, looking impatiently at the siblings. Why shouldn't I care? Don't forget they tried to kill me before. Call Zhao Shuangdian. I want to ask her what's going on. Ba Nanchu rolled her eyes and tossed her phone at him. Call her yourself. Li Huolong grabbed the phone and quickly found Zhao Shuangdian's name in the contacts. After a few short rings, her composed voice came through. Hello, Li Huolong. What's up? When are we leaving? Give me a clear answer. Stop stringing me along. We're leaving tonight. Don't sleep. Fine. If we're going to make a move now, you need to tell me more about this other elephant. We need to know our enemy to win. There's nothing more to say. I've already explained. They're the same people who tried to kill you. I can't explain what they appear like to me. Even if I could, you wouldn't understand. You're touching the trunk while I'm touching the tusks. I'll take you to the location. Just see for yourself what they look like to you. Her words reminded Li Huolong of the people who had once monitored him. After a brief pause, Li Huolong said, I need weapons. Of course. I'll arrange that. However, I need you to promise me one thing. Once we're there, follow my orders. No questions asked. Sure, got it. Li Huolong impatiently pulled the phone away from his ear, ready to hang up. Wait, this is important. I need you to confirm. If you display any doubts or disobedience once we're there, I'll consider it a betrayal of your own elephant. Any doubts or disobedience? Li Huolong pondered her words. Something felt off. What exactly is going on there? I'll explain when we arrive. It's too complicated to explain now. Zhao Shuangdian abruptly ended the call, leaving a lingering beep in Li Huolong's ear. He tossed the phone back to Ba Nanchu, frowning as he mulled over Zhao Shuangdian's words. There hadn't been such strict rules before. Over there, could I really betray my own elephant? And if I did, what would the consequences be? It was hard to imagine how bizarre the world of God Yura might be. As Li Huolong was thinking, 2 fingers painted in black nail polish snapped in front of him. Hey maniac, are you done eating? Ready for round 2. Ba Nanchu clicked her brass knuckles together, creating sparks. Li Huolong looked at her and said, Can I ask you something? Ba Nanchu shook her head immediately. Don't give me any of your crazy talk. I'm not arguing with a lunatic. You in or not? If not, I'm heading back to my shop. I'm in. Li Huolong gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and stood up again. Chapter 893, Journey. That night, Li Huolong lay fully clothed on his bed, waiting for them to arrive. As soon as he saw the clock on the wall striking midnight, a harsh scraping noise reverberated through the air, signaling the opening of the steel factory's door. He grabbed his belongings and walked out of the steel factory, where 2 off-road vehicles awaited him. The high beams blinded him, making it difficult to open his eyes. Zhao Shuangdian's voice came from behind the glaring white lights. Get in. When Li Huolong reached the car door, he noticed that besides Zhao Shuangdian and the Ba siblings, there were 2 unfamiliar men and a woman inside. Li Huolong quickly glanced at them before opening the rear door and sitting down. However, as soon as he sat, he felt something beneath him. He reached down and found 2 sheathed military knives. Once Li Huolong unsheathed them, he realized they were his knives. They were still stained with dried blood. Thanks, Li Huolong said to Zhao Shuangdian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. The engine roared to life, and the off-road vehicle headed towards the airport. No need to thank me. Remember that we're on the same side. I wouldn't harm you. Li Huolong slid the knives back into their sheaths and strapped them to his back. A bulletproof vest would have been nice. Zhao Shuangdian didn't respond. She massaged her forehead gently, her brows furrowed as if deep in thought. Li Huolong turned his attention to the other 3 in the car. The first man was driving and had a rugged look accentuated by a scruffy beard. Despite the chilly weather, he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. On the other hand, the man in the passenger seat had a stern expression and a slender, lanky build. He was skillfully flipping a coin with his fingers. The last person was a girl who appeared weak and wore glasses. She looked frail, but there was something odd about her. Her face twitched intermittently. Li Huolong eyed them cautiously, trying to figure out what Simings they were. The bearded guy seemed like a military Siming or some commander. The stern-faced man turned his gaze from the window to Li Huolong. You know it's rude to stare, right? Li Huolong, he said, extending his hand toward the man. However, the man didn't shake his hand. I know who you are, Li Huolong. You're pretty famous. Everyone knows who you are, the man said slowly before turning to face the window again. Li Huolong sensed their cold attitude and didn't bother responding. He turned to Zhao Shuangdian. Is it just us? It seems like there are too few people. Aren't we just walking into certain death? Don't worry. More people will meet us at the airport, Zhao Shuangdian replied, closing her eyes. How confident are you in this operation? 60%. Only 60. Li Huolong was reminded of Qian Fu's death and what happened to the other 40%. Never expect anything to be 100%. If something's guaranteed, it's probably a trap. Li Huolong's heart sank. He could only hope that the reinforcements at the airport would be more helpful. The stern man tossed a mask to Li Huolong. Put on the mask. You can't just walk into the airport with your face. It's simply inviting trouble. After 5 hours, they finally reached another city's airport, just as dawn was beginning to break. Li Huolong, now wearing the mask, reached the waiting area. He was stunned by the person he saw, Qing Wanglai. Qing Wanglai, dressed in a suit, shook hands with Zhao Shuangdian. It must have been a tiring journey. Zhao Lei, Chen Hongyu, and Wu Qi were behind him, all slumped in chairs. They're the reinforcements. Li Huolong was utterly shocked to see his former comrades. Who else? Not many people truly understand the situation they're in. The two groups gathered together, leaving Li Huolong standing bewildered by himself. By dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced through, and the plane carrying Li Huolong and the others soared into the clouds. Li Huolong sat in his seat, finally accepting the idea of reuniting with Qing Wanglai. Although Qing Wanglai was a petty person who burned his bridges easily, Li Huolong didn't blame him for the things that happened to Nana that day. And even though he wasn't trustworthy, it was still better than dealing with complete strangers. Qing Wanglai sat next to Li Huolong and extended his hand. I didn't expect you to end up on Zhao Shuangdian's side. I had no choice. The last group I followed was too unreliable, so I had to switch. Qing Wanglai didn't seem to catch the sarcasm in Li Huolong's words. He smiled pleasantly. Really? That's good. I thought you bought into her theories. Li Huolong glanced at Zhao Shuangdian, who was dozing off with an eye mask. I don't believe in her elephant theory. Your projection theory feels more realistic. Oh. Li Huolong gritted his teeth and glared at Qing Wanglai. Of course not. I don't care about your ridiculous theories. I don't want what happened previously to happen again. I simply want to solve this mess and not be labeled a lunatic anymore. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Wanglai replied, You may not believe it, but I never gave up on you. If we survive this, I'll help you regain your freedom. Yeah, right. Li Huolong scoffed and turned away. I'm wanted across the country. Tell me, how will you help me regain my freedom? When you return to the country, turn yourself in immediately, Qing Wanglai replied. Li Huolong looked at him like he was an idiot. Don't worry. It's just the first step. You're considered mentally ill. No matter how many times you've escaped from prison, your final punishment will be confinement in a psychiatric hospital. After you cool off in there for a while, I can buy out a psychiatric hospital and get you transferred there. After that, it'll be easy to do whatever we want. Oh wow, what a grand gesture by Boss Qing, buying an entire psychiatric hospital just for me. I'm so touched. Qing Wanglai could tell that Li Huolong still didn't trust him and dropped the subject. He stood up and whispered something into Zhao Shuangdian's ear as she slept. Li Huolong had not slept the entire night, so he planned to close his eyes and recharge his batteries for what was to come. As he was about to drift off, something caught his eye. There was a small white object below the seat in front of him. He frowned, reached down, and picked it up. He held it up between his fingers, and his pupils narrowed. A die? He glanced around and saw everyone acting normally. Holding the die close, he muttered, Why are you here? Do you really think you belong in a battle between Simings?